Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Fox Shark Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ikumi Midoriya was about 4 when she really learned that the world is not kind or particularly fair. She had grown up a normal girl, but Ikumi had a very distinctive appearance, with teal and cream fur and a shark-like muzzle. A pair of pointed ears stuck out of a mop of dark green hair, nearly matching her eyes. Tiny white dots were scattered under her eyes and over her muzzle, similar to her father's freckles. It was just another day at the park with the other kids in the neighborhood. Some of the kids had gone off to the woods to try and catch beetles while others went on the swings and play equipment. With his main group of friends following his lead, Kaken grinned up at his best friend. "All right, we're playing tag." She smiled timidly as the other boys cheered, fiddling with the hem of her shirt. "Oh okay, Kaken." The spiky-haired boy strode forwards confidently, flanked by Tsubasa and Hidesashi. Ikumi hurried behind them, hunching up when she saw a couple of girls staring at her. Despite being the same age as Kaken and his friends, she stood about 3 heads taller than them. Still, she was just happy to be there with Kaken. It was a nice sunny day, and as they played, she started to forget the other kids giving her weird looks. She reached for Tsubasa, only to pout when the winged boy flew out of reach. "Hey, that's cheating." In response, Tsubasa stuck his tongue out. "Is not." She jumped up at Tsubasa, trying to grab him. "Is too." Tsubasa blew a raspberry at her. Kaken stamped his foot as Ikumi stuck her tongue out in retaliation. "Come on, Tubby. Play fair." As Tsubasa came lower, grumbling all the way, Ikumi's ear twitched as she heard scuffling. Turning around, she saw another boy being pushed around by a pair of older kids. She could hear the other boy starting to tear up. Before she really knew what she was doing, she was running over to them. "Hey." As she got closer, they turned around, sneering. What do their eyes widened when she loomed over them. They might have been taller than the other boy, but she was still head and shoulders above them. Ikumi put her hands on her hips, staring down at them. She wanted to grin at them like All Might, but she didn't have friendly teeth like him, only fangs. "Don't be mean to people. Say sorry to him." One of them sneered at her shakily. "Oh yeah, what are you gonna do about it?" Looking back at the crying boy, Ikumi resumed her stare down. "I'll protect him from you jerks." The bullies looked between each other, then the larger boy went to shove her. He pushed her with both hands, but Ikumi barely budged. Her own one-handed shove knocked him off his feet and into the dirt. His buddy whimpered as Ikumi pulled him up to her eye level with one hand. "Are you going to be mean to him?" They scampered off, glaring at her. Smiling, Ikumi looked down at the boy she'd helped. "Are you all right?" He didn't say anything, instead staring up at her with wide, teary eyes. She leaned forwards, carefully stretching out a hand. "Do you?" He slapped her hand away, scampering off. Scary. Ikumi watched him go with wide eyes. "Hi." Jogging up to her, Kaken frowned at the fleeing boy. "Hey, what gives? You helped that wimp." Ikumi looked at her hands. I didn't want to scare him. She just wanted to help." Kaken's angry expression softened, before turning to his typical cocky grin. "Hey, don't worry, Midori. When we become heroes together, I'll be the strongest around. And then all the villains will fear me." It didn't lift Ikumi's mood as much as it should have. Maybe people would be less afraid when they got older. Or maybe she wouldn't grow much taller. She didn't want to be any scarier. Ikumi Midoriya's huge height was even stranger because her parents were anything but tall. Her dad Hisashi always joked that his orange furred ears were the only thing that let him get on roller coasters. They'd still been concerned when their baby girl had shot up to be so much taller than her classmates and approaching her mother's height. Dr. Tsubasa had taken a blood sample and scheduled a MRI to see if Ikumi was suffering from gigantism. The tests came back negative, indicating that Ikumi's height was just a natural part of her quirk. He had asked for more samples. Ikumi hadn't liked him, her sensitive nose picking up the stench of chemicals and blood. Her parents had agreed, deciding to see a different doctor. He was nicer, and he hadn't smelled as weird as Dr. Tsubasa. It was just as they were going to see the new doctor when Ikumi found that there was more to her quirk than she'd first assumed. She'd been feeling a comforting warmth all over her body, concentrated in her chest. As she'd hopped up to the table, some dust hit her nose. She sneezed, a spurt of embers and smoke coming from her mouth. Her mother had been surprised and slightly alarmed. "Oh, we thought that Ikumi wouldn't have that part of her father's quirk." Dr. Hamamoto shrugged. "There's still a lot we don't know about quirks. Even now, there's still a lot to learn about how they work. Since her husband has some minor mutations, it seems that Ikumi's inherited his quirk with a more extreme variation of those. It's not uncommon." Ikumi grinned widely. "I can breathe fire like Daddy. And I can be a cool hero like Kaken when I get older." Meeting Kaken later and sharing her new, super cool fire breath got Kaken excited. "Bet it's not as cool as my explosions, though," he'd boasted. Ikumi giggled. Same old Kaken. Later, they found that Ikumi had extra parts of her body. Most of it went over Ikumi's head, but what she understood was that she had a sort of flame sac that ran down her throat to her stomach. It stored flammable material for a later date, breaking it down into a gas. When she breathed it out, heat generated in her mouth to ignite the gas as it mingled with oxygen. She wasn't sure what the feeling around her body was, or why it had died when she breathed fire. Since it didn't seem bad, she never mentioned it until later. Ikumi eventually learned what it meant, though that is for another time. Given her unusual animal look and fire breathing, they had to update the registry from Fox Shark. Eventually, they gave it the name Dragon Breath. It wasn't a cute name, but Ikumi could think of a better one. Inko loved her daughter. How could she not? Ikumi was a kind-hearted girl who just wanted to help everybody. She smiled to her daughter, bouncing in place. Okay, Ikumi, where are you and Kaken going to play today? Ikumi beamed up at her with a gap-toothed grin. We're going up by the creek. All right, you play safely now. Ikumi bounded away to meet up with Katsuki, the blonde boy grinning up at his friend. Inko watched them go with a smile on her face. I can't believe you let your daughter go off like that. Inko mentally composed herself, before turning to the other woman. Oh, Kodazute-san, this is a bit unexpected. Besides, she's going with friends, they'll be fine. Kodazute sniffed. I mean, really, she should be quieter. Inko's smile slipped slightly. She's a 4-year-old girl going to play with her friends. Still, she should be more mature, even if she is a mutant. Inko was about to say something considerably nastier when Mitsuki barged in, a sharp grin on her face. Hey, Inko, sorry to interrupt you, Kodazute, but I'm taking Inko to get some coffee. Do you mind? Aye, great. See you around, Kodazute. Inko smiled at Mitsuki, allowing herself to be dragged away as Kodazute glared at Mitsuki. Thank you for that. Mitsuki shrugged. It barely counts as a favor. She's a stuck-up bitch who's got to stick up her ass about everything. She couldn't help but giggle, then sighed. I don't mind her judging me, but she shouldn't judge Ikumi. Her friend nodded pensively. Yeah, Ikumi's been the best thing for Katsuki. Keeps him from getting too big a head. Mitsuki took a sip of her coffee, sighing. Still, people are jerks. Inko couldn't help but agree. Ikumi huffed, letting out a tiny lick of fire. She looked up at her dad, who clapped. Good work, Ikumi, he praised, grinning. His own fangs were less pronounced than hers, something she found reassuring. Just remember, no practicing your fire breathing when there's flammable stuff around. Ikumi nodded seriously. I won't. Hisashi Midoriya ruffled her hair, sighing. You really got my hair, huh? His ears twitched in their black mop. Then he saw his daughter's ears droop slightly as she looked away. What wrong, Ikumi? She shrugged, rubbing her arm. It's nothing. Hisashi frowned. Doesn't look like nothing. She shuffled in place. Do you think I'm going to get bigger when I get older? Of course you are. You're a growing girl. Ikumi stamped her foot. I don't want to get bigger. I just want to be smaller so that I don't scare other kids when I help them. The other girls don't let me play with them because I'm too tall, and then they say mean things about me. Hisashi paused, then nodded. He knew this was going to be an issue. Ikumi was already so tall, looking more like a teenager than a normal 4-year-old. He mentally slapped himself. They'd checked several times, and Ikumi was growing normally. Not her fault, she was just bigger. Ikumi continued talking, tears gathering in her eyes. I just want to be normal. He pulled his daughter into a hug, ignoring how she came up to his shoulder. Listen, Ikumi, you know that no matter what, we love you, right? She mumbled into his armpit. Hisashi just smiled, patting her on the back. And Katsuki likes you, doesn't he? Yeah. He bent down slightly so he could meet her eyes. So don't worry about them. They don't know you. Kodazute-san says I have to be quieter when we play with Kaken. Even if I'm a mutant. Hisashi frowned. Kodazute-san says a lot of things. You don't have to listen to her about everything. He paused. Don't tell your mother I said that. Ikumi giggled a bit. Hisashi grinned with her. Internally, he worried. It wasn't fair for his beautiful daughter to be judged for something beyond her control. It was her quirk, after all. There were books about not judging others based on their quirks around. Clearly, most kids hadn't gotten the message. Or maybe it was adults that hadn't. People aren't born equal. And sometimes people will judge you for no reason. But that was my first and greatest obstacle. I was never entirely comfortable with my height. It just separated me from other people. Maybe I would have been shy without my quirk. Anyway, my name is Ikumi Midoriya. I'm just an ordinary girl now. But this is my story about becoming a hero like All Might. About saving people with a smile. It wasn't always easy, but I don't regret it. There were a couple of times where Ikumi wished that she didn't have her quirk. She could have lived without constantly being the largest kid in the room. More than once she had begged, pleaded, and outright wished that she would just stop growing. Her quirk didn't listen and continued to make her the tallest person in any room. Some of her classmates and friends had wanted to be taller for ages, but Ikumi didn't see the appeal. Ikumi found that her height gave her a tendency to loom over people when she didn't want to. Neck cramps from both parties trying to simply make eye contact and having to fit into a society built at half scale. Pens and pencils not built for increased strength shattered in her grip. To the despair of the PE teacher at her junior school, Ikumi was never particularly interested in sports. She always felt too uncoordinated, too out of place. As far as he was concerned though, Ikumi's sheer size and strength made her a shoo-in for practically any sport. People always told her that she had the build for basketball and volleyball, but she would have rather not. Still, it was her quirk. Like all quirks, it came with upsides and downsides, even if it seemed that there were more downsides than normal. 8-year-old Katsuki glared up at his taller friend. "Your quirk's kind of unfair," he grumbled. He'd said it every winter they'd been friends. Midori giggled. The traitor. Katsuki was completely bundled up in thick winter gear and boots, restricting his movements and making it harder to get around. Midori, on the other hand, only needed a pair of boots and a jumper to shrug off the cold. Her fur had thickened up slightly, making her seem larger than she normally was. "It's just how my quirk works, Kaken." She patted her chest. I keep my fire inside my body. And I've got a fur coat of my own." Katsuki scoffed. "Maybe your quirk works better in the winter, but that's just a starting edge. It just takes me longer to warm up, that's all." Midori shrugged, walking through the snow in the park at an impressive pace. Katsuki growled, managing to keep up with his friend. Midori was officially slightly over 2 meters tall now, and still growing. In Katsuki's opinion, that was what made Midori the coolest of his friends. That you could feel the heat emanating off her if you leaned against her was a nice touch. Katsuki had everything he could ever want. Top grades, a powerful quirk, and a friend who could keep up with and challenge him. About the only thing he didn't have was a hero license. But that had come when he and Midori crushed UA and became heroes together. Sure, Katsuki knew he was great. Pretty much everybody around him said so. And he knew Midori's quirk, even if it wasn't quite as cool as his, was great as well. Not many people thought Midori was great like he was, though. Katsuki didn't give a damn what other people thought. Midori was great, and everybody who thought otherwise was a poofet. A bunch of adults had said that Midori was a bad influence, but Katsuki thought that was stupid. Midori didn't start fights. She intervened in them and tried to defend the other guy. As far as he cared, that's what heroes did. They went in and beat up bad guys. Midori didn't do much hitting, so that was up to him. Ikumi grumbled as she ran a comb through her mop of hair in a futile attempt to untangle it, then switched to a different one. "Spring sucks," she mumbled, combing along her arms and legs and across her torso, excess teal fur being dragged with it. Winter was her favorite time of the year, but springtime was when she started to shed her winter coat, and that meant that until her body decided to stop shedding, there were small piles of teal and white fur getting everywhere. It gathered on clothes, it stuck on couches, not to mention that Ikumi felt itchy and uncomfortable, since her winter coat stuck around for a while and the loose hairs irritated her. At least in summer her coat got back to a normal thin layer, and she didn't feel itchy all over her body. Once she was satisfied with having removed as much excess fur as was humanly possible, she pulled on the rest of her clothes, resignedly running over them with a lint roller to purge the excess. Ikumi looked at herself in the mirror, doing a little twirl. Gang Orca t-shirt and shorts, and her favorite red sneakers. She winced when she saw that the t-shirt was a little too short, clutching her midriff tightly. But it was the only thing she really had. Beaming, she turned back to her bed and the bag of fur that she'd pulled off her body. It wasn't going to be enough. There was always fur in some stupid, unexplained place that she would miss. But at least most of it was in one place. It was practically routine at this point. To get the bag ready, swipe a lint roller up and down her bed to grab any loose fur that had fallen out when she was sleeping and tie it shut. Then double-check that there's no shed fur on her clothes and run the lint roller over it again when she potted some fur that she'd missed. Ikumi took one last look at herself, then hurried downstairs, collected fur in hand. Dumping it in the bin, she quickly went to the door, trying to ignore how close her ears were getting to the ceiling. "I'm going to hang out with Kaken and the other kids." Her mother popped her head around the corner. "Have fun, dear." Ikumi waved goodbye, heading out into the spring sunshine to meet with Kaken. "Morning," Kaken sighed, walking with her. "How the hell does your fur keep getting everywhere?" He gestured to his black t-shirt for emphasis, where a couple of teal strands had already gathered. Ikumi let out a long-suffering sigh. "Spring sucks," she moaned, causing Kaken to laugh. Ikumi swallowed nervously, holding out her wallet. "Oh, one ticket for All Might vs. Alien, please," she managed to get out, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. The cashier gave her an odd look as he accepted the money. Ikumi tried to act natural as she stood there in an oversized coat. Tsubasa had grabbed it from an aunt apparently. She fidgeted slightly as the cashier finished up. "All right, here you go." He handed her the ticket. Ikumi smiled widely as she got the ticket back. "Thank you." Ticket in hand, Ikumi carefully walked into the movie theater, getting a seat in the back. Carefully looking both ways, she opened the coat. "Oh, okay, Kaken, the coast's clear," she muttered. He hopped out, Tsubasa and Hidesashi following. Ikumi anxiously looked, checking that the theater doors were closed. Good one, Midori, Kaken hissed, pulling out a bag of popcorn. Ikumi gulped nervously as the trailer started. It seemed like a good idea at the time to do this. Sure, All Might vs. Alien was a Ma-rated film and looked scary, but it had All Might in it, so the four of them had pooled their pocket money to get a ticket. Kaken grinned. This is gonna be great. Ikumi had her doubts. Still, how scary could it be? About 2.5 hours of gore, swearing, and in the climax All Might hitting the alien so hard it exploded, Ikumi managed to stagger out of the theater, her disguise haphazardly in place. Once out of the theater, Tsubasa cheered. That was awesome. Hidesashi joined him, fingers stretching for emphasis. Yeah, like that bit where that other hero's chest exploded. Ikumi managed to get to a trash can before vomiting, tears coming from her eyes. Bakugo awkwardly patted his friend on the shoulder. I didn't think it would be that gory, Midori. He managed. He brightened up a bit. You want to choose the next movie. It was the closest he would come to an apology. Ikumi wordlessly nodded as she managed to recover. Inko couldn't help but worry about her daughter. Ikumi was self-conscious about the way she looked, and had known from preschool that there was something fundamentally different about her. Inko wasn't a tall woman, but it had still been a bit of a shock when Ikumi had grown taller than her when she was only 5 years old, and then her father at 6. Her height had only increased, and with it her difficulty in navigating their apartment. It was an old one from before the dawn of quirks. Ikumi's long ears almost brushed against the ceiling, and she had been ducking through doorways for a while. Probably too long, Inko supposed, if she was so used to it. Inko had asked her parents about inviting Ikumi over, and they had declined. Not because they thought that Ikumi wasn't cute, or because they had anti-heteromorph prejudices like so many people out of the cities did, but because Ikumi wouldn't have been comfortable in their place out in the country. She didn't want her baby girl to have to deal with that. Inko had been looking at some options already. There was a block of flats nearby that had been constructed specifically for heteromorph quirks, so that might be the best place to go. If there was no other option, there were some warehouses that had been retrofitted for habitation. Ikumi, Inko called hesitantly. Ikumi was doing her homework in another room, but could always hear her from anywhere in the house. Ikumi came over, slightly distracted. And Mum, what's? Inko winced when her daughter's snout impacted the doorframe with a thud. Oh, Inko ran over to her daughter as she rubbed her snout. Ikumi, are you okay? Do you want me to get an ice pack? Ikumi shook her head. Why yes, I'm fine. I should have been more careful about where I was going. Seeing her daughter try and brush it off was what firmed Inko's resolve. Well, Ikumi, we were thinking of moving to a different apartment. Ikumi's eyes widened in panic. Why, you don't have to. I am fine. Ikumi, that's the 3rd time you've hurt yourself trying to go through a doorway. Inko hugged her daughter, grateful that she could at least wrap her arms around her. I wouldn't ask you to change schools, but I just think you should be able to walk in your own home without banging your head on anything. Ikumi sniffed. But that'll be expensive. And I already eat too much. Please don't say that, Ikumi. You're eating the normal amount that a girl your height should. And maybe I won't get any taller. If I drink some coffee. Inko nearly teared up. Ikumi, there's nothing I wouldn't do for you, you know that. Besides, it's not such a big deal. I've seen a place that's still close by. But what about? Inko reached up with a shushing motion. We'll work it all out. Together. Ikumi didn't like driving. She felt too cramped in the back of the car, having to sit in an awkward position so that her ears weren't uncomfortably pressed against the roof. In the front, her mum gave her a reassuring smile. We're almost there, Ikumi. She shifted as much as she could. I am sorry I'm making us move, she said for what felt like the 100th time. Even though it was irrational to feel bad about it, the sure knowledge that she was to blame for her parents having to move sat in her stomach like writhing snakes. Her father shook his head. I've been meaning to move anyway. My job's sending me to a new office, and this place is closer to it. Less time on the train for me. Ikumi managed to crack a slight smile. The only blessing this whole situation had was that they weren't moving out of Musutafu, just slightly further away from Kaken and the rest of her friends. She didn't want to have to make new friends and deal with new girls talking about her behind her back. She tried to reassure herself. Heroes took a while to settle down in one place. All Might ran all around the country, fighting villains wherever he went. Even Gang Orca had worked in other places depending on what was needed. So she'd have to be brave and not cause her parents any more problems. Ikumi's favorite hero of all time, of course, was All Might. Ever since she'd seen All Might on screen rescuing over 1,000 people in his Japanese debut, a fire had been lit in her that burned as hot as her breath. She loved all heroes, how they could save people with a smile and inspire them to be better. But her truest inspiration was rather different. It had been when they were walking back from school to hang out at Kaken's house. Ikumi had intervened with an older kid bullying one of their classmates, only for the older boy to run to a teacher and say she was picking on him. Only Kaken saying that she had stopped him bullying another student had prevented her from getting detention. The teacher had frowned, letting her off with a warning to play nice with the other kids, since Kaken was obviously right. Ikumi had found that so frustrating. The other boy had been older and bigger than Kaken, yet was picking on a 4-year-old boy and making him cry. But the other kids treated her like she was the bad guy. Why? Because she didn't look like them. She knew she looked different. It didn't mean that she didn't want to be normal and do normal girl things. So she and Kaken had gone off after school to the arcade. Kaken had been angry about it as well, since the teacher was obviously stupid if he believed that. A news bulletin had flashed on a TV screen on the way back home. She'd stopped, Kaken looking over. What is it? A new villain attack or something? A cruise ship had been attacked by villains, a gaping hole torn into its side. The passengers were terrified, running from villains dressed in diving suits. Ikumi's heart wrenched when she saw the hulking villain on the ship's bow, a massive shark laughing as he held a terrified woman in his hands. Even if her classmates didn't watch it, their parents would watch it and then they'd look at her like she would do something like that, and it wasn't fair. Kaken had watched her with a concerned look on his face, then gasped as something happened on screen. Midori, look. Ikumi shook herself when she saw what looked like a jet of white water head to the sinking ship. It had to be a hero. It didn't look like All Might, but who? The hero jumped out of the water, and Ikumi gasped when they landed, because it was a hero like her. On deck, the villains and civilians backed up a step as he unfolded to his full height. He stood head and shoulders above the villains, wearing a crisp white suit and a pink tie that looked like a tongue. Red eyes glared at the villains disapprovingly, a black cape fluttering limply in the wind. The resulting fight was pretty one-sided. Ikumi cheered when the orca-themed hero knocked the shark man down effortlessly, saving the hostage. Even when they tried to overwhelm him with their superior numbers, a burst of sound and they were helpless, unable to move as he locked them in handcuffs. Incredible. A new hero has made his debut here at Okuto Island. He looks a bit scary to be honest. But there's no denying his heroism. Ikumi teared up as she watched the hero coordinate with the police to get everybody on board to safety. Kaken cheered as well, giving Ikumi a huge grin. Go Orca guy. On the scene, a reporter came up while he was hauling somebody away. Next to the hero, he looked like a child playing with a toy microphone. Sir, that was amazing. Can you give a name for the press? He paused. The name's Gang Orca. He turned to the camera briefly, a serious expression on his face. I would love to talk more, but there's still injured passengers to rescue. Please excuse me. Ikumi stared rapturously at the scene. He's like me. She breathed. It was one thing to know, more than anything else, that you wanted to be a hero. It was another thing to see somebody like you who managed to achieve it. Kaken gave her a shove. I told you that the other kids are poop heads. We're gonna be heroes together, Midori. She grinned at him, flashing a full set of fangs. And when the other kids had laughed at her wanting to be a hero because she was too scary looking, a tiny part of herself said, they're wrong. Despite a long argument with their previous landlord, they hadn't been able to get their initial deposit back. He had sniffed, saying that Ikumi's fur was still in nooks and crannies despite the professional cleaning they had done. Not wanting to drag the process out any longer than she had to, Inko had dropped the matter. Now that she was there in person, Inko gave their new apartment building an admiring look. The Jukai apartment complex had been built by a size-shifting mutant who had despaired of never having a place that was the right size for him. He had wanted a place where people of practically any size could feel comfortable. The Jukai apartments enclosed a large courtyard, towering trees and greenery shrouding the gravel paths. Ikumi unfolded from the car, stretching. Looking at the apartment building, her eyes widened. The door's taller than me. Inko patted her daughter on the arm, looking at the door in question with a smile. The door into the apartment was truly massive, nearly twice as tall as Ikumi herself. It is rather big, isn't it? And that sense of scale applied to the rest of the apartments. The wing they were in, despite being the same height as a typical apartment block, only had half as many balconies. The windows and balconies themselves adjusted to a larger scale. After so many rental agents had told her to just buy a warehouse or be grateful for prices about 3 times higher than her current rental, Inko was happy to find an apartment like this. Ikumi broke out into a huge grin, teeth flashing. Then she seemed to remember herself and hurriedly closed her lips. Inko frowned when she saw her daughter clamp down on her body language like that. She wanted to talk to Ikumi about that, but decided to talk about it later. For the first time she could really remember, Ikumi had to look up at somebody. It was a new experience. The landlord must have had an Oni mutation, Ikumi thought, as he seemed to fill the space. His deep red skin and huge muscles looked kind of funny in his white shirt and black pants. He smiled at the family, bearing an impressive set of fangs. Her parents didn't even blink at the sight, and his smile seemed to get a smidgen more genuine. You must be the Midoriyas. He politely bowed. Lovely to meet you. My name is Kojiro Mochizuki. Inko bowed politely as well, going through the formalities. Ikumi couldn't help but look around the building and wonder, before her gaze returned to Mochizuki. When they came to the door of their apartment, Ikumi frowned. Why is the door small? It looked like a regular door, maybe wider than normal but still the same height. Mochizuki nodded simply. It's to keep you in the habit of ducking under doorframes when you're to hear. Ikumi nodded seriously. That did make sense. As Mum opened the door, she ducked under. Standing up, she stared at the rest of the apartment, eyes wide open. The landlord chuckled upon seeing her face. The first time anybody comes here, they're like that. The apartment itself seemed almost oversized. It felt like there was so much space. Ikumi hesitantly reached up to see if she could touch the ceiling, reaching up further and further. Her mother looked at her when she strained. Ikumi, I can't touch it, Ikumi almost whispered. Then, louder, I can't touch the ceiling. Tears built in the corners of her eyes. Mochizuki gave her an encouraging smile. Everybody likes to try that. When we say we can house anybody, we mean it. Hisashi chuckled as he saw his daughter run around, happily helping with the unpacking. The delivery man had offered to help, but Ikumi was on a roll. She practically bounced in place as he stepped up, ready to act the part of a strong dad. He gave Ikumi a smile. Okay, Ikumi. Now, I'm pretty sure I could take the couch and by myself, but would you mind giving me a hand? Ikumi gave him a wide grin, carefully not showing any teeth. Not a problem, Dad. Hisashi braced himself under the couch, Ikumi taking a similar position. With a grunt of effort, he managed to lift his end. Ikumi pulled her end up with one hand, the delivery men boggling at the sight. Hisashi carefully staggered back. Careful. Ikumi carefully ducked under, careful not to hit her head. It was a short stagger to the elevator, and they were able to lean it against the wall. Hisashi smiled up at his daughter. Phew, it's pretty heavy, isn't it? She shrugged, looking down at the couch. Not really, Dad. Hisashi flexed, a confident look on his face. What can I say? I'm taking the lion's share of the weight. As Ikumi giggled, he braced himself to lift it again. The rest of the journey was a tough one, but it was much easier to get the couch through this door than it had been getting it out of their original apartment. Phew, barely broke a sweat. Ikumi gave him a disbelieving look. Hisashi pretended not to notice. Inko looked over the countertop with a fond smile. Hisashi, could you give me a hand with the bowls? Sure thing, dear. Ikumi bounded off to the hallway, a wide smile on her face. Hisashi watched her go, sighing. Behind him, Inko leaned against his shoulder, taking a moment from the unpacking to appreciate the change it had brought in Ikumi. He grinned. Inko, apart from saying yes to my proposal, this is the best idea you've ever had. Inko playfully shoved his arm. Surely I've had better. They chuckled, watching as Ikumi ran up to the truck. Hisashi blinked. I should probably go help her if she means to move the fridge. His help, it turned out, was unneeded. But it was the thought that counted. Mitsuki whistled, looking around the apartment. Hot damn, Inko. You really got lucky, huh? The scale of the apartment was pretty interesting. The Midoriya's normal table was sat in a space that dwarfed it. Everything else reminded Mitsuki of when she'd been a little girl running around the house. Inko had thought ahead and installed some footstools at the stove and oven so that she could actually use them. The landlord was apparently trying to track down something to plug in so that Inko didn't have to do that, which Mitsuki thought was surprisingly nice for such a grumpy fellow. Next to her, Katsuki beamed. It's Midori-sized. Awesome. Ikumi just grinned, fangs flashing. Mitsuki was happy to see the normally shy and reserved girl so expressive in her new home. It had seemed like her smiling full force had happened less and less as she grew up. Yeah, I was worried that even if we moved here it would be too small, but it's not. Mitsuki smiled warmly, before her face turned to a mock frown. Ikumi, you're not still wearing those t-shirts, are you? For a girl who had Inko as a mum and Mitsuki for an aunt, Ikumi's fashion sense was awful. She hugged the plain white t-shirt to herself, the inscription reading t-shirt. I like them. They're funny. Katsuki cackled, the annoying brat. Mitsuki sighed, somewhat fondly. That's fine, Ikumi. Just remember to hit me up if you want a nice dress to wear. I will, Auntie Mitzi. Katsuki grabbed his friend's arm. Hey, you said there's a park nearby, right? Let's go. Mitsuki gave her son a glare. Don't blow up anything that doesn't belong to you, Katsuki. Yeah. Ikumi looked over to Inko, who smiled gently. Make sure you're back for lunch, Ikumi. Katsuki. She beamed, bouncing in place slightly. Let's go, Kaken. You can meet my friends here. Mitsuki smiled as they ran off, Ikumi half ducking before straightening up. Behind her, Inko set some coffee and sweets on the table. Nice to see she's got somewhere she fits in. Katsuki stared at the other kids Midori had brought him to meet. She grinned, waving him over. Guys, this is Kaken. He's my best friend ever. The first one looked pretty cool, some kind of bug guy with a shock of green hair. He glared at Katsuki, and Katsuki met his glare back. Name's Kamakiri. He's got a really cool quirk, Kaken. It's called Sharp Edge and he can make knives come out of his arms. Katsuki snorted. trust Midori to swoon over any vaguely cool quirk. Next to him was a girl with a rabbit mutation, brown-furred and built a bit like Tubby. And she was also head and shoulders taller than Katsuki. She grinned, flexing an arm. Iku's talked a lot about ya. My name's Hiroko Yuzujiyama, so you better remember it. Katsuki grinned at her. He kind of liked her already. Okay, long years. Long years shook her head. Yuzujiyama was too hard for you to remember. It's not too hard. I just don't want to say it. Kaken definitely likes you. He actually gave you a nickname rather than call you an extra, Midori whispered to Long Ears. Katsuki scowled up at Midori. Well, she's like a friend of yours. Of course I'm gonna respect her. More than some of our poofid classmates. That's for sure. The bug guy blinked, then turned to Katsuki. You gonna nickname me or something? Bugface. Bugface. Bugface glared at him, a short blade coming from his arm. Katsuki grinned, explosions popping in his hands. Then Midori stepped between them, towering over them both. Kaken, that wasn't a nice nickname. You could call him something else, maybe? He crossed his arms. He thought it was an okay nickname. Midori huffed, looking down. He doesn't like it, so maybe something different. Bugface glared at him, then Midori. Look, if you just let me. He sighed. Okay, Stabby. Stabby blinked. Stabby, since Midori's asking. Katsuki wasn't big on apologizing, even to his mum. But Midori was willing to fight on this shit, so he was at least going to try and get along with her new friends. Stabby glared at him, then the blade went back. The rest of the afternoon was spent exploring. After dealing with his shit, Stabby was alright, even if Katsuki thought he was a bit of an arrogant jerk. Surprisingly, Ikumi wasn't the only person in their group of friends who was moving. She looked over to Tsubasa curiously, bento in hand. You're going away, Tsubasa. The shorter boy grinned, wings flapping idly. Well, my grandpa's moving his clinic to Camino, and my folks are still overseas, so I'll be going with him. She shrugged, fiddling with her bento. Ikumi still didn't like how his grandpa smelled. She couldn't put a finger on it, but he just smelled wrong. Tsubasa hadn't liked her commenting on how Dr. Tsubasa smelled, though, so she'd stopped talking about it. Hidesashi frowned. That isn't fair. Who's gonna help keep Katsuki and Ikumi out of trouble? Hey, Ikumi pouted. It's true. Hidesashi leered, fingers stretching. You and Katsuki keep fighting older kids. They keep bullying our classmates. It's not fair. Tsubasa rubbed the back of his head. Well, it'll be fine. Camino isn't that far away. Kaken looked up, grinning. Like I care, Tubby. He then shrugged. But if you don't keep in touch, I'll freaking beat your ass. As Tsubasa glared at Kaken for using that nickname and Hidesashi laughed, Ikumi sat back with a sigh. Moving had been a lengthy process, but she'd made some friends at the apartments already. Sure, they weren't as tall as she was, but she didn't feel as out of place. Later, they waved Tsubasa off as he drove away with his grandfather to Camino. They tried to keep in touch, but eventually Tsubasa must have forgotten. Sometimes friends just drifted apart due to differences of location. It wasn't the last time that they ever saw him. Their next meeting was due in several years. Still, time goes quickly when you have things to do. Ikumi had gained friends at Jukai Apartments and managed to introduce them to Katsuki without anything breaking. For a couple of years she was pretty happy there, with Kaken coming over and helping deal with bullies. And of course she practiced her fire breathing with him, since they knew they wanted, more than anything else, to be heroes. It was on her 10th birthday that Ikumi found out what the warm feeling shrouding her body meant. When Ikumi was 3, she had an accident with a glass of soda. Kaken had shaken up a bottle as a joke, and it sprayed all over her. Ikumi had needed to wait until she could get it rinsed off. The sticky feeling and matting of her fur had stuck with her. Since then she'd always been extremely careful about soft drinks and juice, not wanting a repeat. Her 10th birthday party was fairly well attended. They'd sent an invitation to Tsubasa's address, but he hadn't gotten back to them. Still, Hidesashi and Kaken and the rest of her friends were here, so Ikumi tried not to take it too personally. Ikumi grinned as her mum set the All Might-themed cake down in front of her. The candles weren't lit, but that was just how her dad and her liked it. As her friends and parents sang happy birthday to her, Ikumi waited until they were done, then sucked in a breath. Pursing her lips, she blew a tiny spurt of flame over the candles, lighting them up. As always, her wish was pretty much the same. Please, don't let me grow any taller. Kaken grinned. What do you wish for Midori? More hero shit. Her mum shot him a look, which Kaken ignored. Ikumi carefully cut a slice of cake and then let her mum do the rest. As cake was served, Ikumi was practically bouncing in place, raring to go. It was a beautiful sunny day outside and she wanted to get out there and run around with her friends. Her mum smiled. Well, here you go. Ikumi's jolting leg hit the table, and her glass of orange soda fell back towards her. It almost felt like she was watching it fall in slow motion, the liquid heading for her new Gang Orca shirt. That strange feeling on her body seemed to intensify. The liquid hit maybe a millimeter away from her shirt, then dribbled off. Ikumi stared as it dripped away from her shirt, and onto the floor. Her mother, half seeing this, sighed. Okay, Ikumi, I'll. She stopped, seeing that her daughter was dry and not in need of a towel. Ikumi stared at her dry shirt. How did that happen? It wasn't as if she had some sort of moisture-repelling quirk. She had been caught in the rain and she'd gotten wet then. Maybe it was some sort of really specific quirk that only repelled soft drinks. But then she wouldn't have gotten soaked by soft drink in the first place all that time ago, so maybe. Midori, you're mumbling. Kaken glared at her. Also, why did you hide that part of your quirk? Ikumi flushed, then flailed, trying to come up with an explanation for Kaken. I didn't know I could do that. Mum blinked. It's certainly news to me. It would have been nice to know you had a quirk that could help repel all those dirt and mud stains you pick up. Kaken glared up at her mum. Dirt stains? Auntie, Midori gets way less muddy than we do. Ikumi's mind whirled while her friends concurred. Had she seriously not noticed this? Sure, she liked looking at other people's quirks, but she hadn't seriously looked at her own one. Not like she did with other people. Ikumi, sweetie, are you okay? Her mum said, worried. Ikumi suddenly sat up. I have a second part to my quirk that I only just noticed. How could I not be okay? Inko had always described her quirk as an extension of her arms, like she was casting a line out to a smaller object and attaching onto it. When she latched onto something, it steadily retracted back to her body, dragging whatever small item she had focused on with it. The purple-skinned quirk counselor, looking at her quirk and Ikumi's, concluded that Ikumi had picked up a stronger version of Inko's own quirk. It almost sounds like a telekinetic field that is focused solely on your arms, he explained, tapping Inko's hands for emphasis. A way of tethering what you can do to safe limits. He then pointed to Ikumi. Your daughter's field is spread all over her body, perhaps the quirk creating a redundancy for her much larger frame. But why hasn't she activated it consciously before? He shrugged. If I had to guess, she may have activated it unconsciously. Now, you said that this feeling goes when you breathe fire. Ikumi nodded, excited. It feels like it goes whoosh and then it goes into the fire. And then it comes back later. He jotted down a note. We would need to test this, but from my initial assessment, it sounds like her fire breathing and telekinetic shell are connected. Oh, it's like Mummy's telekinesis. She reaches out with her stuff and then she grabs it. But my telekinesis goes into my fire and then it goes and my body makes more of my field. Or maybe it comes back to me. Sounds like you've got a good idea of how it works, young lady, he chuckled. Inko smiled, patting Ikumi on the back. She likes looking at hero quirks. Why, Ikumi has practically filled out 3 notebooks with notes on them. Don't tell him that. With new information about Ikumi's quirk, they had to update the name, which took a while. Ultimately, Hisashi was the one to make a name. Dragon Frame, since her body has a telekinetic shell, like a framework around her body. And it's a pun in English. Inko sighed. It's not completely accurate. We just referred to it as Dragon Breath because Ikumi doesn't look like any one animal. Well, the alternative would be clunky. Half telekinetic shell, half fire breath. Doesn't roll off the tongue. Ikumi giggled. No, it doesn't. Dragon Frame it was. Inko could only hope that there were no more surprises coming from Ikumi. Puberty. That time in young life where, just when you thought you had a handle on everything, it all changes. Hair starts growing in unusual places. Your sweat starts smelling really bad. You start having funny dreams about your opposite-sex classmate. Not to mention your voice flip-flopping between outrageously high and low. Ikumi had thought that a second part to her quirk was the most change that would happen to her life, but that had been a foolish hope. A couple of months before her 10th birthday, Ikumi's chest started to feel tender. Her gangly frame started to fill her clothes in accordance with basic biological laws. She found herself wanting to eat even more than she normally did, like there was a black hole in her stomach. And to her profound mortification, Ikumi had a growth spurt. The saleswoman blinked, staring up at the gigantic customer who had come in awkwardly. A woman with the same hair and eye color stood next to her, holding her arm in a reassuring way. Then she mentally shook herself, looking at the shorter woman. So how can I help you? She smiled slightly shakily, looking up at her much taller daughter. Well, I'm here to help my daughter Ikumi get a bra. Women in my family tend to develop early. She was anxious about buying one, so that seemed odd to her. Shouldn't she know how to get one already? I mean, she's a grown woman. I am 10. The tall girl squeaked, ducking her head. Her mother patted her on her forearm. Looking at her, she squinted, seeing her in a new light, seeing how her jeans were hiking up over her ankles, indicating that this young girl was having a growth spurt. Her hand flew to her mouth as the taller girl squirmed in embarrassment. Oh, I am so sorry. Here, I'll get you measured. A couple of other women in the shop stared at the awkward young lady as she hurried to get the stepladder. Apologizing again, she got to work on measuring her latest customer. Okay, so. A measuring tape spooled around her hands, running around Ikumi's chest. Has her mother done any measuring? Her mother nodded, slightly awkwardly. A friend of ours did. All around, Ikumi is about 117 centimeters. Such proportions were rare, but not unmanageable, ever since the dawn of quirk standardization had gone out of the window. So, a band size 28 or 30 should be the right size. The customer's ears drooped as she measured, noting down her size. It wasn't much effort to find a training bra in her size, and she handed it over with a smile. This should be a good fit. Thank you, the young woman stuttered, taking the bra and trying not to die with embarrassment. She smiled. You're welcome. Again, I am so sorry for mistaking you for an older girl. Ikumi looked down. Don't worry about it. It happens. That small statement made her feel even more awkward. Still, at least the girl had a functional training bra. Katsuki looked up at Midori as she pulled out her huge bento with All Might's face on it. In her hands it looked normal, but in his hand it could have held his own bento 3 times over. They gave thanks. Ikumi's containing a stylized Gang Orca made of rice and nori, chicken teriyaki, and pickles. After a few quiet bites, Katsuki spoke. Oi, Midori. About half the rice in her bento had disappeared into her mouth with a flash of fangs. Swallowing, she put it down. You seen that American hero in Naruhodo, right? What's his name? Captain Celebrity. When Katsuki nodded, Midori hummed, gazing up at the sky contemplatively. Yeah, I found him when I was researching quirks similar to mine. He was in the top 20 American heroes only last year. She frowned. He's also, associated with a lot of lawsuits. He flirts with a lot of women, and rumor online is that he's in Japan since he can't work in the States. I think he's trying to turn his image around with all that local club stuff he's doing. Katsuki had known about Naruhodo before. There was all kinds of shit on the internet about some dweeb called the Cruller, palling around with some wannabe idol and crazy guy who beat the crap out of villains. Nothing that had hit the papers, but online there were lots of rumors. Katsuki didn't think much of vigilantism. He wanted to be a legit hero, thank you very much, but he liked Knuckleduster's style. Midori's favorite was Cruller. She liked his All Might hoodies and how he helped people. Katsuki shook his head. Heroes helped by beating villains. That was how he saw it, even if Midori was right that helping people felt good. Trust you to know all that shit already. He grinned. Does he give you any ideas on how to use that other part of your quirk? Midori shrugged, finishing her rice in a few bites. I can see what he's doing, but my quirk doesn't really work like his. I can't fly with mine. Apparently, Midori's telekinesis couldn't go far from her body if she wasn't touching something else, maybe a centimeter or 2. When she breathed fire, though, it spread through the flames apparently automatically, since it was technically part of her body. Katsuki shook his head. At least his parents' quirks made sense when you combined them. How do you know that? The same way you didn't know you had a telekinetic shell. Ikumi paused as she held a piece of teriyaki to her lips. Fair point, Kaken. But it doesn't feel like I can fly, not yet. Maybe if I train it more I could. Katsuki sniffed dismissively. Fine, you better train that other part of your quirk as well as the fire. Can't have my future hero buddy lag behind me. Midori nodded, determinedly. Then her ear twitched. Somebody's being mean to another student. She sniffed deeply. I think it's Ashitaka picking on a junior. Seriously, guy's a dickhead. Ikumi was never directly bullied. The old proverb was that the nail that sticks up gets hammered down, made to conform. But that wasn't so applicable in a society where everybody had an individuality, a quirk that they couldn't just ignore. Many books insisted that people should not be judged by their quirks, but bias crept in and was shown in 100 different ways. Some powers quickly rose to the top of the pecking order and others fell. And so kids pressured those whose quirks were undesirable. The villainous quirks, those with mutations and looked distinctly unhuman. Those without a quirk of their own were not treated kindly either. Ikumi's appearance was as outlandish as they came. Her height and fur made her stand out, and her timid nature should have made her an easy target. However, she was best friends with Bakugo, and everybody knew Bakugo was destined for great things. Despite his rotten attitude, teachers and students alike were well aware that he was future top 10 hero material. And when Ikumi jumped into fights, or intervened with girls playing a mean prank on another girl, Bakugo was normally a few seconds behind, ready to fight. So nobody went out of their way to bully Ikumi. Nobody said anything directly to her face, choosing to whisper amongst themselves about her size and fangs. They didn't exclude her or anything, but they did make a few jokes about how close their friendship was. That was okay with Ikumi, who was glad to have a few close friends like Kaken. But then Ikumi developed early. Tomoko watched as Midoriya awkwardly ducked through the door to class. A couple of the boys stared at Midoriya's chest, her breasts straining her top. The other girls looked between each other, then turned to each other. Look at her showing off, Nami whispered, her long blue hair fluttering in response. It's not like any of the boys would actually go for a freak like her, Hanabi muttered, glaring at Midoriya as she shuffled over to her desk, pulling out her notebook and writing. Tomoko cast a glance at Midoriya, the larger girl clearly trying not to hear them. Can you believe that anybody would want that? Maybe she's meeting those kinds of people. Haruma sniggered, her flamethrower arm dangling to her side. Did you hear? A couple of weeks ago Midoriya got in trouble with the police. Hanabi not so subtly confided with Nami. Apparently she beat some guy really badly. Nami simply nodded, deliberately talking louder as Midoriya looked the other way, gripping her pencil tighter. Well, I guess being a delinquent whore wasn't enough. She had to go beat up her pimp. Midoriya's pencil snapped between her fingers. Bakugo just entered the room, and his expression went from resting bitch to murderous when he saw Midoriya's face. Nami looked over, face set in an expression of faux innocence. Sorry, did we strike a nerve, lady 8 foot tall? Bakugo took a step toward her, but Midoriya shooting out of her chair stopped him. Nami's smirk faltered as Midoriya loomed over her. Tears in the corners of her eyes. She opened her mouth, fangs practically bared. Then the teacher came in and Tomoko winced when she realized what it would mean. The whole scene froze, Nami with her back to the door as he looked up at Midoriya. What's going on? He demanded. Nami's face twisted in a smirk before she turned to the teacher with an innocent look on her face. Oh, sensei. Midoriya here just overreacted to a little joke about her height. I didn't think she'd be so sensitive. Midoriya flinched, shrinking in on herself as much as she could. The teacher frowned at her, his sense of authority diminished by how tall Midoriya was compared to him. Midoriya, there are better ways of communicating your displeasure than physical intimidation. I know that heteromorphic types have stronger instincts, but show some restraint. Tomoko stood up, hesitantly, and Nami left out the part where she called him Midoriya a WH. She tried to force it past her lips, the other girls glaring murder at her. Then Tomoko remembered how Midoriya had helped her and forced it out. She called Midoriya a whore. Bakugo's eyes widened, and he glared at Nami. Oh, that a fact, he growled. The teacher shook his head. Don't do anything reckless, Bakugo. Midoriya, is what Yukabu said true? Midoriya's eyes widened. Why yes, I just wanted them not to say anything, and... Nami glared at her, then looked pleadingly at the teacher. Sensei. The teacher looked at the rest of the class, then he glared at Nami. Tomoko hasn't caused any trouble, so I'll give you a warning to not make such remarks again. And I will be talking with your parents and the principal about your conduct. He then leveled a stare at Midoriya as well. Next time, don't loom over your classmates like that, and don't provoke your classmates. Try to find a way to deal with future issues that doesn't involve threats. Midoriya slowly nodded. Why yes, sensei. Nami sat down, a sullen look on her face and her arms crossed. Tomoko sat back down, sucking in a deep breath. Midoriya came over, quickly sitting down so that she was at eye level. Thank you, Yukabu, she said. Tomoko shook her head. You saved me a couple of weeks ago. I just returned the favor. Midoriya's eyes widened. Oh, well, anybody would have done that. It was no trouble. Well, Tomoko privately doubted that, but she still bowed politely, her mind's eye flashing back to that time. It had been when she was just going home after school. She'd gone through the underpass, as she had 100 times before. Then there had been the sound of a blade unsheathing, and Tomoko had been pressed against a wall by a wild-eyed man, her glasses knocked askew by the force. Give me your wallet, he snarled. Huh, he growled at her, the knife that his hand had turned into pressing against her throat. I said give me your fucking wallet. Are you deaf or something? This wasn't what was supposed to happen. Shouldn't there be a hero or something? She wanted to try and levitate her keys, but she couldn't move. I don't have any money. Please. She wasn't lying, she didn't have any money on her. Spittle flecked on his lips. Bullshit, give it to me. He reached to grab her. A shadow loomed overhead. The guy turned to look and his eyes bulged before a massive fist connected with his side, sending him flying. She collapsed on the ground like a puppet whose strings were cut. Tomoko looked over, eyes wide as Midoriya stood over him, fist raised. Huge green eyes turned to Tomoko, and she reached a massive hand out. Are you okay? Tears in her eyes, Tomoko let herself be pulled up. Midoriya called a police officer and stayed with her until they got to the underpass. The police officer had glared at Midoriya as he handcuffed the suspect. A grown woman should know that vigilantism is not acceptable. I know that mutants sometimes have a hard time keeping their composure. I am nearly 11. Here's my student card. She proffered it, the policeman looking at it with a skeptical expression. Is this a joke? And no, Tomoko managed to breathe. She's in my class. It's real. He shoved it back into her hands. Very well. Since you are a minor, I'll leave it as a warning. Leave stuff like this to the police or heroes. I guess. Sorry. It had been terrifying. Yet ultimately she'd seen Midoriya's kind nature firsthand. Tomoko shrugged. Still, thank you. Midoriya hesitantly beamed at Tomoko. It's, you're welcome, Yukabu. Next to her, Bakugo gave her a flat stare. They give you trouble, Midori, and I'll kick their ass. The other girls didn't react to that, but Tomoko shrugged. I'll be fine. Later, Tomoko found herself sitting with Midoriya. Midoriya didn't say much, but quietly pulled out her notebook, writing something down. Hanging out with Midoriya was definitely more of her style. but Tomoko was modestly surprised to find that she was Midoriya's second female friend, the first being a rabbit girl who was tall, but not Midoriya tall. And so the years went by. Life went on, and soon, Ikumi was in her final year of middle school. It was a bright sunny day outside. Ikumi was walking in the park with nobody else around. It seemed like nothing was happening. And then she realized that she was growing larger and larger. And no, stop, she cried, trying to get her body to listen. It didn't, and she whimpered when her clothes burst from her body. Passers-by who hadn't been there before stared at her and she tried to cover herself. But her body didn't seem to listen as she shot up and away. She kept growing and growing, towering over trees, houses. Soon, Ikumi was the size of a skyscraper. Cars and trucks gathered on the roads, and she had to pull herself close, blushing furiously. Down below, a tiny blue and yellow speck showed up. It was All Might. He could help. He cupped his hands, managing to be heard from her height. "Miss, you have to shrink. You're getting too big." She concentrated, trying desperately to grow smaller. Tears gathered in her eyes as she shot up another meter or so. I can't. This is just how big I am. I'm sorry." "What do you mean?" A bevy of voices came from all around, somehow seeming to come from above. "You don't fit in. Just go somewhere else. You're causing a scene. Mommy, she's scary." They continued to echo around her, accompanied by hundreds, thousands of staring eyes. Ikumi curled into a ball, crushing a couple of houses under her, but she could feel eyes all around, staring at her. Could hear people complaining about her size and how much of a hassle it was dealing with it. Gasping, Ikumi woke up. Hurriedly she looked down at herself, briefly confused before she realized. That dream, it was a recurring nightmare Ikumi had. The thought that she might never stop growing, and would just grow bigger and bigger until there was nowhere for her to live. Ikumi knew it was an irrational fear, but rationality didn't factor into dreams. She took a deep breath. "Hopefully we can make it into UA," she muttered drowsily before heading back to sleep. Ordinary Girl 6 Meeting Your Heroes. It was a bit past 5:30 when she came back to the apartment, fur matted with sweat. Ikumi panted, wiping her brow. She took a sip of water from her sports bottle, stretching slightly. Ikumi knew that she couldn't just rely on her natural strength without training it. Heroes had to train pretty hard to protect people and get to disasters quicker than anybody else. So she'd started jogging to build up her stamina and muscle. Since she had such a long stride, she'd had to run further. In the gray morning light she checked her phone. 26 minutes, 28 seconds. She muttered. She'd gotten a bit faster than when she'd started. She'd shaved a few minutes off her 15-kilometer morning run. She pulled at her bottom lip as she walked to her room. "I'll probably have to start running further. Maybe 20 Ks next time." A couple of morning stretches later and Ikumi went into the shower. She sighed as the cold water poured around her, reaching for the gallon-sized bottle of mutant shampoo to properly clean herself. It was at least better than when Mrs. Yuzujiyama had been a child. Back then mutant shampoo was usually pet shampoo with some minor additions, sold at 2 or 3 times the original price. Fortunately things had changed for the better. The Hearts and Minds Party had lobbied for stringent checking of any product meant for those whose physiology had changed massively as part of their quirk. Ikumi and her mom had spent a long time checking between pet shampoo and her favorite brand of shampoo to make sure that it was right. It still looked a bit ridiculous, the massive bottle sitting next to her parents' comparatively smaller bottle, covering her entire body in suds and washing it off. She turned the shower off. Washing finished, Ikumi took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. Her fire rushed around her, drying the worst of the water off. Pulling out a towel that looked more like a blanket, she finished drying herself off, then pulled her dressing gown on. She pulled her uniform on, carefully trying to tie the ribbon under the blouse, the result somehow misshapen and lumpy. It was the best she could do. Her dad had the same problem with his ties. Ikumi stared at herself in the mirror and sighed. At 14, her height had almost stabilized. She was highly unlikely to grow much taller at this point. Not that it was much comfort. At just under 3 meters tall, Ikumi now had problems with low-clearance underpasses in most buildings. Everything was built wrong for her to be truly comfortable. At least Aldera's ceilings were just high enough for her to walk relatively straight, even if her ears bent. And then there was her figure. She had inherited her mother's figure, wide hips and large breasts, though her ribcage was larger than her mother's, probably to help compensate for her increased size. This was a problem when you tried not to attract attention. No matter what kind of shirt she wore, her chest seemed to push it out, making the boys stare at her and girls making remarks when they thought she couldn't hear them. To try and avoid being noticed too much, she did her best to find an oversized school shirt so that her chest didn't strain it so much. Her skirt had gone down to her ankles after an incredibly embarrassing incident with a windy day. At least she hadn't worried about back pain too much. Ikumi had found herself practicing using her quirk on her chest a lot, especially when playing volleyball. Even without her quirk she was strong enough to handle the weight, but her large chest still annoyed and embarrassed her. "Ikumi, it's breakfast time." Her stomach grumbling, Ikumi shook herself out of her slump. coming. She liked helping her mother make breakfast. It helped make up for the fact Ikumi ate enough food for a family of 4 by herself. Waving a quick goodbye to her mother as she finished her meal, she hurried outside to meet with Kaken. Katsuki gave a half-hearted glare up at Midori. Took you long enough. She gave him a light-hearted shove. Really, Kaken? They strode through the streets, other pedestrians giving Midori a wide berth as she walked. Katsuki shrugged. How's her hero training going? I'm trying to find a gym that can house, well, she gestured, pointing at herself. Me, really? And it's not like I can find somebody my height who can teach me how to fight. What? You already know how to fight. Just hit them in the face. Midori shrugged. Well, gigantification via lanes exist, but most of how I fight is about beating somebody smaller than me. But none of the dojos nearby will have me. They say I'm in too different a weight class. Katsuki kicked a can, scowling. Screw them. Ikumi's ears pricked. Sounds like there's something coming from the train station. There's a lot of chaos. Villain attack. Midori, no. A smile crossed her face, ear twitching. Kamui Woods. He's there. Katsuki tried to hold her back, but it was like stopping a car. Midori hurried over to the scene with him clamped to her arm, eyes flashing. And then she stopped. Oh, she mumbled. Katsuki glanced over at the scene and could immediately get why she'd stopped. He scowled. Well, this sucks. A hulking villain roared, dreadlocks swaying in the wind as he flailed at the heroes attacking him. Somebody in the crowd commented, "What a crazy quirk, turning into a monster." Midori stared up at the scene, before looking at the heroes. There's Kamui Woods. As I said, she managed, a slight smile crossing her face. He's a real upcoming superstar. Katsuki looked up. He looks all right, he conceded as Kamui Woods stood on top of a skyscraper, glaring at the villain's wild eyes. The man with stars on his head next to her grinned. Wow, a full-on. He turned to look at her, only to gawk when he realized that he was barely up to her waist. He blinked, then shrugged. Commentary. You, must be a real fan. I really like heroes, she muttered, perking up slightly as she watched Kamui. Oh, here comes his finishing move. Katsuki watched vaguely as his arm uncoiled. Huge branches shooting out. Lacquered chain. Canyon cannon. Midori blinked in surprise when an even larger woman crashed onto the scene with a flying kick, knocking the villain into the train stop. She turned around with a sultry expression, the purple horns of her costume complementing the cream of her skin-tight leotard. Pleased to make your acquaintance, she purred. Today's the debut of Mount Lady. Midori blinked, before somebody shoved her leg. Out of the way. Gotta get the hot pics. Her ears drooping, she stepped aside to let them pass. Katsuki glared up at her. Seriously, Midori, tell them to fuck off. It's really not worth it. As Mount Lady posed for the cameras, the police leading the villain away, she idly pulled out her notebook, writing a few notes. Nice to see a female hero with a size-shifting quirk, at least. Katsuki looked at his phone, sighing. Look, fangirl over her shit later. We're gonna be late if we keep standing around. Oh, right. If you wanna be a hero, I got you. The star-headed guy yelled as they left. Katsuki marked him as a half-decent asshole. She carefully turned around, trying not to get in anybody's way. Katsuki, in contrast, just shoved his way past without regard to other people. A businessman, not looking where he was going, collided with her legs in a similar fashion to running into a brick wall and bounced backwards. He spluttered, "Watch where you're." His voice died down when he slowly looked up at the person he'd crashed into. Katsuki glared at the guy as Ikumi gasped. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you." She knelt down, offering a hand that seemed like it could wrap around his entire torso. "Do you need a?" Hurriedly he picked himself up, bowing politely. "And no need. I'm fine." Katsuki glared up at his erstwhile friend as she stared at the rapidly departing businessman with a despondent expression. "Come on, Midori. Hurry the fuck up. See coming." The whisper started when she awkwardly ducked through the door. Kaken glared at his classmates as he slouched over to his desk, kicking his feet up in a display of confidence Ikumi wished she shared. Tomoko gave her a happy smile, shooting a look at the girl next to her. Think she knew that giant villain? Sure could. He's ugly enough that he could be her cousin. Think she's going to try and pretend that nothing happened? Ikumi took a deep breath, sitting carefully at her larger-than-normal desk. She started making notes about Mount Lady as their teacher Zaidakuna came in, slapping a pile of papers on his desk, the whisper stopping for now. Now then, since you're in your third year, it's time for you to start thinking seriously about your futures. It felt like the air was sucked out of the class as he picked up a paper. Now, I should hand out these future career forms, but, with a whisk of his hand, he threw the papers into the air. I guess you all want to be heroes, don't you? The class cheered, their quirks going off left and right. Wind blew through the classroom. A boy grew so much muscle his shirt and jacket exploded off his body. Bright light shone from a couple of students' hands. The only ones who didn't use their quirk in some form were Ikumi and Kaken. Ikumi trying to keep her head down and Kaken leaning back with a smirk on his face. Zaidakuna tried to get order back in his class. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks, but you can't just use them whenever you want. Kaken spoke up. Come on, teach. You can't just lump me in with the rest of these idiots. Ikumi shook her head fondly when the rest of the class collectively glared at Kaken. Get over yourself, jerk, was their response to that, Kaken just laughing in their faces. Saitokuna spoke admiringly about Kaken's application to UA, and Ikumi privately hoped it would be enough. Maybe she could get through this lesson without being brought up. Then he looked over her application with a disinterested look. Oh yes, Midoriya, you're aiming to get into UA as well, aren't you? The class went practically silent. Kaken glared at their classmates. Nobody spoke aloud, but it didn't matter when she could hear them whispering to each other. Really, Midoriya in UA. She's got a flashy quirk, but would they even want somebody like her? She kind of looks like a villain already. That she's just going so she can drag Bakugo down with her when she fails. She raised her head slightly. It's not like I'm the only mutant who wants to go in. And I think I've got the power for it. The class tittered. I don't think that people with a police caution on record can get into UA, Kawa sniggered. Ikumi tried to glare her down, the other girl matching her stare. Kaken glared at them. Oh, fuck the lot of you. Like any of you've got quirks half as awesome as Midori's. Saitokuna tried to get order back, but not before shooting her a look like it was her fault. Kaken was antagonizing the class. Ikumi tried to shrink in on herself more. Hopefully the day would end soon. Hedoro panted, sucking in breaths as he flowed through the sewers. He grit his teeth, feeling the bills that were still suspended in his mass. Why, of all things, was All Might here? Shouldn't he be in Tokyo or something? Well, Hedoro wasn't going to be caught. He slithered through the pipes, straining to find somebody. Somebody anybody would do. Any kind of invisibility cloak he could quietly kill and wear around. The sound of footsteps came from overhead, along with muffled conversation. His eyes narrowed. Then he slithered along, careful to keep an ear out. Once one of them went away, he would strike. Katsuki glared up at Midori as they walked home. The events of the morning replayed in his mind, along with a couple of other incidents. I still say you should stand up for yourself more, Midori. Sighing, Midori shook her head. You know what happened the last time I tried to do that? She mumbled. Some extras had gotten pissy when she'd tried to talk to them, and the teacher had made her stand outside, even when he'd tried to talk sense into him. Katsuki wasn't going to back down on this point. We're gonna be heroes, Midori. Can't care what other people think when we're kicking ass. Being a hero isn't just about beating up villains, Kaken. Heroes also have to do rescue work as well, she chided gently. Yeah, but my quirk was made for kicking ass. Ikumi shook her head. It's a great quirk, Kaken, but you could definitely save people with it. When he grunted in annoyance, she gave him a determined look. It's true. You could use controlled detonations to knock down walls in burning buildings, get rid of rubble. Heroes beat villains, and they save people, Kaken. TCH, he growled. I guess you wouldn't be up for a fight anyway after how you acted in class. Midori stopped. What? Katsuki snarled. Seriously, you're so goddamn timid. You're taller than everybody, yet you just let them walk all over you. Midori glared back at him. That's easy for you to say. You don't get in trouble just for trying to move around. She ducked under a store sign, other people in the street giving her a wide berth. So, actually take some pride and tell them to go hang. It's not that easy. Katsuki glared at her, about a decade's worth of anger at how Midori just rolled over, boiling up. It is. They treat you like crap and you don't even get angry about it. Why the hell don't you get mad at them more? Her eyes flashed and she whirled on him, small licks of flame coming from her mouth. I can't get angry because people treat me like I'm the villain. Midori glared back at him, fists balled. A couple of extras stared at her, some muttering to themselves. And like that, Midori deflated, shrinking back in on herself. See, Katsuki hated that. TCH, just when you grow a spine. As they passed the underpass, her nose wrinkled. Ikumi had always had a great sense of smell. This had made growing up with a class that was mostly sweaty teenage boys difficult. Right now, something smelled bad, like an open sewer. What is that? Kaken glared at her. We're not done. A mass of slime shot from the darkness, knocking Ikumi back. Kaken's eyes widened as it wrapped around him, foul teeth chomping down on him. Gotta say, kid. A slimy voice chuckled, a veiny yellow eye bubbling to the surface. You're a real godsend. Just the right size disguise and a good quirk to boot. Ikumi's eyes went wide when it chuckled, forcing Kaken's mouth open. Now I'm just gonna have to crawl inside you and wear you like a good meat puppet. How about that? For a second she hesitated. Then she shot up, dashing to reach Kaken. Get off him. Oh, playing hero are you? A grown woman who dresses like a schoolgirl. Kaken's arm was whipped around, her friend struggling to force it back. His other arm clawed at the slime, trying to drag it off him. Ikumi barely managed to get out of the way as Kaken's hand sparked against his will, the explosion lighting the alleyway up. She tried to throw a punch, but the villain pushed Kaken's body in the way. Ikumi had to pull her punch and got rewarded with an explosion that knocked her back. Kaken's eyes widening as his body was forced to move. Jeet, FF me, he grunted, struggling. Come on, boy. Stop struggling, help a guy out. It'll be all over soon. Ikumi managed to push herself up, then her eyes met Kaken's. For a moment she froze. She'd seen Kaken with a lot of looks in his eye, rage, confidence, quiet caring. She had never seen him afraid, pleading for help. And on seeing that, everything else didn't matter. Her legs moving without conscious thought, Ikumi darted forwards, reaching to grab Kaken. The villain tried to hit her with one of Kaken's explosions, but she ducked, focusing on the other side of her quirk. Fire breath would only hurt Kaken, but maybe. Ikumi had experimented with Dragon Frame before. Ever since she'd found out about it, she'd managed to train her control of it. Dragon Frame flowed around her hands, and she grimaced at the slimy feeling of the villain's body, pushing him away from her. It's just like mud. Push it away. Her hands reached deeper, managing to grab Kaken's face. He gasped, Ikumi straining as a tiny gap, maybe a couple of centimeters thick, formed around his mouth and nose. You bitch. Ikumi barely managed to throw Kaken clear as the sludge villain turned on her as she braced. He glared at her, eyes darting back to Kaken. You want to die so bad. Ikumi's eyes narrowed. Sucking in a deep breath, she breathed fire, forcing the villain away. Kaken pushed himself up, hacking up a lungful of slime. Snarling, the villain lunged forwards, and Ikumi focused, straining harder with Dragon Frame than she ever had. She focused on the villain's body as it impacted her hands. He lunged, lashing out at her, but she stood firm, pulling on reserves she didn't know she had. Ikumi held the sludge villain in place, tendrils of sludge leaking, but his eyes and mouth held in place. His panicked flailing went harder as she held him. Sweat poured from her face as she held him in her grasp, both hands straining to hold him, Dragon Frame covering his body in a trembling area. Kaken stared, then slammed his fist into his palm with a small bang. Good one, Midori. I can't really hold him, Ikumi muttered, gritting her teeth as he thrashed. Desperately she looked around. She had never held something as big as this with Dragon Frame before, much less something that was actively thrashing around. See, call the heroes. The manhole cover exploded, and her control wavered. The villain popped a few tendrils of slime free, his foul grin widening as he tried to wrap them around her neck. A familiar figure burst out, clad in a t-shirt and jeans. Ikumi's heart leapt into her mouth on seeing him. Fear not, kids. I am here. When he took in the scene, All Might was slightly perplexed. All Might knew he was taller than the vast majority of people. There were those who had greater height, but they were pretty rare, and they usually were adults. For the first time in a while, All Might looked up. The girl in front of him, a teal fox by the look of her, though the smooth snout looked a bit awkward, had held the sludge villain in place, maybe a liquid manipulation quirk. But he had no time to think about that. All Might grinned at the villain as he panicked. Then he brought his fist back. Texas, smash. The villain splattered with the force of the shockwave, pieces dripping around the alleyway. All Might shook his head slightly, then turned to focus on the students in front of him. They wore matching uniforms, so they must have been walking home from school when they got caught up in his mess. All Might. Oh gosh. The girl squeaked, eyes wide. All Might internally shook his head. He knew how to deal with fans, at least. Next to her, the spiky blonde kid shoved her leg. Of course it's All Might, he coughed, trying to affect a cool demeanor. All Might could see the look in his eyes, though. Seems that the tall girl wasn't his only fan. Indeed, he looked up to the young girl who had held the villain in place. In a flash, he gathered up the groaning villain's body, pouring him into a couple of handy soft drink bottles. I must apologize for getting the pair of you mixed up in my villain hunt. It's no problem, she gasped. Oh no, I accidentally used my quirk illegally. Like All Might's gonna give a damn about that, Midori. Her friend shoved her roughly, before looking over at him intensely. It's not a problem, right? All Might nodded. Since you were using your quirk in self-defense, young lady, we'll just leave it at that. Just an unofficial warning. She nodded frantically, then paused. Shyly, she pulled out a notebook from her backpack, extending it out hesitantly. Autograph. All Might let out his signature laugh. Not a problem. With a blur of his pen, he signed it before handing it back to her. She squeaked in joy, then looked at her friend. And one for Kaken as well. To CH. Looking away, Kaken pulled out his own notebook. You don't have to wear anything. Another signature scrawled into his book. There you go, young man. He took his book back, face warring between showing he was happy and trying to seem cool and composed. All Might smiled, then his face froze slightly when he felt blood come into his mouth. Well then, I must be off to secure this villain. Take care. The young woman blinked, then smiled. Oh okay, we're always going to cheer for you. Go kick some villain ass, All Might. With a final smile, All Might ran around the corner. After checking that the villain was unconscious, he sighed, unflexing one for all. On the edge of hearing, he watched the pair of them leave. When the hell could you do that, Midori? I thought about how Captain Celebrity held up the sky egg, and then She gestured helplessly. It just happened. She clenched her hand. I couldn't hold him. He kicked a can. You saved my ass though. But I gotta say, why the fuck did you run in like that? Why not call for the heroes? She looked down. It's silly, but it felt like my legs just moved on their own. You know. You're too nice for your own good, you know that. She sighed. I wasn't able to do it by myself. I have got to get better with my quirk. Her friend smiled, then punched her playfully on the arm. And you're gonna start standing up for yourself more, Midori. Show those extras who's got the second best quirk ever. Not like your quirk was able to get him off, Kaken, she teased, eliciting an angry yell from her friend. All Might smiled gently as they walked off, the boy strongly insisting that he had the villain right where he wanted him. Maybe in another time, she could have been his successor. Still, it was reassuring to know that there are still fools like him out there who would move to save others without thinking. Inko stared at Ikumi in shock. You did what? Ikumi chuckled nervously. I fought off a villain that was trying to attack me and Kaken on our way home, and sort of used my quirk to do that. Oh my god. Inko rushed over to her daughter, looking over frantically for injuries. Were either of you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital, or the police, or? Mom, it's okay. All Might saved us and that surprised Inko. All Might, in Musutafu. But why? Ikumi rubbed the back of her head awkwardly. I didn't have a chance to ask him that, and, I thought it would be a good idea to be quiet about it. Inko frowned. I'm glad to hear that neither of you were hurt, but you used your quirk in public. When Ikumi looked away awkwardly, Inko went closer to her daughter. Please, don't use your quirk like that until you're a hero. Even if it was self-defense, you could still be in trouble for using it. Well, he was trying to kill Kaken and I couldn't just do nothing. I just tried to hold the villain off, that's all. Besides, All Might already warned me not to do something like that again. That took a weight off Inko's mind, but she still gave her daughter a stern look. Well, alright, but we are going to have a serious talk about this with your father. Ikumi awkwardly nodded, downcast, and Inko managed a smile. And Ikumi, yes? Inko pulled her daughter into a hug. Just know that we've always got your back, okay? Sighing, she continued. I'm just happy that neither of you was hurt. Ikumi blinked, then her eyes teared up. Red-eyed, she returned the hug. Hisashi had much the same opinion when he came in. Neither of you got hurt. Ikumi shook her head. And no, Kaken was able to recover after the villain tried to. She fell silent, awkwardly twisting her hands. Hisashi exchanged a look with Inko, then patted his daughter on the arm. What matters is that you're both safe. He paused. Also, I want a full play-by-play. Inko lightly smacked him on the arm. Hisashi ignored it. Ikumi looked between her and Hisashi before taking a breath. Oh okay, so we were walking back. As she listened, Inko fretted slightly. She knew it was going to get worse when Ikumi actually became a hero, and she felt bad when a small part of her wanted Ikumi to do something else that didn't put her life in danger. But seeing Ikumi so confident after surviving a villain attack was something she couldn't help but light up for. Katsuki had known for a while that Midori was physically stronger than he was. It was practically a fact of life at their point. Midori's height meant that she was strong and fast without really having to work for it. It was a slight point of contention, though he had been pleased to see her taking hero training seriously with those runs of hers. Seeing Midori pick up a 50-kilo barbell without much effort really hammered it in. After the sludge villain, Katsuki had known that he had to get stronger himself, so he had signed up for a local gym and managed to get Midori to sign up with him. The wolf-headed trainer coughed into his furry fist, looking at Midori. Her head was quite close to the ceiling, towering over him. That is an impressive baseline. I must apologize, but I do not believe that we can help you achieve your goals here. Blushing, Midori put it down. Sorry, nothing to be sorry about. He managed to laugh. Well, I can give you some help on finding a good strength and endurance plan. But you might do better at this venue. He scribbled an address down, passing it over to her. It is a fault of our gym that we cannot support your physique. Why the hell don't you have good enough equipment for her? Katsuki politely asked. The trainer shook his head. Not enough demand. Even now, it takes a while to make weights for people over a certain size. Our gym simply doesn't have the space for it. Katsuki wanted to yell at him, but he managed to hold it back. The guy wasn't being a dickhead about it, and he was actually a professional. Midori gave him a polite bow. Thank you for the recommendation. And, you mentioned something about a training plan. Katsuki glared up at her. Don't let them give you shit at the place, Midori. I won't. And Katsuki believed her. Ever since the sludge villain, Midori had been different. She carried herself with a bit more confidence, and didn't shrink away from what the extras in their class thought. He had changed as well, he knew that. Katsuki was well aware that he wasn't close to being the number one now, after seeing him handle that sludge villain so effortlessly. Nearly dying really gave you a change of perspective. He wasn't the number one right now, but that was gonna change. As the trainer gave him a set of reps and Midori went to this other gym, Katsuki grit his teeth. The gap between him and All Might seemed huge, but he was going to pass it, and Midori was going to be right behind him. Kaken stared at the place she'd found. "So this is your new training area?" he asked. Ikumi nodded, determinedly. Ikumi had wanted to build muscle mass for a while, but was held back due to her sheer size. Her body's bones and muscles were structured slightly differently from a normal person's to hold her increased weight, and the sheer length of her limbs meant that her muscles could take a lot more stress before tearing. The gym she had gone to had been in a warehouse. Other oversized heteromorphs had been there, some shorter than her, some taller. It had helped, but Ikumi wanted more than working out her body. She wanted to seriously try flexing her quirk. So she'd tried to work out and gone for long runs to try and build some muscle. Since they had been attacked by a villain, Ikumi knew that she had to get better if she wanted to be a hero like All Might and Gang Orca. It had been sheer coincidence that she'd found an ideal place to train. She had gone further with her jog, feet pounding as she tore down the streets, pushing herself further. On her route she'd passed the ocean, and then she'd paused. Dagaba Beach was a beach in the technical sense that there was sand skirting the ocean. Now it was more accurately described as a dump. Fridges, washing machines, general rubble. There were even a couple of cars just left to rust away in the sea breeze. Despite the no littering sign, Ikumi watched as a couple of people chucked a used TV there and walked away whistling. Nobody came here, really. It used to be a nice spot, but then the currents had started sweeping seaborne garbage in and people started to dump their waste here. Ikumi had stared, then an idea came to her. Aunt Mitsuki lets us practice our quirks in the garden, but I can't get heavy enough weights there. So I thought that this would be the best place to try and train Dragonframe, and another way to try and train. Kaken cracked his neck. "And nobody comes here." For answer, Ikumi gestured to the mountains of trash. Kaken glanced at it, then nodded. "Let's get to it." Ikumi nodded, reaching for a fridge. Closing her eyes, she willed Dragonframe to swell around her. Her fur briefly ruffled. Then it settled. She flexed Dragonframe, feeling it cover her body in a comforting warmth. It was almost like a dial in her mind, a second skin that slipped over her. After she had found the second aspect of her quirk, she had hit the switch, then tried again and again to use it consciously. And she'd had no idea how to turn it back on, like a centipede having to think about its dozens of little legs, or being told to not imagine a pink elephant. She had never really looked at her quirk that much before. It just felt a bit awkward looking at your own quirk like that. Kaken had suggested looking at her quirk like she did with hero quirks. "Put your damn nerd brain to use," had been his exact phrasing. It had helped, and she'd felt silly for not thinking of that as a possibility. With the newest revelation of her quirk spreading to hold a villain in place, she had poured more time into finding out how her quirk worked. Dragonframe had 2 parts fire breath and a slight telekinetic field that covered her body. It couldn't travel far from her body normally, unless it was something that was in contact with her body already, like her clothes or when she breathed fire. Ikumi tried to concentrate on that feeling she'd had, letting her field out into the washing machine. She tried to code it, thinking of it as an extension of her field, her body. Her previous practice had been with much smaller things than the sludge villain. Marbles, pens, drink bottles. She tried to get her field around it, Dragonframe slipping and sliding but not catching. Ikumi grunted in frustration. She could have just picked the fridge up without any issues, but Dragonframe wasn't cooperating. Kaken started limbering up. "You managed it yet, Midori?" "It's harder than I thought," Ikumi managed, her grip slipping once again. He paused, staring at her. "How the hell is that harder to grab than the sludge bastard? It's not even moving." "Well, I just did it without thinking, Kaken. It must be a similar sensation to my fire breath, but get better. I can't be number 1 if you aren't giving it your all." He stomped off, palms popping with explosions. Ikumi shook her head. Same old Kaken. Turning back to the fridge, she tried one more time to layer her quirk over it before turning Dragonframe off. Grunting slightly, she picked it up, hauling it up the slope. She knew what to do for training. In a way, she had asked Hiroko for a workout plan. The rabbit girl, having shot up to nearly 2.5 meters tall herself, had given her some advice on proper training for her size. They spent a couple of hours here, Ikumi using her quirk as much as she could to try and coat larger objects while hauling them away and Kaken letting off explosions. Their return home was exhausted, yet triumphant. Ikumi felt like she had made progress in using her quirk, at least. Hiroko looked at the cleared area of Dagaba Beach and whistled. "Not bad, girl." Ikumi sucked in a breath. The taller girl had managed to clear a fairly large area of sand in a couple of months. Thank you." She leaned over to a washing machine. Closing her eyes, she slapped a hand on it. "Okay, it worked better this time," she muttered. Hiroko blinked. "What worked better?" she gasped when Ikumi slowly swung her flat palm around, the washing machine moving with it. Ikumi sucked a breath, then breathed a small gout of fire as she started moving. However, this time the washing machine didn't budge. Ikumi sighed. "I thought I had it this time." "What are you trying to do?" She sat down on the washing machine. Well, I'm trying to use both parts of my quirk at the same time, fire breathing and the telekinetic shell. It should be possible, but when I breathe fire it all just goes out my mouth. So I'm trying to put dragon frame in 2 places. Hiroko shook her head. Well, I have to admit that was pretty freaking impressive. She paused, sort of on that note. Are you following the workout plan? Ikumi nodded. Yeah, it's pretty good. Just remember that overtraining can be as bad or worse than undergoing it, Hiroko cautioned. Ikumi had looked at her with wide eyes when she'd broken out the pictures. Freaking out her friends was always good for a laugh. I know. Ikumi pushed herself up. Are you sure you don't want to be a hero? Hiroko blinked, then grinned, shaking her head. Nah, sure, putting on the spandex and all that seems fun, but it's not for me. I want to be Japan's next volleyball queen. Sure, the UA Sports Festival grabbed the nation's attention every time, but there was still a demand for professional athletes. Hiroko's personal dream was to make a performance that would outshine the sports festival. Ikumi had been supportive even if the nerd couldn't imagine being anything other than a hero in her career path. Kind of like Hiroko's older sister Rumi, really, even if that was because her sister enjoyed fighting even more than Bakugo. It was slightly ironic that her sister hadn't gotten their mother's height. Ikumi smiled. Well, when you crush the volleyball nationals, I'll be cheering for you. The months flew by. Ikumi split her time between the gym and Dagaba, moving the garbage to the truck Dad and the gym owner had hired to haul the trash away. It seemed that with each piece of junk it got easier and easier to coat large objects with her feel. She was nowhere near Captain Celebrity being able to support an ocean liner or the Sky Egg, but she had a lot of time to train to get that good. Soon, Ikumi stared at a clean beach, panting. About a month before the entrance exams. The last piece of trash had been cleared away, leaving a pristine beach. Behind her, Kaken and Tomoko patted her on the back. Nice, Midori. Tomoko smiled. It actually looks like a nice place to go in the summer. And you were the one who did it. When Ikumi nodded, Tomoko smiled. Yeah, you guys are kinda crazy. Ikumi grinned. We did it. This is. Her stomach chose that moment to let out a gurgle like a sea monster rising from the deep. Kaken and Tomoko jumped back slightly alarmed. She flushed at that. Ikumi had been so eager to get it finished that she'd skipped breakfast. Now her body was crying for vengeance. Kaken grinned. Right, we're gonna celebrate cleaning this place. And I know where we're going. His grin widened. We're going to Tonkatsu Domo. Ikumi's eyes widened. That's a bit unfair on them, she managed, before another rumble came. Tonkatsu Domo was a fairly quiet little restaurant in Musutafu. A traditionally styled place. In deference to newer building regulations, it had a higher ceiling than a traditional restaurant. Arata blinked as a spiky-haired kid slapped some money down on the bench, a black-haired girl looking at him with confusion. The sauce katsudon challenge. And make it snappy. Then another girl stepped through and he couldn't help but stare. She was gigantic, her head close to the ceiling of the restaurant. Her stomach roared, loud enough that Arata half thought that the cutlery rattled. The spiky-haired guy jerked a thumb over to her. She'll take it. Remembering his training, Arata scrambled to the register. So, you're taking the challenge. The sauce katsudon challenge that Tonkatsu Domo offered was pretty substantial. About 2 kilos of cooker rice, topped with the same amount of deep-fried pork cutlet and paired with a heap of bean sprouts and drizzled with Worcestershire sauce. And it was free if you finished in 20 minutes. Arata could see why they had come here, accepting the money. They sat down while he rang them up. Her friends ordered a normal amount of food, thankfully. From the kitchen, the chef took one look at the customers and brightened up. Oh, it's Midoriya. Seems like it's been a while since she was here. Arata blinked. Is this all right? The chef shrugged, moving to prepare the massive quantity of food. She really likes katsudon. Plus, she's good publicity. If it takes that much food to satisfy somebody of her height, people take the challenge more seriously. We usually get some idiots who think they can take it on. Arata shrugged. I hadn't thought of it like that. Soon enough, the huge bowl of rice and meat was set in front of her. A steaming mountain of rice and fried pork cutlets sat in front of her, the spiky-haired kid and her friend watching. After picking up a pair of chopsticks, she began. Arata stared as she shoveled it down, chopsticks practically a blur. It was fresh from the kitchen and piping hot, yet she gulped it down like it was lukewarm. Her spiky-haired friend gave him a cocky grin as she devoured her lunch, the other girl staring in amazement. In about 10 minutes, 4 kilos of food had disappeared. Arata shook his head in amazement. He quietly returned the deposit to her friend, then set to clearing away the remains of their meal. Midoriya bowed politely. Tell the chef that it was delicious, she managed, a content smile on her face. I will. A month went by quickly, and soon Ikumi and Kaken were at the gates of UA. Ikumi stared up at their dream school, a nervous expression on her face. Her winter fur had fluffed up, and she glanced over to her oldest and best friend. Well, Kaken, this is it. Beside her, Kaken nodded. Yep, we're gonna kill him. They'd been through a lot of training to get to this point. Ikumi took a deep breath. 10 months of improvised quirk training and physical training had toned her muscles and made her faster. Kaken had been fit before but had pushed himself further, making bigger explosions, and the muscles in his arms were more defined. Ikumi let her breath out. This is for my future. She stepped forwards, and her foot immediately caught a loose tile. Ochako took a deep breath to try and calm her nerves. No pressure, just going into the literal hardest hero school in Japan, no biggie. All she had to do was beat about 300 other people who wanted the position. As she walked forwards, she caught a look at the other students there. One student in particular was drawing a lot of attention, probably because she was the tallest person there. If Ochako had to guess, the girl was about 3 meters tall, not counting the ears, and she was adorably fluffy. She'd seen a lot of heteromorphs working at her parents' firm. The tallest worker she knew would have been a whole head shorter than this girl. She stumbled slightly as her foot caught a sticking-up tie but managed to catch herself, the other students backing up slightly. Ochako sighed with relief. That would have been unlucky if she'd tripped fully. Ochako took a deep breath, strode forwards confidently, and managed to trip on seemingly nothing. Ochako had a brief moment to appreciate the irony of this before tagging herself with her quirk. She floated slightly, trying to reorientate herself. Then the tall girl came up to her friend shooting her an angry look. She smiled. Could you give me a hand, please? As sure. Ikumi sighed, helping the other girl get onto the ground. She pressed her fingertips together and seemed to settle. So you're okay? Oh, I'm fine, thank you. The other girl laughed, rubbing the back of her head. It would have been bad luck to trip and fall before an exam. Ikumi chuckled weakly. Yeah, you're going for the hero course as well. You've got a really cool quirk. Ah, hell no. Kaken gripped her arm and tried to pull her along. Come on, Midori. Talk round cheeks ear off about how cool you find her quirk after we take the exam. The nice girl pointed at herself. Our round cheeks? Ikumi gave Kaken a pointed glare. As sorry about Kaken. He's being unusually well behaved right now. Ignoring Kaken's angry complaining, she smiled at the other girl. My name is Midoriya Ikumi. And you are? Oh, she beamed up at Ikumi. I'm Uraka Ochako. Nice to meet you, Midoriya, but we should really get going. She skipped off, waving. Good luck. Good luck as well, Uraka. Ikumi exclaimed. Beside her, Kaken sighed. Okay, now let's hurry it up. He stomped forwards, Ikumi easily keeping pace a moment later. As Katsuki pushed ahead, Ikumi smiled. She'd managed to make a new friend. The written exam had been pretty tough, but Katsuki and Midori hadn't just been training physically. Every spare moment not spent working on their quirks or hanging with their friends had been spent studying. There hadn't been anything really surprising. Well, except for the latest announcement. The hero on the podium stared at the microphone then turned it off, choosing to shout to the auditorium. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say hey. Silence blossomed, slightly broken by Midori whispering to him. Oh wow, Kaken, it's Present Mike. Katsuki shot an annoyed glance up at Midori as she fangirled over the skinny blonde guy in shades. You're gonna give yourself a freaking heart attack with every teacher, aren't you? Well, that's cool, little listeners. Now then, I'm here to give you the guidelines for the practical. Everybody who's ready, say yeah. Nobody said anything. One person coughed slightly. Unperturbed, Present Mike turned the screen on. All right, little listeners, this is how the test will go. As he explained, Katsuki looked down. So they're splitting us up so that people from the same school can't work together, he figured. Made sense. If he and Midori teamed up, they would be unstoppable. Midori nodded. Well, we thought it would be like that anyway. She paused. Good luck, Kaken. To CH. Katsuki scowled. Like he needed luck. If you don't make it in, I'm gonna kill you. Excuse me. May I ask a question? Katsuki blinked as a hybrid of a jock and nerd stood up, pointing at the handout. You mentioned that there were 3 villains to fight, yet this handout shows 4. If this is an error, then it is highly unbecoming of Japan's top hero school. After all, we are here to be molded into heroes. Katsuki could practically see the stick shoved up his ass. He then turned to look disapprovingly at Midori, who flinched. And you've been muttering to a friend this entire time. The pair of you are distracting other students and being incredibly disrespectful to this great institution. Aw, hell no. Shut the fuck up, glasses. Katsuki glared back at him. You're really so prissy that us talking throws you off your game. The nerd jock recoiled. As so rude, Ikumi looked the jerk in the eye. Well, I think Present Mike was about to explain it. She managed, pointing to the hero. Present Mike nodded. Let's settle down. Examinee 7111. Yes, there is an extra villain, but that one provides no points. Think of it as a huge obstacle that'll rampage in close quarters. Nerd jock bowed, apparently satisfied. I see. Sorry for the interruption. Katsuki bit back several choice words. Okay, listeners, that's pretty much everything, so I'll give you one last thing. Present Mike spread his arms wide. Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of France, once said, true heroism consists of being superior to the ills of life. Midori leaned forward, a look of wonder on her face. Katsuki found a smile splitting his face. So in that spirit, go plus ultra, kids. Mizo looked up at the tallest person on the bus, who had carefully maneuvered herself into a seat. Like everybody else, she had changed into a dark red tracksuit with purple lining. It wasn't every day that he met somebody who seemed so like him. I wasn't expecting to meet somebody taller than me today. She twisted her hands, looking away. Oh, sorry, you don't have to apologize. Mizo stuck a hand out, which she shyly accepted. Shoji Mizo, I'm Midoriya Ikumi. She looked over his arms curiously. So, what is your quirk? If that's not rude, we're technically competing. Mizo simply nodded, letting another arm form from his tentacles. My quirk is called Dupli Arms. Basically, I can replicate my eyes and ears to improve my senses or make extra arms, and I'm a lot stronger than I should be. Midoriya hummed, starting to scribble in a notebook. That's really cool. Can you alter the properties of your arms beyond extra sensory organs? Is there a limit to how many extra limbs you can make, or can you make as many as you like? I think we're at the testing area. Mizo interrupted as the bus stopped outside what looked like a small city. The other examinees looked around, awestruck. He paused when he saw her put the notebook away, her face slightly downcast. Nobody's really asked me questions about my quirk like that before. Usually they said, no matter what, we will never accept cursed blood like yours. That they weren't very interested in it. Well, every quirk is unique, so why wouldn't Midoriya stepped off the bus, the vehicle briefly tilting as she left. She flinched slightly as some of the other examinees stared at her. Her face brightened as she spotted another girl, apparently trying to calm herself. Oh, Achako's here as well. She started to walk over only to be interrupted by the dark-haired boy from earlier. Excuse me, miss. That girl is clearly trying to concentrate. Are you trying to interfere? Midoriya shook her head. No, I just helped her earlier at the gate and I wanted to talk to her. That's all. I see. Still, this isn't the time for idle chit-chat. He shook his head disapprovingly. Midoriya looked away awkwardly, but nodded. The other competitors tittered at the display. Mizo gave her a quiet thumbs up, shooting a disapproving look at the other boy. Present Mike grinned at the group, then a buzzer sounded. And, begin. Ikumi blinked with the rest of the examinees. Present Mike grinned at them. What are you waiting for? Real-life DOES and have a countdown. With that, everybody shot forwards. Ikumi pushed off, sprinting ahead of practically every other contestant. The glasses guy outsped her, legs pumping as the engines let out orange-scented smoke. Ikumi headed in a different direction, a cluster of one-point villains charging over to her. Sucking in a deep breath, she felt Dragonflame surge within her breast. She had trained her fire ever since she'd discovered she could do it. It had progressed from mere embers to a powerful blast of fire. But after training the telekinesis aspect of her quirk, FWOOSH, she exhaled, a blast of fire hitting the cluster with a dramatic explosion. Ikumi quickly counted, about 4. A 2-pointer nearby fired on her and she darted to the side, then kicked it hard enough to smash its metallic exterior. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a 3-pointer bearing down on a student who had tripped, and she reacted, kicking a hole in the tank-esque robot and destroying it. Are you okay? Shakily, the other student nodded, managing to pick himself up and dart after a 2-pointer. Ikumi ran over to another group of 1-pointers, breathing more fire at them. As they broke down, she quickly took stock of her surroundings, looking for more robots. The rest of the area was filled with chaos. Pieces of 1- and 2-pointers littered the streets, with a few 3-pointers being attacked. Ikumi managed to pick up another 1-pointer for use as a flail, hitting a 3-pointer hard enough to crack the pavement beneath it. Her ear twitched when she heard a 3-pointer trundling in a nearby area. Sprinting after it, she kicked its face in, earning an angry yell from another examinee. Hey, no kill stealing. Sorry, Ikumi yelled back. The other student turned to throw some ice at another bot, a disgruntled expression on his face. Grimacing, she leapt on another 3-pointer, breathing fire directly into its face. Only 2 minutes into the exam and Ikumi felt like she would be able to manage at this pace. 20. Uraraka huffed, running forward. She gave Ikumi a brief smile as she ran over to another bot to tag it with her quirk, several already floating in the air. Ikumi smiled back, before turning her focus back to the matter at hand. She darted around, finding a few more faux villains to break as she did. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Shoji on the rooftops, extra eyes and ears extruding from his arms, searching for villains. Ikumi craned around, looking for more villains. Courage. Midnight grinned. Oh, I like her, she purred, watching as the teal-furred girl ran forwards once more, smashing robots with fists and flame. Eraserhead watched with a sigh. Another brawler getting by in a test tailor-made for her strengths. All Might nodded absently. He had only caught a nickname, Midori, but he couldn't forget a quirk as distinct as that. It was good to see her at UA, taking those natural heroic instincts to greater heights, and she seemed a far cry from the timid girl who had barely been able to make eye contact. Still, he had thought she had a liquid manipulating quirk. Maybe she had some other aspect to her quirk beyond liquid manipulation. He knew that Endeavor's youngest child Shoto had a quirk that allowed him to create fire and ice, so it wasn't impossible. If he hadn't been in Chiba and seen a fine example of heroism, then she could very well have had one for all. He was shaken from his thoughts by Nenzu. A promising crop so far? No. The ambiguous mammal's face turned vicious. Let's test their mettle. All Might watched slightly apprehensively as Eraserhead flipped open the switch case for the 0-pointers. He knew that the other girl and his successor would be all right. They had proven themselves to be tough enough. But All Might was still worried. All the same. Katsuki smashed through another 2-pointer. 54, he grinned, eyes stitching themselves to his next target. The other extras at the exam were giving him a wide berth, but that just meant more robots for him to break. There was one guy who stayed close to him though. Some guy with sharp teeth and a bad haircut who smashed the robots with fists that turned hard and craggy. What few robots didn't get turned to scrap by Katsuki got finished off by shitty hair. Guy had balls, at least, staying so close to his explosion. Katsuki would give him that. A huge crashing sound came from across the road. Katsuki briefly stared at the hulking 0-point robot, then charged forwards while extras ran away. These robots were attracted to loud noises, and he could see a cluster of abandoned villains just waiting to be killed. As he charged, another 3-pointer came around the corner. Hasta la vista, meatbags, it rumbled, readying its missiles. Katsuki smirked, ready to smash it. Behind him, he heard shitty hair trip over a piece of robot. Damn it, unfortunately. He was just in the path of a salvo of missiles. Katsuki had a brief moment to appreciate the other guy's eyes going wide before he moved, shoving shitty hair out of the way. The missiles hit the patch of concrete where he was lying just a couple of seconds earlier, the explosion barely phasing Katsuki as he glared at the machine. Then he smashed the 3-pointer's faceplate in. Die, you fucking Roomba. Shitty hair stared up at him. Katsuki glared down at him. You alright, shitty hair? Yeah. Katsuki nodded sharply. Get the fuck up. I ain't gonna help you again. He charged forwards again, smirking slightly when he heard shitty hair follow him. The other guy grinned, slightly shakily when Katsuki tore through the bots like they were made of paper, refusing to slow down. Mizo felt rather than heard the 0-pointers approach, standing on the top of a building to hunt the villain bots. He was at a good vantage point to see the absolutely gigantic machine rise from the ground, towering over the tallest buildings in the mock city. A huge red lens focused on him as it started moving, changing its course. As calmly as he could, Mizo started to run, trying to get away from the machine as it raised a hand. Too late. It came crashing down, the shockwave cracking and breaking the building he was standing on. His footing gone, Mizo was barely able to twist around to fall properly. Suddenly, somebody slapped him, and he felt his whole body lose all weight. Stunned, he floated just above the ground, unable to land properly. Twisting one of his eyes around, he saw the brown-haired girl floating on a piece of discarded rubble. Our release, she moaned, pressing her fingertips together. A 0-pointer took another earth-shaking step, Mizo barely able to pull her out of the way. He tried to run, but another tremor from its movement broke his stride and he went sprawling. His rescuer looked up with wide eyes as the 0-pointer came closer. And then Midoriya was there, sucking in a deep breath. As she grabbed them, she breathed out, a massive gout of flame hitting the 0-pointer's hand and forcing it back, the flames punching a hole in its hand. The flame petered off and she ran with both of them in her arms, smoke still leaking from her mouth. As they reached safety, the brown-haired girl stared up at Midoriya with wide eyes. Midoriya. Her eyes crossed and her cheeks bulged. They barely managed to get out of the splash zone as she puked. Mizo looked over at Midoriya, who didn't look much better. The much larger girl awkwardly patted her friend on the back, keeping her out of the vomit. And that's time. At about the same time as Ikumi, Mina was dealing with a similar problem. She had been charging around, dealing with robots and being generally amazing. Then the 0-pointer had shown up and thrown everything into chaos. Mina was big enough to admit that seeing something that big had brought back unpleasant memories of the villain she had barely managed to redirect. She was running when she heard a confused-sounding cry. Way, a blonde guy with a lightning bolt in his hair stood there, a dazed look on his face. Apparently he couldn't hear the freaking 0-pointer bearing down on him. It came closer, and for the second time in a while Mina ran into trouble without consciously thinking about it. Under her skin, one for all clicked. Instinctively, Mina leaped, remembering All Might's advice, her bones creaking but not breaking. A massive acid formed around her fist, far more than she could normally make. Acid smash. SSSSHHH. The teachers stared at the screen. Holy, Snipe breathed. All Might couldn't help but agree. 1 minute. There was a whole 0-pointer. The next, nothing but a half-melted mess of metal, the rest already corroding into sludge. The judges looked between each other. Where did she pull that from? That was far more power than she displayed earlier. And did you see that jump she made? Does she have a strength-enhancing aspect to her quirk? As they talked, All Might couldn't help but grin. Young Ashido had made a good first impression, it seemed. All Might knew that One for All boosted quirks, but he hadn't imagined anything as dramatic as this. Maybe he should see about getting her some more quirk-based training in school. Landing was a bit harder, but a jet of high pH acid from her hands slowed her descent as the zero-pointer melted away. Whoa, Mina breathed, looking at the massive pile of melting metal which had once been a zero-pointer. One for All was seriously crazy. Then she looked over at the blonde guy who was staring vacantly around. Are you okay? Yeah. He gave a thumbs up. Mina flopped backwards in relief. That's good. And that's time. Mina gasped. Damn it. The point she'd grabbed would have to be enough. Ikumi's throat and mouth burned. Maybe if this was a comic book she could have kept breathing fire endlessly. But most quirks didn't work like that. Dragonframe gave her body in general and her mouth and throat in particular incredible heat resistance, but constantly using her quirk had been approaching that limit before that last attack. She had never let off a blast that big before. Shoji looked over to her with a concerned look in his eyes. Are you all right, Midoriya? I'm fine, Ikumi rasped. She had overused her fire breath before. What she needed was a cool drink and some rest. How about you and Uraraka? Ikumi had just been fleeing when she saw Uraraka and Shoji fall. After seeing that, nothing else had mattered and she had run in without thinking. Uraraka managed to look up, pale and shaking. I'm fine, she managed. Shoji gave a short nod. I got a few scrapes and bruises from the attack, but I'm fine otherwise. That's good. Ikumi pulled out her water bottle, which she'd filled with aloe vera juice. Taking a swig, she sighed as it soothed her overheated throat. He looked over at Uraraka. Do you need to go to the nurse's office? Uraraka, the other girl responded. She shook her head. As I said, I'm fine. Just a bit queasy now. I'll be the judge of that, young lady. Ikumi started slightly as she saw the familiar short figure of Recovery Girl come up. She gave each of them a critical look. Here you go, young lady. Uraraka blinked as she got a handful of candy. Recovery Girl patted her gently on the back. Apart from using your quirk too much, you managed to avoid anything life-threatening or crippling. Make sure you eat something that's easy on your stomach and don't try to use your quirk for a while. She then looked up at Ikumi. Open up, young lady. Sheepishly, Ikumi did so, kneeling down so that the heroine could look at her mouth. She hummed, then handed her a large handful of candy. No serious damage, but just in case. She pecked Ikumi on the cheek, and she gasped as she felt the burning in her throat and mouth just vanish, followed by a tired feeling. Eat those, they'll help you feel better. Why yes, Recovery Girl. Ikumi managed to squeak out. As the heroine went, Ikumi sighed. Uraraka looked down at herself awkwardly. I just hope I have enough points to get in. She mumbled. Shoji shrugged. We don't know what the cutoff point was. I feel pretty confident that the points I got will be enough. Ikumi nodded. You'll get in, I'm sure of it. You were really cool out there, making those robots fly. Hey. Uraraka rubbed the back of her head. Unseen by the new group of friends, Tenya couldn't help but stare. The other examinees shook their heads, muttering amongst themselves. Man, that was crazy. Did you see her try and fight that thing? I mean, she's big and all, but that was on another level. Tenya shook his head. She hadn't gone in to fight it. She had gone to save the other students. Had she forgotten that this was an exam? His eyes widened. An exam. Maybe they were testing us for more than our ability to destroy robots. Tenya couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had been wrong about the tall girl. He had thought that she was being disruptive, but in the end she had been a superior candidate. When he met her at UA, he was going to apologize for his harsh words. As they piled onto the bus, he wondered if anybody else had figured out the hidden meaning of the exam besides Midoriya. Waiting for the results to come back from UA was more stressful than the exam itself. The entire week afterwards, Ikumi fretted. At least she had been able to exchange phone numbers with Shoji and Uraraka before they had gone their separate ways. Ikumi groaned, hands twisting around each other. I know I did well, but what if it wasn't enough? Kaken shot her an unsympathetic look. You got, 40 points? That's enough to get in, stop worrying. He scowled. You should have gotten more though. She shrugged. After they'd taken the exam, Kaken had been angry that she didn't have as many points as he did. I didn't want to take too many from other people. Screw them. You should have smashed every damn one you could see. Kaken kicked a can. I'm not happy about beating you like this, damn it. Ikumi sighed. I know. It just didn't feel right. Kaken scoffed. Well, you kicked a lot of ass, at least. Burning a hole in the zero-pointer was cool. Ikumi took the compliment for what it was. Next to them, Tomoko shook her head. Don't worry too much, Ikumi. UA would be crazy not to take you. In spite of these reassuring words, it wasn't until they received their letters that Ikumi felt at peace. Katsuki became aware of the letter arriving when his mum knocked on his door and burst in with the same motion. Your letter from UA is here, brat. I can see that, hag. He gently snatched it from her, his scowl lessening. Took long enough to say something that was freaking obvious. He grumbled. You gonna show us or? I'll show you later. Katsuki shoved her out of his room, closing the door normally rather than slamming it in her face. He tore it open, blinking slightly as he saw a metal disc fall out. The hell? A hologram came from the top, displaying All Might in an awful yellow pinstripe suit. Ha ha ha. I am here as a projection. Not just that, but starting this year I will be teaching at UA. Katsuki's customary snarl was replaced with a look of wonder. All Might continued. Now then, young Katsuki, first of all, your written exam was almost perfect. You scored in the top 5% of all applicants. No mean feat when UA accepts thousands every year. He smirked at that. All Might gestured over to another screen. Moving on to the practical exam, you scored an impressive 77 points. By itself you would have passed, but we weren't just looking for villain points. Katsuki blinked. The hell? The screen flickered, displaying Katsuki as he helped Shitty Hair up, cutting to them working together on beating up robots. Katsuki blinked. What kind of hero school would penalize you for doing the right thing? If you think we do it just for the cameras, then think again. Putting your life on the line for others, that's what being a hero is about. All Might gave him a thumbs up. Our panel of judges deliberated, and we gave you 24 hero points for a total of 101 points overall. Congratulations, young Bakugo. His smile, somehow, became even more blinding. You are one of the few students who has ever come here to earn over 100 points, a list that includes myself and Endeavor among others. Katsuki sat back on his bed, aware that he was trembling. It's rare for more than one student to make it to 100 in 1 year, and I have nothing but great expectations for all of you. You placed second in the exam after your friend. Be proud, Bakugo, for this is your hero academia. It flickered off, Katsuki staring at it for a second before the reality of it sunk in. Grinning, Katsuki flung the door open. I got over 100 fucking points. I'm in. The hag glared at him. Stop yelling. And that's great, Katsuki. Now get your ass over here and tell us about it. At the table, his dad smiled widely. Congratulations, Katsuki. We never doubted you could do it, but it sounds like you got even more points than you thought. Katsuki huffed, letting himself calm down. Yeah, he sighed. His phone buzzed, and he answered it. Midori had sent him a picture, her eyes brimming with tears. The display behind her was plain as day. Ikumi Midoriya, 40 villain points, 80 hero points, 120 points total. A text came below. I got in. 120 points. Katsuki stared at the picture, then he sighed. He could accept being second if it was to Midori. It just meant that he had to try harder next time. Didn't mean that he couldn't have a little fun. Congrats, Midori. Guess I gotta one-up you another time. Still got more villains than you. Really, Kaken? Still beat you in villain points. Looking over his shoulder, the hag grinned. Got second place to Ikumi, eh? Ah, shut it, Katsuki grumbled. Then he saw her eyes mist up. What? Nothing, I'm just proud of the both of you. She gave him a smirk. Plus, if you hadn't made it in, I would have kicked your ass. Like you could, hag. As they started arguing with each other, Dad gave the pair of them a fond smile. I reckon that this calls for a celebration. Not every day that you get accepted into UA after all. Fuck yeah, we need to celebrate. Katsuki yelled. Midori only beat me cause of those rescue points, but next time I'm gonna blow her score out of the water. Mapo tofu, his mum guessed. Katsuki nodded. That was one of his favorite dishes. Alright, I'm gonna make it so hot you're gonna be breathing fire. Katsuki grinned. Bring it, hag. For the first time, Katsuki wanted to go to school earlier. Aldera was honestly a shithole, and the sooner they were out the better. Tagaru grinned up at Ikumi as they waited at the train stop. Shame that we're not in the same class, but that just means you'll have to deal with Bakugo. Ikumi nodded anxiously. Why yeah, she smiled. It's honestly crazy to think about. Bakugo stomped up, a frown on his face. Morning, Stabby. He looked him over. How many did you kill in the exam? Tagaru glared right back, a smirk on his face. 50 points worth. He had also earned about 8 rescue points for helping up a competitor. Seeing his name just beneath some guy called Takoyami had been a bit infuriating, but at least he'd gotten into the top 10. Ikumi and Bakugo were kind of insane, as was that Ashido girl. Ikumi shook her head while Bakugo cackled. You beat Midori in killing robots. Told you killing robots was important. Well, we both made it in. No need to keep on about it. Ikumi carefully ducked into the train, hunching over to avoid knocking her head on the ceiling. A couple of people stared at her as she tried to shift in position, one hand on her skirt to hold it down. Bakugo glared at the carriage, everybody finding something else to do with their time. Bunch of extras, he grumbled. Tagaru glared at his other rival. How many did you get? 77 villains, 24 rescue points. Bakugo smirked while Tagaru groaned. He glared at the smug blonde. Rescue points are bullshit. The jerk had the audacity to mock gasp. Finally, we agree on something. Ikumi shook her head. It's a hero exam. You know that they would have to test for rescues. Tagaru sighed. Damn Ikumi and her being reasonable. Yeah. Should have told us though. You know why they wouldn't, Tagaru. It wouldn't be real heroism if you had known beforehand. Bakugo glared at him, then the train stopped. Looks like we're here. As they left, Tagaru glared at the pair of them. Guess I'll have to wait on kicking your ass, Bakugo. Bakugo smirked. Bring it, Stabby. With that, they parted ways. A small part of Tagaru didn't believe that he'd made it in. Even though his classmates had said his quirk was more like a villain's, he'd beaten them all and was in the hero course. Maybe he wasn't in the same class as Ikumi, but they had both made it in. As he stepped through the gates, he wondered what the other person who had broken 100 points was like. Maybe they were like Ikumi. Mina grinned as she saw a familiar face under unfamiliar hair. Hey, Kiri, digging the new duel. You got yourself horns like me. Kirishima whirled around, anxiously. SSH. She laughed. Relax, I ain't gonna out you. Going for a high school debut kinda thing. He sighed. Yeah, it's a declaration. I'm not the lame Kirishima I used to be. Mina looked over to Kirishima, remembering when she had first really met him, when he had bowed to her and her friends and apologized for not running in against Gigantomachia. That day really hit you hard, didn't it? He briefly paused. Yeah. With a smile on her face, Mina jabbed him a bunch of times. You're still a bundle of nerves, aren't ya? Instinctively, he used his quirk. Oh, I mean, it doesn't hurt, but what the heck are you? Shaking her hand slightly, Mina shook her head. You've still got that gloomy look on your face. Let me know when you're gonna grow out of that, or I'm gonna tell our classmates about your old haircut. Kirishima stared at her with wide eyes, before a smile split his face. Thanks, Ashido. They continued walking for a while, then Kirishima paused. So, how'd you do? Got 50 hero and villain points, Mina replied, chuckling. Apparently I got beaten out by 2 others. He stopped. Whoa, what'd you do? Mina awkwardly chuckled. I fought the 0-pointer to get somebody out of the way. Kirishima stared. Holy, you fought that thing. When Mina nodded, he clenched a fist. That's so manly. Mina grinned. Thanks. She paused, looking at him. So, he gave her a questioning look. What? Race you to class. Ready, set, go. Laughing, Mina ran up to the huge gates of UA. Kirishima managed to get in gear a second later. What hey? Mina grinned as he ran after her. One for all hummed within her, the quirk seeming to respond to her good vibes. She had never thought that anything would happen after leaping in front of her classmates and directing that giant guy away. Back then, her legs had just moved on their own and flung her in front of him, and she'd babbled out an excuse. All Might appeared later, having fought off the brute. He had seen her move when he had been unable to, with the only thought in her head being protect my classmates. Mina had heard the tale of how All Might was down a stomach and a lung and could only be a hero with the bile rising in her mouth. Then he had asked her if she wanted his quirk. After accepting, she had gone through 10 months of strength training. Sure, Mina was athletic, but All Might had wanted to be sure that she could handle the immense strain of One for All. And having felt how her muscles ached after using it for the first time, Mina could totally get why. Running into their class with a huge grin, Kirishima just behind her, Mina knew that this was the place to be. Today, she was taking the first step on the journey to become a hero, and hopefully live up to the massive legacy All Might gave her. Suyu had to admit, she hadn't expected the large boy with glasses, Ida Tenya, as he had stiffly introduced himself, to be in her class. His hand chopped aggressively at a blonde boy who was lounging back, feet on desk. Remove your feet from the desk this instant. Do you intend to mock those who came before us with such disrespectful behavior? Kaminari grinned. He had introduced himself with a flirtatious wink and a cocky grin before taking his current seat. Dude, take it easy. I'm not being disrespectful, I'm just leaning back a bit. We are here to be heroes, not delinquents. After our exams, I just want to take a bit of a break, you know. As they continued talking, they were interrupted when the door was slammed open, a pink-skinned girl standing there in triumph. In her face, Kiri. The red-haired boy behind her huffed. Come on, Ashido, you had a head start. He grumbled, before flashing a sharp-toothed grin at the class. Anyway, the name's Kirishima Ijiru. Nice to meet you all. Ashido came over to her, a hand outstretched. Hey there, my name's Ashido Mina, and I like breakdancing. What's your name? Suyu shook her outstretched hand with a slight smile. Asui Tsuyu. Nice to meet you, Ashido. The pink-skinned girl grinned. Nice. Wow, you have a firm grip, Asui. Please, call me Tsuyu. She barely blinked. All right, Suyu, you've got a really firm grip. I like it. Call me Mina if you want. It's all right. Suyu blinked, then smiled a bit wider. That would be nice, Mina. Hey, you're the pink girl who saved me in the exam. Kaminari got out of his seat, ignoring Ada's outburst about being respectful. He grinned. The name's Kaminari. Thanks for the save. I don't really remember anything about it, but no worries. Mina grinned. Glad to see you made it into UA too. I was a bit worried you wouldn't. Kaminari grinned. Yeah, of course I did. Though I have to say, this place is crazier than I expected. Suyu looked over. How so, Kiro? To answer, he pointed at the door, which must have been about 4 meters tall. The door. I mean, it's freaking huge. Mina hummed. You've got a point there. Not to mention the desk. Kind of wonder who that's meant for. Tsuyu nodded, looking at a desk and chair that was about twice the size of the ones around it sitting near the back. Must be a student who can't control their size shifting or is just that tall. Kiro. UA is committed to making sure that everybody can study at their campus. Kaminari tilted his head. Seems logical. Still, it's hard to imagine who would need a door or desk like that. Ikumi took a deep breath. This was it. After a week of anxiety, she was here. After getting her UA uniform and being happy about its ankle length, Ikumi was ready to face the world. The train ride with Kaken and Tagaru had been pretty quiet, but now she was here she felt a nervous energy building up. Next to her, Kaken snorted. That had been a pleasant surprise. They were both in the same class, same as their junior and middle school days. All right, Midori. This is it. Ikumi looked over at her friend, his face set in a cocky smirk. Her eyes widened. Kaken. He slammed the door open and strode through. Ikumi sighed, walking through. A couple of conversations briefly stopped as everybody looked up at Kaken, then further up at her. A short student with purple balls for hair dropped his pencil, staring at her. Then they turned back to whoever was talking. Glasses came up, a serious look on his face. Hello, my name is Ida Tenya, from Same. Ikumi internally sighed. Was he about to start something on the first day? Hello, I'm Midoriya Ikumi. He bowed. I must apologize for my harsh words at the exam. Ikumi blinked. You divined the true purpose of the practical exam, while I did not. His hands chopped through the air robotically. Truly, you were the superior candidate. Kaken stared at him as well, shock on his face. Then his smirk returned. You're apologizing for existing already? Kaken, nudging her friend harshly. Ikumi smiled awkwardly. I didn't really do anything. No need to be modest. Ikumi glanced around, her eyes widening as she spotted a familiar face. Oh, Shoji. Shoji blinked. Then one of his arms morphed into a grinning mouth. Probably a good omen that we're in the same class. Katsuki grunted, looking Shoji up and down before apparently approving. Good talk, Octopus. Shoji raised an eyebrow. Ikumi sighed. Don't take it personally. Kakens, like that with everybody. I've been called worse. Ikumi wanted to ask more, but then a girl with large hands and a frog-like face came up. Well, I guess we know whose desk that is. She stretched a hand out. My name's Asui Tsuyu, Kiro. Oh, and nice to meet you, Asui. Ikumi took Tsuyu's hand with her own massive paw, shaking it carefully. If it isn't rude, what's your quirk? I'm guessing it's a frog quirk, but I have been wrong before. That's my quirk, Kiro. Frog. Asui gave her a flat stare. And please, call me Tsuyu. It's a bit early for that. Katsuki flopped into a chair next to her oversized desk, kicking his feet up. Ida ran over, hands chopping in the air. He ignored Ida yelling at him about disrespecting the craftsmen and past students, leaning back in his chair. God, Midori, just call her whatever she wants. It's easier that way. Ikumi rolled her eyes. Then the door slid open. Uraraka came in, her eyes lighting up as she saw Ikumi. Wow, good to see you guys. Uraraka, how are you holding up? Shoji's mouth arms stretched around the group. Uraraka barely blinked, having seen Shoji in action. They chatted a bit after the exam. Mostly Ikumi talking about various quirks while Uraraka worked on her nausea. When Ikumi heard that Uraraka was coming to UA as well, Ikumi was really happy to be learning to be a hero with her new friends. Nice to see you as well, Uraraka. Ikumi smiled while Ida and Kaken argued. It's pretty lucky we all made it into the same class. Uraraka hummed, the bell ringing. Must have seen us all team up and thought that we would work well together. Ikumi's nose twitched as she picked up a strong smell. Coffee mostly, with elements of cat fur and jelly for some reason. Well, I guess it makes sense. Right, I wonder what the teacher's going to be like. I'm pretty nervous, Uraraka chattered. Ikumi hoped that whoever they got as a teacher would be better than Aldera. She sniffed the air distractedly. The coffee and cat smell was close by. Unwilling to leave his sleeping bag just yet, Shouta carefully flopped behind the newest student. Time to really spook these students. If you're here to socialize, then get out. The pair of students in the door turned around. Uraraka, the gravity girl, and the unmistakable Midoriya. He shuffled up, sucking a jelly pouch down. The class finally quieted down, too slowly. Well, they would learn soon enough, if they didn't disappoint him. He gave the class a flat stare. It took you all 8 seconds to calm down. Time is a precious resource, and you are spending it. Not very rational, is it? Every second a hero delayed was a second that somebody was getting hurt, die. Shouta swept his gaze over his class. About half of his students had quirks that could hurt themselves or other people easily, which was why he had chosen them. Those ones he would be keeping a careful eye on. My name is Aizawa Shouta, your homeroom teacher. Pleased to meet you. The class stared at each other, then back at him. Midoriya was looking at him with a slightly cocked head, probably trying to figure out who he was. She could try and guess. Midoriya had ranked extremely high in the exam, but that didn't mean much if she was a typical teenager with a strong quirk. He pulled out a spare gym uniform he kept in his sleeping bag. The change rooms are next door. Change into your gym clothes and meet me at the main grounds. The changing rooms were a flurry of activity. Okay, what is our teacher making us change into our sports uniforms for? Mina wondered, pulling her top over her head. Dunno, probably something crazy if it's anything like the exam. Jiru commented. True, wouldn't put anything past them. Mina looked over at Midoriya, who was staying quiet for the most part. What do you think, Midoriya? B. When Mina nodded, Midoriya looked off to the side. Well, UA is known for being a bit unconventional, which they get away with by being the best in the country. Really? Mina grinned, pumping a fist. Whatever it is, we can crush it like we beat the exam. When the rest of them stared at her, she grinned. We beat out like 300 other people, didn't we? Suyu nodded, a more determined look on her face than before. Mina's right, Kiro. We all made it in, so we're just going to have to deal. As they filed out, she looked up at Midoriya. It was honestly pretty crazy to think that one of your classmates has legs that were almost as long as you were tall. Say, your hair looks incredible. What kind of product do you use? Once again, Midoriya seemed to freeze up. Getsuhime moisturizing formula. F for fur. Suyu nodded. It really brings out the gloss. I use their aquatic brand. Midoriya lit up a bit. It looks like it works really well. Your hair is really smooth, Asui. Please, call me Tsuyu. No need to be formal, Kiro. As Midoriya spluttered, Mina grinned at her. Come on, Midori. It's okay if she asks you to call her that. Mina couldn't help but smile as Midoriya awkwardly flustered about properly introducing herself. Tsuyu seemed to find it amusing as well, a slight smile on her face. Jerks had given her crap about her appearance before, but she had never really cared. Still, the first day of hero school and already she'd made a couple of friends. Shoto was mildly impressed when his students got onto the grounds in good order. Better than the last lot he'd had at least. Good. Now that you're all here, we're doing a quirk assessment. He hid a smirk as the class collectively gasped. What? Uraraka looked at him with a confused expression. What about the entrance ceremony? Or the guidance sessions? Guidance sessions can come later. You don't have time to waste on things like the entrance ceremony. Especially since Nedzu had a tendency to drone on and he wasn't allowed to fall asleep. We are known for our freestyle education, after all. The class gave him confused looks. He gave them a look. You've all done those no-quirk fitness tests in middle school, right? The softball throw, the 50-meter dash, grip strength. You get the picture. He shook his head. The Board of Education wants to pretend that quirks never happened for the sake of their precious averages. But it's futile. Might as well get it over with and just let you use your quirk. Shoto leveled a stare at what he considered the prime example of this irrationality. Midoriya Ikumi squirmed a bit under his gaze. Midoriya, you placed first in the exam. How far could you throw a softball? She looked away. It was recorded as, 50 meters. The rest of the class looked confused at that, Midoriya looking to the side. Shoto could see that Shoji and Asui didn't look surprised. Internally, he sighed at another bit of stupidity the Board of Education insisted on. Heteromorph types had to hold back to normal human scores. HMPH. And how far did it actually go? About 200. I wasn't able to properly measure it. Shoto tossed her a softball, which she fumbled and was forced to bend over and pick it up. In her massive furry hand it looked more like a small apple. Right. Throw the ball as hard as you can, using your quirk in whatever way you see fit. Don't leave the circle to do so. Midoriya hesitated. As shouldn't I have a, bigger ball? It wouldn't be fair. Shoto gave her a flat stare, but internally gave her a point for caring about such things. Life isn't fair. In this case, it's unfair in your favor. Throw the damn thing already, Midori. Bakugo yelled. Shoto shot him a glare, which the teenager ignored. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Sensei, if you would approve it, I could make her a larger ball if you show me the schematics. These kids were shaping up to be good. That was bad. Good kids meant that he had to worry rather than let them drop out into a less life-threatening field. Not unreasonable, Yaoyorozu. What do you mean, make a larger ball? Midoriya cocked her head to the side slightly before her eyes widened. Oh, is that your quirk? Because that's so interesting. Pulling up the design for the balls on his phone, Shoto handed it over to Yaoyorozu. She blinked, humming as she went over the design. That should be it. Then she unzipped her shirt, eliciting concerned shouting from Jiru and Midoriya as well as a whoop from Mineta and Kaminari. He glared at them and they looked away awkwardly. Jiru gave them both the stink eye, a couple of other classmates raising their eyebrows. Could be a problem, but only if it interfered with the tests. Hopefully he could nip that kind of behavior in the bud before it became a problem. Nobody wanted another Captain Celebrity case. Her stomach sparkled with light and a larger version of the ball appeared. Midoriya looked at it with wonder. Whoa, so your quirk lets you make anything you want. That's so cool. Well, I have to know how it's made, but yes, just about anything. Yaoyorozu beamed at Midoriya. Shouter raised a mental eyebrow. So far Midoriya wasn't acting like his typical model of typical students with a strong quirk, nor like students who came in with natural size and bulk. Those students tended to think that training was beneath them, that their natural size and quirk would be enough. Those kinds he was used to forcing out. And he had seen her pass up robots in the exam that she should have been able to beat. Shouta had assumed it was an arrogant thing, a way of showing I don't need all those points. Maybe not. Midoriya picked the enlarged ball up, looking at it with narrowed eyes. Then she sucked in a breath before sticking the ball in her mouth. Shouta barely reacted as she breathed a massive column of flame, the ball shooting off with it. Reasonably creative, at least. More than most of the larger students I've dealt with at least. Shouta held up his phone, displaying the score 749 meters. Good. Now we have a better idea of your limits. We're a step closer to figuring out what kind of hero you will be. Midoriya blinked, an awestruck look on her face. The rest of the class seemed to be in a similar mood. Kaminari grinned at a neighbor. We can use our quirks however we feel like. Awesome. As the students started to talk amongst themselves, Shouta sighed. Time to see what they were made of. Ikumi shivered when she saw Aizawa's stare lock onto Kaminari. A dark aura seemed to come off the quiet teacher. Oh, awesome. His glare swept over the whole class. You think your 3 years here will be all fun and games. And here's a game. The person who gets the lowest score on these tests will get expelled. For a moment, everybody stood still. Then they reacted. Hold on. Uraraka shouted. That's not fair. Life isn't fair. Anybody who tells you otherwise is selling something. Aizawa shot back. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Villain attacks, natural disasters. Those aren't fair either. When you're a hero, your job will be correcting that unfairness. Ikumi frowned at him. She was well aware that life wasn't fair. Even so, it's our first day. Were you expecting UA to be easy? We're going to put you through the ringer. Aizawa smiled, or more accurately bared his teeth. That's plus ultra for you. Do whatever you have to do to overcome it. Ikumi swallowed anxiously. Katsuki shoved Midori in the side as they got ready for the 50-meter dash. While he disliked the hobo teacher, that challenge he'd issued had lit a fire in him. Katsuki wanted to get the first to end all firsts and rub it in the guy's face. Get ready to lose, Midori, he growled. Midori gave him a curt nod, trying to brace properly against the tiny footsteps. Katsuki paused as they got ready. An idea for how to ace this thing came to mind and he smirked. When they were given the go-ahead, he activated his quirk in both hands, flinging himself forwards with the force. 4.13 seconds, the robot intoned. Midori came just behind. 5.01 seconds. He raised an eyebrow. Eat shit, Midori. I beat you. I could have beaten you back in Aldera if they let me, she shot back. Katsuki snarled at that. Aldera had told Midori to walk it, since she would have otherwise gotten it. Midori had tried to run properly one time and had gotten a verbal reprimand to not use your quirk in school. Hobo teacher was right about being able to use your quirk for school, at least. Mizu looked over at Ikumi as she got ready for the grip strength test. How do you feel about using your quirk like this? Ikumi paused, picking up the grip strength machine, conveniently upsized for her by Yaoyorozu. Honestly, I have done some training at the gym, but it feels, I don't know, different when you're doing it for an official school event. He wrapped his hands around the grip strength machine and squeezed it shut. What kind of training? Strength and endurance, and a bit of flexibility. I want to be able to fit in most buildings. Ikumi looked at it consideringly, then placed the machine in her mouth, biting down hard. The metal beneath her jaw creaked under the force. In spite of himself, he blinked. Then he shrugged. Animal heteromorphs tended to have stronger bites. His own strength test read 580 kilograms, over 10 times what he had gotten in middle school. It made sense. He had been training each arm at the gym as well as using them together. Ciro looked at him admiringly. Whoa, 580 kilos. Hot damn, are you a gorilla or an octopus? Octopus. That's pretty sexy, Minta mumbled. Mizu was a bit thrown by that. He hadn't really heard anybody from his hometown call him that before. A lot of other things, but never sexy. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened as Ikumi pulled her grip strength tester out, pausing as she screwed a vise shut on her own. And 900 kilograms. The rest of the class stared at it, causing Ikumi to shrink back. Mizu had to agree with the general shock the class felt. Having a bite almost equal to a ton was scarily impressive. Ikumi blushed, taking it out of her mouth. I knew I had a strong bite, but I didn't know it was that strong. I didn't even use the other part of my quirk for it. Next to her, Bakugo seethed. Don't think that means you're better than me. I think it does, Kaken. In this event at least. Mizu gave her a thumbs up. That's close to a shark's bite, Ikumi. Nice work. Mina whistled. Hot damn, girl. She gripped her tester, concentrating. Pink sparks traveled up her arm as she squeezed before it settled. 200 kilograms and change. Ikumi looked over at the pink-skinned girl with a curious look on her face. I thought your quirk was to do with acid, but super strength and electricity as well. Mina looked up. She looked over excitedly. Mezu recognized the look in her eye, having seen it when she was talking to him about his quirk. Well, my quirk has 2 aspects to it. Well, 3 if you count the mutative aspect. But this is really interesting. You make acid in your body to release from your hands and feet, right? The pink-skinned girl looked a bit overwhelmed. Yes, Ikumi tugged on her bottom lip, appraising Mina. Quirks with dual aspects tend to be related in some way. Is your quirk a stockpile one by nature, where the acid in your body acts in a similar fashion to a battery and builds electrical impulses to stimulate and fuel additional strength? Mina paused, eyes wide. Yes, that's how it works. Mizo shook his head slightly. It sounded a bit complicated to him, but then again, Ikumi was a huge fan of quirks. But 2 aspects. He would have to ask Ikumi later. Minoru wondered if he was in some special circle of hell as he got up for the standing long jump. Here he was, in a class whose girls were universally smoking hot, and he couldn't appreciate it. Every time he thought about the girls, the threat of expulsion loomed in his head and banished his happy thoughts. Still, he could hopefully be excused for staring at the unmistakable Midoriya as she took a similar page from Aoyama's book and propelled herself backwards with her fire, getting a ridiculously high score. If only he'd been as tall as her. When she had walked into the class, he had been stunned and more than a little envious of her height. He was used to being the absolute shortest person around, but to see a girl almost 3 times as tall as you felt pretty humiliating. Then he had looked at her chest, made some calculations, and realized that they were each roughly the size of his torso. After that incredible mental image, he had formed his resolve. He was going to die smothered beneath them, or he was never going to die. Too bad that their insane teacher was probably going to expel him. Minoru was under no illusions about his strength. He was the size of a toddler. It wasn't that he hadn't exercised in preparation for UA, it just wasn't his best area. He had a mean throw and could run fast, but that wasn't much in the face of guys with engines in their legs. Soon enough it was his turn for the jump. Fortunately, he had a strategy. He pulled more and more balls from his head, stacking them into a pile. Then he braced against it, building as much force as he could. His balls flexed back, then shot him forwards with tremendous force, managing to get just over the white line. Yaoyorozu pulled out one of those athletes' trampolines and did much the same thing, managing to go further than him. Minoru actually wanted to cry at that. At least he got the undisputed highest score in the side-to-side steps, even if he had almost puked afterwards. Mina looked at the softball, grinning determinedly. Okay, just remember All Might's advice. Clench your butt cheeks and yell. One for all sparked up from her feet, traveling up her body and mixing with her acid. A huge amount built up just under her skin, only about as acidic as lemon juice. Acid smash. A jet of high-pressure acid mixed with her throw sent it cannonballing through the air. Mina huffed as it flew. Aizawa watched with tired eyes before holding up his phone. 750.6 meters, it read. Mina took a deep breath. All Might's advice was working perfectly. It was pretty much the same control she used for her own acid, just with a lot more power to work with in dialing it around. Most of One for All seemed to have gone into her acid. She could make so much more now and at higher pressure. She was going to have to thank Ikumi so much for describing a perfect way to explain how her quirk had changed. Everybody cheered at that. You beat Midoriya's score. Bakugo cackled, elbowing her in the side. The taller girl ignored it in favor of clapping. Mina noticed that the boy with red and white hair, Todoroki, was glaring at Bakugo. She kind of wondered why he was doing that. Maybe he didn't like his attitude. Bakugo seemed to be an asshole, but Ikumi wasn't pushing him away or anything. Then she got distracted when Uraraka blew everybody's scores for the softball throw out of the water. Aizawa barely blinked as he held out a phone displaying infinity, while everybody else lost their minds. Bakugo's own efforts managed to eclipse hers, managing an impressive 750.7 meters. Mina rolled her eyes as he smirked at the pair of them, Ikumi just shaking her head. He's pretty competitive. Mina gave Bakugo a challenging grin. No way she was going to back down to him easily. Aizawa swept his gaze over his current class. They panted, some looking more confident than others. Minta in particular looked like he was on the verge of a breakdown. All right, time for the results. Despite his seemingly lazy appearance, he had been keeping an eye on them as they went, ready to erase an out-of-control quirk, and he was suitably impressed. Some students had turned out to be obvious powerhouses. Midoriya, Ashido, and Bakugo had gotten some of the highest scores in various events. Others had been a bit more unexpected. He had liked Yaoyorozu's approach, the girl having the right mindset for a quirk with practically limitless application. Seeing the girl just pull a moped out of her body and drive around for the endurance in 50-meter fash had been amusing, as had the cannon. Now, your total score reflects your performance totaled over all the events. I won't go into details, but I was watching how you applied your quirk in each event. You'll just get the final results now. A bit of a white lie. He had been watching for how they used it outside of events as well. Yaoyorozu had gotten extra points for helping Midoriya with fabricating equipment. Kaminari had charged a couple of his classmates' phones. He tapped the hologram emitter, displaying the rankings. The top 5 had been contentious, but Yaoyorozu had taken the top spot, followed by Midoriya and Bakugo, the larger of the pair staring in wonder while Bakugo gave a determined glare at the rest of the class. Todoroki gave everybody a neutral stare, while Ishido cheered at getting 5th place. Aizawa gave the class a natural stare. By the way, I was lying about expelling somebody. Silence. Then, what? Metre, who had been at the bottom, looked up at Aizawa with tears and snot pouring down his face. You are thang you, he blubbered. The short boy ran forwards to hug him. Aizawa easily sidestepped the boy and let him faceplant. That was just a rational deception to bring out your best. He smirked at them. Yaoyorozu sighed. Well, of course it was a lie. The top hero school wouldn't expel students on the first day, after all. Aizawa paused. She was technically right. The expulsion did go on their records, but unless they were serious slackers or displayed truly abhorrent behavior, they got back in the next day. Metre was a borderline case, but he had gotten his head in the game after that threat. Still, he would have to make sure that any perverted antics were swiftly dealt with. Midoriya shook her head. That's a bit of a cruel trick, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa turned around. Get changed and meet back at the classroom, he called over his shoulder. The guidance sessions will start shortly, so don't waste time. As he left, he sighed. Couldn't be more obvious, could you? All Might frowned at the younger man. I didn't think you were the type to lie, Eraserhead. You expelled your entire class last year. The Eraserhead sighed. Yes, I gave them the same threat, and even then they treated it like a game. He grinned. So I let them stay in the general course for a bit before re-enrollment. They took it a lot more seriously after that. All Might could see the logic in that, but it still chafed. He preferred using gentle encouragement to methods like Eraserhead's. The other teacher gave him a tired stare. So, why are you here? Because I'm sure you could be using that muscle form in a more productive way. No, I just wanted to keep an eye on Ishido, Bakugo and Midoriya. I think they have serious potential. He looked at the man closely, having noticed his eyes widening very slightly. And so do you. Eraserhead paused. Midoriya surpassed my expectations of oversized students. She applied her quirk well, and she's clearly put in some training. And Ishido uses your irrational smash call sign. All Might shrugged. He was just happy to see that his advice on controlling his quirk was working so well for Ishido. Maybe he was better at this teaching thing than he'd initially thought. Still, he had a lesson to plan for their heroics class. The girls' change room was abuzz. Ikumi gave Yaoyorozu a wide smile as she awkwardly fumbled with her tie. That was, you were incredible out there, Yaoyorozu. Your quirk is amazing. Jiro grinned. Gotta admit, seeing you pull a cannon out of your stomach was metal as hell. Yaoyorozu blushed. It was nothing, really. Ikumi glanced over at Ochako, the brown-haired girl, taking a deep breath. And you threw that ball so far it went into orbit. Well, I just removed its gravity and then threw it hard. Uraraka squeaked. I have to admit, Midoriya, your performance was incredible as well, Kiro, Asui said. Ikumi spluttered a bit. What? She wasn't really used to hearing things like that being said about her. Kak intended to be more confrontational, seeing it as more of a rivalry than anything else. It was pretty nice. Hagakure bounced over. Yeah, you were like FWOOSH and Crunch, and you just acted really cool. Jiro grinned. Girl power for the top 2 in the assessment test. Ikumi and Yaoyorozu flushed simultaneously as the others cheered. Girl power. Katsuki was just pulling on his shirt when he heard Shitty Hair come up behind him. Gotta say, that was manly as hell out there. He shook his head. I mean, overcoming an obstacle like that expulsion threat. UA is awesome. Nerd Jock chopped the air aggressively. I must disagree about the expulsion threat being manly. Our own teacher threatened to expel us only to reveal it was a ruse. How can we trust him in the future? He snorted. Hobo-sensei had meant it when he said that he'd expel a student. Bastard had changed his mind for some reason. Grape bitch sighed. I'm glad he didn't. I was terrified that I'd miss out on seeing the smoking hot babes here. Birdhead shook his head. Truly your heart is mired in darkness. Katsuki glared at the grape hard. Fuck off with that shit, grape bitch. Nerd Jock glared at him. Bakugo, that language is unbefitting somebody in the hero course. He flipped the Nerd Jock off. It's like the hobo teacher said. We're not here to have fun, we're here to learn how to be heroes. We don't have time for meaningless shit. Nerd Jock looked affronted, while Shitty Hair shrugged. Well, it's kinda crude, but I see what you're going for, Bakugo. We all gotta do our best. Grape bitch looked affronted. Well, I guess you're the kind of guy who isn't interested in girls, considering you're not interested in the beauties on the other side of this wall. but he wisely didn't say anything else. Katsuki threw on his blazer, then paused. He glared at the other bastard who had been staring at him when he thought he wasn't looking. "You got a problem, half and half." The bastard simply glared at him, then turned and left. Katsuki snorted. The rest of the day passed without any more insanity, seeming almost mundane compared to the insanity earlier in the morning. Ikumi glanced down to Yaoyorozu as she left. "Goodbye, Yaoyorozu. Have a nice evening." Yaoyorozu gave her a wide smile. "Thank you, Midoriya. Hopefully tomorrow will be more conventional." Katsuki stomped off. Like anything's gonna be normal with Hobo-sensei. He turned around. "Hurry up, Midori. I actually want to make the train." Ikumi shook her head. "Coming, Kaken." Mezu came over, slinging his bag over his shoulder. "Mind if I walk with you guys to the train station?" "Ah, no, sure." Ikumi beamed at the multi-armed boy. "Don't mind Kaken, he's a bit prickly." Kaken was waiting for them at the main door. "Took you long enough, Midori." He gave Mezu a look, then shrugged. "You did pretty well today, Octopus." Ikumi was happy that Mezu apparently didn't take offense. "You and Ikumi were pretty dangerous out there as well." Well, we both tried to train ourselves as much as possible, and Kaken's parents let us do some practice in his backyard. Ikumi trailed off. Mezu nodded, letting his arm change into a mouth. "But it's different from being able to use your quirk so freely." Kaken grunted. Hobo-sensei was right. Speaking of, he looked up at Midori intently. "You have any idea who he is?" Ikumi paused. Well, it's just a theory, but I think he might be a racerhead." Mezu paused. "I think I heard that name before. He's an underground hero, right? Who can stop people's quirks from working?" She nodded, Kaken giving a considering look. Well, he wasn't a hero I recognized immediately. And he would have to be good at being a hero if UA wanted to hire him, so I thought he had to be an underground hero. I looked through some old posts, and I came across a description of a racerhead that matched Aizawa. Kaken barked out a laugh. "Good shit, Midori. You actually put your nerd brain to good use." As they walked home, Ikumi couldn't help but feel confident. Meeting up with friends and making some new ones. It was almost more than she could have hoped for. Inko looked up at Ikumi as she dished up another serving of rice. "How was your first day, Ikumi?" Ikumi smiled. "It was pretty crazy, if I'm being honest." "Oh." Ikumi carefully dished up a mound of vegetables. "Well, we had to do this quirk assessment test as the first thing all day. Our teacher, Aizawa, said that we could use our quirks to do it. Way more interesting than what we did in school," Hisashi commented. He grinned up at her. "So, how'd you do in this test?" She managed a bright grin. "Oh, I got second in the class." Hisashi and Inko both smiled at that, her husband grinning inappropriately. "Did you beat Katsuki then?" When Ikumi nodded, he cackled. "It's good for him to lose sometimes." Then her face fell slightly. "But then, Aizawa-sensei said that whoever got last place was going to get expelled." Inko nearly dropped her chopsticks. What? Don't worry. Nobody got expelled. He said it was a logical ruse to make us do our best." Inko shook her head. "Our teachers certainly didn't do anything like that when we were in high school," she murmured. Still, she would have to hope that he knew what he was doing. Hisashi shook his head. "UA really is crazy if they send you a hologram emitter and then threaten to kick you out on the first day," he muttered. Then he smiled. "Sounds like UA's more interesting than Aldera at least." Inko gave him a light nudge. "Honestly," she sighed. Then she gave Ikumi a proud smile. "Well, you're going to have to keep going." "So after this quirk assessment, what did you do next?" Ikumi thought back on it. "Well, after the near expulsion threat that was the quirk assessment, Mona had gone into their next class with a feeling of foreboding and trepidation. Present Mike had grinned at them cheerfully as they came through the door. "Welcome, little listeners. Come on in, sit down, and we're gonna go into the exciting world of English." Kaminari raised his hand. Are you going to expel any of us if we don't get it right?" Present Mike slapped a hand to his face. "Damn it, Shouta. You just had to ruin my opening with your logical ruse." He gave Kaminari and the class a gentle smile. "Nah, no logical ruses here except for homophones." As one, the class breathed a sigh of relief. Present Mike grinned as they sat down. "Now then, I'm sure you're wondering why you're learning English at a hero course. That's for a couple of reasons." Present Mike pulled out a piece of chalk and started scribbling on the board behind him. "Now, the first reason is that as heroes, you might be the first person a tourist on the street comes to if they have a problem. As heroes, you might have to get intel about a crime that happened to them or just give them directions to a landmark or hotel. They should just have a map on their phones or something," Kaken grumbled. Ikumi shushed him. "The second reason," Present Mike grinned, "being able to speak a second language is awesome. Plus it means that you can look like a cool dude or dudette in front of other people. So we're gonna learn how to flex on people with English. Who's up for it?" The class cheered, even Bakugo lightening up a bit. He gave them all a proud smile. Great. Now, today's just a light lesson, so we're going to go over the basics of English and get an idea of where everybody is in the class. Ikumi had to admit that it was a lot more interesting than Aldera's English lessons. Present Mike was enthusiastic and energetic, always giving the class encouragement and urging them to practice their English. Plus, it was Present Mike teaching. Hisashi had to admit that Ikumi's day sounded pretty amazing when put like that, as she talked about her teachers more energetically than she ever had before. So all of your classes are taught by heroes? Ikumi nodded, beaming. Why yeah. Present Mike. Yamada-sensei teaches English and an ectoplasm. Well, Ikuta-sensei teaches mathematics. She looked down a bit awkwardly. Still feels a bit weird calling them by their civilian names if I'm being honest. I kind of wish I'd been taught by heroes when I was in school. Hisashi grinned. So were they all in costume or were they in suits? Oh, in costume. Ikumi grinned. It was just so cool seeing them up close. A thought struck him. He leaned over to grab a piece of pork. Say, Midnight is apparently a teacher there. Did you see her? Oh, no, not today. I think she teaches modern art history. I think we have her tomorrow. Great. Hisashi looked at Ikumi with a conspiratorial air. Say, do you think she teaches in costume as well? Inko gave him a look which he pretended to ignore as Ikumi spluttered. A bright red flush crept through her fur. What? Hisashi's grin grew wider. Just saying. The boys in your class would have a real hard time focusing on her lesson plan if she taught them wearing her gear. Ikumi gave a pained groan, slumping down. Dad. He held his hands up, laughing. Okay, no more embarrassing remarks. Even though it's part of my job as your father to embarrass you. Ikumi sighed. It is her hero costume, and it's visually striking. But there's a reason she's referred to as the R-rated heroine, Dad. It might be a bit inappropriate for her to show up in costume. I know. Hisashi paused, giving his daughter a smile. Still, this is great. You made it in, and tomorrow you're going to have a heroics class. Ikumi's eyes went wide. Oh my god, I forgot that was tomorrow. She anxiously pulled on her bottom lip. I really hope that they got my costume. Inko put a calming hand on her upper arm. Don't worry so much, Ikumi. They definitely have it. We submitted it specially. Make sure you go to sleep, Ikumi, Hisashi joked. You've got a big day ahead of you. I know. Ikumi waved her hands around. It just feels like a dream, you know. As they started moving everything to the dishwasher, Hisashi paused as he looked up at Ikumi. I'm really proud of you for getting in, you know. I know. You're officially my favorite daughter. Ikumi shook her head, a grin forming on her face. More like your only daughter. Hisashi huffed, a tiny tongue of flame passing his lips. That just makes it doubly true then. He gave her a light shove. Knock 'em dead in hero training tomorrow, Ikumi. Katsuki grinned up at Midori as they got off the train. We're finally doing hero shit at UA, Midori. Midori sighed. It's not like we weren't doing anything like that yesterday. Kaken, she mumbled, carefully stepping around some other pedestrian. He shoulder-checked his way through. We did one thing that could be hero stuff yesterday, and that was being threatened by Hobo-sensei in a gym test. Kaken, she gasped. You can't call him a hobo. What? Katsuki shoulder-checked somebody who tried to get in his way. Guy showed up to teach and be a hero in his goddamn pajamas. It's sloppy. The hag certainly had a long list of expletives regarding people who showed up to a fashion show in similar attire. Even his dad had only told her not to swear in front of Katsuki. Like he hadn't heard all those words already. Midori opened her mouth, then closed it. I think he may have slept in his clothes, she mumbled. Katsuki barked with laughter as they came up to the door. Shoving the door open, he was rewarded with Nerd Jock's disapproving glare. Hurry, to your seats. You ever gonna take that stick out your ass, Glasses? Katsuki flopped into his chair. Glasses followed him, hands chopping the air robotically. I simply seek to act in a manner befitting this great institution. Katsuki tuned out Glasses' attitude as he got his desk ready for the day. Eventually he got the point and went back to his seat, huffing disapprovingly. Then a certain jerk walked down the aisle. Half and Half briefly stopped in front of Katsuki, his face showing absolutely no emotion. Then the bastard went to his chair, ignoring everybody else. Midori looked at the guy, then at him. What did you do to him? She whispered. Katsuki shrugged as Hobo-sensei walked in. Haven't done shit to him. Guy's just an asshole. He scowled. Fuck him. As Hobo-sensei started doing roll, Katsuki kept his eyes firmly locked on the front of the room. Whatever the hero class was going to be about, he was ready to kill it. Minoru couldn't help but grin when he saw Midnight come into their class in full hero attire. Yep, this is officially the best school on the planet. Next to him, Midoriya looked a bit shocked. Midnight's our teacher, in full hero costume. Midnight grinned. We're all technically on duty as heroes, so we can wear our costumes as necessary. Besides, it's surprisingly comfortable. She gasped, then started frantically babbling. I wasn't, disapproving or anything. I don't think I could pull off a look like that. Minoru shook his head frantically. miss out on this. No way. It's alright, Midoriya. No harm done. Midnight looked out at the rest of the class, grinning. It kind of leads into this class, modern art history. Her face grew more serious as she came over to the blackboard. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering what relevance art history has for the hero course. Bakugo slouched in his chair. Yep. Midnight shook her head slightly. That's because of the largest modern phenomena in the past century. Heroes. A hologram projector turned on, and she flicked through scenes. As the cultural phenomenon of heroes swept the world, so heroes have influenced the art scene as well. From the very first vigilantes that came from the chaos of quirks emerging, a photograph of a group of men wearing leather and masks fighting a man holding a torn-out safe, to the establishment of the current hero system according to the New York regulations. It switched to a photo of a smiling hero with an America-themed cape shaking hands with a politician. Her face grew more solemn, and the tragedies that came from certain groups. The projector briefly showed a painting Minoru recognized, a depiction of the Jeddah Purge, the stylized black robes of the CRC standing starkly amongst the forest background. It was almost idyllic, until you saw the figures hanging from the trees and the blood on the ground. Minoru shuddered. Next to him, Midoriya took a deep breath, then her face set in a more determined look. Everybody in class seemed to be shaken at seeing a reminder of such an event. Even Todoroki seemed a bit on edge. Midnight turned the projector off, a stoic look on her face. Art isn't always pleasant. The men and women we will be learning about through their works came from very different times. Current standards weren't always the norm, regrettably. For the first time in a while, Minoru wasn't trying to look at Midnight's chest. Midnight grinned at them. Plus, we'll be going over a bit of hero costume design. Bertolt Brecht once said art is not a mirror to reflect reality, but a hammer with which to shape it. A hero's costume is a piece of art by itself, and you may decide to change your costume to something more accurate to the hero you want to be. As the class started properly and they went through the material, Minoru grinned. His costume already declared what kind of hero he wanted to be in the future. A super cool one who women would actually like. When the bell rang for lunch, Minoru felt disappointed to be leaving the lesson. And not just because he wasn't able to see Midnight's costume anymore. Mina carefully held out her lunch card to Lunch Rush, grinning. The big curry rice, please. Lunch Rush gave a thumbs up. Sure thing. Any accompaniments? Natto. Lots and lots of natto. Mina grinned as the big bowl was carefully deposited on her tray, followed by a heaping serve of natto. Stomach rumbling, she sat down. All Might had warned her that one for all stockpiling nature meant that it needed a lot of fuel to keep running. She was about to dig in when she saw Midoriya, the timid girl stacking plate after plate on a tray sized for her. Beaming, she waved her over. Hey, Midoriya, you want to sit over here? Midoriya blinked. Then when she was sure she had the right amount of food came over, careful not to bump into people on the way. Hey Ashido, her nose wrinkled. That's a lot of natto. I really like natto. Mina started stirring rapidly. Then once she was sure she had done it enough, dumped it on top of the curry. Midoriya gagged slightly and Mina winced. Oh, sorry, I forgot you had a really good sense of smell. She shook her head rapidly. It's fine, Ashido. A low grumble came from her side of the table. Flushing through her fur, Midoriya broke her chopsticks apart and quickly gave thanks. Taking a bite, her eyes widened. So good. Mina laughed, giving thanks and finished mixing her natto in with her curry. I mean, we had lunch yesterday and it was just as good then. Quickly she ate the curry, grinning widely as the taste hit her. Lunch Rush was too damn good at his job. There you are. Bakugo stomped up, his own obnoxiously spicy dish in hand. Mina could swear there was a visible heat haze coming off the thing. He glared up at Midoriya as he sat down. Don't fucking run off without me, Midori. Midoriya shrugged, cheeks bulging with food. Swallowing, she sighed. It's not like I can't sit with friends every once in a while, Kaken. HMPH. Bakugo took a bite, chewed and swallowed. His angry face mellowed out before he ground out, That's good. Mina grinned. Not even Bakugo could stay grumpy in the face of Lunch Rush's food. She swallowed another bite of natto curry and he stared at her. Fucking hell, you an alien or something, Pinky. She sighed at that. What's wrong with natto? It's disgusting is what it is. Bakugo swallowed another mouthful of potentially nuclear curry. Is this seed taken? Mina grinned upon hearing the familiar voice. Nah, it's available. She looked over to Yaoyorozu and her jaw dropped. Yaoyorozu stood there slightly sheepishly, her tray piled high with food. Thank you. She bowed graciously, taking a seat and putting it down. Bakugo stared at it. Damn, Ponytail, do you have enough food there? Mina shot him a small glare which he summarily ignored. Yaoyorozu gave him a polite smile. Well, creation is a calorie and lipid-intensive quirk, so I'm eating as much as I can to fuel it for this afternoon. Mina nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I need a fair amount of fuel for acid to make enough. Midoriya looked up, eyes sparkling. So that's how your creation quirk is fueled. I guess that it had to be something internal since you made things come from your body rather than them appearing next to you. So you said it came from lipids and calories. Yes. Is your quirk a stockpile that focuses on existing fat cells, or is it all in the plus alpha? Or is it not a stockpile quirk, but a metabolic facet that breaks down lipids in the process to fuel your body's stamina, similar to Lambert's proposal? Mina paused, chopsticks to her mouth. Yaoyorozu was in a similar position. She blinked, then covered her mouth. Sorry. I know that it's awkward. Sometimes I get a bit excited about quirks, and yours is a really interesting one. Yaoyorozu shook her head. No, it's fine. Regarding your question, my quirk stockpiles excess energy in my fat cells rather than the plus alpha, though in a way it is similar to Lambert's analysis of various quirks. Mina shook her head, confused. Wait, who's Lambert? Bakugo reached over and roughly patted Mina on the shoulder. Some old quirk nerd. Don't get them started or we'll be here all day. Midoriya blushed. I'm not that bad. But Kaken's probably right. We're going to be busy this afternoon, so we should probably get started. Here. Mina picked up her chopsticks and twisted the natto in her bowl again. Let's get to it. On a different table, Denki was well aware that he was staring at Yaoyorozu as she ate lunch. At least he wasn't alone. Next to him, Jiru was looking at her as well. Where is it all going? He muttered as the dark-haired girl daintily finished the bowl of pork belly and rice, reaching for a bowl of noodles. Yaoyorozu ate quickly yet politely, and about half the food was gone already. Was there a black hole in her stomach or something? Midoriya eating a lot of food he could understand. She was the tallest person in class and had a fire quirk, and those guys usually needed more food. And Mina, well, she had super strength and acid. That probably needed a lot of food to use. He hadn't expected the nice, polite Yaoyorozu to eat enough for 3 people. I can't look away, Jiru muttered, distractedly eating her own meal. She'd tried to harangue him for staring only to join him when Yaoyorozu kept eating. We should, though. It's rude to stare. Despite his words, his eyes didn't budge. Minta shook his head. Really? She's not even eating in an erotic way. That's gross, Minta, Tsuyu bluntly stated. As Minta turned and glared at Tsuyu, Denki managed to tear his eyes away. Still, is anybody else nervous for this afternoon? He tried to deflect. I mean, it's going to be our first hero class. Of course I'm nervous, Minta shouted. I mean, what if it's Aizawa-sensei and he decides to actually expel one of us? Jiru rolled her eyes, having managed to tear her stare away from Yaoyorozu. Yeah, the logical ruse. Kind of agree with Ida about him shaking our faith in him. Denki shook his head. It's not like we're going to get a teacher that's worse than Aizawa, right? That's hard to imagine, Tsuyu flatly said. Ikumi fidgeted slightly in her chair, nervous energy pouring off her. The rest of the class wasn't much better, the anticipation building. This was what they had come here for. The opportunity to learn how to be heroes and save others. She wondered who the teacher was going to be. Maybe it was going to be Snipe. She knew that he was a hero here, but wasn't sure what subject he taught. All Might was a possibility, but it would have made more sense for him to teach the 3rd years rather than them. IAM. Ikumi's eyes went wide. No way. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might, the All Might shouted, walking into the classroom in a way that was anything but normal. Immediately everybody in the class cheered, Ikumi cheering with them. All Might's really here, teaching us. Kaminari almost screamed. Ikumi gasped slightly. That's his Silver Age costume, worn back when Sir Night-Eye was his sidekick. All Might stood in front of the lectern, his signature smile lighting up the room. Now then, kids, I'm going to be teaching hero basics. This class will put you through all kinds of training to help mold you into the best heroes you can be. He turned around, flashing a card that read, Battle Training. No time like the present, so let's not dawdle. Kaken grinned like a jack-o'-lantern. Battle Training, he growled. Ikumi wasn't the biggest fan of fighting, but if it was called for, yeah. All Might clicked a tiny remote. And for hero training, you'll need these. Slots on the walls hissed open, a set of 20 briefcases popping out. According to your quirk registry and the special requests you made beforehand, UA presents your costumes. If the atmosphere before was electric, then Ikumi didn't have a proper term for the excitement coursing through the room. Costumes, she breathed. Once you've changed, then come in ranking order to training ground beta. All Might's smile seemed to widen as they cheered. Ikumi picked her costume up with a trembling hand. This was the next step on the way to becoming a hero. Achako looked at her costume with a raised eyebrow. Most of it was a skin-tight bodysuit, with light pink boots and bracers. Not what I meant when I said space-themed, but it's fine. At least all the additions I asked for are there. Hagakure pulled on her own costume, a light gray leotard with similarly colored boots and gloves. With the press of a switch on her wrist, the entire ensemble turned invisible. Yes, I thought I was going to have to run around naked. Jiru turned from looking at her black leather jacket and blinked. Whoa, Midoriya, nice one. Looking at Ikumi, Achako had to agree. Ikumi had gone with something more formal than they'd expected. She wore a dark purple three-piece suit, the legs baggy to give her plenty of room to move. The sleeves of her black shirt were short, exposing her furry arms. A red bow tie was fastened neatly in place, complementing the red boots she wore over any other shoes. She looked more like a businesswoman than a hero, but it admittedly complemented her figure well. Once aware that everybody was staring at her, Ikumi squirmed a bit. I asked some friends of my parents to make it, and I wanted a costume to pay homage to one of my favorite heroes. Ochako gave her a thumbs up. It looks really good on you. I should have really been more specific with mine. I wanted it to be a homage to 13. Ikumi hummed. But 13's costume is more to contain the side effects of her Q quirk. It wouldn't have really been practical from a combat standpoint. Just since heroes usually do a lot of fighting. Suyu nodded. She's right, Kiro. 13's costume is pretty bulky, I guess. Ochako finished pulling her costume on. Would have been nice if it wasn't so skin tight. I understand. Yaoyorozu nodded, and Ochako's eyes nearly bugged out of her head when she saw the depth of neckline she had. I asked for a costume that had more skin exposed. More skin, Ashido yelled. Her costume a camouflage pattern in teal and purple. It's practically a swimsuit. Yaoyorozu flushed. I saw some images of female heroes and their costumes, especially Midnight when she was a student. Ikumi's eyes went wide. Yaoyorozu, she was nearly naked, and that costume forced the laws regarding costumes to change. Flushing bright red, she gestured. Why not a bodysuit like hers? I didn't want to waste time tearing it in the middle of a fight. Yaoyorozu blinked. Does it look bad? Well, it looks nice. Juru suddenly shook her head, blushing. And maybe we should get to training ground beta. Before it's too late, she coughed out. As they filed out, Ochako grinned up at Ikumi. Well, this is it, isn't it? Ikumi strode forwards, a more confident expression on her face. Yeah, this is it. Katsuki glanced up at Midori as they left for the training ground, stepping out into the sun. His own costume was black and dark green, orange accents on his tank top and mask adding to the look. The hag did all right with the suit, he grunted. Midori nodded, eyes sparkling. Yeah, I know she said she could make a suit that I could fight in, but this is she rolled her shoulders, the fabric not bunching or catching. Katsuki grunted. Yeah, she's pretty good at designing clothes, and she has her measurements. Ever since Midori's growth spurt, the hag had kept dragging her off to model clothes. In exchange for a fair chunk of extra pocket money, she'd been put into a wide variety of outfits the hag was working on, helping Midori get proper measurements for her clothing and also getting a leg up on the competition. She had also seen it as a way to try and get Midori to wear something that wasn't hero merch or those t-shirts that said shirt, to limited success, though some of their classmates had frankly shit taste when it came to costumes. He glared at two of the biggest offenders, Thick Lips and Grape Bitch. Thick Lips' costume was boring as hell in a frankly hideous mustard yellow, and the Grape wore what looked like a diaper. If his parents saw them, then the pair of them would be stuck in their studio for a week while they got a fashion overhaul. But their classmates' terrible taste couldn't take away that they were going to have actual hero training today. Katsuki's lips peeled back in a savage grin. All Might took a deep breath as the students came through. He only had a small amount of experience teaching young Ashido, but she had managed to master one for all pretty easily. Hadn't she? And he had spent all of last night and his free time furiously flipping through teaching for complete idiots to help prepare his lesson. As the students lined up in front of him, he couldn't help but feel confident about the future ahead. In only a couple of years they would be heroes in their own right, and a couple like Ashido and Midoriya had already been a hero in one way or another. He shook himself slightly. Time to start them off with a basic exercise. A young man in body armor, an ingenium. It was good to see the family tradition had continued, raised a hand. All Might Sensei, this appears to be the same field that we used for the entrance exam. Will we be performing sit-escape maneuvers? All Might shook his head. Nope. Today's focus will be indoor fights. His smile shifted slightly to a more serious one. Now, the flashiest battles happen outdoors, but statistically the worst villains are found indoors. After all, things like black market deals don't happen out in the open. The class seemed to pick up on his words and he smiled. So today, you'll be split into teams of 2 and face off against each other. For a second, everybody was quiet. Then, a flurry of questions came from various students. Are we not having any basic training beforehand, Kiro? Bakugo's face split into a feral grin. Can I just blast everybody away? Yaoyorozu raised her hand. What determines victory in this exercise? Uraraka gave him an anxious look, her question obviously on the minds of a couple of other students. Are you going to threaten to expel the lowest performer like Aizawa-sensei did? Ada's hand blurred through the air. How are we going to divide ourselves into teams? All Might Sensei, isn't my cape fabulous? All Might winced. It was almost worse than dealing with the press. Slow down a bit, kids. I haven't even gone over the scenario. As they calmed down, he took a deep breath, pulling out his cheat sheet and rapidly scanning it once more. Now, the scenario is a simple one. The villains have holed up with a nuclear bomb, and the heroes have to stop them. You have a limited time to either capture both villains or secure the bomb. Villains must either incapacitate the heroes or wait until the bomb goes off in 15 minutes. He took a deep breath. Regarding the questions that I didn't answer by describing the scenario, I am not going to make the same threat that Eraserhead did. Using your quirks is obviously permitted, but try not to send your classmates to Recovery Girl. And teams will be determined by drawing lots. Young Ida gasped. Drawing lots? Isn't that a bit haphazard? Midoriya got a look of sudden understanding. It makes sense. During emergencies, heroes often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot. Or a villain attack happens when you have a new hero at your agency. Ida nodded rapidly. I see. My greatest apologies, All Might Sensei. No harm done, young man. Let's get to it. Soon enough, everybody had their teams. A. Midoriya Ikumi and Shoji Mizo. B. Kaminari Denki and Uraraka Ochako. C. Mainta Minoru and Yaoyorozu Momo. D. Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki Shoto. E. Ashido Mina and Ida Tenya. F. A. Yamayuga and Koda Koji. G. Asuitsuyu and Sada Rikido. H. Jiro Kyoka and Takoyami Fumikage. I. Toru Hagakure and Kirishima Ijiru. J. Hantasiro and Ajiro Mashurao. All Might swept a careful eye over them, then plunged his hands into each box. The class leaned in slightly, eager to get started. Now then, the first matchup is. He pulled out the balls dramatically. Team as the villains, and Team C as the heroes. The villain team goes in first and gets 5 minutes of prep time. His gaze swept over Midoriya and Shoji, who seemed a bit downcast at being cast as a villain. Still, it was valuable experience in dealing with a more defensive fight. Shoji, Midoriya. For this exercise you need to adopt a villainous mindset. Go all out, don't hold back. Though if you go too far I will have to stop you. Oh okay, All Might Sensei. She squeaked. Let's get ready, Ikumi. Shoji looked up at the taller girl, and then they went off. If you lose this, Midori, I'm gonna kick your ass, Bakugo growled. Kirishima looked over at Bakugo with a slightly weirded out look on his face. Midoriya managed a faint smile, before looking at the door. All Might looked over and winced when he saw it. For a person who was in the Japanese average, it was right-sized. For somebody like him or Midoriya, it was an obstacle that would have to be ducked under. And the ceiling was definitely too low for a person of Midoriya's height. He looked over at the tall girl. Do you want to change buildings, or? No, this is fine. All Might raised an eyebrow, but her face was set in a determined expression. Very well. Now villains, make your preparations. The heroes will be attacking after 5 minutes. After awkwardly ducking through the door into the building, Ikumi sighed, ears flattened against the ceiling. After only a couple of days at UA, she'd grown used to a school where she could stand up properly indoors. About the only small mercy was that the room with the bomb was just barely big enough for her to stand upright. I know it's just an exercise and it was random, but I just feel awkward being cast as a villain. Shoji paused, considering. It's similar for me, but at the end of the day, it's just one exercise. Ikumi managed a nod. Just like old playground games, except less hurtful since it was randomly determined. Well, let's be the best villains we can. Do you have any insights in fighting our opponents? Or any particular observations about their quirks? She tapped her chin. Well, Yaoyorozu's the biggest threat. Her quirk's so versatile, and combining it with that reference book on her belt means she's even more dangerous. She potentially has the answer to anything we can do. Shoji nodded. She's a recommended student as well. From what I've heard, that exam is even tougher than what we went through. Ikumi nodded, tugging her lip. Still, it takes her some time to create what she needs, and she has to think about its composition. Plus, she's limited by surface area and lipids in her body, and I haven't seen her create more than one object at a time. Can she affect the temperature of what she creates, or the speed with which it leaves her body? She made a cannon, so she has to know how every part works. But does she make the parts individually, or? She cut herself off when she saw Shoji's stare. Sorry. I just like analyzing quirks, and Yaoyorozu's quirk is really cool. And I didn't mean to get distracted. He shook his head. No, that was pretty informative. What about Mainta's quirk? Oh, that one's not as interesting, but it's still cool. Those balls on his head stick to things that aren't him, and he can bounce off them, though I'd say that when they're on his head they aren't sticky, otherwise he'd have to peel his pillow off his head every time he slept. Tugging on her lip, she thought about how she would use those quirks together. I think I have a plan for how to deal with them. Are you okay with going patrolling in the building? He gave a thumbs up. I'll keep several eyes and ears out for our opponents. Given how much you've figured out from their quirks after seeing them a couple of times, it seems like you've got a good plan. Ikumi nodded. Well, if they were supposed to act as villains. I do, MWA hahaha. It felt right for some odd reason. Okay, here's the plan. In the basement below, Katsuki watched the screens intensely. In front, All Might grinned. Seems like they're getting into it. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Pinky cheered. Katsuki weighed it up and had to agree. Much as he knew Midori would kick ass, he had to admit that Ponytail was something else. Girl was smart and pretty fit even without her quirk. He knew Midori was going to win, but Ponytail was gonna make Midori fight for it. Though he had to admit, being paired up with the grape was a major handicap. The little jerk looked like he was trying to be serious, but Katsuki could catch him sneaking glimpses at Ponytail's chest. All Might leaned into the microphone. Hero team, begin. Good luck, Ikumi. Round Cheeks shouted. Katsuki snorted, as if Midori needed luck. Minoru took a deep breath. You ready, Yaoyorozu? What happiness he'd gained from being paired up with the most attractive girl with the skimpiest costume in class had been squashed when they were going up against the two tallest people in the class. Still, at least All Might had included the clause that getting the bomb was a win. It meant that they could aim to rush the bomb rather than fight. Minoru had no illusions about his combat ability relative to Shoji and his ridiculous grip strength or Midoriya's sheer size compared to him. His partner nodded, pulling on a pair of dark glasses and ear protection. Yes, she paused as she pulled out similarly sized equipment for him along with a metallic cylinder. Though I must admit, you're taking this more seriously than I thought you would. He let out a bitter chuckle. Aizawa will probably actually expel me if I don't get a good enough grade in this class. And I'm pretty sure either Shoji or Midoriya could throw me through a wall. Maybe yesterday he would have stared at Yaoyorozu's cleavage the whole time, but not now. Well, he'd only been looking at it half the time. Not like he could help it if they got in the way of direct eye contact. Yaoyorozu turned around, opening her costume. Minoru stood rooted to the spot, gaping as a light show went on. Ayawaha, zipping her costume back up, Yaoyorozu handed him a controller. I needed a bit more surface area to make this, she explained. Minoru shook himself before he saw the drone on the ground, its sleek body shining in the light. Scout ahead with this, please. Shakily, Minoru moved the sticks, letting the drone fly up. Can I keep this after the exercise? Technically, I'm not supposed to, since it could potentially destabilize the economy. He shook his head, looking through the cameras. Anyway, I think I found Shoji. Wait, he can grow eyes and ears on his arms. That's the phrase. I kinda wish I had that quirk so I could peek on girls crossed through his mind and buried itself. Keep looking. It'll probably be in one of the bigger rooms, Yaoyorozu urged. He made it fly a bit higher, up further. Minoru grinned as he saw a familiar oblong shape in the fourth floor window. Okay, I found the bomb. A gout of flame shot from the window, and the camera feed turned to static, the smoking remains of the drone crashing to the ground. Minoru gaped, and Midoriya's guarding it, he weakly muttered. Yaoyorozu nodded, more light sparking from her stomach. I thought as much. I would say that Midoriya or Shoji might move the bomb now that it's discovered, so we need to act fast. It blossomed into a grappling hook. Minta, he sighed, pulling balls from his head. Got it. Pulling a couple of balls from his head, he ran over to the wall, taking a moment to imagine Midoriya in Yaoyorozu's costume. He found the energy within to clamber up like a monkey. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu threw her grappling line up and started climbing with him. Minoru felt pretty proud of himself when he made it to the top at the same time as Yaoyorozu, opening the window further and clambering inside. Minoru sighed, taking some deep breaths while Yaoyorozu looked around, making a staff. Okay, let's hope Shoji didn't hear us. Well, the heroes are here to thwart our evil deeds. How unexpected. Slowly, Minoru turned around. There stood Shoji, arms crossed. I hate my life, he muttered, before pulling out the flashbang Yaoyorozu had made and tossing it at him. If they could take out Shoji, they would have a much easier time with this exercise. Mizo had barely a second of warning before the grenade went off in a burst of intense sound and light. For a moment he flailed blindly, then felt a pair of sticky balls impact his chest, forming new eyes and ears on his arms. He got to see the look of panic on Minta's face before the shorter boy shot around the corridor, throwing his balls around with a frantic battle cry. Yaoyorozu backed him up, swinging her staff to try and sweep his legs. They're a couple of corridors away from the bomb. He shouted into the mic as he fought. Any reservations he had about trying to hit a girl went out the window when her staff rattled his arms. Grunting, he grabbed it and bent it into a right angle, causing her to immediately retreat, light sparking as she pulled out another staff. Got it, I'll be right there. As she cut the communications short, he heard her start to run. Take this, the shorter boy cried, pegging a ball at him. Mizo grunted as Minta threw more balls in his direction that he narrowly dodged, scampering around a corner with Yaoyorozu. He almost charged after them, but stopped. Bending an eye around the corner, he saw Momo pull another grenade from her midriff. Fire in the hole, she yelled. Hurriedly he pulled his eye back and dismissed his extra eyes. The grenade rolled around the corner and he winced. He backed up and clapped his hands to his ears and shut his eyes to try and block the worst of the flashbang, ready to form new eyes and ears. Then he could try and deal with the pair of them. Rather than a loud bang and flash, he dimly heard somebody running at him. He opened his eyes just as Yaoyorozu swung her quarterstaff at his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. As he folded up, Amanita bounced through the air and latched onto his back, frantically wrapping capture tape around his shoulders even as he tried to throw the shorter boy off. All Might's voice came crackling over the intercom. "Shoji Mizo, I'm afraid you've been captured." Yaoyorozu bowed politely. "Sorry about this, Shoji. That was a dummy flashbang." Mizo sighed. "No, it was a good strategy. But you won't be able to defeat my partner in crime so easily." Minta grinned. "Oh, okay. Now we just need to take on Midoriya." Suddenly, Minta and Yaoyorozu were covered in a familiar shadow. Mizo couldn't help but smile. Momo felt rather than heard the impact behind her. Turning slightly, she stood, stunned for a second. In the 2 days she had known her, Midoriya had been quiet and reserved. Her height had been noted, but it wasn't something that had been especially prominent. Midoriya held herself tightly, her body language restrained and non-threatening, that had gone out of the window. Now, Midoriya loomed. To Momo, Midoriya filled the corridor, towering over her and Minta with her fangs half-bared and a growl coming from her throat. It was easy to forget that she had fangs since she acted so meek. The claws on her fingers seemed more pronounced as well. Surrender, Midoriya managed, before attacking. She tried to throw a hook punch, only to have to stop that attack when she realized she would hit the wall. Yaoyorozu tried to recover, but Midoriya changed strategy. Rather than try punching again, she kicked at Momo, and she barely dodged as the massive boot shot through where she was standing. Pulling her leg back, Midoriya came forwards to press her advantage, her near-impossible speed hampered by the tight conditions and the balls stuck around the roof and floor. Despite her reservations, Momo felt slightly excited. Minta had come up with the idea to try and bait Midoriya away from the bomb by fighting Shoji if he was patrolling, or rushing the bomb as quickly as possible. The balls from his fight before were scattered around, and Midoriya was doing her best to avoid them, but all it would take was one careless move and she'd be caught. As surrender, villain, Momo managed, trying to hold herself like she'd seen heroines act on the street. Midoriya tried to keep a straight face. "I'm afraid I, can't do that, hero. MWA hahaha." That done, she kicked again. It wasn't entirely an act when she backed up, trying to make something to deal with her. Midoriya slowly stepped forwards, Minta trying to get back up and readying a ball. Quickly she threw her shield at Midoriya to slow her down, which Midoriya swatted out of the air like a fly. Momo's eyes widened when she saw Midoriya suck in a breath, quickly reaching for a wooden shield. Momo winced when the heat poured over her from that attack, the flames rolling off her shield and scorching the floor. Despite Midoriya's lack of formal skill, she was simply too big to fight properly. Momo tried to pull out a flashbang, but Midoriya didn't let up, launching a quick kick that felt more like a sledgehammer. Momo was knocked to the ground, the wind knocked out of her. Midoriya came closer, a spool of capture tape held in hands far too large for it. Just as she wrapped Yaoyorozu's hands in the tape, Minta's hairball flew into the gap between Midoriya's hands, sticking them together. Got you," Minta yelled. As Midoriya straightened up, another ball came careening towards her head, then another aimed at her retreating foot. She managed to duck the first hairball, only to get her foot stuck on an existing one. "Yaoyorozu has been captured," All Might announced. "Also, heroes have 5 minutes to secure the bomb or capture both villains." "What?" Minta yelped. Momo took a deep breath, then winced when she saw Midoriya take a deep breath, setting her face in a determined look. "Sorry about this," she muttered. With those words, Momo had a bad feeling. A feeling that intensified when Midoriya's fur seemed to ruffle with an invisible wind. Then, impossibly, Midoriya came unstuck from Minta's hairball. The purple sphere plopped off her wrists at the same time as she pushed off the ball that was keeping her shoe pin. Minta gaped at this, which was enough time for Midoriya to lunge forwards and picked him up with a massive clawed hand. "Give up, hero," she growled. Then her face turned back to her normal worried look, shrinking in on herself. Sorry, Minta." He struggled in her grip, then flopped back. I give. Villains win." Momo sighed at that. Then Midoriya came up to her, a concerned expression on her face. "Sorry, Yaoyorozu. You were really cool there. And no hard feelings." She smiled, taking Midoriya's huge hand. No hard feelings. After this, she had a lot to think about. In the control room, there was silence as Midoriya carefully put Minta down and reached for Momo to untie her. Then, Kaminari opened his mouth. "Holy shit," he said. All Might shook a finger. Language, Kaminari. That had been an exciting first match. Both hero and villain teams had acted in great fashions. Acting like a villain was a good way to try and get into their head, an act that was encouraged by some of the more underground heroes he associated with. Yaoyorozu and Minta shuffled back in, looking bruised but otherwise alright, Shoji bringing up the rear. Midoriya was last, coming in with her head bowed low and body language more restrained than ever. Ashido came over to her, grinning excitedly. "Holy cow, Midoriya, that was so cool." She blinked, obviously startled. What? Yeah, you guys were really leaning into that whole villain thing. And you just took out Yaoyorozu and Minta like it was nothing. Ashido's eyes glittered as she looked up at Midoriya. Plus you just loomed. She winced when Midoriya seemed to tighten her posture. Sorry, Midoriya. Still cool though. I don't really like doing it though, Midoriya muttered. I just feel mean when I loom over people, even if it's an accident. You did pretty good, Midori, Bakugo growled, earning a surprised look from Midoriya. Todoroki gave his partner an odd look. One All Might had seen on Endeavor's face a few times when he teamed up with the man. Well, hopefully they would work as well together as he had with his father, even if he took different patrols than All Might. If All Might hadn't known better, he might have thought that Endeavor was trying to avoid him. Meanwhile, Minda was also being praised for his actions, something that seemed to surprise the shorter boy. When you tackled Shoji, that was manly as hell, Kirishima crowed, slapping Minda on the back. He winced when it nearly knocked the shorter boy down. Whoops, I am fine, Minda managed. I have to say, you're a surprisingly fast climber, Asui noted. Minda flushed at the praise. All Might coughed into his fist, the class turning back to him. Well, you can congratulate your classmates later. For now, it's time to judge who was the MVP of this round. He grinned at the class. So, who do you feel made the greatest contribution to their team? The class muttered between each other and his smile widened. It was a close thing, but being honest, he had a choice already made. Yaoyorozu spoke up. Reflecting on my performance in the villains, I feel that it comes down to Midoriya. Midoriya spluttered. What? No way, that should be you. Your team was more coordinated and you stayed together rather than split like we did. Not to mention you took the time to scout ahead and found an ideal entry point. Yaoyorozu shook her head. While we did that, our approach wasn't as flexible as yours. When you went on the offensive, we weren't able to respond in a meaningful way. That was just what I figured out about your quirk. I thought that putting pressure on you would stop you from being able to make dangerous items with creation. Ida suddenly raised his hand. That is what I think was the deciding factor. Midoriya, you had a better idea of how your opponent's quirks worked based on your plan. His hand chopped the air robotically. Not just that, you kept a secondary aspect of your quirk a secret until it became relevant and the hero team wasn't able to meaningfully respond. All Might's smile twitched, kind of the point he'd wanted to make, except a bit blunter. Still, not inaccurate. Speaking of, Midoriya, how'd that work? Minta yelled. I had an amazing dump this morning, so that should have held you in place for hours. Or you should have torn your sleeves getting that ball off. Too much information, Kiro. Asui shook her head at the shorter boy. Midoriya squirmed a bit. I kind of have both my parents' quirks. A mutated version of my mother's and a stronger version of my dad's, technically. The other students stared at her, wide-eyed. Todoroki in particular had a curiously intense look on his face. Wait, you've got two quirks? Uraraka yelled. Midoriya shook her head. Yes, but actually no. They're two different parts of the same thing. I got my fire breath in my... She waved her hands around her vaguely. Appearance from my dad and my mother's quirk changed a bit. I have a telekinetic force field around my body almost constantly. It goes into my fire and makes it hotter, and I used it to stop the balls from hitting my fur. Yaoyorozu's hand flew to her mouth. That's right. You briefly mentioned having two parts to your quirk in the assessment but didn't go into detail. She looked down sheepishly. I just assumed it was your height you were referring to. All Might grinned. Indeed, being able to figure out your opponent's quirk on the fly is a valuable skill to cultivate. Know your enemy and you come one step closer to beating them. Ultimately, it's a close call, but I have to give Midoriya the MVP role since she was able to adapt the best to her plan going awry. I have to agree. Ada boomed. Mind while you worked with Yaoyorozu well. There were a couple of times where you froze up rather than acted, especially when Midoriya freed herself from your quirk. Shoji performed well and detected the heroes early but made an understandable tactical error in dismissing his extra eyes and ears before the fake flashbang. As future heroes, we have to be careful to preserve our own well-being, but keeping temporary eyes and ears up would have prevented you from being attacked like that. Shoji nodded stoically. I would also like to point out that Midoriya was the one who came up with our plan while I felt I didn't contribute much. All Might smiled. Don't put yourself down too much, Shoji. You asked questions and made suggestions to the plan that improved it. Sometimes it helps to have a second opinion. He smiled. A good first match like this set the benchmark for the other students to aspire to. That being said, let's determine the next matchup. Ikumi clasped her hands anxiously as All Might reached for the next set of balls. With a flourish he pulled them out. Team E are the villains, while Team B are the heroes. Ada looked similarly uncomfortable with the idea of being a villain as Ikumi had. At least she wasn't the only one. Ashido cheered, grabbing Ida by the arm and dragging him off like he weighed nothing. Heck yeah, Ida, we're gonna be the best villains ever. She's pretty energetic, Kiro. Ikumi sighed as she watched them leave. Really wish I had that level of confidence, she muttered. Kirishima simply nodded, a distant look on his face. Yeah, I feel that. When she looked over, he blinked, before pasting a cocky grin on his face. But confidence is just a habit that we gotta work on. Kaken snorted. See Midori. Even hair for brains gets it. She shook her head, watching the villain team on screen. Did I look like that when we were up there? Ikumi wondered, looking at a downcast Ida. Yep, Kaken snorted. Mina shook her head as Ida continued to mope. Come on, Ida, it's just a fun exercise, I suppose. Still, I must admit I was hoping to fight on the side of justice. Ida suddenly struck a pose. But if we are to be the best heroes we can be, then for this exercise I must mire my heart in darkness. For a second she stared at Ida, then her smile returned. Bit of an odd attitude, but okay. One for all crackled under her skin. While Mina couldn't handle its full strength, she reckoned she was getting maybe 3 or 4% of it consistently, which was still a lot. She turned to her partner. So what's our plan beyond kick-ass? Whaha. Oh, yes, the plan. Ada's hand chopped in the air robotically. Well, Uraraka's quirk lets her remove the gravity from whatever she touches, so I believe that they will float up to a better vantage point. Kaminari boasted of having a powerful electricity quirk, so we'll have to watch for that. Mina hummed. Yeah, sounds right. So, do you want to go looking for trouble or shall I? Ada brought a hand to his chin. I shall go, and I have an idea for how to handle her gravity quirk. As Emina listened, a grin crossed her face. I like how you think, Ida. Katsuki glared at the screen like it had personally offended him. As soon as All Might started the match, Pink Cheeks and Sparky were off, her touching a couple of trash can lids and then getting on top of them, holding the dunce close. It was admittedly pretty cool when they floated up, Pink Cheeks awkwardly managing to get through the window. As she pulled Sparky in, he could see Midori already scribbling in her notebook, a low mutter on her lips. Removal of gravity mostly counteracted by existing gravity. She did mention that removing her own gravity felt worse since it messes with her inner ear. Haven't seen much of Kaminari's quirk in action, but it must be quite powerful if he's so confident in it. Would he be able to sense electrical signals or? Oi, Midori, who do you reckon's gonna win? She started, almost dropping her notebook. Though, she looked at the screen, calculating, then she sighed. Well, based on what I've seen of each of them, probably the villain team. It is incredibly fast and Ashido's really strong. Then again, it depends on if Uraraka and Kaminari can get the drop on one or the other. She pointed as glasses came around a corner behind the heroes, watching them. It looks like Ida's in position. Is he going to do a sneak attack? Ida suddenly put his hands on his hips and threw his head back in what must have been laughter. Wahaha. Denki jumped, almost losing control of his quirk at the loud burst of sound behind them. Whirling around, he saw Ida there, hands on his hips. Uraraka took a look and her eyes widened. Be afraid, heroes, for I am the ultimate evil. For a second Uraraka stared at him, then spluttered with laughter. Denki burst out laughing as well, Ida staring at them incredulously. He knew he should be more serious, but seeing Ida act like that was pretty damn crazy. You dare mock reverse ingenium. Uraraka went into a fresh spurt of laughter at that, barely managing to push herself up. Ida, that's too much. Ida suddenly shot forwards with a spool of capture tape in hand, Denki managing to flare up with electricity just in time. He tried to hit Ida with his fist, cursing his inability to send his electricity further from his body. Uraraka's eyes narrowed, and as Ida swung his foot in an axe kick, she barely ducked underneath, hitting him with all 5 fingers. Ida yelped as his momentum combined with his sudden lack of gravity sent him pinwheeling through the air and hitting the opposite wall. Uraraka managed a half chuckle. Looks like you're really light on your feet. She shook her head. No, that's bad. Ida tried to push himself up, only for the movement to send him flying through the air as he miscalculated. Release me. Denki blinked as a mischievous grin split Uraraka's face. Okay, she pointed to Ida. Kaminari, do you mind? He blinked, then grinned, going close to where Ida was, as Ida tried to kick out and spun through the air again. Uraraka brought her fingers together and gravity held him again. Denki reached out and tagged Ida. As Ida spasmed from the massive electrical shock hitting him, Denki pulled out his capture tape and wrapped it around his wrists. Ida Tenya has been captured. Damn it, Ida groaned. Uraraka bowed apologetically to him as they left. Sorry, Ida. They ran forward, conscious that they hadn't seen Ashido or the bomb. Okay, it's gotta be somewhere here. Denki panted as they tore through the rooms. 8 minutes left, heroes. All Might's voice boomed. Come on, Denki muttered, flinging another door open. Next to him, Uraraka stiffened. Denki, did All Might say they couldn't move the bomb? Ida weakly managed a chuckle behind them. Denki blinked, then groaned as he put 2 and 2 together. That's pretty sneaky. As they ran downstairs, her eyes widened. Okay, Denki, I've got a plan to win, but you may not like it. Why not? She told him. He did not like it. Mina had to admit she was getting kind of bored. Sure, Ida had the right idea in moving the bomb here, but then he'd gotten involved in a fight while patrolling the higher level. She half groaned, just wanting to get some action. Then Kaminari appeared, obviously nervous. Surrender, villain, he squeaked, managing a hesitant step forward. She grinned. Hey Kaminari, face the wrath of the alien queen. Did you both practice evil laughs or? Mina grinned, one for all sparks coating her body. Yeah, maybe. She shot forward, Kaminari squeaking and ducking under her fist. Yellow lighting poured off his body and she barely shot away as it hit the area around him. Luckily she hadn't used her acid near him, otherwise she would have shocked herself. Kaminari grinned, eyes slightly unfocused. Wanna dance? I really like dancing, a thought struck her. Say, where's Uraraka? A sudden sound came from behind her and she twisted. Uraraka was on the ceiling and leaped down as Kaminari reached out to try and hit her with his quirk. Panicking, Emina pulled on One for All, legs pumping as she shot up. Uraraka's hands clasped around the bomb just as Mina collided with her, knocking bomb and Uraraka to the ground. Mina stared as the buzzer sounded, pushing herself up. Heroes have secured the bomb. The heroes won. Mina stared at Uraraka as she panted in victory, then snapped her fingers in frustration. I forgot to look up. Why yeah. Uraraka panted, looking slightly nauseous. Mina slapped herself, stretching a hand out to her. Well, if we do this again, I'm not gonna fall for that. All Might looked at the students. An exceptional match, all four of you. Now, who would you say was the MVP of this match? Yaoyorozu's hand shot up. Ida Tenya, obviously. While Uraraka formed a solid strategy to clinch victory, both the heroes lost focus and precious time reacting to the villains laughing. Ashido let herself get baited into a confrontation and forgot to take Uraraka's quirk into account. However, Ida had a clear idea of how to conduct the engagement and planned around his opponent's quirks as best he could. Ida looked quite proud of himself, while Uraraka and Kaminari looked suitably chastened. Ashido nodded. Yeah, I made a pretty bad mistake by forgetting about Uraraka's quirk. I forgot to check the ceiling. I went in through the half-open window. I didn't think I could take you on directly, Uraraka explained. All Might coughed. Excellent analysis, Yaoyorozu. Now, for the next match. Hanta glanced over at Ajiro, throwing up tape strip after tape strip around the bomb. Gotta be ready for if they try a sneak attack like Uraraka did in the last round, he grinned. Ajiro nodded, limbering up. I can't see Kirishima making a sneak attack, but Hagakura's quirk is practically built for that. He smiled. Still, at least it's better than trying to beat Bakugo or Todoroki. Hanta nodded. Yeah, Todoroki alone would be terrifying. Having to fight Bakugo as well. Ajiro finished stretching. So, I think I should stay in the bomb room. They're gonna come to us. Hanta's grin came back. Yeah, what do you think Kirishima's gonna do? Yell halt villains before the face of my pure manliness. Something like that anyway, he chuckled. Ijiru kicked the door in. Halt villains before the face of my pure manliness. No backing down for him. Not now. The whole room was covered in hanging strips of tape, obviously to try and catch Hagakura and stop her from sneaking up to the bomb. Then he saw Ajiro standing there in a cool karate pose. He rushed forwards, a roar on his lips and fist pulled back far. Suddenly his whole world flipped on its axis. He grunted as he hit the ground, trying to roll to the side. Then Ajiro was on top and he instinctively hardened his body. Kai Yai. Ajiro's palm slammed into his stomach, and he gasped as the air left his body. Barely managing to roll over and up, Ijiru lashed out with a kick that got blocked by his tail. Both staggered back, Ajiro massaging his tail and Ijiru sucking in a breath. Then tape shot out and coiled around his arms, snapping them to his sides. Zero stood there, face covered by an impassive black mask. Oh come on Zero, he wheezed. That isn't manly at all. He had to keep their attention focused on him. Otherwise the heroes wouldn't win. Ijiru tried to break out of the tape, hoping that the sharp edges of his hardening would do some damage to the tape as he pulled it along. Unfortunately, he wasn't so lucky. As he struggled, a couple of strands of tape caught an invisible figure and Ajiro spotted her. Charging over, Ajiro tried to hit her, only to miss. He suddenly staggered back as an invisible foot connected with his chest. Ijiru tried to run forwards and headbutt Zero, but more tape wrapped around his legs and he hit the ground. Hagakure tried to bolt to the bomb but only got caught on more tape, and Zero wrapped his tape around her arms. Nice try, Zero panted, already going for more captured tape to make it official. That's just unfair. Hagakure managed to tap her glove to make her costume visible, something about her tone implying she was pouting. Villain team wins. Good job, both teams. Ijiru had to admit he couldn't argue when Midoriya and Yaoyorozu both agreed that Zero was MVP. His preparations had caught both hero team members and neither of them had been able to counter him. As All Might declared Team F as the heroes and Team G as the villains, which elicited happy reactions from them and groaning from Jiru, Ijiru looked down at his hands with frustration. Despite his declaration to change himself, he hadn't been able to live up to his own ideals. Midoriya gave him a thumbs up. You were pretty cool out there, Kirishima. You probably could have taken Ojiro out if your fight had gone a bit longer. Mina grinned at him as well. Yeah, you looked pretty heroic out there. Charging in and yelling like that was cool. He stared at the pair of them, then smiled. Thanks guys. Next time I'm not gonna back down. Koji huddled close to a small rat. Okay little one, please keep an eye out for our opponents. Swarm them if you have to. The rat saluted, and he heard them chitter and squeak as they followed his orders. Aoyama's strange smile twisted a bit and he held his sparkly cape close. Do we have to use the rats? Koji quietly sighed, straightening up. Despite their reputation as dirty, rats were actually quite clean and intelligent animals. He had been surprised that they had made their way into UA, but considering the principal's ambiguous mammal nature, he wasn't surprised. He had his own theory on what the principal was but had always felt too shy to bring it up. He made a couple of exploratory signs to Aoyama and was pleasantly surprised when Aoyama actually responded. Clumsily, but at least he could. It meant that he didn't have to write it out at least. The blonde boy paused for a moment. Koda raised an eyebrow but nodded. Tsuyu glanced over at Sato as they carefully advanced. Okay, Sato, are you ready? Sato winced. Sure thing Asui, Tsuyu. He amended. I'll follow the plan as well as I can when I'm hyper. She could only nod. Sato had explained that his quirk boosted everything, strength, speed, durability, but apparently overrode his rationality the more sugar he consumed. Purity of sugar had something to do with it as well, which was why he only had a small amount of white sugar. A slight squeak alerted her. She looked in the corners, thankful that part of her frog quirk gave her slightly better night vision that would be expected. A rat had spotted them and was squeaking rapidly. I think Koda knows we're coming. We might be getting close. Sato stiffly nodded. Okay. Taking out a capsule from his belt, he poured its contents into his mouth, crunching briefly. His eyes lit up with newfound alertness, his whole body shuddering. Hopefully I won't need to eat more sugar. Tsuyu glanced around, then back to the map All Might had provided. If I had to guess, Aoyama's by the bomb and Koda's keeping an eye on us with his animal spies. With that said, splitting up would be our best option. Yuga stood next to the bomb, carefully keeping an eye on the doorway. Every so often he cast his gaze to the window, just in case Asui was climbing outside of the building. His intercom crackled. Sato's coming. Immediately he sprung to action. Wincing as his quirk warmed up, he quickly fired a blast of searing white-blue light, the blast sparkling down the corridor at the figure there. It was a wide shot that filled most of the corridor, and he'd calibrated it to about a strong punch. Sato moved faster than he'd thought possible and was now charging quickly towards them. Well yeah, then Koda intervened. A small army of rats scrambled along the floor, a leader squeaking and pointing at Sato. Aoyama carefully fired another laser as Sato got up, only for him to suddenly fling himself at the wall before it hit him. A creaking sound came from behind him and he whirled around, seeing Asui crawling in the window. She ducked back when he fired a laser through the window, then hastily crawled in while he tried to recover. Koda got in close to Sato and threw a punch that Sato managed to block, then grimaced. He didn't stop his attack as Sato tried to get something from his pouch. Rats clambered over the taller boy who shouted indistinctly, trying to fling them off him. Yuga tried to fire another beam at Asui, but the frog girl sprung off the ceiling just as he fired, dashing to the bomb. Gritting his teeth, he threw himself in the way. His cape would get dirty, but it would be worth it to win. Asui gave him a neutral look and kicked him in the side, knocking him out of the way. As he struggled up, she touched the bomb. Hero team has secured the bomb. Yuga sighed, glancing down at his cloak mournfully. Oh, I've gotten dirty for nothing, he griped. Sato took a deep breath, then slumped. Yeah, good. He yawned, carefully going onto the ground. That was a pretty good plan, Aoyama. You nearly got us a couple of times, Asui said. Mercy, Asui. Please, call me Tsuyu, Kiro. Yuga smiled slightly awkwardly but accepted her hand. Mercy, Tsuyu. Of course, I shall shine even better in our next exercise. Midoriya looked over at Asui with a wide smile. I think that Asui. You can call me Tsuyu, she said bluntly. Right, sorry, Tsuyu. I think she was the MVP by coming up with the best plan. It was pretty narrow. Koda and Aoyama had a good defensive strategy, and he managed to hold off Sato for a while. But Tsuyu decided to split the groups for a pincer attack that wasn't a desperate move. Uraraka chuckled. Yeah, we were pretty desperate when we tried it. All Might smiled at his class. Some more battered and bruised than others, but everybody was able to attend. The final match of the day should prove interesting, especially since it was two of the students that Aizawa had noted to be exceptionally powerful and flashy. For the final match, the villains are Team H and the heroes are Team D. Young Bakugo grinned, while Todoroki simply stared ahead impassively. Though the pair of you are powerful, don't forget that this is a team exercise. Two heroes working together can accomplish more than one. We're doomed, Jiru said flatly. Katsuki glared at his partner, then took a deep breath to try and calm down. Alright, Two-Face, you don't like me for whatever reason, I don't give a shit. But we gotta at least try to work together. I don't need your help. Two-Face cut him off harshly, eyes locked on the building. I can finish this exercise by myself. He couldn't believe this guy. Did you not hear him say that this is a team exercise? Newsflash, genius. We actually need to work together on this. The bastard glared at him before he relaxed. Fine, let's get this over with. Fucking finally. I reckon we split up and search for the bomb individually. We keep in communication, and if we need help we ask for it. He glared at the other boy. Sounds good. Two-Face considered it, then nodded. Fine, but I still won't need your help. Katsuki growled, already at his limit. Okay, fucker. What is your problem with me? I've literally not done anything to you. No, you haven't. It's what you— the buzzer sounded and Two-Face cut himself off. Let's just finish this. It won't take long. Katsuki glared at the asshole, then charged ahead. Whatever this bullshit was, it wasn't over. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Fumikage whispered slightly. Looming above him, Dark Shadow shook his head, the darkness strengthening him. It was a bit risky turning off the lights, but he needed Dark Shadow as strong as he could without losing control. I've come to talk to you again, Dark Shadow snickered. He shushed his quirk, who reluctantly obeyed. Bakugo's quirk was unfortunately a natural counter to Dark Shadow, so finding him was top priority. If he could take Bakugo out, then the rest of the exercise would go much smoother. Fumikage crept around, checking his earpiece. Any sign of them? Jiru was staying by the bomb, having plugged her earphone jacks into the wall to try and track their movements. Bakugo's charging in. They're splitting up. Todoroki's coming my way, and Bakugo's coming closer to you. Fumikage nodded. Do you want me to back you up? Honestly, yeah. You saw the size of that ice thing he threw out in the assessment, right? Not to mention that he's one of the recommended students in our class. Got it. I'll be there. Kyoka kept a careful eye and ear out even as she heard Takoyami start running to her position. Despite his wild attitude, Bakugo was methodical and patient as he searched every room. Her earphone jacks crept towards her directional speakers, a bead of sweat pouring down her neck as Todoroki came closer. Todoroki came into the room and she barely had a second to jam her earphone jacks into her boots before a wave of ice crashed towards her. Her heartbeat poured from her speakers, slamming into the ice and smashing it to pieces, throwing them around the room. Todoroki's eyes bored into hers, one gray, the other a menacing red under his ice half-helmet. You would be wise to surrender, he stated flatly. Kyoka grimaced. Nah, don't feel like it. Todoroki frowned. Then another wave of ice poured towards her, only to be hit with another blast of sound that cracked and shattered it. What's the matter? She taunted. Only got one trick up your sleeve? He grit his teeth, throwing an arm forward. Then Takoyami was there. His eyes widened and he twisted, throwing a blast of ice that got smashed by Dark Shadow. Here's Johnny. The quirk laughed. You're using that reference incorrectly, Dark Shadow. Takoyami yelled. Todoroki tried to get up, but she was not going to let him. Jamming her earphone jacks into her boots once more, she slammed him with a debilitating wall of sound, knocking him flat. Dark Shadow lashed out and she had to gawk as Todoroki rolled out of the way. That move had sent robots reeling, yet he just shrugged it off like it was nothing. Was Todoroki even human? With a manic look in his eye, Todoroki threw a sloppier blast of ice at Takoyami, and she winced when she heard frost cracking on Todoroki's skin. Seemed he was starting to hit his limit, but his last attack wasn't enough to stop Dark Shadow. Laughing, Dark Shadow pinned Todoroki to the ground. Nice to see you, pretty boy. Todoroki grunted as Dark Shadow slammed him with his fist. Takoyami loomed over him, his reel of capture tape in hand. Kyoka couldn't help but smile as he went to restrain Todoroki. Pounding boots came closer and her heart sank. What the fuck, Scarface? I told you to call for help. Dark Shadow turned only to shrink suddenly as a massive explosion rattled the corridor. Kyoka clutched her ears from the sheer force Bakugo casually threw around. She tried to help Takoyami, throwing a massive blast of sound in Bakugo's general direction while trying not to hit Dark Shadow. Kyoka had the brief satisfaction of hearing Bakugo stumble, but the wall had shielded him from the worst as he continued. Parley, a much diminished Dark Shadow weakly offered. Bakugo smirked, tying Takoyami's hands together with capture tape. Hell no, Takoyami has been captured. Kyoka grimaced, then jammed both earphone jacks into her boots, unleashing the full force of her quirk. Screw villain monologues. Both of them were way too powerful to fool around with. Under her sonic assault, Bakugo briefly clutched his ears, then grinned. An explosion popped in his palm, seeming so much louder than it had when it was outside. A multitude of pops came from his arms as he charged forwards, each one stinging her ears and disrupting her focus. She tried to jab an earphone jack directly into him, only for him to swat it aside, burying his fist in her midsection. Good shit, earlobes, he rasped, wrapping capture tape around her arm. He then grabbed the bomb with a smirk. Well, the villains have been captured, as has the bomb. Hero victory. He glared down at her as she struggled. You want a hand or something? Kyoka glared at him. Fine, she groused. He glared at Todoroki. How are you feeling, Two-Face? Gonna die on me. Todoroki simply pushed himself up, shaking his head. I've had worse, he muttered, so low only Kyoka heard him. She wanted to ask, but shook her head. Recommended students had some crazy hard training regimes apparently. Hell yeah, flawless victory. Kaken cheered. Ikumi had to admit, it was good to see that Kaken was so happy. That entire fight had been pretty thrilling. Her heart had leapt into her mouth when she'd seen Todoroki get ambushed by Takoyami. All Might cleared his throat. Well, young Bakugo, I must agree that you pulled off an incredible victory. However, can anybody tell me who the MVP was? Ikumi winced. Well, I reckon that it was Jiru who was the best performing student. Kaken glared at her. Hey, I won. I know, but while both of you were really good as heroes, you, had issues working together and split up. His face twisted into a scowl. Blame Scarface for that. I actually tried to work with him and he kept blowing me off. Todoroki looked away at that. All Might sighed. I know that both of you have exceptionally powerful quirks, but you must learn how to work with others. Ikumi nodded. It did look like you tried, but I don't think that you got through to Todoroki about it. But also Todoroki tried the same strategy multiple times despite seeing that it didn't work. Maybe it would have been better to retreat and work together with Bakugo. But instead you pushed yourself too far and nearly got captured. She turned to Jiru. Jiru, on the other hand, kept track of the heroes and communicated far better with her teammate than you did. And not just that, but she was almost able to take both of you out. She fidgeted under her classmates' stares. In particular, Todoroki seemed to be staring at her intently, an expression she couldn't identify on his face. Well, that's just what I think, she finished lamely. All Might clapped. An astute observation, young Midoriya. She flushed at his casual praise as he turned to the class. I would also add that both villains acquitted themselves admirably against bad matchups for their quirks. Not every fight will be to your strengths, so knowing how to compensate for your quirks' downsides is essential. His smile brightened. Now get cleaned up. Todoroki, you took a heavy beating in that last fight. I've called for the medical bot to take you to the bay. No need, I'm fine, Todoroki flatly said. All Might shook his head. Even if you feel that way, I would be more comfortable if you got taken there by a robot. Recovery girl shook her head. Quite a bit of bruising, cracked ribs, and the beginnings of quirk exhaustion as well as early frostbite. Not as bad as it could be, Todoroki, but don't make it a habit to get injured like this. Shadow nodded. Understood. As she puckered her lips and kissed his arm, his mind turned once again to his current issue with his class. Rather, one specific person in it. In spite of his father, Shadow didn't hate people with fire quirks. His hatred was reserved for his father and his quirk alone. Midoriya, for instance. If his father was a blazing inferno, then Midoriya was like a campfire, warm and comforting. Bakugo's explosions weren't the problem either, but they certainly helped. But seeing Bakugo's perpetually angry eyes, how Midoriya seemed to flinch at everything despite her size. Seeing them talk reminded him too much of similar scenes of his mother and father. Learning that she had a quirk like his made it even worse. Bakugo clearly was only her friend because her quirk was powerful. He pushed himself up, accepting the candy from Recovery Girl and politely bowing to the heroine. Whatever else happened, Shadow was going to keep a close eye on Bakugo. If he tried to push Midoriya like Endeavor had pushed his mother, he would stop it. Katsuki glanced up at Midori as they left. You were right, he eventually admitted. About earlobes being better in our match, he grumbled. Katsuki looked up at her as she looked surprised. I still say that I would have been MVP on a team without Two-Face, he shot back. Midori chuckled. Yeah, probably, but you still got the quickest victory today. Katsuki snorted. Damn right I did, he chuckled. He looked down. But it wasn't enough, he grumbled. What do you? He stopped, looking up at her. You kidding me, Midori? Two-Face is a walking ice age. Ponytail can just make whatever the fuck she wants, and Pinky. Fuck. Katsuki was used to him and Midori being the biggest fish around. They had won against older kids, him slamming explosions into them and Midori just picking up the biggest guys with one hand and growling at them. To see people who could dethrone them was unsettling. He was aware that angry tears were pricking his eyes, but he didn't care. I'm not gonna let them overtake me, you got that, Midori? Oh yes, he snarled, jamming a finger into her stomach. And that goes for you as well, Midori. You and me, we're gonna be the best heroes ever. Midori blinked, then she nodded. Why yeah, no matter what, we're going to be the best. Ken carefully walked around the other pedestrians, wary of bumping into somebody. At just under 2 meters tall and wolf-headed, people tended to stare or be wary around him. Still, life was going pretty okay for him. He had a steady job, a decent apartment. He even had a girlfriend. Honestly, he had no idea how he managed to get a girl like Kago, but he wasn't about to throw it away. He hurried as quickly as reasonably possible down the road, glancing down at his phone. Crap, I'm gonna be late. Somebody bumped into him roughly, stumbling. He winced, turning to look at the black-haired businessman who was already shaking himself off. Shit, sorry about that. The other guy was already walking off smartly, rounding the corner. Ken stared after him, then turned back. His arm kind of hurt. That guy must have really hit him pretty hard. As he took a couple more steps, he frowned. Pretty rude of the guy to just run off after colliding with him like that. A spike of pain came from his arm suddenly. Then it started all over his body, an itching pins and needles sensation that pushed inside his skin and out through his fur. He staggered, aware that everybody around him seemed to be backing up. What? The world went red. Half an hour later, the businessman watched from the sidelines as the creature was captured. With the help of the local heroes, it was pinned in place as they tried to get it into the police car, pedestrians staring. Its eyes were blank and bloodshot, and it howled and snapped at the officers restraining it. The sheep were horrified, taking in the bodies that had been thrown through windows and doors, the claw marks in the concrete where he had swiped at heroes and civilians. He sighed internally as they managed to drive off, the vehicle shaking as it strained against its chains. The creature was supposed to have killed more people in this rampage, maybe eaten somebody. Still, that was what happened when you tried to get a beast to do anything. Ikumi couldn't help but smile with Kaken as they walked up to UAS gates. It still feels unreal when you think about it, she commented. I mean, we were taught by All Might yesterday. Kaken shrugged, smirking. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Translated from Kaken, she knew just how excited he was that All Might was there. Do you think we're going to have another heroics lesson today? Probably not. Rest of the class needs time to recover from all that exercise, Kaken grunted. At least you're not calling them extras. Her ear twitched at the faint sound of a crowd, just in her hearing range. Because, yeah, I know. Only one person out of 300 managed to pass the exam, so they all have, yada yada. Kaken kicked a pebble that was in his path, stomping forwards. As they came up to UA, Ikumi winced. The source of the sound made itself apparent. Oh, a crowd of reporters had gathered outside of UAS gates, clamoring for an interview. A couple of their classmates were already being harangued by reporters. Kaken scowled. Bunch of freakin' vultures. All Might's got more important shit to do than cozy up to these extras. Kaken. She wanted to be harsher with him, but he did have a point. Instead, she took a deep breath, then walked up with Kaken. Ikumi wasn't a fan of particularly loud noises of crowds, but this was almost hero training in itself. If All Might and Gang Orca could cope with being swarmed by reporters, so could she. Hey, hero student, can you tell me what it's like to learn from All Might? Koji tried to get away and keep his head down, but the reporters kept closing in. There were too many people around and they kept getting into his personal space. He tried to sign for them to back off, but he kept getting hounded. Then Ashido barged in. Hey, you mind leaving my classmate alone? He smiled gratefully at the pink girl, Ashido shooting him a wink. Trying to take advantage of the temporary reprieve, he pushed forwards only to be blocked by the crush of reporters angling for comments. Then a familiar furry hand came near him, Midoriya giving him a nervous smile. Do you want a lift? Koji nodded and then braced as Midoriya gently picked him up and above the crowd. A couple of reporters tried to stretch their microphones up only for them to not be able to reach her or him. Next to her, Bakugo glared at the reporters, forcing them to back away. Thank you, he managed to stammer out as they crossed the barrier. Midoriya gave him an understanding smile. Ashido ran up, grinning. No problem. I'm not really a fan of crowds either. Nice one, Midoriya. Ashido smiled at him. And yeah, that's fine. Not everybody's like me or Kiri over there. She turned around to where Kirishima was boisterously talking about how manly All Might was. Shoji made his way through, gently depositing Minda from his shoulder perch. At the gates, Aizawa-sensei shooed the reporters. You're trespassing on private property and interrupting our classes. All Might's off today, so please go away. Bakugo barked out a laugh as a reporter tried to come in only for the gate to slam shut. Huh, nice one, Hobo-sensei. Shadow looked over his class. Good work with yesterday's battle training. He meant it. All Might's exercise was a tough one even for new heroes, but they had managed it with only minimal problems. All Might had probably learned that beginner level for him was a challenge for anybody else though, so maybe that would reflect in his new lesson plans. He looked over the reports and grading of his students' efforts and for the most part had been impressed. There were obvious areas to work on. Some students needed to focus more in that class, others needed technical skill. He'd watched a recording of Midoriya's performance and had winced at the sloppiness and wasted movements he'd seen. The girl had clearly never fought anybody remotely in her weight class before. Then again, if they were perfect right out of the gate, there wouldn't be any need for hero schools or for teachers like him. He hadn't seen anything that couldn't be corrected with enough time and effort. One student had surprised him, though, and not in a good way. Todoroki. As the scarred boy looked up impassively, he shot him a flat stare. If you can't work with a partner in the field, you're going to hamstring your potential as a hero. If you want to be the best, learn how to work with people you dislike. Somehow Todoroki's face closed off even more. Understood, sensei. He looked over his class. This was your first lesson in heroics, and it won't be your last. That being said, on to homeroom business. Shouta carefully kept his face flat. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today. His class leaned in, hanging on his every word. Shouta took a moment to let the tension build, then introduced his topic. You'll pick a class president. For a second the atmosphere was still tense. Then his students started shouting and throwing their hands in the air. Probably to be expected, given that it seemed like a bigger deal in a hero school. In any other school, the role of class president was fairly nominal, mostly focusing on allocation of school clubs and organizing sports festivals, and that wasn't any different here. At UA, though, heroes and spotters typically saw it as a sign of leadership potential despite how irrational that was. There were related skills, but ultimately founding and leading an agency was a different thing from leading a classroom. But try telling these kids and talent agents that. I want to do it, Jiru politely said, one of the few who actually had. Kirishima grinned. Hell yeah, I'm gonna be the manliest class prez ever. We're gonna do weight training every day. In my administration, girls will have to show at least 30 centimeters of thigh. Bakugo audibly growled at Minta and the shorter boy shrank down in fear. I mean, if they want to. Snorting, Bakugo turned back. You get to live. He then sneered at the rest of the class. Anyway, vote for me. I'll lead, you obey. End of discussion. Enough. Shouter raised an eyebrow as Ida stood up suddenly. While we all want to be the class president, it is a heavy burden. If this is to be a democracy, then I say that we hold an election. Is that okay, sensei? Sure, just get it done quickly. Shouta pulled his sleeping bag on, carefully watching his students. As far as he was concerned, choosing a class president was another test. Asui gave Ada a flat look. We haven't really had enough time to build trust. Yeah, everybody's just gonna vote for themselves, Kirishima bluntly stated. That didn't deter Ada. Exactly. That just means that anybody who manages to garner multiple votes will be the most suited for the role. Everybody murmured between each other. Then everybody nodded. Shouta kept an eye on the proceedings as Ida fastidiously handed out pieces of paper and a hat to tally the votes. Ida was a very different person from Tensei. All serious where his brother was lighthearted. Not a bad thing, but if he couldn't be more flexible in the field, then he would be in trouble. Eventually, the votes were tallied. Shouta slumped in his sleeping bag as the proceedings dragged on and on. Hopefully the kid who got chosen for the top position would be up for it. Ikumi stared at the votes on the board. When she had cast her vote, she had been focused on Ada. After all, he seemed like the person who would be the most suited to being class president. That didn't explain what she was seeing. Midoriya Ikumi 5 votes. Yaoyorozu Momo 3 votes. Ada slumped in his chair. Only 1 vote. Truly, this is the harsh reality of this sacred office. You were the one who insisted on voting. Ada, Satu said with a confused look on his face. Ada stiffened but didn't say anything else. Aizawa-sensei looked out with a dull eye. Alright, so it looks like Midoriya is your president and your vice president is Yaoyorozu. The other girl bowed politely, Ikumi feeling too anxious to make any definite statements. Pretty much every other name on the board had received at least 1 vote, which just made it all the more confusing. Who voted for me? Kaken snorted. Honestly, Midori, you made a gigantic fucking impression at battle training and the quirk assessment, and you're asking stupid shit like that. She looked down at her hands. I have never been class president before, mostly because she had never really had an interest in the position. But All Might had apparently been class president for his 3 years at UA, so she had decided to not say she didn't want the position. Thought she had voted for it. Kaken had no sympathy. Then learn, dipshit. Honestly, not like it'll be hard. Just get your nerd brain in gear. Ikumi had her doubts about that. Kaken had never been elected class president either, despite him having the strongest quirk in their middle school. Then again, he'd never really applied seriously and was always angry. I'll do my best. Everybody clapped politely as she made her way back to her desk. Kaken grinned. Good shit, Midori. At lunch, Ikumi sighed, looking down at her food. She had spent the intervening periods in a daze, still unable to believe that she had gotten the position. I know it's a silly thing to worry about, but I'm just worried if I can even be a good class president. I'm guessing this means you didn't vote for yourself. Yaoyorozu asked. Ikumi nodded. Who'd you vote for? Bakugo. Ashido interjected. Cause if you did. Ikumi shook her head. What? No, I voted for Ada. I just thought he was student council material. Hey, Ikumi. She turned and gasped. Kamakiri. Kamakiri managed a grin. Finally caught you. He took a look at the rest of the table. Looks like you've got some friends. Yeah. She gestured for him to sit, then turned to Yaoyorozu and Emine. This is Kamakiri Tagaru. We live in the same apartment block. I made friends with him when my folks moved there. Pleased to meet you, Kamakiri. Yaoyorozu bowed politely. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo. Ashido grinned. Nice to meet you as well. Name's Ashido Mina. Nice to meet you as well. He flopped down into the chair, picking up his chopsticks. First time I've managed to catch you for lunch at UA. The place always gets too busy. Ashido nodded. Yeah, it's hard to find a free seat. She quickly shoveled some natto down her throat, earning a disgusted glance from him. So you're in the other hero class then? He nodded. Yeah, our teacher's Vlad King. He's a really cool guy. Wow, that's incredible. Ikumi's eyes lit up. Vlad King's a really flashy frontline hero and is also a major blood donor to various hospitals. Not just that, he really knows his stuff on teaching. I think I've actually learned some stuff and had fun for the first time in ages. Even my classmates are cool. He paused before a smirk crossed his face. Though there is an annoying blonde in my class who might be related to Bakugo, he's certainly got the ego for it. I can fucking hear you, stabby. Kaken shot back from the next table, only for Kirishima to take the opportunity to steal some food from his plate. While Kaken raged, Kamakiri turned back to them. But yeah, UA's been everything I thought it would be and more. How are you holding up, Ikumi? Ikumi grinned. I got elected class president. Wow, congrats. An alarm sounded. Security level 3 breach. All students, please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. For maybe a second there was calm. Then there was a general panic. Every student started shoving, trying to make their way to the exits. Panicked shouting and grunts of pain came from the doors. Lunch Rush running to the doors to try and organize the students to little success. Mina glanced around. What's going on? An older student briefly turned as he hurried to the main door. It means somebody has infiltrated the main building. This hasn't happened in the 3 years I've been here, but we should hurry up and get out of here. Kamakiri winced. For real? He grinned. Wonder if we can fight them. Yaoyorozu shook her head. Mina knew she needed a shorter name for the prim and proper girl. That's hardly the best course of action, Kamakiri. Let's try to evacuate in a safe and sensible fashion. The pressure from everybody moving started to sweep them along. Only Midoriya able to really weather it. Please stop shoving. Mina tried to stay upright, seriously contemplating pulling on one for all to push through. Everybody kept pushing, trying to get out first. Midoriya, can you see anybody who could have infiltrated? Yaoyorozu half yelled. Trying to move quickly, Midoriya looked out the window. Her eyes widened. It's the press. They must have gotten in somehow. Mina managed to get closer to her oversized friend. Really, we should try clearing it up. Everybody, it's just the press, she tried to say, but her voice was drowned out by the crowd. Yaoyorozu tried to stay upright, trying to avoid tripping. Mina looked up at Midoriya. Maybe a bit louder. I don't think they heard you. Get loud. You'll be fine. Midoriya squirmed, but she sucked in a deep breath that seemed to take from the rest of the room. Cupping her hands to her mouth, she let it out in a veritable roar. Everybody, it's all right. Mina winced a bit. Yeah, Midoriya could be loud when she wanted to be. It carried over the crowd, causing everybody to stare at her. Midoriya seemed to freeze with everybody's eyes on her, awkwardly standing there. Mina gently nudged Midoriya, trying to get her to say something. Midoriya took another deep breath then continued, quieter this time. It's just the press. We shouldn't panic about it. From the depths of the crowd, Ada's voice suddenly boomed. I think she's right. We must act in a way that is becoming of this great institution. With that, the tension and panic left the room as they recovered. As everybody filed out in a much calmer fashion, Mina grinned up at Midoriya. Nice work, class pres. Midoriya slumped down, groaning. I froze up stupidly though. Neither of us were able to do anything about the situation, though. Yaoyorozu nodded. She then frowned. Although, maybe I should have made a megaphone or a riot shield. None of that. Mina shook her head. No point in worrying about what you could have done, just do better next time. Yaoyorozu smiled. I suppose that's true enough. Yeah, that's a good point. See, Mina gave the much taller girl a slap on the back. I mean, nobody's gonna expect you to be a champ at public speaking on the first day. Just keep at it, girl. Midoriya flushed, but her small smile stayed. Outside, the press continued to demand All Might's attention, the faculty having to keep an eye on them and looking increasingly exasperated as everything started to get back to normal. Watching President Mike cheer as police led the reporters away, Yaoyorozu frowned. What's the matter, Yaoyorozu? Mina asked. I'm just wondering how the press could have gotten past the barrier, she pondered. Midoriya frowned as well. That's true. UAS security is only surpassed by HPSC security and Tartarus. Principal Nedzu designed most of the security, so a large group getting past. I find it a bit weird as well. Mina hummed. Yeah, that does sound strange. But maybe there's nothing else to it. Sidling through the corridors with his head down, a lanky man grinned. While the annoying NPCs were holding up the heroes, he'd managed to find what he was looking for. Get me back, Kurogiri, he rasped, carefully sidling out of campus. As the police arrived to drag the reporters away, he was already out of there. carefully disappearing down the same dark alleyway he had appeared in. Back in the bar, Shigaraki Tamura smirked, glancing over at his max-level tank, DPS hybrid. Well, rescue training, huh? He snapped a glance up to Kurogiri. Looks like it's at USJ, not the one in Tokyo. Understood, Master Tamura. Kurogiri polished a glass. Shall I put the word out to our new recruits? Yeah, tell them it's time. Tamura leaned on the bar, snapping his fingers. And get me a whiskey. Having to deal with heroes is thirsty work. Sipping his drink, Tamura could see the course. Soon enough, All Might would die, and a bunch of hero NBS would get ganked before they could do their stupid shit. With All Might out of the way, this hero-obsessed society and everything else he hated was going to crumble to dust. Sensei was going to be so proud of him. The first student council meeting Ikumi had ever gone to was a surprisingly relaxed affair. Half ducking on reflex before straightening up, Ikumi hesitated. My name is Midoriya Ikumi, from 1A. Yaoyorozu smiled gently. Yaoyorozu Momo, from the same class. I'm the vice representative. Ikumi quickly bowed. And nice to meet you all. The girl with bright orange hair smiled. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. The name's Kendo Itsuka. Pleased to meet you as well. I'm the student rep of 1B, and Shota Nyaranjiki is my vice rep. She gestured to a gray-haired boy who was about the same height as Minda but with a more solid build. Hello. He shyly waved. Let's get this over with. A slouching purple-haired boy said from his seat, shifting position to lean forward on the table. Don't mind my vice rep. A boy with a pronounced lantern jaw said, giving him the side eye. The name's Agoyamoto Tsutsutaka from 1D, and the definitely ecstatic guy there is Shinsu Hitoshi. Shinsu sat back up with a sigh. I still don't know why I'm even here. You got more votes than the rest of the class and we wouldn't let you switch, Agoyamoto reminded him. Shinsu rolled his eyes at that. A chubby boy with beehive hair coughed. Do we have everybody? With that, a girl with long blue hair and a cheerful smile came in, a boy wearing a high-tech helmet and gloves coming close behind. Sorry I'm late. I had to stop Hatsum from leveling the support lab again. Ikumi traded a glance with Yaoyorozu. What did she mean, again? She bowed deeply. My name's Kitagawa Nomi, class rep of 1H, Hidaka Jounetsu, and the same. He paused, mostly because nobody else wanted the position. Maybe so, but you have still been chosen above your peers for this position. The beehive-haired student turned to face the rest of the room. My name is Moriyama Tetsujin of 1J, and I hope to be working with you in future. The rest of the meeting was surprisingly mundane. All things considered, Ikumi knew that it would be unrealistic, but she had half thought, given everything else about UA, that the student council would be like something out of an anime, where they could expel people like Aizawa had threatened for minor infractions. Instead, the main discussion was about small things like clubs, other representatives for student council roles, and the school's festival. Ikumi paused, a flash of memory hitting her. Oh, right. The sports festival was in 3 weeks. Back in Alder, the sports festival was later in the year, but UA preferred to have it earlier to give the other courses a chance to be competitive with the hero course. Shinsu had sat up more when they'd mentioned the possibility of students getting into the hero course. Was he aiming to transfer into the hero course? Moriyama shuffled through the stack. Anyway, where we come in for the sports festival is organizing the games for students between the second and third rounds. They need to keep the interest of the crowd and help students who didn't pass the second round. Shinsu snorted. Nobody actually watches that bit at the sports festival anyway. The live crowd does, Agoyamoto pointed out. He turned to the rest of the council. Any ideas? Kitagawa raised her hand. Maybe a treasure hunt. I don't think I've seen one in past sports festivals. Ikumi smiled, giving a thumbs up. That sounds like a great idea. Maybe we can get them to find specific heroes in the audience and get an item from them, if that's okay, she mumbled. Moriyama hummed. Not a bad suggestion. We'll have to clear it with the teachers, but it's a start. The rest of the meeting went along similar lines, with a couple of suggestions for side events that weren't the cheerleaders. Ikumi made a couple of tentative suggestions which were taken on board, though ultimately none of them had been used. As they walked home, Kaken looked up at her. So, how was the council stuff? Pretty much the same as normal school, I guess. Ikumi sighed, then paused. Out of curiosity, who did you vote for? Ponytail, Kaken flatly responded. Ikumi adopted a mock-hurt expression. So you weren't one of my votes. He snorted. Just cause you're my friend doesn't mean I can't vote for somebody else. Ponytail's actually got a brain, plus she wasn't glasses. Ikumi hummed, conceding the point. Then she grinned cheekily at her friend. Well, I didn't vote for you either. I voted for Ida actually. Kaken barked a laugh. Man, some friend you are. She lightly shoved him, still grinning. Toshinori knocked on the door of one of his oldest friends he still talked to, which, well, was a narrow demographic. He had heard about a recent case his friend was working on and decided to check in while it wasn't busy. Are you all right? Tsukachi looked up, then sighed. Honestly, Toshi, not really. Oh, he pointed to his file. This whole situation with Yokoyama-ken is a mess. Kind of reminds me of the villain factory incident at Naruhata. That had been a headache and a half to deal with. There was a staggering amount of paperwork regarding its earliest incidents alone, not mentioning the anonymous villains and the valiant efforts from the crawler to stop Number 6's rampage. All he had done in that attack was play cleanup. Toshinori's sunken eyes scanned the pages, then flicked back to him. This man has no discernible motive or drug history. I know, Tsukachi replied, draining his cup of coffee. We took a blood sample, managed to check his tongue, and he paused. Well, we determined that Yokoyama's on trigger and something, and it's still in his system, probably made from a quirk and boosted with a mix of trigger. Then he took it or had it injected into him. Toshinori winced, making it harder to purge from the body. Quirk-created substances often held a middle finger up to things like wearing off without specialized help. Finding a potential antidote was going to be a time-consuming and difficult process. If they had an inactive sample it could help, but this attack had been way too sudden and random. Whatever it is, it's not wearing off and it's hitting hard. As far as the quirk scientists can determine, it's locked his brain in a near-constant rage state. We've had to sedate him so that he doesn't tear his body in half trying to break free. Toshinori frowned, looking at the images of Yokoyama before the incident. He had been an office worker with a quiet record and even had a girlfriend. A far cry from what had been done to him, a raging berserker that had killed several people. This feels like a hate crime. All Might sighed, running a hand through his hair. I really want this to be an isolated incident. In a rather unassuming townhouse, a plain-looking businessman stared at a news report of some of UAS students. His lip curled back with disgust. The multi-armed freak, the oversized fox creature and its rock monster friend parading around decent people. In a less degenerate society they should have never been allowed out of doors. A truly pure society would have never suffered such creatures to live. Great Shepherd. A subordinate came up while he stared at the screen. There's been hints in the underworld of a major attack on UA students. He contemplated it. It would be difficult for any member to get away, but UA had long been a symbol of degeneracy with its abominable creature Nenzu as the principal. Any creatures joining the attack? They sniffed disdainfully. Several, as is expected. A rampage could be quite dangerous. The Great Shepherd smiled. Send a couple of our lower-ranked acolytes in plain villain outfits then. No need to reveal just what we're doing yet, but this is too good to pass up. We should make sure that this attack is as bloody as possible. They bowed deeply. As you command. He turned back to the television and his thoughts, sighing. Hopefully an incident like this would help show that the Great Jetta Purge had been necessary all along. Certainly there were pure ones among the creatures, but it was a sacrifice that he was willing to make. Besides, cavorting with creatures like that meant they were no better than them. Pausing just outside the door in easy eyeshot, shout aside as he watched Ida shoot over to Midoriya. Ah, Class President Midoriya. Good morning, he boomed, like it wasn't too early in the morning to be so cheerful. Oh, good morning, Ida. Midoriya gave Ida a hesitant look. What did you? If it is not too rude, I have some suggestions for how to prepare the class in a fashion befitting this great institution. Ida practically vibrated in place, hands chopping at odd angles. He pulled out a binder with at least 50 different tabs, holding it up to Midoriya like an offering to a shrine. I've also taken it upon myself to organize a class schedule, if that's okay with you. Wow, glasses. That's way too much information, Bakugo drawled. That earned him a glare from Ida before Midoriya smiled. Oh, a bit, yes. Then again, I'm like that with analyzing quirks and talking heroes, so. She paused. I mean, if I need help, Ida, I'll ask. But thank you for trying to help. Ida nodded rapidly. Understood. I'll try not to get in your way regarding your role as class president. Shouta chose that moment to walk into the classroom, watching impassively as chatting students shot back to their seats. Not too bad but could be better, he commented, sweeping his gaze across the students. He hadn't had so many good students before. It was both heartening and worrying. Sending teenagers into a world as dangerous as heroics had grated on him ever since he'd become a teacher. Depending on how well they did at rescue training, his opinion of them would shift one way or another. The principal had had a bad feeling after the break-in yesterday. As a result, Eraserhead was going as well as 13 and All Might and had improved security across the main campus. For his students' sake, he really hoped that the break-in was just a stupid media event. Their trip for rescue training was heralded by a really tall bus. Mina had stared, slightly gobsmacked, then remembered it was likely for Midoriya and shut up. Then Ida turned to Midoriya with a whistle in hand. Ah, Midoriya, should we not be ordered by our student IDs to get on the bus in a safe and orderly fashion? Mina sighed as Ida badgered Midoriya. Guy just didn't know when to quit. The large girl just smiled awkwardly. And maybe tone it down a bit, Ida. Sorry, it's just, I'm being overbearing, aren't I? Sorry. Ida looked abashed. In the end, his needling about student ID numbers hadn't meant much given that there were a pair of benches facing each other in the front half. As Ida slumped in despair that his idea hadn't been necessary in the first place, Mina just patted him on the back. It wasn't a bad suggestion. You just gotta trust that Midoriya will talk to you about any issues she faces. Tsuyu turned to Midoriya, who was currently stretching her hand up hesitantly, seeing if she could touch the ceiling. Speaking of Midoriya, I generally say what's on my mind. Though, what is it, Asui? Please call me Tsuyu. Your quirk's kind of crazy, since it's essentially 2 or 3 in 1. Midoriya looked dumbfounded. Well, it's really only 2. I just have more pronounced mutations than my dad. Dude, you breathe fire and have invisible armor on your body. Kirishima spoke up, before a slightly downcast look came over his face. Plus you're super strong. All I do is get rock hard. Phrasing, Minda dryly commented, high-fiving Kaminari. Midoriya looked affronted. It's a really cool quirk though. You're probably the toughest person in class. You're not the only one with 2 quirks, Tsuyu commented. She turned to Mina, a slight smile on her face. I mean, Mina can make acid and has super strength. How are those related? Mina shrugged, trying to recall the explanation. I did some more physical conditioning and it sort of turns out I had a secondary stockpile aspect to my quirk where my acid's been stimulating my muscles. It worked well enough as an explanation, though Mina had to admit she did feel a bit of a failure since she couldn't use one for all to its fullest like All Might. She just knew her body would break and snap under its full force, and she wasn't desperate enough to break her everything just to get ahead in school. Hiroshima sighed at that, which is crazy manly and all, plus it's flashy. Cause today it's not enough to have a good quirk, you have to really stand out. Like moi. Aoyama sparkled. And yeah, Mina would pay that. He fired laser beams from his belly button. Didn't get flashier than that. Power and flashiness in spades. Mina couldn't help but poke a bit of fun at the sparkly French kid. So long as you don't blow up your stomach. As Aoyama pouted, Kirishima shrugged. Now, if we're talking powerful and cool, well, it's gotta be Ashido, Midoriya, Todoroki and Bakugo. You guys are just insane. Midoriya flushed, trying to shrink as much as her huge frame allowed. Todoroki didn't even react, staring off to the side. Mina and Bakugo both grinned widely at the well-deserved praise. Tsuyu shrugged. Shame Bakugo's a bit of a jerk though. Bakugo glared at her. The heck do you mean, Kermit? Kaminari chuckled, a lazy expression on his face. Yeah, you're just kind of rude and angry all the time, man. While Bakugo raged, Midoriya looked at the class with mild amazement. Never heard anybody else rib Kaken before. Well, except Kamakiri, he and Kaken are very similar. His head snapped over to Midoriya, Todoroki watching him with a frown. What? I'm nothing like Stabby. The bus came to a halt then and Mina hopped out. She honestly couldn't wait to get this rescue training started. Whoa, this place is manly. Is this Universal Studios or something? Shout aside as his students boggled at their latest training grounds. No matter how many times he'd taken students here, the first time always got them. No, but damn close. This facility is designed to simulate any natural disaster imaginable. Whether it's flooding, landslides, earthquakes, wildfire or storm conditions, you name it, it's here. 13 popped in front of them, spreading their arms wide. This is the unforeseen simulation joint. Midoriya perked up. Oh, it's the space hero, 13. She's a rescue hero known for her charming attitude. Oh, I love her. You're a Rocka squeed, almost loud enough to pierce Shouta's ears. Fanboys and fangirls were always the same. While the students were chattering and milling around, Shouta came up to 13. Where's All Might? 13 spared a glance at his class, in particular Jiru and Midoriya. The 2 students with enhanced hearing had already glanced over their way, mildly curious. Oh, he had to resolve the paperwork for 3 incidents at his office. He should be here at the end. Shouta sighed, despairing at how All Might was so irrational even with his time limit. Well, guess it's just us. Let's get this started. 13, would you mind explaining the purpose of today's lesson? The students perked up as 13 came in front. Well, before we get started I want to say a lot of things. She held up some fingers before snapping her eyes on the class. As I'm sure you know, my quirk is called Black Hole. Like its namesake, it can suck in and destroy anything. Yes, you've used it to rescue an incredible number of people, Midoriya explained while Uraraka nodded almost as rapidly as Ida's hands chopped. 13 nodded. Yes, I choose to use my quirk to save lives. Her voice lost its jolliness, becoming more serious. But don't forget that my quirk could just as easily kill or maim. 13's gaze swept over his students. And some of you likely have quirks like that as well. Most of his students looked shocked or contemplative at that blunt statement. He was privately pleased to note that Bakugo, Ashido and Todoroki, 3 of the biggest powerhouses in the class, were listening and taking this seriously. Sometimes students only focused on the battle aspect because it was the most publicized part of heroics. In this superpowered society, quirk usage is still heavily restricted. Even using your quirk for a business has many restrictions outside of heroics. It is easy to forget that it only takes one move from an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. 13's tone was deadly serious, their words hitting their mark with the students. She spread her hands to make her point. Eraserhead's initial quirk assessment helped demonstrate where your strengths lie and started making you more confident with using your quirks. All Might's battle training introduced you to how dangerous your quirks can be to others. In this class, I will show you a new perspective. I will show you how to use your quirks to save others. He saw Midoriya nudge Bakugo with a slight grin on her face, the blonde scowling. 13 continued, heedless of this. Your quirks are not meant to harm others. I hope that by the end of today you will leave with the understanding that you are meant to help people, not harm them. She took a bow, Edo leading the class in clapping and cheering for 13. Shadow leaned against the railing. All right, first off, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a speck of something by the main fountain. Focusing directly on it, his eyes widened when he saw what was coming. Ikumi's ears twitched when she heard a faint sound. The Razorheer whipped around to the class, face frantic. Everybody, huddle together and don't move, he shouted, the loudest they had ever heard him talk. In the main plaza below, Ikumi could see what had made the noise. Black-purple mist spread out, and what emerged? A tall, skinny man with white hair stepped out, covered in what looked like hands. Following him were an assortment of people in various costumes. She'd seen a couple of them on the news, usually having run away from the heroes pursuing them. Her heart thundered in her ears. Then the monster stepped out, almost a foot taller than All Might, with black, angrily scarred skin and an exposed brain. It vacantly stared at them, its beaked mouth filled with teeth. A slight breeze came from the plaza behind the group, carrying up to them, and Ikumi couldn't help but be nauseous. Ikumi's sense of smell was incredible. She had been banned from hide and seek when she was 4 because she could find her playmates wherever they went. Only about a week with her classmates and she could already tell them apart just from how they smelled. Every person was unique. There was a whole host of smells for the various people there, but 2 stuck out. The monstrous figure and the man with hands clutching his body stank of blood and decay ostensibly, but she would have to classify that scent as nothing less than death. She stared, wide-eyed. Kirishima peered at the group, unsure what to think. Are they robots like in the exam or? Their teacher pulled his goggles on. Stay behind 13 and don't move. Those are villains. A man who seemed to be made of the same mist that had brought the villains here materialized. Yellow eyes studying their group. Only 13 and Eraserhead. According to the staff schedule I received yesterday, All Might is supposed to be here. Did he have a change of heart? Ikumi's eyes widened. The reporters yesterday. That had been their doing. What? The man covered in hands rasped, looking at them. We went to all this trouble to get our raid group together, and the symbol of peace doesn't even show up. He stood there, distractedly. Well, if he's not here, killing these kids'll be a good consolation prize. Ironically, it happened in what was supposed to be rescue training. When we were supposed to be learning how to save and help others, we were the ones who most needed those teaching applied to us. We were thrown into the deep end, confronted by dark forces that had lurked in the shadows for their chance. To make matters worse, unknown to us, another group was making its moves as well. Ikumi swallowed anxiously, staring at the villains downstairs. Next to her, Kirishima looked stunned. Villains here. What kind of villains be dumb enough to attack UA? Yaorazu looked at 13 desperately. 13, aren't there intruder sensors here? Why yes, we should be hearing them right now. Or the villains cut them off. Todoroki's voice cut through the air. His eyes narrowed. I'd say they're just attacking here though. They knew there'd be less people here. It's better planned than it seems. Ikumi's heart leapt into her mouth. They want All Might here, don't they? Why would they want that? Aizawa-sensei turned to look at them. That scarf of his starting to rise and coil in the air. 13, begin the evacuation. They must have an electrical quirk here that's cutting the sensors. Kaminari. He jerked when Aizawa spoke. Try to use your quirk to signal for help. G got it. Kaminari managed to stammer out. Ikumi gasped. Why your fighting style is more focused on quick, decisive strikes backed up with your quirk. Why you can't take on all these fighters. No competent hero is a one-trick pony, Aizawa-sensei drawled. 13, start moving. And with that, he leapt down to the plaza. And Ikumi couldn't help but watch as he went to town on them. Even when he's so badly outnumbered, he's able to fight them so easily. She breathed as he moved, effortlessly defeating a 4-armed fighter with rocky skin. The villains in the main plaza hung back, none of them wanting to engage in close-quarters combat with Eraserhead, the pro-hero lashing out at any villain that so much as moved towards the class. Midoriya, this is no time for analysis, Ada shouted, and she shook herself. Right, she couldn't afford to watch. Come on, students. 13 ushered them away, Ikumi quickly charging forwards. Ikumi just had to hope that Eraserhead could hold out long enough to get help. She cast a look over at where Eraserhead was fighting. Her eyes widened in fear at what she saw, or rather what she didn't. Where had the mist man gone? I am afraid I cannot let you escape, students. The black and purple mist surrounded them, blocking their escape. Good day, students, he stated in an echoing, pleasant tone. We are the League of Villains. Please forgive our audacity, but we have come here today to kill All Might, the symbol of peace. Her breath caught in her throat, and looking at her classmates, she wasn't the only one. Mina's eyes were wide. If she hadn't known about All Might's condition, then she might have been able to shrug it off. But since she knew about his injury and that he didn't have much time at full power, whatever scheme they had could work. Apparently unaware or uncaring of the fear they were feeling, the mist villain continued talking. We expected All Might to be here, but it seems he isn't. Did he change his schedule? After a second, he shook his head, 13 opening a finger on her glove. It doesn't change my role. Pink lightning arcing around her. Mina charged in with Bakugo and Kirishima. Eat shit, Bakugo yelled, a mighty boom emphasizing his point. Kirishima and her struck at the same time, her fists surrounded by an acidic coating that protected her hand from the heat of Bakugo's explosion. Kirishima grinned, Mina joining him. Didn't expect that, did ya? Her grin faded when his misty head came back into view. Go. That was close. You children are a cut above the rest, aren't you? Black-purple mist sprung around her classmates. Barely thinking, Mina leapt back to try and run out of his mist or protect a classmate. Writhe in torment until you breathe your very last. Students, try not to die when you're in my quirk. I don't particularly want to clean up the mess, the villain hissed. Panicked shouts sprung up from the rest of the class. 13 quickly slammed the finger of her glove shut, and the rest of the class stood there, frozen. Midoriya gestured at Ida frantically. Try and run for it, Ida. Mina tried to jump back again, but it was too late. Blackness consumed her, and when she could see clearly again, she was surrounded by flames. A villain loomed over her, grinning. Then Ajiro spun nearby and slammed his tail into his midsection. Nice move, Ajiro. She gave him a thumbs up, before One for All sparked once again. She shot a jet of high-pressure acid into a villain charging at him. As the villain shrieked at getting what was basically a fire hose's worth of acid smashing into him, she gestured to Ajiro. Let's get out of here. She hoped the rest of her class was okay, particularly Kirishima. Hopefully he was with Bakugo since they seemed to have hit it off. Katsuki briefly stumbled, then regained his footing. Next to him, Shitty hair braced, teeth grit. Damn it, I thought we had him. He snorted, watching the villains around them. TCH, guess we gotta try harder next time. A villain, apparently emboldened, decided to charge only for Katsuki to bash him with his gauntleted arm. Anyway, gotta fight now. Got it. Shitty hair's rock-hard fist slammed into another villain's jaw, knocking them down with a single hit. Katsuki grinned, readying himself as villains charged in. A tiny part of him expressed concern for Midori, but he pushed it down. After all, she was his friend. No way these 2-bit villains could threaten her. Tsuyu was briefly stunned for a second when she hit the water. Then the reality of the situation hit her and she shot through the water. If she had been warped here by that villain, other students might have been brought here as well. Used to the aquatic conditions, she spotted Minda flailing in the water, a stream of bubbles pouring from his mouth as he tried to swim up. Shooting over, she grabbed him, looking for other students. A huge splash behind her and she twisted, seeing Midoriya plummet through the water. She quickly started to swim over to Midoriya, but the larger girl had managed to recover and was starting to swim back to the surface. A shark villain grinned at Midoriya. Say goodbye, kid. Tsuyu nodded with satisfaction as Midoriya lashed out with a punch that sent the villain spiraling backwards, leaving Midoriya free to make it to the surface. Trying to keep an eye behind her, Tsuyu rocketed back to the surface, heading for the ship. Midoriya surfaced later, gasping as she grabbed the ladder. Need a hand, Midoriya? Ah, yes, thank you, Asui. Midoriya hauled herself out of the water as quickly as she could, grabbing Tsuyu's hand for what small support Tsuyu could give her. Please, call me Tsuyu, Kiro, she told Midoriya as the much larger girl got on board. Minda coughed up a mouthful of water. Thank you, Asui Tsuyu. He amended upon seeing her give him a look. Don't thank me just yet. We're not in a good spot, Midoriya, she croaked. Tsuyu really hoped that they only had to deal with one villain in the water, but that would have been too easy. Minda went pale. So, they did that whole media invasion thing yesterday. It's the only explanation we've got, Midoriya stated shakily. They planned this carefully, and they only got tripped up because All Might had to deal with paperwork at his office. Minda laughed shakily. But, there's no way they could kill All Might. I mean, he's All Might. When he gets here, he'll take them all out in a second. Tsuyu shook her head, an anxious expression on her face. True, but they wouldn't have gathered all of these people here if they didn't have a way to kill him. They have to have some weapon or quirk that would work. His face fell. Tsuyu felt pretty bad about stating something so bluntly, but it had to be done. Not to mention, even if All Might gets an alert, who's to say that we can hold out long enough for him to get here? With that, Minda let out a manic giggle. How much worse can this get? After that statement, a series of splashes from the lake came. Looking over the railings, they could see a whole host of water-themed villains. One of them, the shark villain, seemed particularly agitated. "Oh, there's more of them," Minta stated shakily. Across the various parts of the USJ, villains jeered as hero kids got warped to their locations. A few, however, carefully slipped near their less human-looking colleagues. While this was nerve-wracking work, it had to be done. Making those with cursed blood show their undeniable true nature was more important than their own lives. They had already pushed down their distaste and disgust at having to work alongside them. Syringes were primed, watching for an opportunity. Not all of them were able to find a suitable creature, though. The agent in the landslide zone didn't even have the opportunity to take it out of his pocket before the ice hit him and a scar-faced boy started to interrogate them. But in the flood zone, one of them decided to make the situation a bit bloodier. Plus, it would take out 2 creatures at once, so there wasn't any downside he could find. His hand slipped towards Sayonara. Ikumi took a deep breath. She really, truly wanted to find some reason why the League of Villains was doing this, but for the moment she couldn't think about that. If there's even a chance that they can take out All Might, then we have to fight. Minta stared at her. How are you so freaking calm? I mean, they said they want to kill All Might and you want to fight him. That's just insane. I know it's terrifying, Minta, but we have a chance. Ikumi shot back. Look, they clearly planned around having suitable quirks for each zone, but they warped Tsuyu here, so I don't think they know what our quirks are. A wordless bellow of rage interrupted her train of thought. Whipping around, her eyes widened as she saw the shark villain from before roaring. His pupils shrunk to pinpricks of pure rage. A villain near to him tried to back up, only for him to swipe down their chest, practically tearing him in half. The villains around him swore, backing away with disgusted and horrified looks on their faces. Unheeding, the shark villain snarled, red eyes focused on them. With a feral growl, he shot towards them, focused on Ikumi. Minta screamed shrilly as he shot out of the water, jaws opened with saliva foaming around his lips. Ikumi took a deep breath, feeling Dragonframe flow into and around her before grabbing him as he charged, barely keeping his snapping jaws from her face. Dragonframe flowed from her arms and over the struggling villain, and she managed to spin him around, howling with rage at being denied. Minta, she cried, barely managing to pin his arms as he thrashed. Minta blinked, then he nodded. Hastily he threw Pop-Off at the villain, balls sticking in spite of the water that clung to his frame. The villain, still howling, scrabbled madly at the shorter boy only for Pop-Off's balls to stick to his arms and legs, locking them in place. Ikumi nodded, then sucked in a deep breath. Minoru cheered as he saw Midoriya's fire impact the side of the shark villain with a massive BWOOMPH of fire, sending the shark villain flying in the opposite direction, still struggling to remove the purple balls pinning his limbs in place. He watched, wide-eyed, as the shark villain crashed into the lake. Holy, he breathed, just impressed at how far she'd sent him. Even though Minoru knew Midoriya was crazy strong, seeing that was just unreal. Then his face split into a grin. Gee, that was so cool, Midoriya. You just took him out. Then he took a look at her face and froze. Midoriya was shaking in place, trying to look confident but failing. Minoru looked at her anxiously as she tried to regain her confidence. I did it, she breathed. You all right, Midoriya? Minoru asked. Because, sure, seeing Midoriya in action was hot, but right now they were surrounded by villains and he was finding it a bit hard to think of a plan beyond don't die. But he couldn't back down, not when he knew that Midoriya was as scared as he was. She nodded, then took a deep breath. I'm fine, just going to try and get us out of here. Minoru looked at Midoriya with a confused look on his face. What are you going to? Midoriya loomed over the railing. Anybody else want to fight? She roared, glaring at the assembled villains with her ears folding back. As one, the villains flinched back. Come try it. Why yeah. Minoru backed her up, pulling a pop-off ball from his head and jumping onto the railing. Or do you want a taste of our quirks? Your buddy sure didn't. Tsuyu leant against a railing, arms crossed and glaring out to match Midoriya. Inwardly he prayed. Please work, please work, please work. The villains looked at her, then at where the shark villain had landed. As one, they fled, backing far away from them. Nice one, Minoru, Tsuyu commented, offering a hand. Get on my back, Kiro. Got it, he managed, quickly clambering on while his heart jackhammered in his chest. Okay, that was the most terrifying thing I've ever done. Let's go, Tsuyu, Minta. I don't think they're going to come back, but I don't want to risk it, Midoriya said, gearing up to get in the water. Get ready, Minta. As she shot towards the shore and Midoriya dived through the water, he sighed in relief, clinging tightly to Tsuyu's shoulders. It wasn't long before they hit the shoreline. Watching the main plaza, Minoru glanced over at the class president. So, what's the plan? Plan, Midoriya hummed. Well, we should try and get back to the gate. She focused back on their teacher as he fought. But Eraserhead can't fight all these villains forever. And Midoriya, please tell me you're not planning to jump in like that. Minoru pleaded. Midoriya shook her head. No, just, if we can find an opening to help Sensei, we should take it. Minoru looked over at Tsuyu, then let out a shaky breath. Why yeah, maybe. While they'd only stopped one villain, it didn't seem like they were going to get attacked anytime soon. Though that shark villain going feral like that, was he on trigger or something? Ijiro panted for breath, looking over at Bakugo as he shook his hands. Looks like that's all of them in this building. Bakugo sucked in a deep breath. Damn bunch of mooks. Ijiro grimaced, pointing to the door. All right, we gotta go help the others. If we're here, then they've gotta be in the USJ as well. A ferocious scream interrupted that thought. Ijiro looked outside and his eyes widened upon seeing some guy with a dinosaur quirk fighting a couple of villains. Blood stained his hands, a couple of villains trying to back away with huge claw wounds over their arms and torsos. Wait, they're fighting each other. Could be Trigger or some shit, Bakugo glared. Like in Kamino a few years ago. Ijiro hummed, then winced when the villains trying to fight back got injured. The dinosaur villain flung one of them through a building, his victim trying to get back up then falling back. Guy looks worse than that. Looks like he's even more pissed off than those guys in Kamino. Bakugo looked down, then shook his head. Look, let's get out of here and take out that missed guy. That's the most important guy here. He couldn't help but level a flat look at Bakugo. Dude, he can teleport. A louder scream came from below. A villain was staring, open-mouthed as the dinosaur guy loomed over them, jaws salivating and about to crunch down on the villain's head. Bakugo took one look at the situation and his eyes widened. Fucking, Ijiro yelled and charged after Bakugo as he rocketed out of the building. Hurrying down the stairs, he saw Bakugo slam into the dinosaur guy with the force of a small missile before launching another explosion at the prone villain, knocking him into another building. The villain he'd saved took one look at his savior and promptly passed out. Bakugo dusted himself off angrily. Can't fucking believe I saved a villain, he groused. Midori'd never let me hear the end of it if I just let a villain die. Ijiro sighed. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Bakugo scoffed. Anyway, what are you worried about? If all they're sending after us are... He suddenly twisted and slammed a chameleon villain who had snuck up on them into the ground, making Ijiro jump. These chumps. We should be fine. He couldn't help but grin as Bakugo stood back up, dusting his hands off. You know, you're awfully calm all of a sudden, Bakugo. Ijiro couldn't help but grin slightly as Bakugo glared at him. I'm always calm, shitty hair. Tamura scratched his neck ferociously as he watched Eraserhead tear through the mooks he'd brought. Admittedly, he wasn't exactly stressing about the manpower since he had Naomu and Krugori by his side to take out the symbol of peace, but it was still disheartening. Was this really the best quality of party members he could recruit? Eraserhead executed another combo and his mental countdown finished. 23 seconds, he hissed. Yep, it had definitely gotten shorter. Sure, Eraserhead seemed like an impossible boss, especially since he could turn quirks off by glaring at people. But Tamura had played enough games to know that to beat a boss, you had to learn their patterns, find their weak points. And unlike in video games, when you got somebody to half health in real life they didn't get stronger or develop new attacks, they tended to slow down. What are you talking about? Eraserhead managed, already throwing his capture weapon out to slam a mook into the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, Tamura spotted some villain sneaking towards the four-armed guy who had tried and failed to take out Eraserhead, some sort of friendship deal. Whatever. Tamura grinned as he ran in, seeing his path. See, here's the thing, Eraserhead. I don't know where you're looking due to those goggles of yours, but I can tell when your quirk turns on and off. When you turn it on your hair floats up, right? So cool. Eraserhead charged in, throwing out that capture weapon to try and catch him. Tamura grabbed it, watching the hero's face. A guttural roar sounded from behind him. Tamura paused, annoyed that somebody was interrupting his strategy and monologue. What the hell is it? He rasped. The small-time villain stared at the four-armed, rock-skinned creature as it roared, its eyes bloodshot. His legs had given out under him, terrified. The Great Shepherd had said that it would unleash the true nature of the creature he injected, showing them for what they were. He had thought that injecting the villain while he was unconscious and attention wasn't on him was a good idea. Whatever the serum had in it was potent, considering that the creature was up and roaring, eyes bloodshot. He had known that creatures were worse than animals, but seeing the truth of the world up close was terrifying. Horrific. Snarling, it turned around, and he realized that he was in its way. His legs locked up in fear as it bore down on him, despite his desperate desire to get away. And the last thing that went through his head was its fist. Tamura stared as his four-armed mook, who he had thought was knocked out by Eraserhead ages ago, punched another mook in the head, smashing his skull open like an egg. His other villains screamed in horror, but Tamura had seen worse, done worse. What the hell was that? Why are you team killing? The rocky guy with four arms roared, his fist covered in blood. He then turned to the other villains, snarling like a rabid dog. The rest of the villains backed away, faces anxious as he flailed around angrily, roaring louder. Even Eraserhead was looking at the scene with his mouth open, but not so distracted he couldn't dodge a villain trying to sneak attack him. One of his villains asked, shakily, is he on trigger? Fucking, snarling. The rocky guy charged at another guy at the same time as Eraserhead launched an attack on Tamura. Tamura was forced to back up and start his count again, watching and waiting for Erasure to drop so he could take this frustrating pro hero out. Boss, we need help. Amuk cried as the rock guy with 4 arms started swinging. He threw up some kind of earth wall, but that barely fazed the hulking brute. Another villain threw a knife at the rampaging teamkiller, accomplishing nothing more than attracting the guy's attention. Duly noted, but a little busy at the moment. Tamura rasped, lunging at Eraserhead. See, I think I got your pattern down. You finish a combo and then turn off Erasure, right? Well, Eraserhead hissed in pain as his elbow crumbled. Looks like your interval's been getting shorter and shorter. The hero punched him in the gut to force him away and his elbow stopped disappearing. But Tamura was pretty happy with the results. What did you think was gonna happen? Huh. I mean, you're a rogue with lots of burst damage. Why go and fight a huge group? More screams sounded from his men. And Tamura sighed. Well, he couldn't have this team-killing fucktard kill more of his team members and distracting him from Eraserhead. Whatever this shit was, he was not having it interfere with his plan to kill All Might and these worthless hero students. Excuse me, Eraserhead. He snapped his fingers, pointing at the rampaging villain. Namu, deal with him. Eraserhead nearly swore when he saw that brute. Namu, by the side of the main villain attack. 1 second it was standing, eyes vacant. The next, its hand was on the rampaging villain's head. It stared at the villain dully, as he roared and flailed in Namu's grip. Eraserhead had a horrible feeling about what it would do. Just before he looked away and slammed his hands on his ears, he saw Namu's hand twitch. Then, crunch, the hand-covered villain sighed as his large minion threw the headless body away, blood and bits of bone on its hand. I really wanted to keep him in reserve longer, but then that villain had to start killing my men for no reason. Eraserhead stared at this newest villain, already firing up Erasure. He knew he was at his limit already, and the only thing he could hope for was that he could hold out until help arrived. But in the face of a villain like this, he didn't have much hope. The hand-covered villain's grin widened. Eraserhead, meet Namu, the actual boss. From the shore of the lake, Ikumi stared at the hulking villain that loomed over their teacher. Her eyes were drawn to Namu's hand, still bloody from where he had casually killed the other villain. Next to her, Minder retched. She couldn't blame him. Not after hearing that sickening crunch, horrifyingly loud even when she clamped her hands over her ears just before. She shuddered with fear. Nobody deserved to die like that. We are in serious trouble, Suyu murmured, face pale and eyes wide. Ikumi nodded in terror. That, he just killed that man, she murmured. She wanted to run, to flee, but her legs felt like they were stuck in cement. This was nothing like the sludge villain, nothing like the lake. This was nothing more or less than true evil. And he was acting like the shark villain, Suyu commented. Did they have the same trigger? Eraserhead was standing there, teeth grit and capture weapon writhing in the air. The hand villain and Namu loomed over him, the former leering and the latter staring blankly, mouth open and drooling slightly. For a second, there was a standoff, then the hand villain snapped his fingers. It happened almost too fast to see. 1 second, Eraserhead threw a spool of his capture weapon around its fist, trying to pin its hand shut as he darted forward. The next, he was flat on the ground, face pressed into the dirt by one mighty hand, the other delicately gripping their teacher's arm. The hand villain shook his head with mock sadness. See, erasing quirks is a pretty neat gimmick. Too bad for you. You're going up against the answer to All Might, Namu, the anti-symbol of peace. Against his bioengineered strength, you might as well have no quirk at all. In the midst of the horror, Ikumi's mind latched onto that idea. Bioengineered. Eraserhead tried to push himself up, glaring at Namu to try and nullify his quirk. The hand villain tutted. Namu, sausage-thick fingers squeezed. Ikumi winced when she saw Eraserhead's arm snap like a dry twig, their teacher barely able to stop screaming in pain. As the hand villain sneered down at Eraserhead, Namu gripping their teacher's head with a hand still sticky with blood, Ikumi braced against the bank. What are you doing? Minda hissed. They haven't noticed us yet, I don't think. And I can't just. Just before Eraserhead's head was smashed into the ground, a swirl of black-purple mist appeared near the hand villain, followed by yellow eyes and an elegant waistcoat. Shigaraki, I have urgent news to report. What is it, Kurogiri? Shigaraki rasped. Can't you see I'm taking out this mid-boss? I hope you at least managed to take out 13. 13 is in no condition to fight. However, there are 2 things I wish to report. The first is that some of our villains are calling in about infighting. Apparently several villains have gone feral and are attacking hero students and villains alike. It's causing quite a bit of chaos. The mist villain, Kurogiri, spoke quite flatly, as if the information didn't matter. Ikumi's eyes went wide with that information. There had been more attacks like what had happened at the lake. What was going on? Momo and Jiru were not in the best place. When she had been dropped in the mountain zone with Jiru and Kaminari, the situation had been dire. Only her and Jiru's quick thinking and Kaminari pushing his quirk to its limits had given them some semblance of breathing room. Then another villain had grabbed Kaminari while he had been stumbling around in a dazed state. He had demanded that they surrender to save his life. Momo had complied, Jiru surrendering with her. He glared at them, gesturing for them to move. Go over there, and don't move. He may be a fellow electric quirk user, but I'll fry him if needed. Yeah, Kaminari slurred, dopey expression beginning to twist in panic. Hey, just wanna know, why are you even a villain? Jiru suddenly asked. Momo turned her head to look at her. What? Jiru managed a shaky laugh, a bead of sweat trolling down her face. Well, you could get a license for just about any job. Your quirk's pretty damn versatile. Out of the corner of her eye, Momo saw Jiru's earjack slowly sneaking down to her boots. Carefully, she kept her face as blank as possible. If Jiru could launch an attack, you thought I wouldn't notice. The villain brought his sparking hand closer to Kaminari's face. Jiru grit her teeth, her earjack getting pulled back. Momo winced. Had she given Jiru's plan away? The villain just shook his head. That kind of trick only works in goofy kids manga. You heroes should take these hostage situations more seriously. Momo shuddered, then her eyes widened. A hulking villain with a bear mutation staggered upright, eyes bloodshot. He seemed to glare at the villain, then raised his claws. Behind you. The villain shook his head. Really, you're trying that? Behind him, the bear villain let out a bestial roar, jolting the electric villain. He spun around, grip loosening on Kaminari. The bear villain swiped his massive clawed hand down, which the electric villain barely dodged. A risky plan hatched in her mind. Momo ran forwards as the electric villain was distracted, managing to pull Kaminari free. The electric villain snarled, then nearly got hit by the villain's feral swiping. With a grunt of frustration, the electric villain ducked under another ferocious swing, then shocked the villain back into unconsciousness. He turned back, hands sparking with power, only for Momo to smash a baseball bat into his stomach. Wheezing, the electricity on his hands vanished. Desperately, Momo turned to Jiru, already darting to the side. Jiru, not needing much more than that, Jiru's earjack slammed into her boots. A wave of sound crashed into the electrical villain, sending him keeling over. Momo panted in shock, but managed to keep her hands steady. A spool of rope started to slowly unwind from her stomach. Jiru, could you? Jiru started, then grabbed the rope. Oh, right, sure. Ikumi sucked in a breath while Shigaraki growled with frustration. Okay, so we've got more team-killing idiots. Great. Fantastic. What's the other news, Kurogiri? And it better be good. Kurogiri shook his ethereal head. Alas, sir, it isn't. I was unable to prevent one of the students from escaping. The other students stopped me from reaching him before he sped away. I surmise that we will have unwanted visitors within half an hour at most. A spark of hope went through Ikumi. It sounded like Ida had managed to get out of the USJ, at least. With that, Shigaraki briefly went still before starting to twitch. If you weren't our way out, I'd turn you to dust. He snarled, shaking with rage. This whole raid has gone wrong. First, All Might isn't here. Then there's some team-killing assholes, and now a kid's escaped. With a powerful speed quirk, I estimate that we only have half an hour at most before the faculty is alerted. Kurogiri bowed apologetically to Shigaraki. The villain growled like a feral animal. He paced, hands clawing at his neck while Namu and Kurogiri stood still, watching. If that brat gets to the teachers, we've got to deal with All Might as well as dozens of pros. Present Mike, Midnight, Ectoplasm, and that fucking rat. Suddenly Shigaraki went still. Well, guess this raid was a bust. Kurogiri, we're gonna have to quit. Understood, sir, Kurogiri replied, a dark mist starting to spring up around his hands. Shigaraki stood there for a few seconds, taking a deep breath and letting it out with a frustrated air. Behind her, Minta grabbed Tsuyu in a hug. Oh my god, they're leaving. He sobbed as quietly as he could. I have a bad feeling about this, Minta. Tsuyu paused, looking down at Minta's hand on her chest with a slight blush and disapproving eyes. Also, I'm aware that today's been stressful to all of us, but please stop grabbing me there. What? Oh, Minta let go, flinching under Tsuyu's judgmental stare. Not like I meant to, I've only got short arms. Ikumi urged them to stay quiet with a wave of her hand. This villain group leaving sounded good, but Shigaraki didn't seem like the kind of person who would just give up so easily. Tamura let the tension drain from his shoulders. Angry as he was, the situation wasn't so bad, he'd just have to try again. Yeah, guess we'll DC. But before we do, he turned to point at the three brats who had thought they were safe, like he hadn't seen them. Why don't we humiliate All Might by leaving some dead kids? He shot over, hand reaching to clamp on one of their faces. FWOOMPH. Only to pull his hand back hastily as a jet of flame shot in front of him. A shadow loomed over him. The freakishly tall girl with a vaguely shark-like face towered over him, teeth bared and hands clawed. A low growl came from her throat as she glared down at him. "Get away from us," she rumbled, ears flat on her head. Behind her, the other students watched, terror plain on the small one's face but less so on the frog girl's. It might have been a scary sight to somebody else, but as a pro gamer and villain, Tamura had seen and done much scarier things. He snapped his fingers in frustration, pointing at the girl. Namu, his beautifully min-maxed DPS tank hybrid, perked up, then dropped Eraserhead. Tamura was vaguely impressed that this random girl had about 30 centimeters on Namu, but Namu positively bulged with muscle. He pointed at the girl, and Namu responded. It surged forwards, just as the girl managed to breathe more fire at Namu. The air filled with a horrible smell, almost like cooking rotting pork but not quite. Engulfed with flames, Namu reared back, screeching in pain as the flames licked its skin, the bluish-black flesh turning steadily darker. Then Namu pushed forwards, the girl's eyes widening as Namu pulled a fist back. Tamura watched gleefully as Namu slammed its fist into her midsection. Her fire sputtered out, the girl wheezing and trying to get her breath back. Namu stood there impassively as she threw a sloppy punch that didn't even get a reaction. In response, it gripped her arm with an iron hold, pulling her away and into the water even as it burned. Tamura leered at the remaining students, both horrified as he grinned. Now, where were we? Once more, he lunged for the frog girl, watching with glee as she threw the purple brat away. Not like it would do her much good as his hand came closer to her face. Kabam! He stopped in place, then turned to see what had caused that noise. Oh, what is it? His breath caught in his throat. The one man he wanted to see was standing alone, face locked in a furious scowl. All around him, the brats at the gates stared up at him like they had. The raid boss had shown his face. He could still win this. There are few things or people that All Might could say he truly hated. Only a few villains had earned his enmity thus. The former leader of the CRC, a child trafficker that even now made his skin crawl. All for one. But seeing the terrified faces of his students giving way to hope. The sight of 13 lying flat with their suit torn open, seeing 2 villains about to attack young Asui, Metre and Midoriya. All Might had passed straight from anger into the cold fire of wrath. Never fear, students. His mighty voice carried far around the USJ, almost further than it should logically travel. All Might could wear a smile in almost any situation, but not this. With a casual gesture, he tore his tie off. I am here. The situation was dire, and he didn't have much time for nonsense. After hearing Ida's panicked account, there was no time to lose. And to think that all this danger could have been averted if he had been just slightly better at managing his time. I've been waiting for you, All Might. You worthless trash, the villain covered with hands spat. A bunch of punk villains stared up at him. That's him all right, one of them muttered. Another managed a shaky grin, bracing himself for combat. Who cares, if we just gang up? He never finished that sentence. All Might tore through the group to get to Eraserhead, wincing as he saw the state of his arm and face. I'm sorry I took so long, Eraserhead. Can you stand? Eraserhead managed a tight nod, the remains of his capture weapon snapping around his shattered arm. That huge brute he calls Namu. He's on the same level as you physically. He's got some kind of regeneration quirk. He's barely affected by that fire Midoriya hit him with. Deal with him quickly. All Might glanced over at Midoriya and the other students. The larger girl had tears in her eyes, trying to tear her arm out of the burning villain's grip. She looked up at him with eyes filled with desperate hope. His eyes narrowed. He turned fully to face the students and villains. And then he moved. The world seemed to be in slow motion as he darted around the still-smoking bruiser, grabbing Asui and Metre in one arm and Midoriya in the other. He knocked the hand on the villain's face off as he sped around, which he privately considered a small price to pay. In safety, the students stared, trying to figure out what happened. Metre asked weakly. How'd we? All Might waved at them to go, eyes fixed on the villains. Go to the entrance, students. Your safety is our #1 priority. The hand villain grabbed his dropped hand off the ground. Sorry I dropped you, father. Still, now we see the violence inherent in the system, he rasped, snapping the hand back. And you're way too fast for us to see. His face split into a ghastly rictus, cracked lips stretching over his face. Too bad you're not as fast as you used to be. All Might was immediately on guard. Not many villains had the knowledge or insight to pick up on that fact. Eraserhead managed to weakly push himself up, gesturing to his students. Hurry. Still shaken, Midoriya and the others started to move. Eraserhead and All Might traded a brief glance. Then Eraserhead nodded, moving closer to the children to herd them away. I think Namu has some sort of impact-reducing aspect to his quirk. Midoriya managed to gasp, clutching her stomach in pain. I hit him as hard as I could and it didn't. Hey, stop helping All Might. The hand villain complained, glaring at her. All Might mentally filed that information away, masking his feelings with a smile. Never fear, kids. He charged forwards, arms crossed. Carolina, smash, both arms chopped into Namu. hitting the bruiser right in the middle of his ugly mug. All Might quickly ducked as Namu barely reacted to his full force hit, instead going for a crude bear hug. That's a rather annoying ability, regeneration and shock absorption together. In spite of his light tone, All Might was seriously worried. The nature of this villain. A horrible thought wormed into his mind at that revelation. Exactly. You'd need to try slowly tearing him to pieces, but that won't be enough. Namu won't let up, even for a second. The villain cackled with malicious glee. All Might shook his head as he spun around Namu. For all his boasting, Namu had the fighting skill of a complete amateur. I won't give him that opportunity. With that, he pulled Namu back, ready to pile-drive him into the concrete to at least slow his movements down. In spite of himself, Eraserhead stopped as he saw All Might slam Namu into the concrete, a huge cloud of dust emerging. Even if All Might was a rookie of a teacher, his skill as the symbol of peace was undeniable. Next to him, Asui looked at the scene impassively, a slight smile on her face. I guess they underestimated All Might, Kiro. Asui's comment was fairly polite and restrained. Kick him in the junk, All Might. Mightas was decidedly not. For a moment, he couldn't blame them for staring at the scene with wide eyes, seeing a man so far above them in terms of speed and strength. Then Eraserhead's anxiety flared. Be that as it may, you need to get to the entrance and away from here. This is no place for students. This was a battlefield, after all. He was not about to see his students die. Not like Abaru. Eraserhead watched with a worry that didn't reach his face, trying to find an opening to help All Might. Unfortunately, he couldn't risk using Erasure at this distance with all the dust from that explosion in the way. If he got All Might, then the number one would die at the hands of Namu, simple as that. Not just that, but All Might had practically insisted he get the kids out. The rescue was the most important part of heroics, after all. All Might didn't have much time left today, maybe a few minutes. He had to make it quick. Suddenly the impossible happened. All Might grunted with pain, and as the smoke cleared, Eraserhead felt dread settling in his stomach. Mina couldn't help but stare, eyes wide. Just as her and Ajiro had left the burning zone littered with groaning villains and had headed to the main plaza, they caught the explosion. She had hurried over with Ajiro to try and see what had happened, but she hadn't anticipated this. The hand villain giggled, looking at All Might, bent over backwards to try and suplex the huge villain, trying to immobilize Namu. Not a bad move at all. Too bad Namu's got the same insane strength score you do. Mina's heart skipped a beat when she saw All Might hack up a mouthful of blood as Namu's fingers dug into his side. The black mist of the gate sprung up in two places, leaving All Might in an unfortunate position. Tamura grinned maliciously. Good timing, Kurogiri. The warp villain, Kurogiri, appeared next to All Might. Thank you, Shigaraki. Now, I do despise having somebody dying in the middle of my warp gate. It makes such a mess. But for you, I shall make an exception. Namu started to slowly pull All Might through the portal. And as soon as Mina saw that, she felt the same manic urge that drove her in front of that hulking Violain take over. She turned to Ajiro, a slightly shaky smile on her face. Ajiro, I'm gonna do something incredibly stupid. Wait, what? Pink lightning arced around her body as One for All flared up. High-pressure acid shot from behind her, rocketing her towards All Might. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Midoriya suddenly break away from Eraserhead. Midoriya. Ashido. Their teacher yelled. Pinned in place, All Might could only watch with a strained look on his face. Mina heard him, of course, and she knew that Midoriya did. But at that moment, one thought remained in her head as she shot towards Shigaraki. All Might, you've got a whole bunch to teach us. You've got to help me use your quirk to the fullest. Shigaraki looked surprised as she swung her fist at him, barely managing to dodge. Black-purple mist sprung up. Gritting her teeth, Mina prepared to try and hit that misty bastard. Kaboom. Eat it, Misty. Katsuki relished the grunt of pain that the mist bastard let out as he was knocked down, his warping ability winking out of existence. He glared up at Midori, his friend watching with wide eyes as he slammed the villain to the ground. Kaken, you thinking at all when you charged this guy? Katsuki yelled at her. His prisoner tried to shift, only to wince when he slammed his hand down. Oh no, no moving for you. Midori teared up. I am not really. A crack of ice from behind her caused them to both turn. The hulking bastard with All Might in his grip was suddenly half frozen, and the ice jerk was there. I heard you people were here to kill All Might, the jerk said dully. Too bad scum like you could never do it. Shitty Hair tried to hit the hand bastard only to wince as the jerk decided to dodge. Damn, almost had him. Shitty Hair cried. Kei Kirishima. Pinky yelled, that weird lightning surrounding her. Shitty Hair briefly turned to give her a thumbs up before turning to face them. All Might pulled himself free. Standing tall as the icon of victory Katsuki knew he was, staggering slightly and clutching his side where the villain had gripped him. Katsuki knew that was likely just a bluff though. No way anybody could hurt All Might. Curiously, the other villain didn't seem concerned. Well, you've locked down my Hearthstone. This is a problem. Shigaraki. Katsuki ground the bastard's head into the dirt. No moving for you. I'll blow your head off if you try that warping shit. That's not very heroic, dude, Shitty Hair mumbled. While Katsuki really wanted to turn and yell, he wasn't going to risk it. Not while the other villain was standing around like this was a casual day out. Okay, what the hell happened here? Did you pricks seriously no-hit my level? Man, my league of villains should be ashamed. Shigaraki mumbled. Ikumi couldn't help but tense up. She had gotten really lucky that Namu hadn't tried to break her arm like Sensei's. She had had to pull all of Dragonframe into her midsection just to soak that hit, and even then, it was a close thing. Her telekinetic shell was trying to flare back around her body, but she had already used most of her energy on trying to hurt Namu. Maybe Namu looked a bit crispier. Namu, kill the explosive brat. We need our warper back. With a cracking of ice, Namu, impossibly, pushed himself back up, tearing the frozen chunks of his body away. What? How's he still moving? Ashido shouted. Get back. All Might flung an arm out, and Ikumi gasped as she saw Namu, impossibly, regrow his lost arm and leg, bone and muscle seeming to come from nowhere. Please, Namu's a living sandbag who can take whatever you miserable heroes throw at him. Shigaraki cackled at that, watching as his minion pushed himself back up. This was far beyond what she had expected. How could a person even regrow that much lost tissue and not be affected? Namu howled, screaming for dominance. Eat this, Ashido yelled, a massive geyser of acid hitting Namu square in the chest, and it screamed in horrific agony, flesh bubbling and steam coming from its chest as its body was slowly stripped to the bone once more, somehow, impossibly, still standing. Ashido's stream of acid shut off, a horrified look on her face. Namu staggered, its body stitching itself back together again. To Ikumi's eye, though, it looked like the process wasn't as quick as before. His chest was discolored to a corpse white, splatters of damage still on its relatively unharmed arms and legs. Shigaraki stomped his foot petulantly as Namu staggered. What the fuck? Stop ruining this plan. Namu, get your stupid ass up and kill that blonde. Ikumi's breath hitched. Desperately she flung herself in the way, knowing that she could never catch Namu. KOBAM. For a second, Tamura was sure that the kid had been turned to paste. But when the smoke from Namu's strike cleared, he sighed in disappointment upon seeing him next to the oversized girl. Kaken, did you dodge? Hell no, the brat growled. All Might must have done it. Still, Kurogiri was free and hanging just by him. And, of course, All Might was still alive and still smiling. Your friend doesn't know how to hold back, does he? Tamura glared at his nemesis. Wow, anything to save an ally, right? Like before, the tall one and that pink girl came at me and Kurogiri with everything they had, all to save a friend. Because violence in the name of saving others is so good, isn't it? He waved his hands. I mean, that just pissed me off. Heroes are good, villains are evil. That's just the victors writing history all over again. Well, when I kill you, I'll rewrite that history and show the world how you're just a tool to get rid of those who don't fit in. All Might laughed at that. You don't even believe that, young man. You're just doing this because you enjoy it. Tamura shrugged. It had been worth a shot, at least. Wow, you saw right through me. Behind All Might, the brat started talking. Well, it's 3 on 6, we can take him, the red-haired guy said. The pink one managed a shaky smile. Why yeah, we can do it. Then All Might flung out his arm. No, stay back children. Things wouldn't have gone so well if I hadn't dealt with that Namu, the candy cane kid bluntly pointed out. Plus you're bleeding, All Might. And it smells like you're bleeding a lot. The ridiculously tall girl squeaked. Right you are, Todoroki. And don't worry about me, Midoriya. All Might gave them a thumbs up. Tamura fought the urge to puke at his cheesy attitude. Sit back and watch a pro get serious. Namu, Kurogiri. Team fight All Might while I deal with the kids. Tamura waved at his minions idly. All Might squared up as Tamura darted towards the group. It's time to clear this fucking level. As Tamura came closer, he saw the kids trying to get into fighting stances. Not like it would help them much against his quirk. Then All Might just had to get in the way, forcing Namu to get in front of him to fight. Snarling, Tamura was forced to jump back as a shockwave sprung up from their fists colliding. You know he's got shock absorption, right? So what? All Might's fists suddenly blurred, and Namu responded in kind, their exchange of blows blurring. Too bad he can't nullify impacts. Tamura growled angrily as All Might kept blabbering. So if you built him to beat me. To Tamura's shock, he saw Namu start to get pushed back even as its blows hit All Might. Then I'll just have to surpass myself. No. Tamura muttered as Namu staggered, reeling back as, frustratingly, All Might kept talking. Say, villain, do you know the meaning of the words? He grinned. Plus, and then All Might hit his beautiful Namu with a punch. For a second, Tamura was hopeful as Namu stood still. Then Namu shot away with the force of a cannon, smashing through the ceiling and boring through a cloud. Ultra, Tamura stared at the torn hole in the ceiling where Namu had flown. His mind went blank. While the brat started blowing smoke up All Might's ass about how wonderful it was that he overwhelmed Namu's quirks, one thought went through his mind. How? He was snapped out of it by All Might chuckling. I really am slowing down. In my heyday, I would have only needed about 5 punches, but that took me over 100 blows. Tamura's eyes narrowed. You hacking bastard. Shigaraki raged, hands clawing. Internally All Might winced. He had maybe a few seconds left where he could safely move with his quirk. He had to make them count. Surrender, villain, unless you want to go another round. Did they lie to me? Shigaraki sounded lost, clawing at his neck. All Might wanted to know who this they was but knew he didn't have the time for a long, drawn-out interrogation. He reckoned that he could take a couple of steps before he lost his hold on his transformation. You were the one acting like this was a game. Come on, see if you can win. Just a little more time until the other heroes get here. Shigaraki scratched his neck hard enough to draw blood. If only Namu was still here. He took those hits so well. Now, Shigaraki. Kurogiri tried to reassure his master. It looks like Namu did some real damage to All Might. If we team up, we can take him out. Shigaraki stopped scratching his neck. Yeah, the kids are hanging back as well. No way they can interfere. All Might glared at them, trying to summon the rest of his power. I'm warning you. He took a single step forward, the villains flinching back as he did. Unfortunately, he really had hit his limit at this point. We really should retreat. Shigaraki waved Kurogiri to shut up. No way, Kurogiri. The final boss is on 1 hit point. We're so close. All Might grit his teeth as Kurogiri and Shigaraki charged forwards, calling on reserves he didn't even know existed. He managed to bring up his arms, aching and bloody-knuckled as they were. He faced the villains with a grim resolve. It seemed that Sir Night-Eye's prediction was about to come true. He had been ready for this to happen, but it seemed so sudden. Suddenly, Ashido was between him and Shigaraki with a war cry of her own, pink lightning sparking around her as she charged at Shigaraki. His heart leapt into his mouth when he saw a gate open above Ashido's head, Shigaraki reaching a hand through with a disinterested expression on his face. Then Midoriya leaped in front of Ashido, teeth bared and one fist pulled back. Shigaraki leered. Well, I wanted the pink one, but you'll do. All Might watched helplessly as Shigaraki reached out to grab Midoriya. His fingers stopped a centimeter away from her. The villain stared, open-mouthed. What? Midoriya's fist lashed forwards. I am very used to holding back. Everything's too small, too delicate for me to easily handle. But I manage. After so many broken pens and pencils, I can finally hold ones that aren't designed for my hands without breaking them. Other parents and kids were worried that I'd accidentally hurt other kids if I play. Kaken was the first kid who actually wanted to play with me since there was a risk. I think that was something I really needed to hear at that point. What I'm trying to say is, before now I never seriously tried to punch somebody full force. I knew that I was going to have to hit some villains with everything I had. I just, like Minda said, I'd really hoped that would be later. Not in our first week. But at the time, I was furious at Shigaraki for treating everything like a game, and I was terrified that Ashido and All Might were going to be killed. So I hit Shigaraki as hard as I could. Crunch. Mina stared at Shigaraki with wide eyes. Sure, she knew that Midoriya was strong. She kind of had to be given how tall she was. But seeing Shigaraki go flying from that head, a visible imprint of Midoriya's fist still buried in his midsection as he spat up a stream of blood. Everybody was just happy that Midoriya was so nice and gentle. Midoriya stood there in front of All Might, panting with a fist raised. The warp villain's eyes widened. Shigaraki, with a furious glare at Midoriya. Kurogiri grabbed Shigaraki and the body of the four-armed villain. Bullets flew past from the entrance. Mina saw that it was Snipe, trying to take out Kurogiri before he could flee. Mina darted forward to try and grab Shigaraki or Kurogiri, but it was too late. Her fingers only managed to snag a fallen hand as Kurogiri warped away. Dang it, she muttered. She turned back to Midoriya with as big a smile as she could manage. Nice work, class prez. Midoriya slumped down, tears gathering in her eyes. All Might managed to step over, raising an arm. Young Midoriya. As the teacher started to come in to help the students, Mina and All Might stood with Midoriya. Mina hugged Midoriya as hard as she could, holding her. I thought we were going to die. Midoriya sobbed as All Might heaped hold her up. All Might looked down. Again, I'm sorry I wasn't here to help. Mina managed a shaky smile. Don't worry, Midoriya. We've got your back, all the way. And we'll get that guy next time. The thought struck her as she stood there with them. Next time. Mina knew she wasn't the brightest student around, but she knew that Shigaraki would try again. But next time, they'd be ready. Inko had just been tidying up when she got the phone call. Sighing slightly, she went to pick up her mobile phone, wondering if it was a friend or a telemarketer, but no, it was a private number. With a raised eyebrow, she answered the phone. Hello, am I speaking to Midoriya and Co? When she responded, the man on the other end continued. I'm part of the Musutafu Police Department, and you were listed as an emergency contact by your daughter. 100 horrible scenarios flashed through Inko's mind. A deep, frozen pit opened in her stomach. She gripped the phone tighter, fighting to keep her voice level. What happened to my daughter? Is she all right? Earlier, as soon as her eyes pricked, Ikumi tried to hold her tears back, to little effect. Her mother's whole family were big criers, and Ikumi just had that part of her genetics interfere. A flood of tears poured from her face, eliciting a concerned noise from Ashido and All Might. As sorry, she blurted out on instinct, trying to stop the waterfall that poured down her face. It's okay, Midoriya, Ashido said, a pensive look on her face. I totally get it. Blurry-eyed, Ikumi managed to stand up a bit straighter, keenly aware that she was leaning on All Might after his fight. Oh gosh, are you all right? She squeaked. All Might managed a quick nod. I'll be fine, young Midoriya. If I'd gotten here earlier. He managed to clench his fist, then grimaced. Ikumi looked at him closer. The smoke from All Might's last attack should have dissipated by now. Why was there more smoke? Ashido gave her and All Might an uncharacteristically nervous look. The smoke seemed to be increasing as All Might stood there. Had he accidentally damaged a pipe or something? Maybe we should get back to the rest of the class. That might be for the best. All Might interjected. Ikumi looked at him closely. Was there something different about his face? Oh, sure, All Might. Yo, Midoriya, Ashido, you guys okay? Looking up, Ikumi could see Kirishima running over to them, concern clear on his face. Ashido's eyes widened. Yeah, we're fine, Kirishima. Me and Midoriya'll be there in a minute. He didn't look too convinced, before a wall of concrete sprung up between them. Ikumi looked over, her eyes going wide at seeing Cementos coming over. We need to be sure that all you students are okay. I'll take care of All Might. Ikumi poked her head over, managing to smile at Kirishima. Don't worry, Kirishima. Ashido and All Might are fine. You should get back to the rest of the class. He gave her a thumbs up. Okay, class please. Ikumi gave him one back. Then her ears twitched as a small explosion happened behind her. As Kirishima ran off, she turned back to Ashido and All Might. All right, Mina, let's. Her eyes widened. Ashido stood there with a guilty expression on her face. Next to her, the man who now slumped on the ground bore some passing resemblance to All Might. He was almost as tall, with the same blue eyes and yellow hair, and he wore the same yellow suit All Might had arrived in. But his hair was scraggly and unkempt rather than neat and slicked back, and his suit hung off an unhealthily skinny frame. Despite how she felt when she stared, she couldn't help but run her eyes over the rake-thin man. It had to be All Might. There wasn't any other way. But he looked so beaten. The thought sprung up, unbidden as she looked at him, far from the undefeatable symbol of peace that inspired Kakenso. All Might, she squeaked. Indeed, All Might said. He sighed, a forlorn look on his face. I must ask that you keep this side of me a secret. Ikumi managed a wordless nod. Ashido patted her on the back. Cementos gave them sympathetic looks, before turning back to All Might. I'm a fan of yours, All Might, so we'll get you to the nurse's office without letting others see this side of you. But honestly, you need to stop overdoing it like this. If I hadn't overdone it, the students would be dead, All Might rasped. Cementos's smile slipped, giving All Might a serious look. Ikumi couldn't help but stare at All Might. Overdoing it. She could understand that comment. After all Might looked like he was on the verge of collapse, but that choice of words stuck with her. Not just that, seeing how Ashido looked more surprised when she had looked at All Might and not All Might's diminished state. What happened to you? All Might held up a hand, a tired look on his face. Since you've seen this side of me, I guess you should know the full story. But not right now. You students need to get back to the main campus. He slumped on the ground, Cementos carefully scooping him up. Her breath caught in her throat. The rest of the class was waiting for them with the police. Right, she had to make sure that everybody was okay as well. Ashido, Mina, are you? Ikumi trailed off. Mina shakily nodded, dusting herself off and patting Ikumi on the forearm. I'm fine. She then managed to smile. Thanks to you getting in the way of Shigaraki. Naomasa carefully looked over the students. 18, 19. He nodded. Looks like all the students made it back in one piece. Under the watchful eyes of the police and heroes, the students had gathered at the gate, anxious, tired looks on their faces. Naomasa shook his head as the rest of the officers got to arresting every villain they could find. These students were probably going to be amazing heroes if they could recover from this. Man, you and Mina got through the fire zone? Huh. The invisible girl commented to the tailed boy, Ajiro, from the class registry next to her. He managed a shaky smile. Yeah, we managed to get out by the skin of our teeth. Then she shot off to try and fight that Naomu thing. He paused. Where were you, Hagakure? The landslide zone. She rubbed her hands on her arms. Man, Todoroki's crazy strong. At that, Todoroki looked down briefly. Having seen the landslide zone for himself, Naomasa could guess he was thinking about how he had nearly hit her. Say, where do you think I was? Aoyama pointed at his classmates dramatically. The other students just shrugged, talking about where they had been attacked. It sounds like there were nefarious ne'er-do-wells in every corner of the USJ, the boy with the bird head commented. So does anybody want to know where I was? Aoyama shot again, dramatically posing. All right, students, we're going to get you back to your classroom now, Naomasa interrupted. He spared a glance down near the water, where officers had just managed to subdue a rampaging shark villain, his jaws stained red with blood. Naomasa, now's no time to take your statements. Detective, are our teachers going to be okay? Isui asked, an anxious look on her face. Next to her, the purple-haired boy nodded, a similar expression on his face. Naomasa paused, before managing a nod. From what I hear, 13's injuries were the most severe. Her quirk's torn lacerations in her back and arms, but she should be able to recover. As for Eraserhead, his arms have been reduced to splinters. The purple-haired boy looked like he was about to pass out while Isui took a shaky breath. The rest of the class were similarly distressed. Some looked like they were ready to be sick, others just staring at him almost uncomprehendingly. He paused, and regarding All Might, this Naoma wasn't able to inflict life-threatening injuries, but it was close. He's gone to the nurse's office to recover. Isui's worried frown cleared up slightly. The rest of the class let out a collective sigh of relief upon hearing that. Naomasa looked over at Sansa. I'll leave the rest to you. I have to check in with All Might and get his statement of events. Understood, sir. Officer Onizuka came up, saluting. We've apprehended what seems to be a villain about half a kilometer away. He frowned. He didn't even try to resist arrest. He could be mute. Naomasa digested this information, then tipped his hat to the principal. Principal Nedzu, I'd like to go over this school with a fine-toothed comb, if you don't mind. It was unlikely they had other infiltrators, but they had to be sure. Please, do so. Nedzu's voice was chipper and polite, but Naomasa could tell that Nedzu was on edge. Investigations are your jurisdiction, so please do what you feel is necessary. Naomasa managed a curt nod, looking back over to the still struggling villain. Looking back at Sansa, his meaning was clear, as Sansa started escorting the kids back to the bus. He stared at the villain with a worried frown. First, it was just a heteromorph pedestrian who had suddenly attacked. Now, only villains who were heteromorphs displayed the same set of symptoms as that previous attack. Naomasa watched as the officers finally managed to get these villains locked into the prison transports, a frown on his face. Either the villain factory had resumed its operations, or this was something else entirely. Going back on the bus was almost as bad as the USJ. Mina and the rest of the class had been checked over by the police and were given Hound Dog's number with the other therapists on staff to deal with the event. They had gone through the departure in a dazed state, as if they were half asleep. It wasn't until they got back on the bus and it trundled off without Aizawa-sensei in the front that it hit them. We were nearly killed today. The bus was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Mina slumped in her seat, looking at the rest of her classmates. Even knowing that their teachers were going to be okay, everybody was shaken. It was going to be a while before she could smile. Next to her, Anjiro looked down at his clasped hands with a frustrated and stressed expression. Satu, Shiro, and Kaminari were nodding in their seats, jerking back to consciousness every now and then before trying to get back to sleep. Koda sat next to Takoyami, dark shadow wrapping its arms around them both. Shoji and Todoroki looked calm on the outside, but Todoroki gripped the guardrail in front of him tightly and Shoji's arms stretched up every now and then, an eye or ear manifesting to check on the bus. Yaoyorozu sat prim and proper but was fiddling with a Matryoshka doll that hadn't been there before. Next to her, Jiru had stuck her earjack into her phone, distractedly flicking through songs to try and distract herself. Midoriya sat pretty much where she had been before, Aoyama sitting next to her with a tight look on his face. Opposite her, Ida sat hunched up, a guilty look on his face while Uraraka tried to comfort him. You got there as quick as you could, Ida, she said, managing a brief smile. I should have been faster, Ida insisted. I can't believe I just ran and left you to fend for yourselves. Nah, you told All Might to come quick, Maida mumbled from where he clutched onto Tsuyu's arm. The frog girl didn't make any comment, only nodding quietly. Plus, we had the class president with us. Midoriya sent that Shigaraki guy flying, Kirishima said, a small grin on his face. Midoriya flinched at that, causing Kirishima to frown. Are you okay? Midoriya looked up with an anxious expression on her face. She twisted and tangled her fingers together. Yeah, I've never hit anybody that hard before, and I just ran in without thinking. Bakugo shook his head, his face neutral, almost calm compared to his typical cocky, angry demeanor. None of that crap, Midori. You saved Pinky's life with that stunt. Mina winced, the memory settling in. Right, she had almost been killed. Even though it wasn't the first time she had stared death in the face, it wasn't any less terrifying. Midoriya managed a tight little nod. Why yeah, but it was still reckless. Kirishima nodded. Right, sorry, It's fine, Kirishima, Midoriya said reassuringly. She hunched back up. Mina looked up at her large friend. A guilty feeling rose in her stomach. If she hadn't been in danger, All Might wouldn't have had his secret revealed. If there had to be anybody in the class to learn about this, though, she was kind of glad it was Midoriya. When they got back to school, she was going to take Midoriya to see All Might and clear this up. Beneath her skin, One for All's faint pulse reassured her slightly. Even if it had been a close thing with Shigaraki, she would have to get better next time. Toshinori managed to sit up when he heard Midoriya and Ashido walk in. Midoriya looked at the ground awkwardly as he looked up at her. "Hello, Midoriya." A cough built up in his throat, thankfully without any blood. These students had gone through enough today without seeing the number 1 bleed. "Hey," she shuffled her feet. "As sorry for what? Seeing me like this?" Toshinori shook his head. "If I had been there from the start, you students wouldn't have gone through everything. Still, there is no time for talking about what should have happened." Midoriya looked between them. "Ashido, you knew about All Might's, condition?" Ashido nodded, a subdued look on her face. "I saw All Might before the school year started." She nodded. I thought that was the case. I just wanted to be sure." Midoriya sucked in a deep breath. What happened?" Toshinori sighed, then pulled up his shirt. She whimpered upon seeing the massive scar tissue that stretched over his left side. 8 years ago, a villain did this to me." He let his shirt flop down, sighing. "I lost a lung and part of my digestive system." Midoriya gasped. "A villain? Did Toxic Chainsaw do that to you?" Despite the seriousness of the situation, Toshinori almost laughed at that. "You're remarkably well informed, but that lowlife." "No, it was." All for One's crimson eyes bored into his as he screamed, a tentacle that seemed to be made of drill bits and teeth tearing through his side. "My word, your master was pathetic if you're the best she could do," he sneered, just before All Might managed to pull himself in closer. "A different villain," he said. Toshinori shuddered. "You wouldn't have heard of him. Every record concerning that man has been removed." He sighed, looking down at himself. "Thanks to my injuries, I can only be a hero for 3 hours a day. And even that may not last much longer. After that last stretch of effort, it might drop to 2 or even 1. But if he told Midoriya that, then she might feel even worse about the situation." Midoriya stared at the ground for a few seconds longer. Ashido nudged her friend in the side. "Midoriya, this is nobody's fault except the villain's. And besides, that villain got beaten, right, All Might?" He managed a smile. "Right." Midoriya looked torn. I should really tell Kaken about this." Toshinori held a hand up, shaking his head. "Don't tell anybody who doesn't have to know. Please." She looked stunned. "Kaken's my best friend. He wouldn't tell anybody. If somebody knows about my condition, it may make them targets for the League of Villains." Toshinori interrupted. When she jolted at that, he looked up at her tiredly. "I do not doubt that he is trustworthy, but the knowledge of my physical condition is a heavy burden to bear. You and your friend already have enough to worry about without this on top of it." Ashido reluctantly nodded. "I wanted to tell a friend as well, Midoriya. But if I can keep this secret." She trailed off, giving Midoriya a knowing look. Midoriya looked between them, then she reluctantly nodded. "Okay, I won't tell him." A wave of tiredness came over him. Toshinori sagged back onto his bed. "All right, young Midoriya." Katsuki glanced up at Midoriya as they waited in the classroom, everybody having changed back into their school uniforms. "What kept you with All Might and Pinky?" he asked. Midori hunched up. I was just making sure that Ashido was okay," she said quietly. He looked at her oddly. "Didn't you say you were both fine or something?" he asked. She nodded awkwardly. Katsuki glared up at her. "Then what was the fucking hold-up? Why'd you go with her just now?" "I can't really tell you, Kaken." She fiddled with her hands, looking away. Katsuki's eyes widened. He snarled at her. "The fuck's the matter with you, Midori? Why can't you tell me?" "I just can't," Midori said, raising her voice a little. When he glared at her, she twisted her hands together, but her eyes were firm. He took a long, hard look at her, then sighed. Midori didn't keep secrets unless there was a good reason. While she might be a bad liar, if she didn't want to tell him something, then she wasn't saying anything no matter how much he yelled. He paused. "Fine, I won't ask. But if you need somebody's ass kicking." She managed to smile. "I know, Kaken. I'll ask you to help then." Naomasa quietly knocked on the door to Recovery Girl's office, then opened the door. "Pardon me." He tipped his hat to the elderly heroine. "The pink girl, Ashido, jolted when he entered. Is this okay?" Toshinori just laughed. "Don't worry, Ashido. This is my favorite detective on the force, Detective Tsukachi. He's known about this side of me for ages." Naomasa couldn't help but sigh. Thanks for the weird intro." He came over closer, pen and notebook in hand. "Sorry to rush you, but I want to ask about these villains. I'll go over that later. I know the students are all right, but how are 13 and Eraserhead?" Toshinori asked. 13's out of danger, and Eraserhead's arms are being seen to," Naomasa confirmed. "In all honesty, if you heroes hadn't fought so hard, then the students wouldn't have made it out unscathed." Toshinori nodded. "True, but don't forget that the students put their lives on the line as well." He shook his head in admiration. They survived a coordinated attack of that magnitude in their first year. Who knows what may happen in future? Naomasa nodded, before a frown crossed his face. Not wholly coordinated, he mused. Toshinori looked up at him sharply. What do you mean? Sitting down, Naomasa sighed. Because some of the villains are acting like that berserker we put into custody yesterday, he said. Ashido looked up, an awkward look on her face. That attack in the middle of the street. Yes, that's the one. He pinched the bridge of his nose. 3 of the villains apparently went insane and started attacking everyone and everything around them. We've sedated them and are looking for the cause, but we haven't found it. Earlier, a rather plain-looking police officer grabbed one of the villains roughly. Come on, you, he growled, spinning him around. His hand went into the villain's pocket, and he felt the syringe there. For a second, his eyes widened. Then he surreptitiously checked to see if anybody was focusing on him. When he saw nobody around, he made his move, quietly tapping it. It shrunk down to a minuscule size and he carefully removed it from the villain's pocket, slipping it into his own. Nothing in this one's pockets, he said to another officer. The villain looked at the officer, who surreptitiously nodded, then put a rough hand on the villain's shoulder and shoved him towards the van. Their holy war against the corrupt couldn't be interrupted with such things. The so-called heroes wouldn't understand that what they were doing was right. As the day drew to a close, Mezu kept looking around the room at his classmates, eyes sprouting along his arms. Even though his arms shook with the effort, he couldn't just stop keeping an eye on his classmates. Next to him, Ida had a similar look on his face. He barely blinked as Midoriya came up to him, giving him a worried smile. How are you feeling, Shoji? Mezu paused. Tired and stressed, he said. Sighing, he looked around the class again. Midoriya did so as well, a slight frown on her face. You want to keep an eye on everybody after Kurogiri took them. It wasn't a question. Mezu nodded. It was a foolish thing, but everybody was right there. And then, he stopped, unable to find the words. It hurt that he hadn't been able to keep more than a couple of his classmates in one place, and only because Kurogiri had been too distracted. She looked him in the eye, the same exhaustion that Shoji felt shining in them. I get it. I'm the class president. I'm the one who's responsible for us. And they were just gone before I could help. Even so, class president, Ida said, having gotten back some of his flair, even if his hand chopping was far more restrained than it had been that morning. We all did the only thing we could to survive such an attack, though I am ashamed of running away from my classmates. There wasn't any other way to tell the heroes to come with our phones out of commission. Mezu nodded seriously. It still hurts that the only thing I could do was keep an eye and ear out. Midoriya looked at Ida with a soft smile. Then a spark entered her eyes. Phones, she breathed. Class president. Ida looked up. She pulled out her phone, then stepped to the front of the class. The rest of the class turned to look at her. Midoriya shrank back, then steeled herself. How do people feel about a class group chat? And, sharing contact numbers, just in case. Mezu could have slapped himself for not thinking of that. It seemed so obvious, yet he hadn't thought of something so simple to try and keep in touch. Admittedly, he wasn't the most social person either, but neither was Midoriya. The class looked between each other, then Bakugo spoke up. Fuck it. That's okay with me, Midori. With that, the quiet broke. Small smiles came over people's faces as they pulled out their phones. Numbers were exchanged, even Todoroki pulling out his phone to connect. A couple of cute dog and cat pictures were shared in the meantime. Kaminari, now freshly recovered from frying his brains, helped set up the chat, and Mezu looked at the new phone numbers added to his phone with a smile on his face as their parents finally came. It wasn't perfect, but it would be good enough. A painful knot in Inko's chest unclenched when she saw her daughter alive and safe just in the classroom. Not particularly caring about how she looked, she ran over to Ikumi, grabbing her in a hug. Ikumi, you're okay. Clutching her back like she was about to disappear, Ikumi sniffed, lifting Inko clean off the ground. It's okay, Mom, I'm safe. We all are. Oh, Ikumi. Inko sniffed, feeling her eyes start to water. I was so worried. Get to high ground. Grape, Katsuki called to a shorter student. Why? A flood of tears poured from her eyes, and Ikumi joined in as they clutched each other, sobbing. With a flat expression on his face, Katsuki grabbed the short boy and lifted him onto the desk. The rest of Ikumi's class managed to hold their ground as their tears soaked the classroom before a couple of drains opened on the floor, sucking the water away. Normally Inko would have been embarrassed about crying so hard in public, but she didn't care. Not after a frantic 20 minutes where she had almost broken several road laws driving to UA with Mitsuki and Masaru. From the looks of several other parents gathered around the door, she wasn't the only one. Everybody there looked like they were about to collapse in exhaustion and relief. The tears finally dried up and Inko was gently lowered to the ground. Ikumi managed a smile. See, I'm fine. None of us got seriously hurt. We're all in one piece. Inko looked over at her daughter once more and saw how tightly she was holding herself. Did you get hurt? Ikumi hesitated, then she nodded slightly. I'm just bruised. It's fine. Inko looked at her daughter in horror. She had known in the back of her mind that her daughter was going to get hurt as a hero, whether it was from villains or natural disasters. But for it to happen so soon. You got hurt. Are you sure you're okay? Ikumi nodded, a determined glint in her eye. Yeah, we all are, especially now we've shared phone numbers. You even got Katsuki to join. Mitsuki managed, before shakily smiling at her son. Nice to see him listening to you. Katsuki didn't respond to that, simply getting ready to leave. A red and white-haired boy, that must have been Todoroki, watched Katsuki and his mother with an expression Inko couldn't place, before leaving with a young, white-haired woman with similar red streaks in her hair. Inko didn't pay too much attention, simply smiling up at Ikumi. Well, if you're keeping in contact. That's good. It is, yeah. Ikumi took a deep breath. I know you want me to come home, but can I just stay and make sure that everybody's okay? Inko looked up at her daughter's face, saw how she looked around at her classmates, before nodding. If it'll make you feel better. Midnight saw the last of Shouta's students go with their parents, smiling and waving them away with Yamada. As soon as the parents were off campus, she slumped, sighing. Yamada gave her a sympathetic look, passing her a cup of coffee. It sucks, but this is the best we can do, he stated, grabbing his own mug. She sighed, taking a sip of coffee. I know, but, God, these kids are too young for something like this. Nimari took her mask off, pinching the bridge of her nose as she took another sip. The only consolation they had was that they had captured that Namu villain, a host of D and C list villains, and there had been no fatalities. And even that was only because of All Might. They were supposed to be safe here. And they will be, Nedzu chirped from behind them. Nimari stiffened upon hearing Nedzu's voice. To the uninformed ear, Nedzu sounded happy. But there was just a slightly brittle edge to his voice that promised murder. He continued talking, almost sounding cheerful. As I said to the police, I've gotten complacent during this long period of peace. We will improve our security. In fact, I have some ideas for Power Loader. This league of villains won't be free for long. Hazashi looked at him seriously. Really? Nedzu's smile slipped for a second. He bared his teeth, fur bristling. They have tried to kill children in my care. And that was that. Despite his seemingly laissez-faire attitude to what teachers did in their classes, Nedzu took his role as an educator and principal seriously. If there was something he took even more seriously than educating students, it was protecting children, as the rather unscrupulous characters Nedzu had put away with extreme prejudice could attest to. Even though his wrath wasn't directed at her, Nimari still shivered. Then Nedzu's pleasant mask was back in place. Well, in any case, we have much to do, including preparing for the sports festival in a few weeks. Nimari started. So soon? Don't get me wrong, Nedzu. I love the festival for its youthful enthusiasm, but UAS just been attacked. Nedzu simply nodded. While I'm not entirely happy with this plan, I feel that delaying or canceling the sports festival this year would only please the League of Villains and their benefactor. We will have more security. The police have promised 5 times the security for the festival, to say nothing of increased hero presence. Hazashi shook his head slightly. Shouldn't we delay it? The principal folded his arms behind his back. And appear weak to other villains. If UA is perceived to be weak, then other villains will threaten our students. He clapped his paws together. So we're going to put on a show of strength, browbeat these thugs. She could see the logic of that. Not that it mattered when the students' health and well-being was at risk. Those students could have been killed. Nimari hadn't felt so unable to help people in a long time. Not since. She shoved those feelings down. Looking at Hazashi's grimace, she knew that he'd thought something similar. Nedzu gave them a sympathetic look. UA will support these students and the rest as best we can, he said. Nimari had to hope that it would be enough for these kids. Ikumi blearily woke up to bright morning sunshine and the sound of birdsong. She glanced over at her alarm clock and jolted up in a panic. Is it this late? Why didn't I? Then Ikumi remembered what Midnight had said before Mom had picked her up. Right, school's cancelled today. She flopped back on her bed, staring at the ceiling in her bedroom, before managing to push herself up. As she got dressed under the confident stares and smiles of the hero posters on her wall, primarily Gang Orca and All Might, she sighed. After what she'd seen at the USJ, All Might's smile didn't seem so reassuring. Not after knowing he could only fight for a few hours a day after extensive injuries like that. It wasn't like she didn't know the risks of being a hero. Natural disasters and villain attacks weren't known for being gentle, but it was another thing to see how badly All Might had been hurt. Villains had attacked her class to try and kill All Might and her classmates, and the villain that had almost done it had torn through her defenses like it was nothing. Not just that, but All Might had injuries that meant he couldn't be a hero for more than a couple of hours a day. She shuddered. If anything, that latter revelation was almost the scariest thing about yesterday, because it meant that All Might was weak, vulnerable. That explains why he was so rushed after the sludge villain. At least, she murmured, pulling on a pair of shorts. But even if it explained why All Might had acted that way, it didn't provide much comfort, only an explanation. Dusting off her plain white t-shirt with shirt written on it, Ikumi took another look at the heroes on her walls, a resolved expression forming. After eating, showering, and sleeping, she had managed to get her head mostly straight about everything that had happened. The suddenness of the attack, the brutality of the League of Villains, and that particularly feral shark villain from the lake. It had been terrifying, and the attack had only increased her resolve to be a hero. Ever since she'd learned what heroes were and had seen All Might save over 1,000 people from that burning building, Ikumi had known what she wanted to be. She had admired them, and wanted nothing more than to be like All Might and Gang Orca as they saved people, inspired others to act and help the world, and stopped villains from harming others. And Ikumi had tried her best to stand up for what was right, fighting against bullies and standing up for people who couldn't fight back. Knowing that All Might wasn't able to be a hero like he used to due to his injuries scared Ikumi. She couldn't deny that. But she also couldn't deny that standing against Shigaraki and those villains to try and protect her classmates hadn't been the right thing to do, or that she wouldn't do so again in a heartbeat. No matter how scared she was, she couldn't just back down and let villains like Shigaraki have their way. Villains like him were ultimately just bullies trying to push other people around. Ikumi had a lot of experience pushing those people back. Ikumi, it's breakfast time. Coming. Ikumi left her room, a smile on her face. Coming back to 1A's homeroom felt weird after the USJ, but seeing Ada sitting at his desk with his serious school face put Ikumi at ease. First one here as always, Ada, she said as the rest of their classmates filed in with varying levels of enthusiasm. Of course, Ada practically vibrated. As students at the most famous hero school in Japan, we must strive to live up to UA's high expectations. Part of that includes being in class 10 minutes before it starts. I don't think anybody expects that much, not even Aizawa-sensei's that strict, Ikumi thought. Still, she was happy to see Ida back in his slightly overbearing state. Looking at her classmates, she cleared her throat. Well, homeroom's about to start, so make sure you're all seated. No probs, class pres. Zero gave her a thumbs up. The rest of the class made similar noises, most people already sitting in their places. Double-checking to make sure that was true, Ikumi sat down. She half wondered if Aizawa-sensei was going to be back today or if he was going to be taking a break. That question was answered when the door slid open, and Aizawa-sensei walked through, one arm in a sling but otherwise no worse for wear. Tsuyu and Minta let out a small sigh of relief as he looked out at the class. Morning. Good morning, sensei, they said, just happy to see him in the class. He swept a tired eye over them, before apparently being satisfied. Sensei. Yaoyorozu put her hand up hesitantly. Are you sure you should be teaching with a broken arm? He gave her in the class a flat stare. I told recovery girl I would be fine, but she insisted I stagger the healing process since I have that luxury. However, my well-being isn't what's important. After all, your battle is far from over. As one, the class tensed up. Ikumi clasped her hands together anxiously. What was Aizawa or Yue planning? Aizawa-sensei narrowed his eyes. The Yue Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. The class let out a collective breath. That's so ordinary, Kaminari cried. She couldn't see Zero's face, but his shoulders tensed up. Wait, is this such a good idea after being attacked by villains? The principal thinks it's necessary to show that our crisis management protocols are up to date to stop other villain attacks like that. Aizawa gave them a steely stare. We are aware of the risk, so there's going to be about 5 times the police presence this year compared to normal, not to mention the heroes in the stadium. Ikumi was barely aware that the entire class was listening closely, Aizawa giving them a small, leering grin. The UA Sports Festival is not an event that can be cancelled by a few villains. She couldn't help but wonder how the other classes were taking this information. Our sports festival cannot be cancelled by the actions of a few villains. Toguro grinned when he heard Kan-sensei say that, their teacher giving them a determined frown. This was the kind of stuff he'd signed up for when he became a student. If he'd heard that UA was going to back down from a couple of villains, then he would have probably transferred. The rest of the class mostly shared that sentiment. Of course it can't be cancelled just like that. Monoma crowed, a huge grin on his face. After all, this is our great chance to show the heroes out there what we can do. Over at the front of the class, Kendo grinned. A UA Sports Festival really captures people's imaginations. Though I have to admit, me and my family still watch the Olympics when they happen. After all, they are a contest of strength and skill several hundred years old. If you like that kind of thing, I guess. But the Olympics has so many restrictions on how quirks are allowed to be used. It just results in all the same quirks being seen, Monoma muttered. He's got you there, Setsuna cackled, brushing off Kendo's dirty look. Seriously. The Olympics have so many restrictions that you only see enhancer quirks, maybe a heteromorph if you're lucky. Barely any variety. Toguro snorted as he remembered that. He'd watched the Olympics ages ago, and he had to admit he couldn't really see the appeal. Some countries still held the Olympics in high regard, at least Greece did. He remembered that much from one of Ikumi's mumble storms. Kan just shook his head. Getting back to the sports festival itself. This is a huge opportunity for you to sell yourselves to heroes. Depending on how well you do, you may be picked up for an internship by a big-name hero. Just remember, you only have 3 chances to make an impression. Use them wisely. The class went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then Tetsu threw a fist in the air, a manly grin on his face. Hell yeah, we're gonna go plus ultra, sensei, he crowed, Kendo chuckling at the display. Kan sensei just sighed. In any case, you have 2 weeks to prepare for the sports festival. Don't forget to do your best. Monoma grinned at that. And if we can take out the arrogant one, then that will be even better. Tagaru glared at Monoma. Wait, arrogant? Where'd you get that idea? The other boy sniffed haughtily. Well, they're so proud of how they dealt with a villain attack. No, they're really not. Monoma actually looked surprised at that, before responding. What makes you so sure of that? The rest of the class looked over, curious as to how Tagaru was going to respond. He hesitated, but pushed forwards. Unlike you, I actually know some people in 1A. Neither of them were bragging about the USJ. When he had gone back to the apartment, he'd caught a glimpse of Midoriya and Bakugo. Midoriya had looked like she was about to collapse from exhaustion, red-eyed and drained. And Bakugo, surprisingly, hadn't responded to his barbs beyond a "we beat up villains." Tagaru just glared right into Monoma's eyes. Maybe you should actually get over yourself and talk to them rather than making assumptions. Monoma looked somewhat contrite. Okay, so maybe not all of them are boasting about it. Then his smirk came back. But nevertheless, the rest of them have to be proud of such a jumpstart to their careers. Kendo just facepalmed at that declaration. Tagaru slumped back down as Kan called the class to order. Well, he'd tried. But if Monoma talked smack about his rival and other buddy, he might have to cut Monoma down to size. Before homeroom finished and his class could leave, Shouta made eye contact with Midoriya and Ashido, gesturing for them to stay. Before you leave, a word. Midoriya flinched at that, head bowed. Ashido gave him a troubled look, the rest of the class filing out. When everybody was gone, Shouta looked them both in the eye. At the USJ, when All Might was being attacked by the Namu, you ran into the middle of an active combat situation, despite me ordering you to regroup with your classmates. Why? Because All Might have needed help and I didn't think about it. My legs just moved on their own, Midoriya muttered, looking like she wanted to sink into the ground. Ashido simply nodded, guilt written all over her face. What she said. Shouta sighed. I see. He gave them both a stern glare. Now, that was a good, heroic thing to do. I won't punish you for trying to help people. Midoriya let out a shaky breath, then jerked up as he continued. However, you put yourselves in danger when All Might was handling the situation and disobeyed an order made to protect you and your fellow students. If things had gone wrong, then neither of us would have been able to help. And they nearly did. But they didn't. Ashido cried, almost getting up from her desk. We were able to help. Yes, but you took far too great a risk when you tried to attack Shigaraki and Namu. Shouta sighed. It was a mess of a situation that none of you should have been put through, but mistakes happen, and in future I would prefer if you didn't make that mistake again. Are we getting punished for running in? Midoriya asked softly, almost too quietly to hear. She hunched over as much as she was physically able. Shouta shook his head. While you have damaged my trust in you for disobeying an order like that, going through a traumatic situation like this is punishment enough. Midoriya jerked her head up, staring at him with tears in her eyes. Ashido gave him a similarly wide-eyed look. Just remember that when your teachers give you an order like that, it is for you and your classmates' safety. Understood? When Midoriya and Ashido both nodded, clearly processing what he'd said, he nodded stiffly. Good. Now, make sure you get to your next class. Watching them leave, he pinched the bridge of his nose. This class was probably going to be the death of him. When modern literature was over, Ikumi got nudged by Kaken, who had been waiting to interrogate her over the entire period. What Aizawa-sensei want? Ikumi chose not to comment on him not giving Aizawa a nickname. He just wanted to lecture me and Mina about running at the fight. I'm not in trouble, she hastily added upon seeing Kaken frown. Still can't believe you didn't tell me you got punched by that thing until later, Kaken grumbled. Ikumi winced. Kaken had gotten in her face about that when they had gotten home. I know. I just didn't want you to worry. I was fine. Bullshit, you were fine. You said it got through your quirk. Fuck's sake. Took me ages to get through it. Kaken shot back. Bruised is. Fine. Ikumi shrank away from Kaken glaring at her. Okay, enough with the arguing. Kirishima shouted. I mean, sure, the USJ was scary, but now we've got a chance to really show our stuff. Indeed, Ada boomed, and Ikumi felt a bit bad about snorting when he started doing a little dance. This is our chance to add our names to the ranks of the greatest heroes of Japan, so we should all be in high yet school-approved spirits. I know that, but, Midoriya, Ida. Ikumi was startled when Uraraka turned to face them, a determined frown on her face. Let's do our best at the sports festival. What's with the serious look, Uraraka? Mina asked. Normally you're just really cheerful. Uraraka ignored that comment, throwing a fist in the air. Hey, everyone, I'm gonna crush it. Ikumi and a couple of other people in the class copied the gesture, some more enthusiastically than others. But she had to admit, she completely got why Uraraka was so excited. Ikumi had watched the UA festival almost every year, starry-eyed at seeing all these future heroes prove themselves. Mina stared at All Might with wide eyes, a dark pit opening in her stomach. When All Might had asked her to have lunch just when she was about to interrogate Uraraka, she hadn't expected bad news quite like this. Wait, you're down to just over an hour a day. All Might nodded with a solemn expression. My time limit's growing shorter by the day, since I transferred One for All. I'm trying to restrict myself so that I can teach you students. But it's hard to ignore people in need. He chuckled darkly. Ironically, that almost happened with the USJ. She looked down at her knees. A part of her felt horrible that All Might couldn't keep going like he used to. Oh no, should I give it back or? He shook his head sharply. What's done is done. I knew that this would happen when I gave you One for All. It's just happening a bit quicker than I thought it would since I've pushed myself so much. All Might pointed at her directly. Back to the matter of the sports festival. How much of One for All do you feel you can use? Mina held up a fist, letting One for All fire up. Pink lightning sparked along it as she thought about it. About 5-6%, maybe a bit more. She winced when she said that. When All Might had said that he could use it at full force when he got it, she had felt terrible for not being able to use it like he could. Like she had failed him as a student. All Might gave her a thumbs up. That's good. You don't have to master it right away. Just being able to use it without blowing your limbs off is good enough for me. That made her feel a little better, but not by much. I know. I still feel like I should be able to use more, but I really don't want my limbs to pop off. Combined with your existing quirk, you should have no trouble with the sports festival. All Might gave her a shrewd look. You know how the sports festival works, right? Mina laughed. Yeah, totally. We get mashed up with the other courses and then do some preliminary challenges to compete, right? There's more to it than that, but yes, those are the basics. All Might pointed at her dramatically. But back to the matter at hand. Be sure to give it your all. Mina grinned. Of course, All Might Sensei. Wasn't planning on giving anything less. She paused. Though I kinda wonder why when I've already got you for a mentor. All Might coughed up blood as he laughed. Just because I'm your mentor, it doesn't mean you can slack off like that. He gave her a serious look. There's only a tiny difference between those who always aim for the top and those who don't, but once you debut as a hero, that difference will matter. She looked him in the eye, a determined smile on her face. Trust me, All Might. I always give it my all. Maybe not on Bakugo level, but close enough. Round cheeks squeaked when she opened the door to leave. What's going on? Katsuki took a glance out the door, where a bunch of people from other classes had gathered, staring in like they were on TV and blocking pink cheeks and glasses from leaving. Why are there so many people out here? Grape bitch whined. Isn't it obvious? They're scoping out the competition. Katsuki stomped to the front, keeping as nice an expression on his face as he could. We're the class that survived a villain attack. Of course they want to check us out before the festival. He glared at them contemptuously. Not that it matters. Piss off, losers. Midori gasped, a hand clasped to her mouth. Kaken. The mass of people in the corridor looked pissed off. Not like he had much respect for people who wanted to gawk at him and the rest of the class like they were there for their entertainment. Behind him, Glasses let out a huge gasp. Bakugo, please refrain from calling people you don't know losers. It is unbecoming of a hero student. Wow, are all the kids in the hero course like this? Katsuki felt his temper spike as somebody pushed their way to the front. A tall, skinny guy with messy purple hair and dark bags under his eyes came forwards, a disinterested leer on his face. Hitoshi sized up the guy who had opened the door, blonde-haired and perpetually angry. This guy, Bakugo, was everything that he really hated. He could see it written all over him. The guy had a powerful quirk that let him breeze through the entire exam. Cause I gotta say, he cast a disinterested eye over the people he could see, before deliberately locking eyes with him. I'm not impressed if this is the best you can do. Bakugo glared at him. You clearly have something really interesting to say, so say it. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. I do, yeah. See, those of us who couldn't make it through the hero course get shuffled off to the other courses. There's quite a few of us who weren't able to break robots as well as you guys. Hitoshi's eyes bored into Bakugo's and the other hero students. But if we do well in the sports festival, we could get moved up into the hero course. And as I understand it, the reverse is true as well. Bakugo grinned at that. Is that a challenge, zombie? Hitoshi raised an eyebrow at that. A challenge? Sure, you can see it that way. I see this as a great chance to knock you hero course students off your pedestals. Oh, our pedestals. Midoriya poked her head around the corner, an awkward look on her face. A couple of people in the crowd looked a bit shocked. And if he hadn't already met her, he would have shared their stunned reaction. It wasn't every day you met somebody as tall as Midoriya even in this increasingly superhuman society. Yep, Hitoshi managed to leer in her general direction. Consider this a declaration of war. Honestly, he didn't have much of an issue with Midoriya. People with complex mutations like her got almost as much flack as people with villainous quirks like his in the city. Bakugo glanced back at Midoriya. I got this, Midori. She raised an eyebrow, but simply nodded as Bakugo turned back. Nice to see you've got some balls at least. More than the rest of these losers at least. The rest of the crowd gasped, offended. Hitoshi wasn't sure how to take that other than a raised eyebrow. Bakugo leered. You try and topple me at the festival, you zombie-looking fucker. What do you mean, we don't have balls? Hitoshi winced when he saw some gray-haired guy with sharp teeth push his way forwards. He glared at Bakugo with an angry snarl on his face. Just because we haven't issued our own manly challenges yet, doesn't mean we don't have balls. Speaking of, I want to ask you guys about that villain attack. Bakugo glared at the guy, but Midoriya stepped forwards. Why do you want to ask us about that? I want to hear more about it, that's why. Spiky-haired guy grinned at her. My name's Tetsu. See, I'm from 1B next door, and I've got my own declaration of war for 1B. But first, I wanted to hear more about how you guys fought those villains. How'd it go? Midoriya winced. I don't think that we really want to talk much about the attack itself. Tetsu frowned. What? But you guys fought villains. Shouldn't you be proud that you did such a cool thing in the first week? Midoriya stomped forwards, and Hitoshi suddenly became very, very aware that Midoriya could loom. Kaken backed down as she stomped forwards. She glared Tetsu down, the gray-haired boy shrinking away. It wasn't cool, what we did. We barely got out alive thanks to All Might. If he hadn't been there, we could have been killed. He flinched at that. Ikumi pushed forwards, stepping forward. The crowd collectively backed off. Right now isn't a very good time for us to talk about the attack. Just, please understand that. Maybe somebody else wants to talk about it, but I really don't. Tetsu, at a loss for words, looked at the floor. I'm sorry, he muttered, browbeaten into submission. That's okay. Just save it for another time and I think we'll be able to talk about it. It's too soon for that. As she wound down, she was aware that everybody was staring at her. Ikumi squirmed as they looked at her. Oh, and she could see now that some of them must have backed away when she walked up. Ikumi glanced back desperately at Kaken, who simply gave her a thumbs up. Shrinking down as much as she could, she gave the group outside a desperate look, her heart pounding in her ears. Please, can we save this for the festival? The crowd looked at each other, then went away with nervous looks. Shinsu looked up at her for a moment longer, then sauntered off with the rest of them. As soon as everybody went, she slumped down, sighing in relief. Oh God, that was so stressful, she moaned. With the way clear, the rest of the class started to make their way out. Suyu looked at her with a sideways glance and raised eyebrow. You faced off against a bunch of villains in the shipwreck zone. This seems pretty minor in comparison. Kaken shook his head, patting Ikumi on the back. Get up, Midori. Stop giving a shit about them. Kirishima looked at him awkwardly. Dude, you know you probably got us a hate-dem with those answers, right? I mean, those guys. Why do they matter? Ikumi and Kirishima looked up sharply as Kaken said that. Me and Midori are aiming for the top, and the rest of you fought actual villains. Why should we care what they think? With those words, he left. Ikumi couldn't help but stare at her best friend as he left. Behind her, she heard Kirishima sigh dramatically. Damn it, Bakugo's so straightforward and manly, he cried, clenching a fist. As the rest of the class agreed with Kirishima, Ikumi looked at Kaken as he turned, glaring at her roughly. Well, you coming? Shaking herself, Ikumi left. Coming. Hopefully the sports festival would help everybody feel better after being attacked by villains. Just after the USJ attack, Kamino, Tamura woke up snarling with rage and pain. His whole body ached, centered on his chest and head, but the pain was secondary to the rage he felt at being robbed of a hero kill. Where's that cheating bitch? The short doctor yelped, waving at him to lie back down. Tamura, you've just been in surgery, you should still be unconscious. From the darkness, Sensei chuckled. My, doctor, never underestimate the power of hatred. With that, Tamura stiffened, managing to calm himself. Sensei, he winced as a spike of pain shot through his body. Kurogiri hovered over him. Are you all right, Tamura? I'm fine, he muttered. Sensei strode forwards, his oxygen mask wheezing as he took a breath. Looking around the room, he could see it was the medical lab where the weird doctor did his health checkups. The headless body of the team killer was draped on the table next to him while the doctor looked him over. It was quite touch and go, but Dr. Garaki has done admirable work. Indeed, the rotund little healer sighed, flicking through his notes. You have suffered extensive trauma to the stomach, lungs and liver, and your spleen has ruptured. Your ribcage is also badly fractured, and a couple of bone splinters have pierced your lungs. Not to mention the extensive bruising. He waved a hand over Tamura's shirtless chest. where a huge, reddish-purple blotch roughly shaped like the imprint of a fist stretched over the center of his body on the point of impact. He shook his head admiringly. Just a bit harder or higher, and you would have been killed outright. Sensei patted Tamura on the shoulder while he stewed in impotent rage. I have to admit, I didn't expect something like this from you trying to kill All Might like that, even if I didn't think you would succeed. Tamura stared at Sensei, unable to believe what he heard. You thought I couldn't do it. All Might. He gripped his sheets in a white-hot rage. Well, no wonder everything went wrong. First, All Might didn't show up. Then I had to deal with members of my league going berserk, and now this shit. Sensei glanced over at the headless body in the lab. Oh, yes, Kurogiri said this was the body of one of these berserkers. Yeah, Kurogiri said that they were just aggressive for no reason, Tamura managed. You think it's some bad trigger or something? Didn't you do something weird with trigger in Kamino, Sensei? Doctor, we did do a lot of studies on trigger, yes, and it does sound similar. Nevertheless, I'll do testing on the body later, the doctor huffed. Tamura growled. Yes, the body's probably important. But you know what, Sensei? You lied. All Might is still as strong as he was before. Sensei shook his head. No, he is definitely weaker. But you made a mistake, Tamura. You underestimated him, and paid for it by him injuring you so. All Might didn't do this. Tamura rasped. When Sensei didn't say anything, he continued. I was trying to kill this pink hero student, not even provoking her, and this huge green shark fox girl charged and went to punch me. I tried to gank her, but I couldn't touch her due to some bullshit hacks. The doctor glanced up. That Quirk, really? Tamura stared at the doctor. You know that hacking bitch. Oh, indeed I do. The doctor sighed, a mournful look on his face. I briefly met her in my civilian identity. Such a shame that I wasn't able to acquire a sample of her quirk. A quirk like that, so close to singularity. It would have been perfect. Tamura didn't care for this. I don't care how cool her quirk is. She stopped me from killing All Might and killing another hero brat. Sensei. He stiffened when he heard the short, clipped tone of Sensei's voice. That is quite enough, Tamura. With a click, Tamura's jaw snapped shut. Sensei tousled his hair in a paternal fashion, a smirk on his face. In any case, Tamura, what's done is done. You must rest. For the next time you act, the world will know of the terror you represent. When she heard the news about the sports festival, Inko couldn't help but be alarmed. It was subtle, but the way her hands trembled as she tried to eat was a dead giveaway. They're holding the sports festival after a villain attack like that. Ikumi nodded, poking at the pile of pork and rice in her bowl. Looking at Inko's anxious expression, she winced. Yeah, I was nervous as well, but Principal Nedzu doesn't want people to think that UAS afraid of villains attacking. Isashi shook his head. I don't really understand that line of logic. Then again, I'm not a super genius like Nedzu. Inko twisted the hem of her shirt. Is Principal Nedzu sure that this is the best idea? I don't know. Seeing Inko's expression, Ikumi hastened to reassure her. But Principal Nedzu's making sure that there will be more heroes and police at the festival this year. That didn't make Inko feel relieved. If anything, it just made her worried. She fiddled with her napkin, twisting it in her hands. If you're sure, it just seems a bit irresponsible, that's all. Maybe it is, Hisashi agreed, before turning to Ikumi. But you can't hide away from risks like this all the time, especially if Ikumi wants to be a hero. She frowned, looking at Ikumi with a worried expression. I just want you to be safe at school, Ikumi. Not worrying about maniacs trying to kill you. I know, Mum. Ikumi gave her a determined look. Inko had seen that look a few times before, always when focusing on why Ikumi wanted to be a hero. But I don't want to back down because of the League of Villains. Hisashi chuckled at that, a huge, sharp-toothed grin on his face. There's my girl. He had to stand up to ruffle his daughter's hair affectionately. She squirmed, trying to get away. Come on, Dad. I mean it. You're going to beat them all into the ground out there. Hisashi beamed at her. Ikumi managed to duck under his hand. But what if I mess up? She blanched, slumping over and holding her head tightly. Oh, no. I'm going to be on national TV and everybody in the country's going to be watching me. Inko reached across the table to put a reassuring hand on her daughter's, uncaring of how small her hand was in comparison. For all her worrying, she did her best not to stifle her daughter and set aside her own worries to offer some reassurance. Ikumi, I know I'm stressed about how sudden this festival is. Slight understatement on her part, but it's just a sports festival. But it's one of the biggest events in Japan. Ikumi whined. Her breath quickened as well as the tempo of her speech. If I do poorly, it's going to affect what internships I get. Inko shook her head, giving her daughter a reassuring smile. Don't worry so much about it. You still have 2 more years at UA to make a big impression on them. Your father is right that you're going to be amazing. Just do your best and try to have fun. She emphasized that last piece of advice with a gentle petting of her wrist. Ikumi looked down at her plate, before returning with her own small, hesitant smile. Oh, okay, Mum. I know, sweetie. Now, how about the rest of your day? Inko knew that this wasn't going to be enough. Her daughter's class had been attacked by villains so early in the school year already. She wanted nothing more than to take her out and put her into a course that wasn't going to attract attention from maniacs like the League of Villains. But at the same time, Inko knew that Ikumi had wanted nothing more than to be a hero, not just to help people, but to inspire them. Seeing Ikumi's face light up as she talked about her classmates and meeting with the other class presidents to discuss the sports festival, Inko knew that Ikumi was where she was always meant to be. Minoru groaned as he walked to the bus stop. "Man, the hero class is busting my balls," he grumbled, rubbing his head. Tsuyu barely reacted as they went on their way. "We are having to make up for a rescue training trip we never actually did," Tsuyu commented bluntly. Walking home with a girl was different from what he'd expected it to be. Maybe it was because both of them had been threatened by a homicidal maniac who could disintegrate people by touching them. He had half expected some hijinks of some kind to have happened like in anime. Yeah, but we're also having to work hard for the festival on top of heroics. And I know we gotta work hard for it. The memory of Aizawa with a face serious as the grave threatening expulsion loomed in his mind, making him shudder. But does it have to be so intense all the time? Tsuyu gave him a flat stare. You could have transferred out of the hero course if it's too much. Minoru briefly paused as his mind wandered back to after the initial attack, after the USJ. In the privacy of his own room, Minoru looked at the paperwork in front of him. "All right, Minoru, you got this," he muttered. "Yeah, it's just a transfer form to general studies." The official letterhead of UA seemed to taunt him as he stared at it. He giggled. "Yep, just gotta fill this out and give it to my dad, so he can send it to UA." After the USJ, he had been terrified. There was no way he was going back to being a hero student. No way at all. "It's just a little thing," he muttered. "You can do it. You're weak, pathetic, uncool. You've fantasized about every girl in class." His pen shook in his grip. The thought of him having to face a villain again gave him a cold, dreadful anxiety that creeped like cobwebs down his spinal column. "You look like a baby in spandex in that costume. Just run away. Like you always do." Minoru gripped his pen tighter, the fragile plastic almost threatening to shatter under his grip. Everybody will understand. I'm just not cut out for it. At least Tsuyu and class pres Midoriya. They'll understand. I can live with being a coward. Right. With that, he made up his mind. He stared at the papers, then in one swift motion, grabbed them and crumpled them into a ball. "Oh, no," he whimpered as he dropped them into the bin. In the present, Minoru sighed. "Alas, unfortunately, I'm too good a person for that." Tsuyu gave him an odd look, which he ignored. But anyway, we've got trains to catch." "You're kind of weird, Minta," she said bluntly. Still, she actually walked with him to the train station. And she wasn't beating him up for looking at her, so that was nice. Later that evening, Minoru felt even more confident when he hoisted that trophy. After giving up his chance of living a normal life where he wasn't at the mercy of crazy villains trying to kill school kids barely into their first week of high school, Minoru wanted nothing more than to grab that opportunity the first chance he could. It was a strange thing to admit, but Mezu had never used his phone very much before going to UA. Apart from keeping contact with his parents and the few friends he had made, there just hadn't been the need. Back in the countryside, there hadn't been any kids who had actually wanted to talk to him. The few children who had come close had usually been taken away. Him and his parents had never been much for things that weren't strictly necessary. Mezu didn't understand how other people could hold on to so much clutter. His family had books they read, a couple of laptops for work, utensils and cooking equipment, and mobile phones to keep in contact. The times he had gone over to a friend's house, he had been surprised at how much stuff other people seemed to need. He had known at UA would be different since it was a major city. But he was still surprised and happy at how open the other students in his class were and how they just saw him as another person rather than a freak with cursed blood. After a harsh set in the gym to try and prepare for the sports festival, he pushed himself up, mopping his brow before opening his phone. It was an older model, reinforced to handle his increased strength and just knew enough to run the group chat Kaminari had chosen. He couldn't help but sigh as he scrolled to the messages. The electric student had been affronted when he had seen how outdated his operating system was. "Dude, my man, why? You need to update your phone like 10 times. You don't even have any games on here, man. Why? I never needed my phone to do anything else before," he'd replied. At Kaminari's outraged stare, he'd simply shrugged. "It sends texts and can make phone calls as I need to. I've never really wanted to have games on my phone either." Kaminari had stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. But apart from asking Mezu how he could live life if he didn't have games on his phone, he hadn't acted like Mezu was odd for not wanting apps. Just downloading the group chat app seemed like a reasonable measure. That, and it made it easier to communicate with the rest of the class. He had used it a couple of times to ask for help with homework. He opened the app, scrolling through the comments and posts his classmates had made. Crimson Manly. "Hey Koda, could we get a cute animal pic in here, man? No reason, I just want to look at cute animals. Bunny fan, here you go. Bunny fan. Mazu opened the picture and was rewarded with a picture of several kittens lying in a huge heap, their tiny eyes shut in sleep. A couple of them stared at the camera with huge eyes, enough to melt the toughest hearts. Shadow Darkness 616. The eternal darkness of my soul has been quenched by such overwhelming light. Dance it, is so cute. Gang Orca. Fan, I just want to hug them all. Where do you find these, Coda? Human Taser, how many cute animal pics do you even have, man? Human Taser, like you've posted 100 pics or something. Big guns, big hugs. I haven't seen any duplicates. They're very cute. Ingenium Fan 1. These are indeed adorable kittens, Coda. Mizo shook his head, turning his phone off. It was definitely a different experience from when he was growing up. Even though middle school had been better than his hometown, people had still looked at him like he was something unusual. Time and again, UA was proving to be something different. Toshinori had to admit. There was a certain irony to using All Might's tower for a covert meeting with his friend Detective Tsukachi. But, he reasoned, taking a sip of coffee, who would poke around his tower in Tokyo when All Might was currently teaching at UA? Who would think that All Might was so weak that he looked anything like Toshinori when not using his quirk? So Toshinori could casually meet Detective Tsukachi in the middle of his own agency, hidden in plain sight. Just a pair of office workers talking business, nothing suspicious. He sighed, poking at the tiny slider he had ordered rather than the small mountain of bread and meat he could have eaten in his prime. Have you found anything out about this League of Villains? Tsukachi shook his head. As I said at UA, there's nothing on these men. We're doing DNA tests on the blood Shigaraki left behind, but it's still going to take a week or so before we can report anything concrete. Toshinori hadn't gotten his hopes up in that regard. He grunted, switching to the other matter on his mind. And has anything changed with Yokoyama? At that, Tsukachi looked even more tired. The doctors are monitoring him, but he hasn't had any positive change. He pinched the bridge of his nose. But for his safety and ours, anybody displaying the same symptoms has been put into a quirk-induced coma. He shifted uncomfortably. That seems rather severe, Tsukachi. I know, Toshinori, but we don't have a choice. Tsukachi sighed. Otherwise they're going to tear themselves apart trying to attack anybody they can see. It's that bad. Tsukachi nodded grimly. They're still as aggressive as they were the day the League attacked. He frowned. We've checked their systems, flushed their systems clean of trigger or any other psychoactive drug, and they're still in a murderous rage. The MRIs we've done show no sign of brain damage or infection that could explain this rage, which means, whatever it is caused by a quirk. Toshinori looked at his friend with concern. So what are you planning to do? For the moment, we're keeping them sedated and monitoring their condition while keeping the press away from them. Tsukachi sighed. And we're going to keep an eye out for any trigger deals that are going down. He took a small bite of his slider, forcing it down. Have you gotten any other leads? Tsukachi shook his head, jabbing a finger at the reports in front of him. The photos in there were mostly focused on the USJ. The biggest common factor these photos had was how much red was in each. No, not yet. We've been interviewing the other C and D grade villains about what happened, and their stories are consistent. The affected just started acting aggressively and attacking everybody around them all of a sudden. Toshiri hummed. I can see why they thought it was a reprisal of the villain factory. Still, a thought struck him. Did these villains see anybody get close to those afflicted before they started attacking? The only ones who were willing to talk to us weren't close enough to see if anybody had administered a drug. Anybody close enough was usually the first victim, Tsukachi noted grimly. Still, we'll keep asking questions. We're going to find whoever was responsible for making an innocent like Yokoyama a murderer. Toshinori nodded, glad to hear it. It wasn't perfect, but the law did make provision for a person who had been forced to commit a crime or act of villainy under the influence of another quirk. It had had to adapt like that, ever since villains like Dictator had taken center stage by taking over entire crowds and forcing them to attack others. That and the Villain Factory incident Tsukachi had helped to resolve had provided key legislation changes. Good luck, Tsukachi. As Tsukachi got up, he paused. Toshi, do you think that it could be him behind the League of Villains? At that, Toshinori stiffened, before slumping. It does make a certain amount of sense. He admitted, only he would know, truly, that I was weaker than my prime. He just had to hope that All for One wasn't behind this, even as his side screamed in agony. Remembering the villain's sneering face just before he had retaliated, he had to cling to the hope it wasn't him. Upon seeing Toshinori's face, Tsukachi sighed. Don't worry, Toshinori. We're all behind you for this. That small statement provided little comfort for him. He just had to hope that he had enough strength to deal with whatever horrors came next. Tagaru grinned at his friend, rival Bakugo at the door to UAS gyms. Fancy seeing you here, Bakugo. Bakugo just grunted at him. Stabby, he muttered, glaring at him. Fuck off. Yeah, nice to see you too. Anyway, let's see if UAS gym deserves the praise. Tagaru pushed the door open and stared at the room beyond. Whoa, next to him, Bakugo had a similar reaction. Scowl wiped off his brow to be replaced with a wide-eyed look. When they said UAS facilities were world-class, they weren't kidding. Everything gleamed like it was new. Every piece of equipment seemed to be designed to shift through multiple sizes. As Tagaru watched, a student tapped a panel on the wall and it unfolded into a new set of exercise equipment. They stared for a few seconds before Bakugo shook himself. Right, gotta train now, he grunted, stomping off to the lockers. You can go run on a treadmill or some shit. Tagaru followed, throwing his change of clothes in a locker. He turned around, strapping on his Fitbit. Alright, Bakugo, you go train. I just thought of a way to make training more interesting, though. What is it, Stabby? He grinned, pointing at a screen nearby. You're signed in with UAS Fitness Tracker to show how much effort we've made in a session, right? Bakugo raised an eyebrow as he continued. So, whoever has the most points has to buy the other guy a drink from the vending machine. Bakugo scoffed at that. I ain't here for loser shit like that, Stabby. Oh, why's that? Tagaru grinned with faux innocence. Are you not taking the challenge because you know you'll lose? He grinned when he saw his frenemy stiffen. Oh, you wanna go? Bakugo strapped his own Fitbit on, tapping on his phone furiously to access UAS server. Smirking, Tagaru stretched and started limbering up. Someone was going to finish the day with a lighter wallet. And Tagaru was sure it wasn't going to be him. To Ikumi's sensitive hearing, the sound of people exercising came from a couple of blocks away. Picking up her gym bag, Ikumi opened the doors. Ducking through the small door, she craned her neck, looking at the other people there. For people who were a normal height, this gym would have been huge. For Ikumi and the others who exercised here, it was a reasonably cozy space. Part of that was due to the oversized equipment, built to withstand the intense pressures of oversized people. The gym had seen better days, and some of the equipment was dingy, but it was a well-loved place. Hey everybody, she smiled, heading over to the lockers. Here and UA were the only gyms that she knew of that actually had lockers big enough to hold her stuff. A couple of other people on the machines and mats looked up, returning her greeting before returning to their workouts. Hey, it's Midoriya. How have you been, kid? Ikumi looked up at the gym's owner as she put her stuff away. I've been alright, Hamasaki-sensei. She stretched, adjusting the plain white shirt that displayed exercise shirt proudly. I'm just here to get some extra training in for the sports festival. The huge tiger man hummed. Glad to see you back, Midoriya. Though I thought you'd be using UAS gym. Hamasaki sighed, briefly daydreaming about the world-class exercise equipment. I've only seen pictures of what they've got, and I wish I could get more. Ikumi shrugged. I just feel more comfortable working out here, that's all. It was at this gym that she had really started to push herself to attain her dream of being a hero. Maybe she would go to UAS gym with Kaken eventually, but this was where she had gotten her start. He grinned. Itagirl, anything in particular for your session today? She managed a smile. I'm trying to get ready for UAS Sports Festival, so. Hamasaki bared his teeth, looking her over. If you want it, for the next 2 weeks I'll put you through the ringer, Ikumi. So get warmed up properly and we're gonna get started. Ikumi nodded, walking over to the bikes to begin her session. Adjusting the seat so she could sit comfortably, she started her warm-up, lightly cycling to get her blood moving. Only a couple of minutes in, and a familiar face came in. Well, Ikumi looked around, then down at a familiar face. Yuzujiyama-san. Standing at about 2.5 meters tall, the solidly built brown-furred and white-haired rabbit woman chuckled. Been a while since I've seen you, Beanpole. Ikumi shook her head. They'd been neighbors for a while now, and Yuzujiyama-sen still called her by that name. I've been a bit busy, she said. Grinning, Yuzujiyama-sen jumped onto the bike next to Ikumi after adjusting it. Yue beating you up. Ikumi chuckled, rolling her shoulders as she pedaled. Why, you don't know the half of it, she sighed. After the USJ and heroics classes, I've barely had the time to keep up with my studies. Yuzujiyama-sen shook her head. Oh, I've got some idea about what it's like. At least you're not like my oldest daughter, going around and joining fight clubs when you're still in middle school. Ikumi winced, her pace slowing down. Sorry for bringing it up. Don't be. Yuzujiyama-sen grinned. Sure, if I didn't already have white hair, my little roomie would have made me look like an old maid in my 30s. But she's mostly straightened out. Her face fell slightly as she started pedaling. Now, if only this, she patted her soft tummy for emphasis, would get sorted out as easily, I'd be one happy doe. Ikumi chuckled a bit awkwardly, trying to banter back. And maybe you should stop eating those carrot cakes from Bespin Cakes after your workout. When Yuzujiyama gave her an affronted look, Ikumi looked away awkwardly. Sorry, that was really rude. I'm sorry. Yuzujiyama-sen burst out laughing at that. Don't worry about it, Ikumi. Ikumi managed a small smile that slipped away. Even knowing that Yuzujiyama-sen was having a joke, it still felt bad. Though, I have to admit, Yuzujiyama stared off into space. Those carrot cakes are really good. Hey, Hamasaki gave them a mock scowl from where he was spotting another patron. If you've got time to talk. We've got time to work out, I know. Cackling, Yuzujiyama got back to pedaling. Ikumi kept pedaling in embarrassed silence for a couple more minutes before she finished her warm-up. As Ikumi walked over to the weights area, Yuzujiyama-sen called out to her. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Yeah, me and some friends from the UA are going to go to the mall on my day off, Ikumi said, carefully gripping the barbell. It'll be nice to have a chance to relax and talk with them. She really needed a light-hearted day like that, especially after learning that she was going to be delivering the athlete's oath at the opening ceremony for the sports festival. On a Saturday morning, Ikumi was the first to arrive at Korusanto Mall. A couple of people gave her a wide berth as they hurried into the mall's gleaming white front, hurrying out of the slightly chilly spring air. She looked around, not seeing any of her friends there. Biting her lip, Ikumi sent a text message to her friends. Ikumi, where are you guys at? I'm just out the front of the mall by the tree. She craned her neck, looking to see if she could spot any of them coming to meet her. By the looks of things, some other girls from a different school had had the same idea they had, laughing and pulling out their phones to take photos, but she still couldn't see her friends. For an instant, Ikumi thought that this was just like middle school again, her stomach sinking at the thought. Then she felt her phone ping in her pocket. Sighing with relief, Ikumi pulled it out and flicked through the messages, keeping half an eye out to see if they were coming. Uraraka, almost here, overslept and had to get a later bus. Yaoyorozu, just on my way now after being dropped off. Tsuyu, I think I can see you. Midoriya, I'll be there in a second. Ikumi sighed in relief. That's good. It was a bit strange that Mina hadn't sent a message though. She would have expected the pink girl to have called or texted by now. It's fine, Mina isn't like that, she thought to herself, craning her neck one more time to see if she could spot one of her friends. Earlier, Ikumi was getting changed in the locker rooms and thinking about the speech she had to make at the festival when she heard Mina come up behind her. You got anything planned this weekend, girl? Mina cheerfully nudged Ikumi in the side, a grin on her face. Ikumi thought about it. And no, not really. I was just going to relax and study. She paused. Why do you ask? No particular reason. I just thought, since we're all working really hard for the sports festival and I haven't done anything like this in ages, why don't we have a gath at Korusanto Mall? Try and unwind like that. For a moment, Mina's smile slipped. God knows we could use a break. Really? Ikumi hesitated, then nodded. It's been a while since I've really hung out with any of my friends outside of school, she admitted. Nearby, Yaoyorozu perked up as she overheard them talking. Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Ashido. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to join. She turned to Jiru, beaming. What do you think, Jiru? Next to her, Jiru shook her head. Sorry, girls. Some friends from middle school already asked me to go to a concert that Saturday. Yaoyorozu and the others nodded understandingly. My parents are working at home this week to keep an eye on me and my siblings, Tsuyu croaked. I should be free to go out, Kiro. Going shopping sounds like a blast. Uraraka beamed. Plus there's a park nearby, so we could have a picnic. Mina grinned, snapping her fingers. I like the way you think, Uraraka. She grinned, turning to Hagakure. What about you, Hagakure? Wanna hit the mall with us? The invisible girl waved her hand. Not that anybody else could see it, they just had to assume it was there. Sorry, Mina. Normally I'd be down, but I'm going to a friend's birthday on Saturday. Guess we'll have to catch up another time. Mina grinned. Hope they have a happy birthday. Ikumi nodded. Don't worry too much, Hagakure. We can go out another time. Don't forget to take a break from training this weekend. Ugh, Mina groaned. I am so tired. Seriously, my arms feel like they're about to fall off. My eye bags are so big, I feel like they're actually visible. Hagakure slumped down tiredly. The other girls nodded with the same weariness. When Yue said that their motto meant to go beyond, they really meant it. Hey, Midoriya. Tsuyu's croaky voice was accompanied by her typical running water and water lily scent, and it caught Ikumi off guard. Ikumi jolted out of her thoughts and whipped around to stare at the much shorter girl, wearing a bright green tank top and dark blue jean shorts. Tsuyu, she squeaked. Sorry, I was just a bit distracted since I haven't heard from Mina and I don't see. That's an unusual t-shirt, Kiro. Tsuyu gave Ikumi's outfit an appraising look. It is. Sorry, Ikumi blushed, adjusting her top that proudly displayed t-shirt over her chest. I didn't mean it was bad, Kiro. Just a bit unusual, that's all. Sorry for making you think it was otherwise. Tsuyu gave her a deep look. I should have been clearer. No, it's fine, I'm sorry for. Ikumi's train of thought derailed when her nose twitched, picking up a familiar smell as the wind changed. She smiled. Only one person had that almost citrus tang to their scent. Hey, class prez. Ikumi whipped around, beaming. Mina, the pink girl grinned, clad in a black and pink striped top and short black dress. Sorry to keep you waiting. I forgot to charge my phone before I went to bed and, well, it's not a problem. Ikumi burbled. Mina looked Ikumi over, and her grin widened. You know, that's a really cute t-shirt you've got there. It is. Ikumi relaxed slightly. Aunt Mitsuki joked about her taste in shirts occasionally, but Ikumi knew that she didn't mean anything by it. Mina giggled, then turned around as Uraraka came up to meet them. Wearing a plain white t-shirt and jean shorts with sandals, Uraraka just beamed before hugging Ikumi. I almost missed the place, sorry. Then I saw you and she paused. Sorry, was that rude or? No, it's fine. Ikumi reassured her friend from the exam. Don't worry about it too much, Uraraka. Yeah, Ikumi and I are used to standing out in a crowd, Mina joked, before craning her neck. Though I'm wondering where Yamomo is. Good morning. Yaoyorozu walked up, beaming brightly. Wearing a neat pink blouse and white skirt with leggings, the dark-haired girl looked at the front of the mall eagerly before trying to compose herself. Sorry it took me so long to get here. My chauffeur had to find a parking spot, and the only one was a few minutes away. Ikumi looked at her with wide eyes. A sidelong glance at the others showed she wasn't alone. Uraraka looked like somebody had just slapped her in the face, and Mina's own eyes looked like they had almost been swallowed by her black sclere. Even Tsuyu's stoic face had slipped, eyes widening further. Chauffeur, Yaoyorozu didn't hear, just beaming at Mina widely. So, where are we going first? What's our itinerary? I'd like to hear about our plans as well. I've never gone to the mall as part of a large group, Kiro, Tsuyu admitted. Mina took a look at Yaoyorozu's enthusiastic face and grinned back. I don't really know. I just thought we'd go through some shops, maybe buy a bento from some of these really cute shops, go and sing some karaoke. Just, you know, a casual day out. Oh, I see. Yaoyorozu just beamed and waved a hand casually. Sorry, me and my parents usually have a whole itinerary planned for a day out, so this is a bit different from what I'm used to. Ikumi beamed, trying to keep things moving. Not having strict plans sounds great. Mina, where are we going to start? Ochako stared at the pile of clothes Ashido and Yaoyorozu had dumped in front of her. Next to her, Midoriya was looking at a couple of interesting designs sized for her unique proportions. Ochako could have worn one of those shirts as a dress. Hesitantly, she held up a pink and white spotted t-shirt that looked like it would take up all her budget. Yaoyorozu just beamed. Do you like it? This is one of my favorite brands, and I think you'd look great in this. Ochako tried desperately to find words to express just how expensive this was and how there was no way she could afford it. This seems a bit much. Come on, try them on. Ashido pressed. We don't have all day to sit around and stare. We've got lunch and the arcades to go yet. Not wanting to have Ashido's attention focused on her for too long, Ochako went to the change rooms. Looking through the clothes she'd been handed, she could see that Yaoyorozu had picked out a bunch of expensive brands. Uraraka saw a bunch of labels such as Prada, Gucci, and Issey Miyake, and her eyes instinctively avoided the price tags. Ashido's choices were, thankfully, more reasonable for her budget. Standing in the change rooms, she looked at the top Yaoyorozu gave her and forced herself to look at the price. Upon seeing it, her eyes widened and her stomach dropped. Holy, this t-shirt is 8,000 yen. And that's when it's nearly entirely discounted. That's almost all the money I brought with me. Ochako felt faint just seeing that price tag. If she hadn't known Yaoyorozu was loaded, then this would have confirmed it. She knew that she couldn't afford it. Her parents were as generous as they could afford in how much pocket money she had to spend. But it was still somewhat unreasonably priced. And yet, damn it, it was damn cute. So damn cute, in fact, that it was hard to resist. It might have been easier if Yaoyorozu was obnoxious about her wealth, but rejecting her stylistic opinions, however expensive they were, would have felt like kicking a puppy. Or Midoriya. Stealing her resolve, Ochako picked up the shirt. Okay, I'll just wear it with that skirt, and then I'll buy something else. I'll just say that I like something else more, that's all. Taking a look at herself in the mirror with the white skirt Mina had chosen, though, Ochako's resolve crumpled. Trust Yaoyorozu to find a great shirt that fit her perfectly. When she came out, Mina and Yaoyorozu cheered. Looking good, Uraraka. Tsuyu hummed neutrally. It certainly suits you, Uraraka-chan. Oh, I knew you would look great in that top. Yaoyorozu just beamed brightly. She clapped her hands delightedly and surveyed Ochako's outfit with an approving grin. It's really nice. Ochako laughed awkwardly. I mean, I don't know if it really suits me, but... Yaoyorozu's face dropped. She stared at Ochako anxiously. Oh dear, I am sorry But, seriously, this is way too cute. I love it. Ochako went to reassure her. That mercifully seemed to cheer the other girl up a bit. I'm happy to hear that. Changing back into her regular clothes, Ochako was just watching the others look at clothes when Tsuyu came up behind her. She does have a way of finding very expensive stuff, Kiro. She mumbled quietly. Ochako let out a short, surprised chuckle. She glanced anxiously at Yaoyorozu in the front of the shop as she animatedly chatted to Mina. It's not like she means it in a bad way. She's just like that, Midoriya said softly. Ochako didn't ask how Midoriya could have overheard her, just sighing. Yeah, like that. I don't think she knows just how expensive this is, Ochako murmured. Like I'm pretty sure the clothes she chose cost more than most households earn in a year. Midoriya smiled softly. Don't worry, she'll understand. Ochako wanted to ask what she meant, but then Hurricane Mina zoomed over to Midoriya with a red shirt in hand. Hey, you've got to try this on, Ikumi. Bemused, Ikumi unfolded it, looking at the words. She snorted and shook her head, a small smile on her face. That's pretty bad, Mina. What is it? Ochako asked, peering at the garment. Rather than answer, Midoriya unfolded it, and Ochako barely suppressed a guffaw when she saw big and tall written in English across the front. Midoriya heaved a sigh, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Mina still wasn't done suggesting chaotic outfit combinations. Right. Oh, and I think you'd look good in this, too. She beamed, holding up a short skirt. Ochako saw Midoriya's eyes widen. No, I don't think that'd work, she mumbled, looking away. Were it not for the thick coat of fur on her face, there would be an impressive red blush covering 3/4 of her face. You sure? I made sure it's your size and everything. Mina pressed a bit more, cause it'd really go well with. It dawned on Mina and Ochako at the same time. Mina looked awkwardly up at Midoriya and winced. Oh, right. Midoriya sighed, but nodded. I mean, they look really cute and all, but I don't want to worry about a kid or somebody like mine to being able to SCMI. She trailed off, the final words out of her mouth barely audible, but the implication remained. Ochako and the others all winced at the thought. He's gotten better about being a pervert, but I wouldn't risk it, Kiro, Tsuyu said. That sucks, girl. I just didn't think about it. Mina shook her head sadly. Then the hurricane enthusiasm returned and she brightened up. At least I know now rather than finding out on your birthday or something. But wow, I never even considered what it must be like having to coordinate outfits based on your height. I always thought your biggest problem would be finding things that fit and didn't sit weirdly against your fur. Midoriya nodded wordlessly, before holding out a dress to Ochako. Uraraka, how about this one? Mina's smile somehow widened. Nice one, Ikumi. The next hour went in much the same way. Outfits being chosen and discarded until the checkout. Everybody had managed to find at least a couple of things they liked. That was fine. She had found some other skirts and shirts that were more reasonably priced for her budget. Ochako choked, however, when Yaoyorozu held up that ridiculously expensive t-shirt and bought it like it was an afterthought. Yaoyorozu beamed, pressing the newly bagged shirt into her hands. This is for you, Uraraka. What? Ochako stammered, not sure what was going on. That was way too much for her. Normally rosy cheeks flushing even brighter, Ochako waved her hands frantically, trying to get Yaoyorozu to realize what a mistake she was making. It was bad enough that the girl looked like a supermodel even in her casual clothes. Wait, this is way too much. I can't pay you back for this. The taller girl blinked, puzzled. It's okay, Uraraka. You don't have to. It's a gift. I just like doing nice things for people, and today's meant to be a fun day out for all of us. If you don't want me to buy it, I can always get a refund and we can get you something else. Ochako wanted to cry at just how nice Yaoyorozu was. As sure, thank you. She was totally going to have to pay back Yaoyorozu later, maybe with a really, really nice present on her birthday, if she could afford it. Going out with friends after a hard week of study and training for the sports festival was nice, Tsuyu had to admit. She had never really had the time for it. Her parents' work often dragged them out of the house early in the morning and kept them away from home until late at night, so she had grown up used to looking after her siblings from an early age. And her frog quirk affecting her facial expressions meant that most of her classmates in middle school had seen her as weird and aloof. Tsuyu didn't mind. She enjoyed looking after Samidare and Satsuki, and despite their frequent work-related absences, she knew that her parents loved them all. Habuko was a good friend as well, and Tsuyu was already planning to organize a meeting between her and the other members of her class. She had to admit, though, having free time to hang out with friends was a rare and much appreciated treat. What was weird about it was just how easily she seemed to have slotted in. Hanging out with friends and shopping with them, it seemed as though they were all just normal teenage girls. Not heroes or mutants or anything out of the ordinary, just students having a break from school. Though she had to admit, Midoriya's own heteromorph appearance certainly helped in that regard. Mina's attitude was infectiously cheerful, and Tsuyu found her own smile picking up. She also appreciated that Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were as friendly and enthusiastic as Mina, picking up the slack when Midoriya hesitated. And she did, as anyone in the habit of ducking just to get through the shopfront would. Here in the open space, however, it was easier to move, easier to breathe, even. Tsuyu didn't mind crowds, but she found herself casting a wary eye over the group's surroundings, especially with regards to Midoriya. Years of looking after her younger tadpole siblings had honed her instincts so that even the smallest of disasters could be spotted before they happen. Speaking of, seeing a small child about to walk into Midoriya's path, she quickly held out a hand to stop him. As he stared up at her, and then further up at Midoriya with huge eyes, she carefully shook her head. "Be careful, Kiro," she croaked softly. Nodding, the little boy went back to his parents. They gave Tsuyu a mouth thank you and a stiff, informal bow, while the little boy enthusiastically went on about nearly running into somebody really tall. Midoriya winced, carefully ducking under a dangling shop sign. Thanks, Tsuyu." "No problem, Midoriya," Tsuyu nodded. "You can't look everywhere." Mina gave her a thumbs up, grinning. "Yeah, it's not like it's your fault if someone not watching where he's going runs into you. That doesn't stop some people from acting like it is," Midoriya mumbled, carefully sidestepping a very distracted man on his phone. "There's too many jerks out there, Kiro." Tsuyu sighed. Uraraka winced in sympathy. "That really sucks, Midoriya." "It's fine." Just Midoriya flushed bright red under her fur when her stomach audibly grumbled. "Welp, sounds like a vote to get lunch to me," Mina announced, smoothly changing the subject. "We have had a pretty busy morning, Kiro," Tsuyu pointed out. "I've heard that there's a good bento place near here. They have good noodles too." Uraraka grinned. "I think I can find us a spot. I bought my own lunch from home so I don't have to wait in line." Tsuyu looked at the others. "Want us to buy you a drink or something, Uraraka-chan?" The pink-cheeked girl looked like she was debating whether to accept it or not, before reluctantly nodding. "If you're offering, maybe strawberry boba tea. Pretty sure we can manage that. Find us a good picnic spot, Uraraka-chan." Mina grinned, shooting her a thumbs up. It was a nice day in the park, especially since Uraraka had managed to find a really good spot under some trees for shade. It was less chilly now, as the sun had come out, shining through the trees and casting shadows around. Even though they weren't under the sakura blooms, they still had a good view of the beautiful petals when they ate. Mina grinned up at Ikumi as the large girl pulled out an Ikumi-sized picnic blanket that looked more like an enormous carpet and spread it out on the grass. Uraraka and Tsuyu helped flatten it out with their purchases still in shop bags. A couple of passers-by stared at Midoriya, but Mina just beamed back at them with polite, sunny aggression, and they took the hint. As they pulled out their bentos and enjoyed the spring sunshine, Mina heaved a mighty sigh. "Man, I really needed a break from training for the sports festival." She punctuated her statement by stabbing a straw through the plastic cover of her boba. She wasn't kidding. Ever since the USJ, Mina was taking her training even more seriously than she had in building up the muscle needed to use All Might's quirk. Seeing somebody come close to finishing All Might off had hammered home just how real All Might's need for a successor was. Tsuyu nodded seriously. "Yue and All Might are really putting us through the ringer, aren't they? Between preparing for the sports festival and regular classes, I'm beat." Uraraka groaned. Ikumi paused her one-woman assault on her giant bento. "I'd be happier if I only had to worry about my performance in the festival." Sighing, she took a sip of her drink, an anxious look on her face. Mina frowned. "What's bugging you, Ikumi?" Making people happy and helping them solve their problems were the main reasons why Mina wanted to be a hero. So seeing the figurative and literal big sister of the class so down during a happy day made her feel like she hadn't done enough to help her friends. She scooted forward from her spot on the blanket closer to Midoriya in a gesture of solidarity. Upon seeing her friend's concern, Ikumi slumped. I have to do the opening speech for the first years at the sports festival." Mina blinked, then a wide grin split her face. "Hey, congrats girl. Not every day you get to do something like that." Ikumi nodded, still feeling a bit overwhelmed. That had been a surprising announcement, one that the principal had sprung on her only a day or so after classes had resumed. For the first-year students, it was the responsibility for the person who had scored the overall highest in the written and heroics exams. And giving an opening speech for the sports festival was meant to inspire the other classes to do their best, strive to surpass their limits, and inspire others to acts of athleticism and showmanship. "No pressure. I know. It's not like I don't want to make a speech like this." She shook her head miserably. "But I have no idea what I would say for it, and I'm really freaking out about it." Ikumi's breathing hitched. "And if I mess it up, then Aizawa-sensei might expel me and I'll never be a hero and All Might will be disappointed." "That's a bit irrational," Tsuyu pointed out bluntly. "I understand that it's stressful." "Yes, it is incredibly stressful," Ikumi resumed, sounding less like a teenager and more like a kettle whistling with the boil. "But I don't think that Nedzu would have wanted you to do this presentation if you weren't ready for it, Kiro." Tsuyu interrupted, smiling what she hoped was an encouraging smile. "Besides, you threatened a bunch of villains on that boat and stood up against Shigaraki," Uraraka pointed out. That was different." Ikumi half whimpered. I can deal with villains, not all of Japan judging me." Yaoyorozu paused. "That's a good point," she admitted. "Even so, we are learning to be heroes. Having to make a presentation in front of a crowd and dealing with the media is part of the role. That didn't reassure Ikumi very much. I guess. It's just hard to know what to say at something like this. Why don't you call on your hero nerd knowledge? Mina asked. Ikumi blushed, rubbing the back of her head. Most of my knowledge is about hero statistics and quirks, and I don't think that would be a very good speech. Fair enough, Uraraka said. She paused. Though I'm surprised you're asking us and not Bakugo. I mean, aren't you guys best friends? At that, Ikumi groaned again. Why yeah, Kaken and I are best friends, and I already did. She shook her head in a mixture of exasperation and fondness. His advice was, well, just say we all want first, and I'm gonna take it, and then challenge them to beat you, Kaken said bluntly, a huge smirk on his face. That's what I'd say if I was giving that speech. She gawked at him, mortified. Kaken, no. He just grinned back. Kaken, yes. Ikumi fought for words, settling on, not the best. The others stared at her, then nodded. Yeah, somehow I'm not surprised, Mina said sagely. No offense to him, but he acts like he can solve all of his problems with violence, which is great for dealing with villains, but kind of bad advice for dealing with anything else. Ikumi nodded glumly. It's part of the reason why I've decided to give the speech. Otherwise it'd be Kaken and I don't think I could live down a speech like that. I don't know what kind of advice I would give beyond try not to stress out about it, Uraraka pointed out. I mean, you'd know more about what other students say at the sports festival. And not much. A lot of people tune out. And I usually watch the second and third years over the first, since they have more interesting uses for their quirks. First-year students usually just say something along the lines of do your best everybody, Ikumi mumbled. Another thought hit her and she winced. Or they say some corny line praising their middle school for helping them get to that point. That was probably what Aldera was hoping Kaken would say on the podium. She snorted, like Aldera had anything to do with Kaken's drive to be the best he could be. And there was no way she was going to talk up Aldera beyond the briefest mention in a future biography. Well, what's the real problem? I mean, you said it yourself, people tune out. You could say anything and no one would notice, Mina said. Uraraka shook her head in response. Not quite, it's still a good way to get the rest of the classes energized, Uraraka said. Besides, this is a good opportunity for Midoriya. Ikumi nodded. But it's not the most interesting thing about the sports festival. I usually like the second and third year speeches because they sometimes go into detail about why they want to be heroes. A smile spread across her face as her eyes lit up, her love for heroism coming through as she spoke. I mean, some people only go to UA for the quality of the other courses, but I love hearing about how heroes inspire people to be better, or want to be heroes themselves. Uraraka pumped a fist, the same determined expression she'd worn back when the sports festival had been announced on her face. Oh, like that guy a couple of years ago, who wanted to be a hero when one saved him from a burning building. Exactly, Ikumi almost yelled in excitement. Her enthusiasm was ruined when some passers-by gave her a dirty look. Though they moved on, mostly because of Mina's cold stare, she subsided. I mean, Gang Orca and All Might are my biggest inspirations for being a hero. A small smile crossed Ikumi's face as she spoke in quieter tones. I want to save people with a smile like All Might, and Gang Orca showed me that somebody who looks like me could be a hero. Mina grinned. That's a really cool reason, Ikumi. You're gonna be an amazing hero, you know that. Thank you, Mina. Ikumi squeaked. But what about you, Mina? Why do you want to be a hero? If that's not a rude question, or too personal. Nah, don't worry about it. Mina waved her concerns away. The pink girl put a finger to her chin, brow furrowed in thought. Well, I just like making people happy. And I've never liked bullies or jerks who hurt people for fun. Mina paused her explanation to stretch in a cat-like manner. And being a hero's the best way I can do both those things. She finished. It's a really fun question to ask, Ikumi said, beaming widely at her friends. I thought about asking it in class, but it didn't feel right. She turned to the others. How about you, Yaoyorozu? Why do I want to be a hero? Yaoyorozu tapped her chin. Well, one of my parents' businesses manufactures support items. I guess I wanted to see what it was like on the other side of the curtain. One of their businesses, Uraraka muttered, looking dazed. Ikumi hastily turned to Tsuyu to change the topic back to what they were originally talking about to distract Uraraka. I suppose I want to be a hero because I enjoy helping others, Kiro. Tsuyu tapped her chin. Though I did think about being a police officer. Or going into medicine as well. I could totally see you being a doctor. Yaoyorozu laughed. You'd be so good at it. I could see you being nicknamed Dr. Froggy. Kids love you. While Tsuyu flushed under Yaoyorozu's enthusiastic praise, Ikumi turned to Uraraka, who looked a bit nervous. What about you, Uraraka? Her friend squirmed a bit, flushing brighter. Well. Seeing all the expectant faces of her friends, Ochako sighed. Telling the girls felt a bit different than telling it to Ada, but it still felt awkward doing so. It sounds really horrible when I say it, but I want to become a hero for the money. Even after telling it and having him support her with the full force of his enthusiasm, it still felt awkward to say when she'd heard everybody else with such good reasons to want to be heroes, especially to Yaoyorozu, who had an unfair combination of being adorable, nice, and loaded. She knew that they wouldn't judge her, but nevertheless, she braced for judgment. You know, there's no shame in wanting money for what you do, Tsuyu said bluntly. Heroes need to eat too. Midoriya nodded. Exactly. All heroes earn money based on a combination of their arrest record and merchandising deals. Even All Might subsidizes his income with the merchandise rights. If All Might can do it, there's no reason why you shouldn't. Yaoyorozu looked worried. Is that why? Oh no. I am so sorry for making you feel awkward with my choices, Uraraka. Snapping out of her spiraling thoughts, Ochako waved her hands. No, Yaoyorozu, it's fine. I know you didn't mean to, just... Ochako sighed, biting the bullet. My parents have a construction business in and, well, we have a lot of competition. Villain attacks do a lot of damage. And we don't have a lot of people with work licenses to use their quirks to help in construction. I can see that being a problem, Ikumi muttered. Then, her ears pricked up in excitement. Your quirk would be amazing for construction work. Selectively nullifying the gravity of materials would be a massive help. That's what I told my parents, but... Ochako shook her head. They told me that I should do something that makes me happy, and not just to help them. Midoriya looked a bit down, but she snapped out of whatever internal monologue was plaguing her and beamed at Ochako. Why, you're thinking about the practical side more than Kaken and I did when we decided on being heroes. So I guess I'm going to be a hero to make my parents' lives easier. A mischievous grin spread over her chubby cheeks as she looked the group in the eye. And as part of that, I'm going to win the sports festival. The group stared at her for a few seconds. Then they all nodded in solidarity, Tsuyu patting her enthusiastically on the shoulder. To me, it sounds like you just want to help people who are important to you. That's a really good reason for wanting to be a hero. Ochako blushed an even brighter shade of red at that. Guys, Ashido nudged Midoriya in the side. Think you're up to giving that speech after all, Ikumi? Mina grinned when she saw Ikumi straighten up, a more determined look on her face. Thanks for that, guys, she smiled. I feel a bit more confident about what I'm going to say at the festival. Yeah, don't worry about it. Besides, as you said, it's a dream opportunity for all of us. Mina watched with a huge smile as Ikumi went into full enthusiasm. That's right. Ever since I saw my first Sports UA Sports Festival, I've dreamed about taking part in it, and now it's a dream come true. Yaoyorozu nodded. It is, isn't it? I think we've all wanted to stand on the final podium. She gave the rest of them a huge smile. Still, as long as we all do our best. Ikumi nodded. Yes, you're right. If we all do our best, we can't be upset, especially since we've got 2 more years at UA to make an impression. Yeah, Mina and Uraraka cheered, smiling hugely. Tsuyu didn't cheer like that, but she gave a small smile that Mina could tell was heartfelt. But as they sat back, Mina couldn't help but worry about what All Might would think if she didn't do well at the festival. Sure, Mina knew that All Might would say the same thing about trying your hardest. It didn't stop her from worrying about it. Even though All Might was the kindest and best mentor you could ask for moral support, she still felt the weight of the legacy she had been handed. After all, he was the symbol of peace, the strongest hero in the world, and he'd chosen her over anybody else, just because she had run out and confronted a villain without thinking. Sometimes she felt that he'd made the wrong choice, that he could have done a lot better than some dumb goofball of a girl from Chiba, who he only found because she had stupidly charged in against a giant villain without thinking. But she could worry about that later. Right now was time to rest from her harsh training for the sports festival and not worry about the crazy villains who tried to kill them and All Might. Just for today, they weren't students at the most prestigious hero school in the country, but were just ordinary high school girls doing ordinary things. And now that they had had a chance to get to know each other and the other guys in class, Mina giggled to herself. Casually, Mina grinned at Ikumi, seeing a chance for some harmless gossip. Say, Midoriya, I've got a question for you. Unaware of what Mina was planning, Ikumi turned to Mina with a bright smile. What is it, Mina? She asked, bringing the straw of her boba up to her mouth. Mina waited for Ikumi to start drinking before she innocently popped the question. Are you into any of the guys in class? Mortified, Ikumi spat out most of her drink. She sounded like a wolf that had mistakenly eaten a bar of soap. Sticky and spluttering from shock, she flailed for a napkin to clean herself up. What? Next to her, Yaoyorozu sighed. This isn't exactly the most vegetable-friendly conversation we could have. Mina waved a hand dismissively. Vegetable, schmetzdal. Now, I just want to know, do you think any of the guys are attractive? Or are you into girls? No judgment from me since, well, my door swings both ways. Ikumi let out a whine like a boiling kettle, still trying to clean her muzzle of sticky tea. Yaoyorozu had flushed tomato red as well, spluttering awkwardly. That's a bit of a personal question, Mina-chan, Tsuyu said bluntly, voicing Ikumi's thoughts. and I think Midoriya-chan's a bit too embarrassed to answer. Kiro. Sorry, Mina apologized. You don't have to answer if it makes you uncomfortable. Then she grinned slyly. But what about you, Tsuyu? Tsuyu paused, before looking away. Ida-kun. I like how straightforward and enthusiastic he is. I can't really see myself with an immature guy. Ida, Mina hummed, before grinning. Guess I could see it happening. That is, if he ever pulls that stick out of his butt. In spite of herself, Ikumi snorted a little, and looking at Uraraka, she had much the same expression. Much as she liked Ida. He was a bit overbearing at times. I'm glad you noticed he has a nice butt, Kiro, Tsuyu said with a face that seemed even straighter than normal. For the second time, Ikumi had to spit out her drink. Unfortunately, this time Uraraka was caught in the crossfire. Mina howled with laughter while Ikumi scrambled to find a spare napkin to help Uraraka clean. The others flushed bright red, their brains in the same station along the trains of thought. He really does, Mina wheezed, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. She turned to Uraraka with a grin on her face like a shark. What about you, Uraraka? What's your type? Uraraka hummed nervously, sponging her shirt with a paper napkin. Well, it's a bit awkward, and you absolutely cannot say anything to him, but Todoroki's just really handsome, you know. Like, his face has a nice shape, and he has really intense eyes. She trailed off at that. Not that Ikumi could blame her. True. Guy's got that Ice Prince charm going for him, Mina nodded sagely. Yaoyorozu hummed. Todoroki is quite pretty, she said neutrally. But, I don't know, Ikumi struggled to find words for what she found a bit odd about Todoroki. Kind of aloof. I mean, I haven't seen him talk to anybody when it wasn't part of a class exercise. Ikumi didn't mention that she'd caught Todoroki watching her a couple of times. Not in a creepy way like Minta sometimes did, but more like he was watching out for her. Ikumi wasn't sure if she should talk to him in private or in a more public way to see if he was alright. If she didn't know better, he seemed to be constantly searching for danger. I don't think he's a very social person naturally, Tsuyu pointed out. It's also probably because he's the son of the number 2 hero. He may have been told he has to avoid getting into scandals. I've seen him at a couple of fundraisers I attended with my parents, Yaoyorozu helpfully said. He was quiet during those as well. Mina took another bite out of her sandwich. Sounds like somebody needs to break him out of his shell. She gave Yaoyorozu a searching look. Are you interested in him, Yamomo? The dark-haired girl was flustered. Wait, why Yamomo? I like cute nicknames for my friends. I just thought of it. Do you like it? Yaoyorozu smiled. Yes, I love it, Ashido. I'm sorry I haven't come up with one for you. The pink girl just waved a hand dismissively. Don't sweat it too much. Now, back to my question. Todoroki, would you smooch? That flustered Yaoyorozu all over again. Well, she looked at them, then sighed. He's certainly really pretty, and I do like his hair and broody nature. It's a bit like Jiru-chan, honestly. He'd be even prettier if he would smile a bit more, though. Tsuyu shook her head. He's a bit too cold for me. Ada's way nicer than him. Mina tilted her head, looking at Yaoyorozu. Whatever she was looking for, she found it, and she leaned back with a cheeky grin on her face. Well, Yamomo, if you want a hand getting with a guy or girl, let Auntie Mina know, alright. Yaoyorozu flushed as red as her costume. Okay, she squeaked, apparently not noticing the girl appended to the end of that statement. Not letting up, Ikumi winced when Mina returned her focus onto her. What about you, Ikumi? Do you have a type of guy you're interested in, or are girls more your style? Ikumi managed to make eye contact with Mina. And no, I'm definitely into boys. I mean, the first time I saw the limited edition Shirtless Hawks cover for his debut, I may have tried to buy 100. Her face turned bright red at the memory. Oh, that Shirtless Hawks pic. Mina grinned widely. Yeah, Hawks is absolutely cut. I mean, sure, almost every hero out there has abs you could grate cheese on. Yes, I know about his abs. Stop talking about them, Ikumi whined, face and ears burning bright red. But he's the kind of guy you're into, right? Mina grinned. Ikumi sighed awkwardly. Well, yeah. I guess I like guys who are fit, have blonde spiky hair, like Kaminari, Yaoyorozu suggested. She just shook her head. And no, Kaminari. I mean, he is cute, but not my type. Someone who's smart, kind, confident, determined to be the best at whatever they set their mind to, and has a cute smile. Apart from the kind and cute smile parts, it sounds like you're describing Bakugo, Tsuyu flatly pointed out. Ikumi stared at Tsuyu with wide eyes, reminiscent of a deer caught in headlights, then shook her head. Haha, there's no way I'd be interested in Kaken. That's ridiculous. Well, you could say that your friends were attractive, right? And Kaken definitely was. Despite not having a lot of time for other people, a couple of their classmates had admired him from afar, even giving him Hanmei Choco several times. Though it was a bit weird that he only seemed to care about the Jiri Choco she got for him. Nope, not going there, not possible. Ikumi crossed her arms defensively, taking a long sigh as she tried to put it into words. Jay, just because we're childhood friends, it doesn't mean that we're interested in each other like that. We practically grew up together. Yeah, that's true, Uraraka said. It is one of my best friends at UA. And he's not really interested in something like that. She shrugged. He's a bit too serious and strict for me anyway. Fair enough, Kiro. Mina remained unconvinced, but didn't say anything, instead opting to smirk a smirk that said it all. Besides, I'm pretty sure Kaken's, well, not interested in girls like that. Ikumi huffed. That got Mina's attention. Really? Her smile widened, eyes glimmering almost menacingly. Ikumi suddenly got a feeling Kaken's life was about to get much more interesting. What makes you say that, Ikumi-chan? I mean, I've never seen Kaken so much as look at another girl. Not to mention how close he is with Kirishima and Kamakiri. She laughed awkwardly. Mina hummed, looking off into the middle distance. Well, I have heard Kirishima gush on and on about how manly Bakugo is. And you're right that I've never seen Bakugo really look at another girl like he's interested in them. Up on the Sokoto Peak Trail, in the dappled clear sunshine under the new leaf growth, Katsuki felt a shiver go down his back. Next to him, Shitty Hair shook in the same way. I feel like somebody just walked over my grave. Shitty Hair mumbled. Stabby just laughed. Wow, you both flinched at the same time. What, did somebody cast a spell on you or something? Katsuki glared at his rival, friend. Shut up, Stabby. He growled, stomping up the well-worn path up the mountain. He had been starting to regret this particular decision. Normally he liked hiking, but for whatever reason he had decided to ask Shitty Hair and Stabby if they wanted to come with him for training. Mostly because Midori was off shopping or some shit with the other girls on her rest day. Midori had been pretty excited to go off on this girls' day with the other girls in class, and he'd taken one look at her face and changed his plans for a friendly hike. Plus, if any of the other girls hurt Midori, well, it wasn't Aldra, but if he had to hit a bitch, he absolutely would. The hammers of justice were unisex, after all. Shitty Hair pushed ahead, grinning. Well, whatever that was, I'm not stopping now. I mean, hiking up a mountain for leg day. So manly. Stabby gave him an odd look. And you're sure you don't have any cousins or something? Pausing, Shitty Hair returned the stare. Yeah, pretty sure. Why? The annoying jerk opened his mouth, then shook his head. Never mind. Shut up about stupid shit and get back to hiking. Katsuki half roared at them. We're almost at the top, so quit yapping. Hey, I've got to talk. Stabby grinned. Otherwise, I'd beat you like I beat your score at the gym. That hit Katsuki's last nerve. He whirled around, glaring at the jerk. Go fuck yourself, Stabby. It was one fucking point. Stabby just laughed, before wincing. You hike like this all the time? He asked, taking a long drink from his water bottle. Yeah, Katsuki grinned malevolently. What's the matter? Can't keep up. Not waiting for a response, he pushed ahead. He knew that Stabby would be able to keep up eventually, but that wasn't going to stop him from finishing his hike. After all, Katsuki and Midori were going to be the two greatest heroes in the world. They'd promised each other that they would. Ikumi shook her head with finality. Well, I'm not really interested in any of the guys in class, I guess. So if Bakugo asked you out, you'd say no. Mina suggested with a slightly too innocent look on her face. Ikumi spluttered awkwardly. Why yes. I mean, I'd say no. What about Zero? He's pretty cool. And that's coming from me. Mina nudged Ikumi in the ribs. Zero's not really my type. Ikumi shrugged. Then a thought hit her. Besides, Mina. Ikumi turned to her friend, grinning. We haven't heard if you're interested in somebody from class. Mina gave her a stunned look. Wait, what? Yaoyorozu and Uraraka nodded. Yeah, we've all said who we have a crush on. Uraraka grinned at Mina. It is only fair. After all, Yaoyorozu added. Mina blinked, then she grinned wider. Fair enough. In the spirit of things, I've got a bit of a crush on Zero. Ikumi wondered how the hell Mina could be so open and casual about her relationships. First, she had proudly announced how she liked girls as well as guys. Then she had proudly announced her crush. Ikumi felt a small pang of envy at her confidence. Tsuyu tapped her chin. That's a surprise. I personally bet on Kaminari. Kaminari. Mina shook her head. Nah, Zero's got the right mix of serious and fun that I need. Kaminari's just all goof. Her leer widened. Plus, can you imagine the things Zero could do with that tape? Feeling like her face and ears were on fire, Ikumi smacked Mina on the shoulder. You're awful, you know that. I'm just saying. No more thank you, please stop talking now, Ikumi shrieked, placing a meaty paw over Mina's face to gag her. Not that she could stop the rest of them from joking about it. He could fix so much stuff around the house. Uraraka giggled while Mina wrestled with Ikumi's formidable hand. Finally, the pink girl broke free and pouted. Do you think he would hang upside down like those old Spider-Man movies? Tsuyu sniggered. Mina feigned an offended look, while Yaoyorozu just shook her head primly. Ikumi sat back for a bit, watching the rest of her friends tease each other with a smile. Mina was right. She had needed a day off where she wasn't worried about villains or the festival. Ikumi knew that a quiet moment like this wasn't going to last forever. Next week, they were going to return to training for the sports festival and preparing to be the best heroes they could be. She had to write the speech for the opening ceremony too. And after that, who knew what adventures and challenges would await them? But right now, sitting here with her friends, Ikumi was confident that her friends could deal with anything that came their way. Ikumi bounced her knee anxiously, trying to burn off her nervous energy. The rest of the room was in a similar state of barely restrained excitement. Some people were making small talk like Kaminari and Siro, while others were doing whatever rituals they needed to calm down. She sighed, twisting her hands around each other. Even after 2 weeks of training for the sports festival with Kaken and by herself, Ikumi still didn't feel like she was ready for it. "Oh okay, I just have to make the presentation," she muttered under her breath, trying to psych herself up. "Just walk on stage, in front of hundreds of heroes and people, and then make a speech." Kaken looked up at her, then suddenly slapped her on the back, hard. "Snap out of it, Midori," he growled. Ikumi jolted, shooting him a stunned look. "Kaken," he glared up at her, a slightly worried frown on his face. "You're way too strong to worry about what some extras are gonna think about your speech." Ikumi stared at him for a few seconds, then sighed. Sorry. It's just that I've never done something like this before. I'm worried about it." Kaken held up a hand. "Fuck what they think. This is your speech. Don't freak out about it or I'll kill you." She took a deep breath, then nodded, a slight smile on her face upon hearing Kaken's idea of reassuring words. Thanks for that, Kaken." She laughed a bit shakily. "Well, I'm feeling a bit better." "Good. Get your head in the game, Midori." Kaken smirked. "Or I'll beat your ass when we're out there. Can't have my best friend be a wimp." "Got it, Kaken." Ikumi shot back, to which he gave her a thumbs up. Looking at the time, she stood up, managing to get her composure back. "Oh okay everybody. The opening ceremony is in 5 minutes, so are you all ready?" Footsteps came up, and a familiar smoky frozen scent came closer. Ashido. Todoroki stood there, giving Mina a neutral stare. Kaken, for his part, turned to look at Todoroki with a mocking grin on his face. "And what do you want, Kandakane?" Ignoring Kaken, Mina blinked, turning to face the frigid boy with a cheerful grin on her face. "Yo, what's up, Todoroki?" He just stared at her, face as emotionless as a statue. When he spoke, he sounded even colder than normal. "In some ways, Mina, I'm stronger than you. More capable." Kaken sneered at him. "You're certainly a bigger asshole, Kandakane." The red and white-haired boy didn't react to that statement, and just stared at Mina with a calculating eye. "All Might has his eye on you for some reason, doesn't he?" Ikumi winced. Endeavor was famously the closest hero to taking the position of #1 hero currently active. When Mina blinked with a nervous look on her face, he shrugged. "I won't pry, but know this, I'm going to beat you as well." Todoroki declaring war on the second strongest person in class. "That's pretty scary," Kaminari muttered, an anxious grin on his face. "Bro, we're about to go on stage. Why are you picking a fight now?" Kirishima tried to reason with Todoroki, only for him to roll his shoulder and shrug the red-haired boy off. "I really don't care what you think. I'm not here to make friends." Todoroki bit off a response as cold as an Arctic winter. Mina looked briefly surprised, then a grin came on her face. "You know, you're a pretty funny guy, Todoroki." Her smile slipped. "'Cause yeah, I get what you're saying. You're crazy strong and smart, and I don't think I can compete with you academically. Well, unless I get Yamomo to help me study." Ikumi winced. As powerful as her quirk was, she knew that Mina wasn't the best with school work. Still, she gave Todoroki a determined glare. "But I'm not planning to just roll over and let you beat me. I'm gonna go for it with everything I've got." Todoroki stared at her, then nodded slightly. "I see." Kaken just watched Todoroki as he turned around and went back to his seat. Briefly, the red and white-haired boy paused as he passed by Kaken, before pushing past without a word, just as he had done ever since class had started. Then Kaken stood up. "Hold it, Kandakane." When he stopped, Kaken stomped up. "Ever since we started school, you've hated me for some bullshit reason. I know you don't have to like me, but know this, I'm gonna crush you today on my way to the top. I'll give you a reason to hate me." Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "You already have," he muttered under his breath. Ikumi's eyes widened, and she could see Jiro looking confused as well. Still, she couldn't deny feeling a bit less worried, and looking around the room she could see that everybody was in various stages of pumped up for what was coming. At least she hadn't challenged either of them to a fight. Ikumi glanced up as the buzzer sounded. "Okay, everybody, we're on." Taking one last, deep breath to calm her nerves, she turned to face the most stressful moment of her UA career so far. She would just have to hope that her speech would be good enough for the crowd and the other students. Asashi took one look at the TV and immediately grinned. "Inko, they're about to get the hero students on the field." "Really?" Inko darted out of the kitchen, a bowl of popcorn in hand. "Fucking finally," Mitsuki grinned, Masaru just sighing fondly. Can you believe it? Our boy and Ikumi taking part in the sports festival. Masaru dabbed at a tear. It's fantastic. Inko nodded. I'm always going to be worried about them both, even though I know Ikumi's a strong girl. On screen, Present Mike grinned widely from his announcer's booth. Hey there, listeners. It's time for our sports festival. That one time every year where our students show you what they got. Are you ready? Heck yeah, I'm ready. Hasashi cheered. He'd listened to a couple of Present Mike's radio shows with Ikumi, and while he wasn't as big of a fan as his daughter, he liked the hero's taste in music. Ikumi's gonna wipe the floor with everybody there. Yeah, if she can get to them before Katsuki does. Mitsuki snarked back. I hope Ikumi isn't too worried, especially since we couldn't get any tickets to attend in person. Inko fretted. She'll be fine, she is your daughter, after all. Not hearing their comments, Present Mike mimed a drum roll as he continued presenting. For the first year sports festival, coming on the field first. You know who they are. The first gate started to rise, slowly revealing the shadowed figures of 1A, Ikumi towering over the rest of them. It seemed like the crowd was holding its breath, hanging on every word coming from Present Mike's mouth. They're the rising stars who brushed off a villain attack with their steely willpower. It's Class 1A. Ikumi's class came into the light. Hasashi took one look at his not-so-little girl, face set in an anxious yet determined look, and he teared up. There she is. Damn, Katsuki. You're not glaring for once in your life. Mitsuki grinned, watching Katsuki step onto the stage. Now, which one of these is shitty hair, since I never got much of a description out of him? Hasashi sighed, snuggling closer to Inko. She's going to be amazing, isn't she? Inko just nodded, before frowning at one of the teachers. I know it's her hero outfit, but it just seems inappropriate. Togaru could practically hear Monoma's teeth grinding at that announcement. Looking up at the screen, he could see one striding forwards, faces nervous yet determined in the face of the crowd. Even from here, they could hear the sound of the crowd cheering for 1A, echoed from the screen. Monoma glared at the screen, then took a deep breath. Just remember, we've got a plan. Everybody. Some of his old smugness came back as the gate started to grind open. They won't see it coming. Yeah, we'll follow the plan. Tetsu muttered, cracking his neck. Snorting, Togaru nodded. Don't get your panties in a bunch, Monoma. He ignored Monoma's offended look in favor of focusing on the main stage. Much as he hated to admit it since he was almost worse than Bakugo, Monoma's plan was a really solid one, especially since Takage had given Monoma a couple of pointers on how to improve it, if even Kendo had thought it was a good idea. Still, he wondered if it was going to be enough to stand up to Midoriya and Bakugo. Hitoshi blinked in the bright sunlight, taking in the crowd. His chest clenched. Even if he wasn't in the hero course yet, this was something that he had only ever dreamed about before. Everybody here had some variation on that dream. To be here, in front of the roaring crowd, every eye in the nation on you. And following 1B, it's the general course students from 1C, D and E. Give him a big hand, everybody. Present Mike screamed with the same level of enthusiasm as he had for 1A. Not that the crowd reflected that. It wasn't like they didn't cheer, they cheered for them, just not as much as they had for 1A. Out of the corner of his eye, Hitoshi could see a couple of his classmates had picked up on that, looking a bit downcast. A small part of him felt mildly satisfied at seeing some of his classmates getting rejected by the crowd like that, especially since some of them had much more heroic quirks than him. But he pushed that thought away. Pissing people off now wasn't the goal, not when there was a chance he could get their help. Katsuki had to admit, of all the teachers he thought would be the mick of his first sports festival, he hadn't picked Midnight, especially not in her full hero outfit with the whip, which she waved with a huge smile. And now, the athlete's oath. I know she's the R-rated heroine, but this seems a bit much for national television, Nevermore muttered. Don't you dare ruin this for me, Great Bitch growled, eyes glued to Midnight's chest. Pipe down, all of you. Midnight's whip cracked, causing everybody to wince. As I was about to say, your student representative is none other than Midoriya Ikumi of Class 1A. At once, all eyes locked onto Midori, who briefly wilted. Then she straightened up, a determined look entering her eyes. Katsuki glanced over at his friend, who just took a deep breath, an anxious look on her face. Fortunately, he knew how to lift her mood. Kick their shit in, Midori, he muttered, just over the roar of the crowd. And tell him that you're gonna take first place. She stared at him, then sighed, a nervous smile running across her face. As she made her way up to the steps, he could see the students from the other courses looking at her, some shocked. Others just looked like they were salty about not being there. He didn't care what they thought. As far as he was concerned, they had to prove they were worth his and Midori's time. Ikumi stared out at the crowd, feeling all their eyes focused on her at once. Oh okay, the athlete's oath. All eyes were locked on her, not just the ones in the stands. Under the hundreds of glass eyes from the cameras, with the hushed crowd looking at her, Ikumi swallowed anxiously. For a second, she wanted to run. Then she squashed the feeling. I have always loved heroes, and how they could save people with a smile, moving in spite of their fear. If it wasn't for Gang Orca and All Might, I don't think I'd be able to stand here, on this stage. Her voice grew stronger as she continued. And we're all here because we love heroes. We're all here because heroes inspired us in some way. Whether it's because we want to save people from disasters, or defeating villains, or just making others happy, we're all here for a reason. I have always loved heroes for how they made me feel a bit less awkward. So that's what I want to share. That what I've always wanted is to meet a hero like me. Somebody who told me that I could try my best. So, she twisted her hands awkwardly. Let's try our best today. So we can inspire others to be heroes, like heroes inspired us before. If we try our best, then we can't be disappointed. The crowd was silent, some faces judging, some unreadable. Feeling all those eyes on her, her voice started to peter out. Plus ultra. The silence stretched out further, and Ikumi felt her confidence start to drain away even faster. Then, Ikumi had to clap her hands to her ears as a wall of sound poured from the bleachers as people cheered, clapped and hollered. Flushing, Ikumi hurried down the stairs, glad that it was over. Great speech from Midoriya. Midnight cheered, before cracking her whip at the screen. Now then, without further ado, it's time for the first event. The screen behind Midnight flickered, rolling down the list of events. It looks like the qualifier for you first-year students will be. It finally spun to a stop, and Midnight pointed at it dramatically. The obstacle course race. Ikumi blinked, wincing. If she knew anything about UA, it was that they didn't mind what you did to win. There had been an incident a couple of years ago where a student had taken a taxi to beat the qualifying round and UA hadn't complained. After all, Midnight just grinned at them all as the buzzers for the gates sounded. At UA, we promote freedom in everything. So long as you don't go off the course, anything is allowed. As everybody got ready, different students from different classes lining up as politely as they could, Kaken elbowed her in the side. Oi, Midori. HM. Kaken just grinned, before readying himself for the race. Give me a fucking challenge. It's not a proper victory unless we're all giving it our all, right? Just nodding, Ikumi readied herself for the race. Glancing behind her, she could see the faces of her classmates and the other students screwed up in determination to give it their best. Then she set her sights on the gate, watching as the lights pinged down. Ping, Kaken's right. I want to do my best here. This is just another step to me being the best hero that I can. Ping, and if that means I have to beat everybody here, even if they have good reasons, then I guess I'll have to beat everybody. Midnight cracked her whip, a vicious smile on her face. Start. Ikumi carefully watched the crowd, before pushing off, aiming for the starting gate. She had to be careful, as everybody started jockeying to get in front. Hey, move it. I can't get through. For her part, Ikumi tried to make her way past the crushing mass of people as best she could while staying mindful of where she trod. Though she had to admit, the gate was far too narrow for everybody to make their way through comfortably. The air chilled. Ikumi's eyes narrowed. There was only one person she knew that could do that. A split-second look around, she braced to jump, just before Todoroki unleashed his move. Shouta barely twitched an eyebrow as he saw Todoroki tear ahead of the pack, his ice quirk freezing the ground and the feet of many a competitor as he pushed forwards. Well, Todoroki has a good grasp of that side of his quirk. The timing alone would be difficult for most pros, not to mention freezing students while not inflicting permanent damage. Below, those students unfortunate enough to be near Todoroki when he made his move tried to free themselves. YOWCH. I quote am frozen. As so cold. The complaints of various students got picked up by the cameras and microphones around the arena. Watching the scene unfold, Shouta shook his head. Todoroki had excellent instincts with using an attack like that, and his timing was impeccable. It was a shame it wouldn't be enough for the rest of his class. Next to him, Yamada just grinned. Say, ready for our live-action coverage? Not voluntarily. He was interrupted by Kirishima's enthusiastic shout. Too easy, Todoroki. Yamada looked down, stunned. The heck was that? His mouth fell open as he saw what had happened at the first gate. Looking at the tinder of students, one had responded the best, vaulting over the thick layer of ice that Todoroki had thrown out in their own unique ways. Some like Uraraka and Ajiro had just jumped and had managed to recover. Others like Bakugo and Takoyami had responded to the ice by using their quirks to lever them up, the former blasting through the air with a feral look on his face. No way I'm letting you take first, half and half, he roared. Shouto couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation when he saw that Bakugo hadn't been frozen. Then again, he hadn't expected any of his classmates to be caught with his attack in the first place. Not just that, more students than he had expected had made it past his initial barrier. He could see a purple-haired student with people supporting him and a pink-haired girl with some sort of backpack and fancy boots, laughing maniacally as she charged forwards. Hey, Todoroki. Shouto barely reacted when he heard Minda's voice. The smaller boy grinned, throwing a couple of balls in front of him and springing forwards. Nice trick with the ice. Now it's my turn. Grape. Smack. A metal fist collided with Mina's face, sending him pinwheeling away. Shadow turned back to the front, evaluating this latest threat. Over the loudspeakers, Present Mike's voice echoed. It wouldn't be much of an obstacle course without obstacles, right? Introducing your first obstacle. In front of him, dozens of robots stood, the largest robots being about 10 stories tall while smaller robots hurried forward. As their sensors turned towards him, Shadow couldn't help but sigh. Even as his classmates started to catch up and started preparing to defeat them, he had found his way forward. I had expected something more threatening than this, he muttered under his breath. Uncaring of his criticism, the robots came closer, and Shadow let his mother's quirk build under his skin. He fixed the closest robot with a glare, breath misting in the air, especially since father is watching. A sweep of Shadow's right arm and a wave of ice crashed over 2 of the gargantuan robots, causing the other machines to pause. Seizing his chance, he ran through, watching to see if any of the other robots were going to try and fight. Hey, Todoroki made a path we can take. He heard another student shout, only to pause when they heard the ice start to creak. Everybody held back when they heard that, staring at him with worried looks on their faces. Bad idea to try following me, he called back. I froze them in unstable positions so that they'd fall. With that warning out of the way, he continued running forwards. He couldn't stop for anything. The only way Endeavor would see his point was if he achieved a total and crushing victory with nothing but his eyes. Mina winced when she heard the frozen piece of zero-pointer crash to the ground. Still in the middle of a press of students, she had to force her way to the front, just as a general studies student with pasty white clown skin yelled, "Oh my god, somebody got crushed by the zero-pointer." Her heart skipped a beat. Anxiously she ran forwards, one for all's pink lightning trailing along her skin. "Hey, who said I was dead?" Kirishima yelled, bursting out of the frozen wreckage with his signature rocky skin. He turned to glare in Todoroki's general direction, a frustrated look on his face. "Damn it, Todoroki, if I was anybody else, that woulda killed me." Mina let out a sigh of relief when she saw Kirishima punch through. Then she winced. Right, she'd have to be better about this kind of thing. "Like hell I quote him dead," another student yelled, punching through the frozen robot. Skin turned into what looked like solid steel. Mina couldn't help but stare. Sharp teeth, spiky hair, hardening quirk, practically in unison. Every member of 1A and 1B looked at each other funny. Then one guy with a praying mantis head started cackling like mad. Finally, Tagaru grinned at the incredulous looks he got. "Seriously, I thought that this was a prank or something. Aw man, I've got enough trouble sticking out without having to deal with a copycat," Kirishima yelled, bulldozing forwards. "What? Copycat? You're not even good enough to be my copycat, you poser," Tetsu yelled, sprinting after him. Monoma gave him a weird look as he got ready to make his way through the robots. "So that's what you were talking about with doubles, right?" "Yep," Tagaru grinned. The smug blonde jerk could only shrug in confusion as he turned around to face the robots. Back in the main mass of people, he could see Shinryu getting ready. "Hey, everybody, we're going to have to work together to punch a hole through the line," he yelled, gesturing to the other classes. Yeah, I'm just gonna go mountain climbing." Tagaru grinned, blades starting to stick out from his hands. Running forwards, his blades stretched forth into hook-like shapes. Stabbing into the first zero-pointer, using it as leverage, he started to haul himself up. Boom! Tagaru paused when he heard Bakugo's telltale explosion start. Oh, it's always something with this guy, isn't it? Surprisingly, the spiky-haired jerk wasn't focusing on a fight, instead choosing to take the high road and fly up with his explosive recoil. Man, the low road didn't work for Bakugo, so now he's taking the high road. Not just that, it seems a couple of others are taking inspiration from him. Tagaru grit his teeth and pulled himself up, as he watched the guy with tape dispensers for elbows and the bird-headed guy with a shadow clone pull ahead. "Gonna be really hard to keep up with these guys, Monoma," he muttered, before tearing ahead. In the booth, Present Mike put on a look of faux shock. "Amazing. The current leaders of the pack are overwhelmingly from 1A. Shadow watched his class performance with a bitter taste in his mouth. His students were, indeed, performing well. It wasn't because 1B and the other classes were bad. He could see that they were trying their hardest, and some of them were proving to be interesting. But because 1A had been attacked so early, they had been exposed to the world. They knew they had no time to hesitate, and that represented a failure on his behalf. He was happy that they had all survived in one piece. He just would have preferred it if they had never needed to learn those skills like that in the first place. Mina grinned over at Ikumi, ready to clear the way. "Ikumi." When Ikumi nodded, Mina just nodded, feeling the acid build up in her fist. "Right, let's clear a path." The zero-pointers loomed overhead, bearing down on them. Back in the exam, they had been terrifying, all right, but compared to Naomu, compared to that giant she had seen back home, Mina swung her fist forwards, letting her acid burst free in a jet of pink sparks. "Acid smash. You're not that terrifying." Her acid smashed into the nearest zero-pointer, and for the second time fellow test participants and a crowd alike gaped as a 10-story behemoth of steel was melted into slag. Double-checking to make sure that nobody was hit by the acid, Mina went to run ahead. Murmurs broke out in the crowd along with wild cheering. Mina couldn't help but grin even more as she skated ahead. She had made a great impression, telling the world that she was here like that. Back in his office, a tall, lean man with glasses watched the sports festival with a stern frown on his face. Various case files lay scattered around his desk, particularly focused on the shy Hisoka. Yet currently he was focused on the pink, messy-haired girl as she pushed forwards through a horde of robots trailing pink lightning, splashing them with acid or knocking them aside with punches. Eventually he sighed. Acceptable, I suppose, Sir Night-Eye noted. But so far, nothing too special. If All Might wanted her to intern under him, then she would have to demonstrate something more than that. Something that would mark her as a superior candidate to Mirio. Glancing back, Mina could see that the rest of her classmates were gearing up to try their own push ahead. Fire in the hole, Yamomo shouted, and Mina cheered when she saw a mortar strike another zero-pointer in the face. Go Yamomo, Mina cheered, stumbling slightly as it fell to the ground, shaking the world again. Other students, seeing their opportunity, started to run forwards, quirks at the ready to try and deal with the robots. Out of the corner of her eye she spotted Ikumi running forwards, frowning in concentration. The larger girl looked like she was chewing something, cheeks bulging. Mina tilted her head, confused. Is she chewing gum or? As another zero-pointer came up, Ikumi pursued her lips, and what came out of her mouth was a ball of fire, thickened and condensed. It kept blowing, bigger and bigger as the machine came up ahead. Mina's eyes widened. Okay, that's not gum. Endeavor was rarely impressed with a student's performance. He was only watching the first-year event rather than the second or third years because Shadow was performing, and only because he wanted to see Shadow realize that his temper tantrum over not using his fire was counterproductive at best and risking his life at worst. Normally, he would have been watching the older students to see if they had the right drive and skills to fit in his office. Too many fire-themed students thought he would take them on just because they had a fire quirk. To get an internship with him required drive and determination beyond just having a similar quirk. This, though, was impressive. He watched the Midoriya girl as she worked, the sphere of fire in front of her building up more and more mass. She's focusing the fire in her mouth, condensing it internally before letting it build in front of her. Not bad for a first-year student. Endeavor focused on Midoriya. You've got my attention. Now keep it. Ikumi glanced up, carefully letting the fire build up more, keeping a wary eye on the zero-pointer. 2 weeks of work on this move would have to be enough. Focusing Dragonframe further, she compressed it, bracing against a fallen robot. Atomic breath, she exhaled, forcing Dragonframe to guide the massive stream of flames forwards. It flowed towards the nearest zero-pointer, hitting its head dead-on and melting it into slag. Panting, Ikumi kept running forwards, her long legs eating up the distance. She couldn't let Kaken get this far ahead with no competition, could she? Endeavor nodded approvingly. A good start, he remarked, turning back to focus on Shadow. Currently his son was looking rather stressed, even as he used his quirk to keep his lead. To an amateur, Shadow was doing well, but Endeavor knew that his lead was only a thin one. Endeavor could barely hold in a snort of disdain as the rest of the students started to catch up to him. Shadow could have done more with his quirk, and he was a fool if he thought that just using his ice was enough. The thought of his son not using his whole quirk and putting his life and others at risk was terrifying. He didn't want to bury another child. Embarrassing for himself and Shadow. Shaking away the thought, Endeavor continued to scour the crowd of students, watching for any other surprises like Midori. After only a couple of minutes running, Mizo came to a stop with Uraraka and Tsuyu as they stared at the latest obstacle, a massive chasm filled with various maces, all connected at various stages by ropes. Well, competitors, if you thought our first obstacle was easy, then this'll give you pause. Introducing the fall. This needed a better name, really, Aizawa's voice droned. No need to be so negative. Anyway, fall and you're out, so do whatever it takes to make it across. Just a giant tightrope, Tsuyu muttered, already making her way across like it was nothing. Mizo was about to make his way across in a similar fashion when he heard a deranged cackle. Here's my chance to make a splash. A pink-haired girl covered in various pieces of machinery grinned. Ladies and gentlemen in the support companies, behold, the majesty of my wire arrow and hover souls. Hey, wait a minute, how come you get so much stuff? Uraraka complained. Simple, those of us in the support course are allowed whatever gadgets we make, so long as it's ours and we get approval for it. She briefly pouted. Which is a shame, as I've got so many cute babies to show off. Uraraka blinked. Babies. All eyes on Hatsume, future head of Hatsume Industries. Mizo started for the ropes even as she fired a grappling hook to the other side and pulled herself across. 6 arms meant that this tightrope act wasn't much of an inconvenience. As he watched, he could see other students starting to take their own paths. While some students crawled over the ropes nervously, others took more. Ida shot past in an awkward pose. "I must look dignified in front of my brother," he shouted, arms outstretched to keep his balance. Unconventional approaches to the task. "Hold it, half and half," Bakugo shouted, blasting through the air like an angry missile. Mizo clambered off his rope, running and jumping to another platform, opening his arms and letting his arms lengthen into crude wings to glide the rest of the way. After seeing Midoriya and the others make such a huge impression, he was feeling more inspired than before to make a good showing. "I've got to hand it to that Todoroki kid. He's managed to stay in the lead this whole time," Mitsuki commented. That was probably what was really ticking Katsuki off. It wasn't every day that somebody could actually match him. She still remembered him being impressed with Ikumi the first time they'd met her for a playdate, how she could actually deal with him. Next to her, Masaru just grinned. Still, Katsuki's not giving him much breathing room either. "Look at him go." Isashi nodded. "Yeah, Katsuki's been building steam this whole time. Once he's built up a sweat, well, I guess he's gonna give it his all." On screen, they watched as Todoroki kept running, only a mild look of frustration on his face. Present Mike grinned from up in his presenter's box. "As I was saying, what a race. While the lead keeps breaking up and getting back together, and the rest of the pack is wait. We've got a couple of breakaways." Mitsuki blinked. "Wait, is that?" Indeed, Ikumi was tearing ahead, long legs eating up the distance as she managed to push off from the ropes and charged ahead. Next to her, a pink girl was running, similarly colored lightning pouring off her body as she moved. Masaru looked down briefly. Then a feral grin split his face, and Mitsuki felt her heart skip a beat at seeing that look on her hubby's face. "Fuck yeah, Ikumi. Kick their shit in." Inko just gave him a disapproving look. "Language." Isashi shook his head, a grin on his face. "Well, now I know where Katsuki gets it, at least." Shadow was getting more and more frustrated with the situation. He had thought that this would go smoothly, that the only real problem would be dealing with Ashido. Instead, Bakugo was becoming more and more of a problem. The explosive jerk was nipping at his heels, and his explosions only seemed to be getting more powerful and frequent as the race went on. And with that, the leader of the pack is at our final obstacle, the minefield. Shadow blinked, quickly surveying the land ahead while Present Mike talked about the power of these mines. Spotting a couple of mines, he looked ahead to spot the most optimal course to take, then kept running, readying himself for one final sprint. Kaboom. "Think this crap'll slow me down." "Think again, Candycane. His eyes went wide as Bakugo shot ahead. Did he deliberately trigger a mine for a boost? Then he rocketed ahead of Shadow, sticking to his left side. He gave him a glare as he went past. "Get ready to be crushed, jackass." For a second, Shadow saw Endeavor's face superimposed over Bakugo's. His eyes narrowed, and he reached out to haul Bakugo back. "You're seriously starting to annoy me, Bakugo." He barely slowed down when Shadow's eyes spread along his arm. Instead, he seemed to take that as a sign to push forwards, sprinting harder. Ba-ba-ba-bam. A stream of fire wove its way through the field, detonating the landmines in a series of bright pink explosions. Shadow quickly glanced over his shoulder to see what had happened. Ashido was catching up, just off of a stream of acid. Midoriya had been just at the entrance, but he could see her tearing ahead, running far, far faster than she looked like she should be able to move. "What?" Earlier, when Ikumi heard minefield, she grimaced. Even with the noise-dampening earplugs she had requested for use during the sports festival, Kaken's explosions were loud. Still, she would just have to push past. If she could just get a straight bit of track, she could catch up to them easily. Desperately, she looked for an easy path, only to see Mina crouching down just before the minefield started. "See you on the winner's podium, Ikumi." The pink girl waved, before shooting a jet of acid from her feet to rocket to the front of the pack. For a second, Ikumi debated doing the same thing with her fire breath, but decided against it. Her throat still felt sore from her last big blast. Then an idea struck. Ikumi knew that before the USJ and the villain attack, she would have hesitated to put this plan into motion. But now, she could barely remember what that hesitation was like. Pulling Dragon Frame off of her body and into her mouth, she sucked in a breath, clapped her hands to her ears, then breathed a long stream of flames in a straight path. Landmine after landmine was hit, the sudden shift in temperature and pressure causing them to detonate. Taking a moment to regain her breath, she started to run along her now cleared road. Sure, it would help other competitors, but with her speed, it wouldn't matter. She sprinted forwards, managing to catch up to Kaken and Todoroki, then overtook them. Isashi could barely breathe as he watched Ikumi tear ahead. For a second, Todoroki and Katsuki stared at her, then they sprung into gear. Ice sprang from Todoroki, forming a solid surface over the mines, then more formed behind him to push him forwards. Then he found his voice. "Look at her go." He cheered, almost knocking the bowl of popcorn over. Licks of fire came out of his throat in his excitement. "Get back here, Midori," Katsuki yelled, shooting forwards with explosions blasting off his palms. And then Ashido caught up to all of them with a huge grin on her face, pink lightning streaming off of her. The two pack leaders have formed an uneasy truce to try and beat Midori. Though, I've gotta say, she is fast. Come on Katsuki. Fuck Todoroki up, Masaru yelled, earning him a smack from Inko and an amused bark of laughter from Mitsuki and Hisashi. On screen, Ikumi had to slow down, carefully navigating the mines as the others caught up. Then she spun around, sucking in a deep breath. Mitsuki blinked. Wait, why's Ikumi? She got her answer when Ikumi blew fire at her feet just as she jumped, sending herself flying with her own fire breath. Hisashi let out a loud cheer when Ikumi managed to roll and recover on the home stretch. Before getting back up, Present Mike sounded baffled as he turned to his co-host, Eraserhead. What the hell are you teaching your kids? This isn't my doing. They've been spurring each other on this whole time. On the screen, Ikumi was bolting for first, sprinting for all she was worth, and a good thing too as the other racers started to catch up. Even with that distraction, the rest of the leaders were pushing themselves harder and harder. Pink lightning built into a larger corona as Ashido bolted. Katsuki deliberately hit a landmine, using the explosion mixed with his own to send him shooting forwards like a rocket, and Todoroki's ice flung him further, his teeth grit from exertion. Mitsuki's knuckles whitened as she clenched the hem of her dress, and Ko clutched her hands to her mouth, eyes wide, unable to look away. Masaru chewed on his nails and Hisashi felt his breath catch in his throat as they got closer and closer to the finish line. Until, man, who could have predicted such a crazy turn of events? The one who made it back to the stadium first was. Shoto sucked in a deep breath, trying to recover as much of his stamina as he could. Still, his mind was in turmoil. Looking ahead, he could see Midoriya, trying her best to recover as well. Next to her, Bakugo and Ashido looked forward. Well, this is unusual, but it seems that Midoriya, Bakugo and Ashido managed to get joint first. What an amazing performance from all of them. Shoto clenched his fist tightly. Losing to Midoriya or Ashido was one thing, but seeing Bakugo just barely manage to beat him and keep pace with the others was frustrating beyond belief. And up in the stands, he could feel Endeavor's burning gaze, locked on him. For a moment, he focused on where his father was standing. Then he looked him in the eye, levelly, before turning back to the competition. I don't need your fire. I've never needed it. He shook his head minutely. Still, this wasn't the end. There were still 2 more rounds for him to win. 2 more rounds to prove Endeavor wrong. After seeing Ikumi's hard work pay off, Inko could only sink back in her chair as the tension bled away. She took first. She gasped, tears of joy springing from her eyes. I can barely believe it. My little girl took first. I knew Katsuki and her were cooking up something crazy for the festival, but damn, I didn't expect them to shock us that much. Mitsuki breathed, customary grin replaced with a stunned expression. On the TV, Present Mike was similarly stunned. However, he made a swift recovery before turning to the camera with his usual enthusiastic grin. Man, was that an amazing first round. We've still got racers coming in, so we'll go over the standings with an action replay later. Inko couldn't help but smile tearily as she saw Ikumi's face displayed on screen. Her daughter looking tired and dirty, ribs heaving with exertion but still standing and charming the audience behind the TV with her toothy exhausted grin. While the other students filed in, some of them looking distinctly put out by being beaten to first place, she wiped at her tears. I don't think there's a hero who doesn't know your name now, Ikumi. Ikumi panted, looking around as the rest of the racers filed in. A part of her couldn't believe that she had managed to take first with Kaken and Mina, that it was some sort of fluke. But there she was, first place. Had it been any other event she would be sporting a gold medal by now. Hiroraka came up, a competitive grin on her face. Her chubby cheeks were flushed with exertion and she was covered in grime and sweat, but she seemed almost radiant with her enthusiasm. Man, that was so cool, Midoriya. When you breathed fire like, whoosh, and then just dashed ahead. Next to her, Ada looked dismayed. The normally broad-shouldered, confident student looked almost half his size. I didn't place first in a race with my quirk. Then he shook himself, straightening his shoulders and taking a deep breath, resuming his usual demeanor. Well, I suppose this is a sign I still have much to learn about being a hero. In spite of herself, Ikumi smiled at his serious antics. Why yeah, you'll place first next time for sure, Ida. The boy nodded, a glint of determination reflecting off his glasses from his eyes. Indeed, next year, or in our classes, I shall be victorious no matter what kind of race it is. Nevertheless, my most sincere congratulations for making such an opening. Thank you, Ada beamed, giving her a thumbs up while people filed in. Shoji came in soon after, waving to her. Congratulations on that last stretch, Midoriya. He sighed dryly, and I turning to look at his back. Though I might have made it in earlier without somebody hitching a ride. Who? Off man. Mineta pulled himself free of Shoji's back, a slightly disappointed look on his face. I knew I should have gone ahead with my plan to stick to one of the girls' backs. I mean, if I'd snuck a ride on Midoriya. He suddenly stopped when Kaken put a hand on his shoulder. Instantly, the mood in the arena turned from elation to pure, unadulterated dread. You thought about sticking to Midori for a free ride. Huh, great bitch, Kaken asked the shorter boy with deceptive calm. All the other students in the area were convinced that they were about to witness a murder. Mineta turned slowly toward Kaken and flinched. That was just a joke. Yeah, nervously laughing, he ran and hid behind Shoji. Instantly, the mood dissipated, replaced again with elation at the recent victory. Ikumi shook her head, turning back to the center stage as more and more contestants trickled in. Good on him for sticking up for her and the other girls, at least, Ikumi thought, stretching her shoulders. Even if Mineta had improved after the USJ, the thought of him sticking to her or another girl made her feel uncomfortable. Present Mike's voice rang out the arena, quieting the crowd. AWRIGHT, everybody. Now that all of our competitors are in, it's time for the next event. But before we get into that, we've got a tiebreaker to determine who gets first between Midoriya, Bakugo, and Ashido. Shoto could feel Endeavor's judgmental eyes on him as the screen flickered, displaying the last stretch of the race. The action froze when they crossed the line, zooming in to check who had officially crossed into the stadium. Well, cameras don't lie. By a matter of a centimeter, Ashido takes first place while Bakugo and Midoriya take joint second. Ashido looked stunned, a mildly disbelieving look on her face. Midoriya had a similarly stunned look on her face, seeming to shrink in on herself from the scrutiny. Next to her, Bakugo grit his teeth before assuming a determined frown. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the explosive blonde. Shoto had seen that look too many times on his father's face to just let it go. While his father had never lost his temper in public, there was a lot that happened behind closed doors, after all. He wouldn't put it past Bakugo to take his frustration out on Midoriya later. The top 44 students from the first round will pass on. Midnight grinned, cracking her whip. If you've placed lower, don't worry, you're going to have an opportunity to show your stuff to the crowd later. Her grin turned vicious, a smile fitting for a hero who resembled a dominatrix. For those of you who have survived, in this next stage, things are going to heat up. The screen behind her flickered, blurred. Midnight reveled in being the center of attention, grin widening as her eyes flashed with a mischievous glint. So get ready, all of you. The next event is. With a flash of light, the next event was revealed, and Midnight cracked her whip toward the screen dramatically. Capture the flag. He stared at the screen, wondering. This wasn't a game he was familiar with. Endeavor had considered such games to be a waste of his time, after all. His classmates seemed to have a better idea of what it entailed, though. Heck yeah, capture the flag. Ashido cheered with Kaminari. A blonde girl with hooves and impressive horns cheered loudly as well. Shoto focused on Midnight. Whatever the challenge was, he would beat it without using his father's fire. No matter what. When he saw those words, Hitoshi couldn't help but wince. Oh, great, a team game. Uncaring of his mild panic, Midnight Sensei kept talking. It's a game that demands speed, agility, and skill. You're going to divide yourselves into teams of 4 and then challenge everybody else for the most points. His left eye twitched. That's fine and all if you know people here, but I only know Midoriya and the other class presidents. And I can't imagine most people would want to team up with somebody from general studies who hasn't demonstrated a flashy quirk, especially since everybody else was stronger than him. Though he was relatively fresh from the first round of the sports festival, Hitoshi would admit he wasn't the most athletic person. He'd tried to work on his speed and agility as best he could after failing the entrance exams, but seeing the other hero students, it was painfully obvious that he hadn't improved enough. On the screen behind her, All Might in his horrible yellow suit posed with a grin and a ball in hand, standing next to Cementos, Ectoplasm, and Snipe. Now, the rules are basically the same as capture the flag in regards to how you score more points. Take a flag, or ball in this case, from the other team and bring it back to your base before time runs out. Still, this game of capture the flag is getting the plus ultra treatment. Robots not yet destroyed by the other students darted around, painting a circular area in the middle of the stage, then dividing the rest of the playing field into 11 equal areas. Other robots painted circles near the back of each territory, obviously meant to hold the balls. Hitoshi was pretty impressed, and judging by the oohs and ahs from the other students, he wasn't the only one. Midnight grinned. First of all, there's 11 teams on the field, but only 4 of them will progress to the next round. Attacks can come from any angle, and you can defend your base in any way you please, so long as the balls aren't stuck so only one person could remove them. Mineta and the guy with tape dispensers for elbows whose name he knew but couldn't remember, groaned out loud. Another hero student with a headband and a hulking guy with what looked like a helmet for a head also looked disappointed. Midnight playfully shook her head. Sorry, that's been done before. and it makes for a really boring match. Besides, that's only for the balls. Sticking other people to the ground is fair game. They looked happier hearing that, much to Hitoshi's dismay. Midnight continued, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. Secondly, you can steal somebody else's ball in transit, either by tagging them or just grabbing it out of their hand. This was demonstrated when Eraserhead took the ball out of All Might's hand with an utterly done expression, while the symbol of peace fell to the ground dramatically. Hitoshi sniggered at the imagery, managing to disguise it as a cough as Midnight continued. If you get tagged by another player, then you're in jail for 3 minutes or until another teammate tags you out, so don't all get in jail at the same time. All Might demonstrated this by rescuing Snipe from the middle area, the cowboy-themed hero giving him a thumbs up. Another plan got scrapped, just like that. He watched Midnight intently as she finished explaining the rules. Finally, each team's points will change based on the placement each of its members took in the last race. Hitoshi blinked, considering while the rest of the students talked about it. So the people who came in higher have more points. On the one hand, they have a better chance of making it to the next round, but it paints a target on their back as well. Plus, having to defend a base as well as carrying balls back there meant that he couldn't rely on brainwashing to make a team for himself. Maybe if it was a cavalry battle, things would have been easier. He could have given a generic command like follow my lead and be done with it. Midnight grinned. So your points start at 5 at the bottom and increase by 5 each place, so 5 for 44th, 10 for 43rd, 15 at 42nd, and so on and so forth. Then she frowned. That is, except for the first and second places. They're going to get something a bit different this year. That caused the other students to pause in their musing. Why them? A brown-haired girl with pink cheeks asked. He didn't like the grin on Midnight's face as she turned to look at the girl. Since they were so close and made such an impression, we decided to divide first place's points among them, with Ishido getting the bigger share. The pink girl blinked, stunned. Midoriya swallowed anxiously. Hitoshi could get her nervousness, but it wasn't like the points were going to make that much of a difference. Midnight's whip cracked. When you're standing at the top, everyone guns for your head. As such, Ishido gets 4 million points, while Bakugo and Midoriya get 3 million apiece. Hitoshi and everybody froze, practically as one. They turned to look at the three who had made such a huge impression on the audience. Bakugo's face was twisted into a demonic leer. Ishido had a similar grin on her face, the bright pink girl stretching to warm up. And Midoriya looked like a deer in the headlights under the force of everybody's stares, an anxious sweat breaking out. This is a survival game where anybody could make a comeback. On second thought, I could have had it worse. Ikumi's heart thundered as everybody stared at her. For a fleeting instant, she felt like she was back in Aldra with judgmental eyes staring at her. Sure, she has a strong quirk, but what hero would be interested in somebody like her? Then she shook herself. It's not like that. Everybody just wants to win this and be seen by the pros. Still stressful, though. Midnight grinned. Now that we've discussed the point system, we've got to talk about the other rules. Stating the obvious here, but quirks are allowed, so this is going to be one hectic match. Even if you don't have a flag in your base, as long as you can secure another flag, then it isn't over. Ikumi nodded, pulling at her lip as she thought. So, everybody else needs to balance offense and defense. Well, except for me, Kaken and Mina, since getting our flags would guarantee a place in the next round. She was jolted out of her train of thought when Midnight's whip cracked. You've got 15 minutes to choose your teams, so get to it. A lot of Wana immediately came up to her, Kaken and Mina clamoring for a team-up. Kaminari stretched his hand out to try and be more visible. Hey, pick me. Zero grinned at her as well. Sure, I can't just tape the flag to the ground like I wanted to, but I'd still be useful. Ikumi's mind clicked away. With how many points I have, any team I'm on is going to be on the defensive for the entire match, so I need somebody who I can always count on to help guard the flag. She turned to her best friend, who was staring at the crowd of people in front of them, before turning to her. Awkwardly she coughed. Kaken, like you have to ask, he grunted, before a grin split his face. As far as I'm concerned, you're always on my team. Ikumi sighed fondly. Some things never changed. If you insist, Kaken. He hopped slightly to hit her on the back. Damn right, Midori. Together, we're gonna take the first to end all firsts. Ikumi smiled faintly as she looked for more team members. She wished she shared his confidence in winning this match, especially since teaming up meant that there was even more incentive for others to attack their base. We're going to need a couple more people. Her eyes widened as she caught sight of an old friend. Kaken. Oi, Stabby. Wanna join the winning team? Tagaru blinked, looking over at Midoriya and Bakugo. You're asking me to join you. The arrogant blonde grinned at him. If we work together, we're gonna beat the shit out of everybody. Midoriya smiled sheepishly. I have got a plan for the match. Admittedly, we're going to be on the defensive for most of it, but it'll be good to work together. I hate to admit it, but you're almost as good as we are. Bakugo sighed. Coming from Bakugo, that was a compliment. Tagaru looked at Midoriya, then winced. Sorry guys, but I want to be on another team. Midoriya looked stunned and a little sad, but Bakugo got a look of dawning comprehension. You want to challenge us or something? He couldn't help but grin at Bakugo. After that first round, seeing Midoriya and Bakugo pull prissy Mr. Ice Prince Todoroki down a peg had really hammered home how much of a difference there was between them. Toguro nodded. Yeah, I want to prove that I've got what it takes to stand on the podium. He gave Midoriya an apologetic look. Sorry about this. For her part, his green-haired friend just gave him an understanding smile. You're just as bad as Kaken for challenging yourself. No hard feelings. No hard feelings. Aw, man, Kamakiri. Kirishima bounded up. You had to make a manly speech like that before I could. Toguro just shrugged in response. The explosive blonde looked at Kirishima before understanding. I'd better see you in the next round, shitty hair. The redhead just grinned, teeth glinting. Then he turned to Kamakiri. Hey man, you want to join me and Ashido? Or do you want to go with your own buddies? He looked over to where Ashido was smiling, and then back to Monoma, who was giving him some weird hand signs. Toguro raised an eyebrow at the display, to which Monoma just slapped his hand to his forehead and pointed to his team. Right, Monoma's plan to beat Wana now. He cast an eye around the groups, thinking. On the one hand, Monoma's plan was actually a good one, especially since Kendo was going along with it. But knowing Monoma, he would laser-focus Bakugo and Midoriya to try and beat them all. Knowing his friend and rival. Plus, Monoma would be pissed. That was almost as good as angering Bakugo, honestly. Decision made, he gripped Kirishima's hand. Yeah, teaming up with Ashido sounds fun. Nito glared at Toguro as he left with the enemy. Traitor, he muttered to himself. Next to him, Kendo gave him an odd look. You're getting upset over him joining a friend from 1A. That's a bit petty. It's not petty. They've brainwashed him, he exclaimed. She gave him an unamused stare. Right. Nito's eye twitched, especially since, even now, everybody's focused on 1A, especially after that last round. He held up a hand. And yes, I'm aware that I'm technically to blame for encouraging our classmates to hold back. A bitter note crept into his voice. But what makes them so different from us? One villain attack. He wasn't about to wish for villains to attack his class or anything like that. But the eyes of the crowd had been firmly fixed on Wana since before the sports festival. Everybody had written the other hero class off before the matches had even started. Kendo tapped her chin. It's hard to say, but they are living up to that attention. Even you have to admit that. He winced. Yes, Midoriya was impressive. And she had delivered a good speech too, not that he would ever say something like that in front of the enemy. Especially since anybody from 1B could have made a better one. Nito managed to rally, though. Still, Wana only had that opportunity because we held back. Kendo shrugged. Maybe not. But even you have to admit that Wana isn't as arrogant as you thought they were. I suppose that's true, he managed to get out. Much as he hated it, Wana wasn't as unlikable as he had thought they were initially. He was used to people looking down on him because his quirk wasn't strong enough to make him a hero by itself. And maybe that colored his perception of 1A, since they had a lot of people with quirks worthy of main character status he knew he couldn't attain. His smile returned. But even so, we're going to show them why we hung back in the first round. Aren't we, guys? Tsuburaba and Kaibara gave him a thumbs up. You got it, Monoma. Tsuburaba grinned. Kendo sighed. Just don't be too bad a winner. Nito nodded, looking around the Wana students. What better way to defeat Wana than by using their quirks better than they ever could? Hey, high scores. Ikumi blinked. Before starting when a pink-haired girl with a similarly feral smirk to Kaken's barged up to them, shoving her face into Kaken's while ignoring his scowl. Let me in on your team. Absolutely not, he glowered. Who are you? Ikumi managed. The pink-haired girl just laughed, removing her goggles to reveal yellow eyes with crosshair pupils. Simple. The name's Mei Hatsum, the soon-to-be greatest support engineer in the world. Kaken actually bit out a laugh at that. You've got balls, at least. Ikumi shot her friend a look which Kaken summarily ignored. Sighing, she gave Hatsum a questioning look. If it's not rude, why do you want to team up with us? Simple. Since the spotlight's on you guys from that last round. Her smile widened. Then that means that if I team up with you, my super cute babies will be on full display as well. The babies. Ikumi weakly muttered. She hoped that this conversation wasn't going where she thought it was going. Yeah, my babies. The pink-haired girl pulled out a bulging backpack and threw it open dramatically, displaying a hoard of items, much to Ikumi's relief. I had so many potential options, I couldn't figure out which ones to keep. In fact, I asked a robot to carry on the rest of my support gear since I couldn't carry it all by myself. One of UAS robots beeped, hustling through the crowd of students with a tray of items. She smirked at their expressions, before focusing on Kaken. You want to take the first to end all firsts, right? Well, I can definitely help you with that. Seeing that, Kaken paused as he held up a bracer. Not bad, goggles. Ikumi nodded, listening while she looked for another teammate. Now, we just need one more. Her eyes drifted through the rest of the crowd before spotting the perfect teammate. There, Mina grinned at Kirishima as he returned. Man, am I glad to have you on my side, Kiri. He chuckled, clenching a fist. Well, Bakugo's already teaming up with a friend. Might as well do that as well. She turned to the other boy with the insect head. You're Kamakiri, right? Kiri's talked about you a bit. Nice to meet ya. Kamakiri just nodded. Yeah, I heard a bit about you from Midoriya and Kirishima. He grinned. I'm guessing you know what my quirk does. Mina nodded. You make knives come out of your body, right? When he nodded, she beamed. All right, just need one more person crazy enough to team up with us, and we're set. Hey, Ashido. Uraraka came up, a grin on her face. You still have room on your team. Sure thing. Mina gave the pink-cheeked girl a thumbs up. Great to have you. Cause honestly I have no idea what I'm doing. Uraraka grinned. Have to admit, being on the second highest scoring team is pretty intense. Not gonna lie. Kirishima nodded, a huge smile on his face. That's why it's so manly. You are definitely my kind of people. Kamakiri smirked. Shouta drifted back to the land of the living when he felt Nimiri shove him in the side. Hey, wake up, Eraser. Show's about to start. Grumbling, Shouta shed his sleeping back, partially feigning tiredness. He gave the groups that had been assembled a lazy look over as they made the finishing touches on their bases. They've formed some interesting teams, he noted. She hummed, before cracking her whip, causing Shouta to scowl at the noise. Okay, time's up. Hopefully you've come up with an actual plan for the next round. If you haven't, well, that's too bad. Yamada's voice cut through the air. All right, everybody. Looks like the teams are all set. Give them a cheer as they get ready. The crowd roared its approval. Shouta rolled his shoulders, looking out at the students. While he was sure none of them would object to the teacher's judgment, it was better safe than sorry. Worst case, if a quirk went out of control he could neutralize it. Katsuki glanced over his team one more time. You ready to take the greatest goddamn first place UAS ever seen? He growled as he adjusted Goggles' jetpack. Sure, maybe it was redundant, but if he wanted to attack while still staying mobile, having a second option for mobility wasn't bad. 3. Midori nodded, adjusting the oversized bracer gauntlet combination Goggles had given her. Don't worry, Kakin, she muttered with a determined look in her eyes, causing him to grin widely. 2. Goggles giggled, the pink-haired girl covered in a small arsenal of gadgets, ready to win. 1. The last member of their team, Octopus, didn't say anything as he adjusted his own harness of support gear, just giving a thumbs up. Katsuki took a deep breath, waiting for the final signal. Begin. And almost immediately, several people dashed for their base. This round's a fight for your points and everybody knows it. Shitter Hair yelled, running at Goggles. Thick Lips grinned, pouring a small sachet of stuff down his throat. His pupils dilated, a few veins standing out on his thick neck. I'm the conductor of the sugar train, he roared, dashing at Katsuki's team. Wow, teams Tetsu and Hagakure are making a beeline for Bakugo's base. Can they make it past Bakugo's defensive line? Or will they be sent to jail with their tails between their legs? Katsuki grinned, like you need to even ask. Flinging his arms behind him, he threw himself forwards, flying at Thick Lips at lightning speeds. The larger student tried to grab him, but Katsuki had Goggles' jetpack. Quickly firing it in the opposite direction, he halted in the air over the larger boy's wild swipe, dropping to the ground and tagging him in one smooth motion. Gotcha. He barely avoided Thick Lips' swipe, rolling back. You got tagged, asshole. Unfortunately, he wasn't listening to Katsuki at all. I won't wait. What? Thick Lips' pupils went back to their normal state. Behind him, Eraserhead loomed. Tag, he commented dryly, jabbing a finger towards the central jail area. Slumping, Thick Lips went to the center, giving his teammates an apologetic look. The weird clown guy just slapped a hand to his face, before a jet of thick, yellow-white liquid shot from his hands and knocked an attacker back. Off to the side, Goggles' weird harness pulled her out of the way of Shittier Hair's attempt to tag her. As you can see, support companies. These hydraulic bracers react in a split second, allowing you to dodge attacks with ease. Octopus tagged the other jerk, causing him to groan in anguish and stomp off to the jail area. We'll be back, he warned. Katsuki grinned, even as Disney Prince hurried from his base to get Thick Lips out. Bring your fucking A-game, Shitter Hair. We'll crush you as much as you like. Kakin Midori's nose twitched, and she suddenly dashed to the side, grabbing at apparently thin air. Shoji, Octopus wasted no time, firing a net gun at the space and entangling an invisible figure. They struggled to get out, but then slumped. Tag, Eraserhead called once more. Aw, nuts, Clothes complained, her hero costume shimmering into view under the net. She shook a fist at Ikumi. Damn your sense of smell. Ikumi just shrugged, tapping the palm of her gauntlet. A massive shield unfolded, blocking one of Grape Bitch's balls from touching her. Hey, why does she have a hero costume? Blonde Jerk shouted. I was approved for this since it's the only way I can actually use my quirk. Clothes shouted back. Unless you want me to go naked on national television. No, that's fine. Blonde jerk looked a bit rattled at that. Clothes let out a HMPH, crossing her arms and running off to the jail area. Katsuki smirked. Show that asshole what was what. Nito grit his teeth, turning away in frustration. Midoriya and Bakugo had chosen their team well, and they worked well together, demonstrated with the latter switching with the former to deal with another competitor. Combined with the multi-armed giant Shoji's sensory abilities and Hatsume's many inventions, it would take a lot to get past them. His eyes lit up when he saw a couple of practically abandoned wanna bases, teams too thinly spread or distracted to notice. Now there's an opportunity, he purred, glancing over at Kaibara. Without a word, they ran in to secure some points and eliminate a threat to 1B sweeping the game. Since the focus was on 1A's arrogant Bakugo right now, that just left a new opening for him to exploit. And if he could get some of their quirks while he was at it, his grin split his face. I'll be able to crush Bakugo's arrogant face with his classmates' quirks. Nizo's eyes craned around their territory. It seems that they're backing off, he noted, one arm reaching for the bandolier of gadgets Hatsume had supplied him with. After seeing his quirk in action, Hatsume had insisted on equipping him with a huge number of her inventions, on the grounds that having that many arms and not using them to hold my babies is criminal. Personally, he felt that so many items were unnecessary clutter, preferring the absolute minimum. But he could definitely see the wisdom in having more options available to him. Something to think about for his hero costume. Really, Midoriya managed a smile, hefting her shield. We just have to hold out until the round ends. The air chilled, an engine revved menacingly, cutting through the roar of the crowd. Mizo turned and exchanged a grim look with his teammates. He had known that it would happen sooner or later. He brought his arms up, fresh rounds slotted into the chambers of the net guns. Ida had a look of stoic determination on his face as he came forwards, flanking his teammate. We'll be taking that ball, if you don't mind, Todoroki stated dully, ice creeping down his right side. Ikumi couldn't help but shiver at the look Todoroki gave Kaken, the ice quirk user staring Kaken down. For his part, Kaken just grinned back, small explosions popping in his palms. Good to see you, Kandakane. She managed a grin, gripping the shield bracer Hatsume had discarded for being too large and heavy for an ordinary patron. Truthfully, she hadn't expected Todoroki to show up so early into the match. There were still 10 minutes to go on the clock, after all, and it would have made sense for him to come later, but she knew that Todoroki would come at some point. Truthfully, Ikumi suspected the main reason why he hadn't charged their base immediately was because he had been making his own as impenetrable as possible. His territory looked like an ice sculptor's paradise, thick, sheer walls blocking easy access to his flag. If he got their flag and got it to his base, then his team would only have to worry about a bottleneck of opponents, rendering numbers useless. Todoroki's icy stare intensified. If you give up the flag, this will be less painful for all of us. Kaken's grin split his face. You want our flag, huh? He slammed one fist into his palm, a small burst of smoke and flame coming off his hands. Then fucking take it. Ida gasped in outrage, but Todoroki's expression never wavered. With nothing but a glance at his partner, the red and white-haired boy created a wave of ice, aiming to sweep over Kaken and bind him in place while Ida accelerated to grab the ball. Even after all the times Ikumi had seen it in action, Todoroki's quirk was awe-inspiring. Ikumi sucked in a deep breath, feeling her quirk build up, and, as it came closer, Kaken dodged to the side. The wall of ice that was crashing towards her was definitely intimidating, but she was ready for it. At the last second, Ikumi exhaled, a massive wall of fire pouring from her mouth and hitting the freezing wave head-on, a loud hiss of steam coming from their clash of elements. Ida was forced to change course to avoid the steam, barely dodging Shoji's attempt to hit him with a net gun. Through the haze of steam, she could see Kaken rocket forwards, aiming for Todoroki's left side. I thought I told you that shit wouldn't work on us, huh, Kandakane? Ikumi sucked in another breath as Kaken got closer to Todoroki. Ikumi had been watching Todoroki closely over the sports festival and in class, so she was confident in her analysis of his abilities. If she was wrong about how his quirk worked, fortunately, Todoroki twisted, trying to reach Kaken with his right arm already starting to mist up. But her best friend didn't let up, constantly shifting to the other boy's left. The red and white-haired boy kept trying to hit Kaken with his quirk, but he was close enough that any ice attempt he made would hit himself as well, technically eliminating himself in any attempt. Ikumi couldn't help but grin as her analysis of Todoroki's quirk proved true, the red and white-haired boy being slowly forced away from their base. She knew that Todoroki had fire as well as ice, having seen him clean up excess ice from heroics classes. However, he hadn't used it during said exercises to fight, only to melt leftover ice. It seemed that he could only use ice on his right side and fire on his left, and wasn't willing to use fire against people. She wasn't sure if he could only use one element at a time or if he didn't want to burn their classmates, a worry she completely understood. Whatever the case, targeting his left side was the smartest option, making it harder for him to make his ice efficiently. If they couldn't capture either of them, then they could stall until time was finished. And with all the ice Todoroki was throwing up, it would make it harder for other teams to get close as well. In the commentator's box, Hisashi grinned at his co-host as they oversaw the spectacle below. Man, I've gotta say, these kids are really going at it. Next to him, Vlad King nodded with a serious look on his face. You can say that again. Every student out there's giving it their all to stand at the top. He paused, then sighed. Especially 1A. Hisashi nodded furiously, watching the tag match below. All eyes were on Bakugo's team, especially with all of the ice Todoroki was throwing around. That's certainly true, Vlad. Not only does Team Bakugo have to hold off Todoroki, a blast of ice from the red and white-haired teen caught his eye, and the blonde MC grinned as he saw Bakugo dodge it, going for Todoroki's left side yet ag. But they have to hold off every other team as well. Though he had to admit, the Hatsune girl was terrifying, especially when she managed to hit Ida with a net. With his teammate captured, Todoroki was forced to back away from attacking Bakugo's team, having to wait for Ida to reach the jail before he could tag him back in. Certainly, securing their flag would guarantee a pass into the next round. Though there is another competitor with a similar win condition under her control, Vlad King observed. True, we can't forget about Team Ishido, who has defended their territory from all comers as well. Hisashi grinned as he looked over at the devastation Ishido's team had made. Despite her uneasy stomach from using her quirk so much, Ochako couldn't help but grin when she managed to tag Tsuyu as she stared at their base. Laughing a bit, she waved for the frog girl to go to the prison area. Sorry Tsuyu, better luck next time. Tsuyu waved her off with a slight smile. Fair enough, but next time we're going to get that flag. She paused, looking at what Ochako and the rest of Ishido's team had done to defend their flag. Though I can't help but feel that your base is unfair. Ochako almost agreed. She hadn't expected Midnight to allow it. When the match had started and Mina had blitzed any attackers with sheer speed, Kamakiri had sliced the stadium's concrete into slabs for Ochako to use her quirk. She had then moved the thick concrete slabs into a crude fort almost completely covering the flag, leaving an opening in case that loophole had been patched. A quick application of Mina's acid when she had a chance, and the whole structure was as secure as it could be. Not according to Midnight Sensei it isn't. Kirishima grinned, before glaring down Tetsu. Well, if it isn't my fated rival. Tetsu just grinned, banging his fists together with a metallic clang. Bring it, faker. While they fought, Kamakiri looked over at Ochako, blades temporarily retracted. Think we need more walls to cover the base. Humming, she shook her head as she watched for more attackers. Nah, we should be good. It'll be pretty hard for them to break through, especially since Mina's acid had melted so much of the surrounding concrete, making it harder to find reliable footing. Combined with the shallow pits where they had carved out the blocks to defend their base, they had made it almost impossible to get to the flag. He looked it over, then gave a short nod. Suppose that's true. Kamakiri managed to tag Ojiro before he could even get close. And that's 4 tags for me. Mina shot over, a trail of pink lightning in her wake. Nice one, Kamakiri. Too bad I'm on 13 tags. Ochako pouted at their captain. Hey, leave some for the rest of us. She pouted when Mina stuck her tongue out at her. Still, she managed to tag another person, the jet black and white-haired boy slumping off in defeat. In his townhouse and outside of his ceremonial robes, the Grand Shepherd watched the sports festival with disgust. Seeing mutants being treated like they were the same as human beings like this was just the most obvious sign of Japan's decline. Yue was a source of modest frustration for him. Back when mutants were treated as the subhumans they were, Yue had been respectable. Then the creatures and their lying ways had infected society at large. And suddenly the rational response to seeing a mutant was considered evil. Once they saw the light, they would surely change their methods to be more in line with correct thinking. Until that day came, the CRC had to hide in the shadows, pushing down their distaste for the sinners until the Great Purge. Still, keeping an eye on their future heroes and graduates of UA was nothing but good intel. It made it easier to save these lost souls from themselves if they could find the weak links. He could stomach seeing a few creatures, especially if he knew how they could purge them easier. But letting that subhuman make a presentation to the whole country was just another example of the degeneracy that Japan, no, the world was falling to. He would have to write a sermon for his flock later, to clean the poison of these insipid words. UAS really gone downhill, ever since they allowed animals to compete with humans, his second-in-command commented dryly. The Grand Shepherd shook his head. UA went downhill when an animal became the principal, he responded. His lieutenant simply shrugged. Still, their standards have seriously slipped if a creature is the highest scoring applicant. She may have had her score adjusted, another member of his inner circle responded, glaring at the screen. Wouldn't be the first time something like that cheated a hard worker out of their rightful place. It wasn't impossible to manage, but it was a problem for another time. We may have to make an example of her at a later time, the Grand Shepherd mused. It would be a huge risk, but having the supposed highest scoring student at UA go on a rampage would surely show Japan the truth. Though it would take a lot of careful planning to pull off, especially since the League of Villains attack had failed to kill any of the hero brats. Denki couldn't help but wince when he saw the bullshit the other teams were using to defend their base. Mina's team just built a fort to cover their flags. Midoriya and Bakugo had teamed up to crush everybody. And then there was Todoroki's Winter Wonderland on top of that. Man, am I glad me and my team aren't going for those bases, he muttered to himself. Kind of terrifying, right? A lazy voice drawled from Denki's left. Denki blinked as he turned to see the purple-haired guy from Gen Ed standing there with a grin on his face. Then he hurriedly got into a fighting position, electricity sparking along his arms. The purple-haired guy didn't seem fazed, instead looking at Denki's shoe with a surprised look on his face. By the way, your shoe's untied. It is. Everything went black. Inko shook her head in wonder as Katsuki and Ikumi held Todoroki and Ida off, the heterochromatic boy looking frustrated as they did so. They're certainly getting creative with this event, aren't they? Gotta give them credit, some of this shit's wild. Mitsuki cackled. I'm pretty sure that they've never had anything quite as crazy as this before. Hisashi grinned at the screen, watching another student hurriedly run to the jail to bust a teammate out. One skull-faced boy had turned a large section of his turf into a swampy area. A hapless Sato trying desperately to swim out of what he had thought was solid ground. A short boy with purple balls for hair had created a veritable maze of balls, anybody stuck to them having to go to the jail after Ikumi's homeroom teacher cancelled the effects of his quirk on them. One base had the ball enlarged to the size of an exercise ball, making it harder for attackers to get away without the ball being stolen back. And another girl with vines for hair had made an impressive wall of thorns using her quirk, while a boy with a speech bubble for a head was creating words to block another student from tagging her. Admittedly, the most impressive structures were what Ashido and Todoroki's team had constructed. Ashido's team had created a bunker to hide their flag, but Todoroki had created a frozen maze. Glistening ice walls blocked easy access from most angles, and the main road through was filled with hazards made by the Yaoyorozu girl and the Takoyami boy. Mitsuki laughed when a short, round boy with gray hair gingerly stepped around the caltrops scattered around, only to get punched by a dark, shadowy fist coming from the depths of Todoroki's ice palace. In short, the whole arena was utterly chaotic. Students were running in twos or all as one if they had lost their points, trying to reclaim their own flags or the flags of others. Frack. Holy, something just happened in Ashido's part. Vlad, did you catch that? I don't think it got caught on camera, but what did get caught is that Ashido has been tagged by Monomanito from 1B, the other teacher responded. As one, they blinked, stunned when a small burst of wind came from Ashido's base. What happened there? Inko asked, seeing the distressed look in the young girl's eyes as she went for the jail area. Holding her hand close to her chest and wincing in pain, Hisashi shrugged. Beats me. Inko couldn't help but worry as she saw Ikumi narrowly dodge a strand of tape shot at her, managing to tag the grinning boy as she did so. The pink-haired girl and Shoji looked like they were busy as well, their respective weapons snagging sneakier opponents while Katsuki and Ikumi deflected the most confident attackers. Do you think Ikumi and Katsuki can hold out until the end? Of course they can. Her thoughts were interrupted by the crack of ice rapidly freezing on screen. Hisashi winced as he saw the Todoroki boy casually take out a group of other students trying to come close to Ikumi's base. Looks like he's back for a second attempt. Shoto took a deep breath as he gave the opposition a once-over, before turning to Ida. All right, Ida. Well, they're occupied. Understood. Ida boomed, turning back to run to their base. As Ida sprinted back to their base, snatching a ball from a frozen opponent as he did, Shoto turned his attention to Bakugo. The blonde's eyes narrowed suspiciously as they stared each other down. What the hell are you planning, Scarface? Shoto didn't respond to the jibe, instead focusing on capturing Bakugo as quickly as possible. Once more, a wave of ice flew from his right side, and again his opponent went to the left to dodge. Shoto tried once more to hit Bakugo with ice, while he waited for the others to arrive. The pink-haired girl grinned menacingly, hefting some oversized cannon. Oh man, holding off somebody as powerful as you with my babies. Investors, are you watching? As he dodged the resulting blob of what looked like chewing gum while Shoji was occupied with holding off the 1B girl who could enlarge her hands, Midoriya suddenly paused, looking over to Shoto's base. Her eyes went wide. Ah, she picked up on it. She turned to Bakugo with a panicked expression. Kaken, Ida's coming with help. Try to cut him off. Shoto would give Bakugo a small smidgen of respect for listening to Midoriya. With a snarl, he blasted backwards, then tried to fire up his jetpack and failed. Bakugo glared at the offending piece of technology. The fuck? That bit seemed important, Shadow said dully, pointing to the exhaust port of the jetpack, which, courtesy of his mother's quirk, was covered in a thick coating of ice. So I broke it. My poor baby. The other girl howled, sounding like he'd stabbed her in the stomach. Midoriya pursed her lips, breathing a tiny stream of fire at the iced-over port to try and thaw the jetpack. As soon as it had half-thawed, Bakugo was off like a rocket. Unfortunately for them, they were too late. With a roar of his engines, Edo was there, and with their other teammate to boot. What's this? Edo was grabbing a teammate to make this a 3 versus 4. It's certainly a bold strategy, but can it pay off? Todoroki's not completely risking the points his team has already gathered, but is focusing on taking that first place by any means necessary. This might be enough to break past the teamwork of Bakugo and Midoriya. Thank you for carrying me here. Yaoyorozu nodded gratefully to their teammate, locking eyes with Midoriya. Her skin sparked with the red light of her quirk. Ada just nodded grimly. Hopefully it was not too bumpy a ride. Earlier, Shadow looked over his chosen teammates. I've chosen this team because we will have the best mixture of offense and defense, he stated flatly. He had wanted to recruit Midoriya for his team, but Bakugo had forced her to be on his team in the most arrogant way he could. How else could he interpret Bakugo's statement that, as far as I'm concerned, you're already on my team? After seeing that, he'd hardened his heart. He would just have to beat them both. It didn't feel right to eliminate Midoriya because of that, but either way, he was going to have to beat her and everybody else in the tournament. That was the only way he could show Endeavor that he didn't need his power to be a hero. He turned to Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami. When the match starts, I'll make some walls with my quirk. Yaoyorozu, I need you to make some traps to slow people down and any other items that might be useful for our assault. With Tokoyami providing backup, you will be more than able to defend the base. Yaoyorozu nodded stiffly. I know that my quirk shines defensively, but if it's not too bold, I already have some ideas for getting past Midoriya and Bakugo that I think will work more effectively than trying a frontal assault. Shadow wanted to say that those plans would be unnecessary, but after losing first place to the explosive blonde and the class president, he wasn't going to discard any way of beating Bakugo. If Ida and I cannot get past them, then use whatever you see fit. Tokoyami. He turned to the crow-headed boy. You should stay defending due to Midoriya and Bakugo countering your quirk. Tokoyami nodded sagely. Dealing with 2 powerful lights is currently beyond my dark power. Dark Shadow sniggered at that, earning a glare from his user. So you plan to stagger the attack if it doesn't work the first time. Good thinking, Todoroki, Ida exclaimed. So once you are done with those ice walls, we will go for Bakugo's team directly. Shadow gave a short nod. With my ice and your speed, we should be able to beat Bakugo's team. Otherwise, I'll trust your judgment. Yaoyorozu frowned. Just one question. Are you going to use your fire side in this match? It would make it easier to win. No. Seeing Yaoyorozu pause, Shadow realized that he said that in a harsher tone than he had anticipated and tried to tone himself down. In battle, I refuse to use my fire. She exchanged an uneasy glance with Ida, then sighed. If you insist, Todoroki. Throwing a wall of ice up to hinder other competitors, Shadow turned to focus on Bakugo. Shadow could tell that his father would be furious because, once more, he wasn't using Endeavor's fire. But that didn't matter. All that mattered was taking first place. Momo didn't have a moment to breathe when Bakugo went for her and Ada, grinning wildly. Ada tried to pull her with him, but Bakugo just exploded in midair to try and tag them. She was barely able to create a shield in his path to block him from tagging her. As he went for her side, she managed to twist around his hand, barely managing to hit him with the contents of a bottle she had created with him in mind. His eyes narrowed as he stumbled back. The fuck is this shit then? Bakugo's left hand flared up to push him back, but his right hand, still wet with her chosen chemical, didn't activate his quirk, sending him into a tumble as the unbalanced explosion sent him to the ground. While he was shaken up, Momo managed to tag him. What the heck was that? Midoriya's eyes widened and she stared at Momo admiringly. Was that an antiperspirant? Momo smiled at her, before turning to Bakugo. This was the safest option I have for neutralizing your quirk, Bakugo. Bakugo glared at her. You got me that time, Ponytail. Just don't expect that shit to work on me again. With that, he stomped off to the jail area, though not before throwing one last comment over his shoulder. Kick her ass, Midori. Midoriya nodded, taking up a fighting stance. Her eyes shone with determination as she stared down the others. We just have to hold out for a few minutes longer. Momo couldn't help but smile, even as she readied another item. When she had first seen how Hatsune had outfitted her teammates, Momo had felt like kicking herself for not thinking to do something like that. If she had thought ahead to give Ida or Todoroki some items like that, then maybe the first attack would have worked. Then she shook herself. No point in worrying about what had already happened. Instead, their priority was taking that first place marker and proving they had what it took to be heroes to everybody watching. especially since she had taken the time to create extra items for this fight. It wasn't going to be like the match she had fought Midoriya in before. This time she had an idea of how to win. She managed a determined smile, then pressed ahead to try and win. Ada zoomed around their base, trying to find an opening where Shoji's net guns couldn't hit him, one set of his arms firing while others were loading more cartridges into his guns. Todoroki, meanwhile, was being pressured by the pink-haired girl, a snarl of vengeance on her face. "Apologize for damaging my babies," she demanded, firing more globs of pink goop at him. Momo winced as she pulled out the next bottle she'd created after sorting out the defenses around their base. "Sorry, Midoriya," she called, throwing its contents in the larger girl's face. Instinctively, Midoriya threw her arm over her face, blocking the stuff from hitting her in the eyes. Then she dropped to the ground, hands clamped over her nose and whimpering. Not that Momo could blame her. Even from where she was standing, she could smell the peppermint. Despite the effects, she couldn't help but be proud. It had taken a lot of research and experimentation before she could create it on the fly. Hopefully it wasn't too debilitating. "What's this? A stink bomb against Midoriya. Effective, I'll grant you, but is it enough?" It probably wasn't. Even now, Midoriya was trying to get back on her feet. Not taking any chances, Momo ran forwards, trying to get into the base. Shoji tried to get her with a net, but a metal paddle sprang from her arm, snagging the net before it could touch her. She was almost over the line, but just as she got there, a hand tagged her, a vaguely familiar face pushing past her. Well. The blonde boy from 1B grinned at her, his hand already on the ball. As she stared, he only laughed further. "My, is it so surprising that 1B would snatch these points right from under your noses while you fought? How presumptuous," he sneered, a grayish slime coming from his hand, smoking when it hit the ground beneath him. "You've hogged the limelight up until now with those antics, but now, it's 1B's time to shine." Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.